Yi Shaowan, are you truly willing to sell the Yi family's treasure for just $1? The 4-year-old handsome little boy gazed skeptically at the old, grimy object he held in his hands, unable to discern its value as the so-called Yi family's treasure. Otherwise, what choice do I have? Yuan picked up an eyeshadow palette, selecting earth tones that could conceal her slightly puffy eyes. The creditors are waiting outside. If we don't secure the money by tonight, they will bundle us up and sell us as well. Rather than being sold off at a pittance, it is better to seize control of the situation. Her gaze flicked to the contract on the vanity and the round token in the small boy's grasp. After stealing another glance at her exquisitely made-up reflection in the mirror, Yuan smiled and pinched the little boy's cheek. Don't worry, with your sister around, the sky won't fall. 3 days prior, Yuan and her younger brother Yi Cheng were the illustrious daughter and son of the prestigious Yi family in Xiqing, basking in glory and pursued by many wherever they went. However, in the blink of an eye, the Yi family faced bankruptcy. Overwhelmed by the burden, their father leaped from the top floor of the Yi Corporation. Shortly thereafter, their mother followed him into the void. The once magnificent Yi household was now left with only Yuan and her brother. After liquidating the company and selling their villa, the Yi family remained encumbered with a staggering debt of 100 million. This debt now rested squarely upon the shoulders of the 18-year-old Yuan.
Ye Shoujan.
The little boy pouted and wrapped his arms around Yuan's leg. What if we can't sell it, and it ends up being a burden?
Yivan.
Spit, spit, spit. Yuan playfully tapped the little boy's round arrière with her palm, joining her hands in prayer, exclaiming, "Innocent words, innocent words." Though the token appeared unremarkable, in the hands of someone knowledgeable, it held the potential to bring about monumental change. With her presence, how could the token possibly remain unsold? There had been talent scouts who sought her out, boldly proclaiming that with her pure yet alluring beauty, she would rise to stardom instantly. A few years in the industry could see her become a wealthy heiress, and with a touch of dedication, she could retire by 30 and travel the world. While the contract stipulated that she must repay a debt of 100 million, Yuan firmly believed that, given time, doubling that amount was not out of reach. In essence, this deal was bound to be profitable. Heavenly beings passing by should certainly not heed the words of that insolent child. As the sounds from the front hall signaled the commencement of the auction, Yuan gently patted the little bun's head. "Yi Meng Meng, you must be good and not run off. Do you understand?"
Do not call me Yi Meng Meng.
"Then you must not call me Yi Shaowan." The two stood with hands on their hips, one strikingly beautiful and the other adorably cute, creating a delightful scene.
Shaowan.
Outside, a sharply dressed young man furiously obstructed Yuan's path. "Are you truly going to?" The word "sell yourself" hung unspoken in the air as Han Bolin seethed with anger. How can you, a young woman, willingly descend into such depravity? What distinguishes you from those princesses in KTV? There is indeed a distinction. Yuan's expression was icy. But you lack the right to know. Or perhaps, young Master Han is willing to spend 100 million to safeguard the possessions of the Yi family? With that single utterance, Han Bolin's countenance darkened to an ominous hue. Yuan was once his betrothed, the future matriarch of the Han family. However, upon the collapse of the Yi family, the Han family swiftly severed their engagement. The enchanting maiden before him, despite his deep affections, was now an unattainable dream. Step aside. As if even pushing him aside was beneath her, Yuan's alluring almond eyes brimmed with disdain. The crimson beauty mark beneath her right eye glistened like a drop of blood, exuding an irresistible charm. A surge of heat coursed through Han Bolin's heart. 100 million was but a trifling sum for the Han family. He blurted out impulsively, 100 million it is. Perhaps young Master Han should consult with your esteemed parents first? Yuan's laughter danced in the air. Han Bolin's face paled, and Yuan had already drifted away, leaving only a lingering fragrance in her wake. The subtle scent wafted through the air, intoxicating and captivating. Chapter 17. Not the leading lady in a historical novel. After the two shared a tender kiss for a while, Chun Tao approached them with a respectful demeanor. Kneeling as she addressed them, "Your Highness, Miss, the Empress requests your presence." The expressions of both individuals suddenly shifted to one of discontent. Although this place was secluded and not easily discovered, being caught in such a situation would undoubtedly be quite awkward. After Xiao Minghuan exited first, it took some time before Chun Tao emerged, leading the neatly attired Wan Qiuyu from within. Despite her underlying anxiety, Wan Qiuyu felt a flicker of anticipation. The noble consort Wan set down her teacup and spoke in a measured tone. "Do you both understand the significance of today?" Xiao Minghuan lowered his head, acknowledging. "It was my impetuousness." Wan Qiuyu bit her lip, remaining silent with her gaze cast down. If others were to discover this, the century-old reputation of the Duke of Zhengguo's household would be tarnished by you, a mere illegitimate daughter. Wan Qiuyu pressed her forehead to the ground, stammering, I merely." Though she had enjoyed years of affluence, in the presence of the imposing consort Wan, who exuded an aura of authority, she felt as though she had transformed into a mute child. Consort Wan didn't even spare her a glance, addressing Xiao Minghuan with, "If you have intentions for her, I shall bestow her upon you as a concubine." Wan Qiuyu's head shot up in disbelief. Despite being an illegitimate daughter, her lineage from the Duke of Zhengguo should at least afford her a position as a secondary consort, yet she was being relegated to that of a lowly concubine. "Your Highness," she began. However, before she could plead her case, Xiao Minghuan responded with unwavering respect, without a hint of hesitation. Wan Qiuyu's eyes darted from one to the other, her nails digging into her flesh. Observing the consort Wan's indifferent expression, she understood that no matter what she said, she could not alter the consort's decree. "Begone. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to set foot in my Chongqing palace." Though Wan Guifei's voice lacked overt coldness, the disdain within was unmistakably palpable. Hailing from a prestigious family with a century-long legacy, she held her lineage in high regard. Thus, she would spare no dignity for someone of such low standing who nearly tarnished the reputation of the noble house. Wan Qiuyu rose from the ground, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her expression a portrait of distress as she exited. Shen Qing waved her hand, and a maid hurried out to keep an eye on her, ensuring she would not create any further disturbances. Noticing the expression on the Guifei's face, it was evident that she had matters to discuss with Xiao Minghuan. Shen Qing took Liang Qiuyue along as they departed. Once the hall was left with only Xiao Minghuan and the Guifei's trusted confidant, Xiao Minghuan, with head bowed and a countenance marked by unease, inquired, "Mother, have I displeased you in some way?" A glint of coldness flickered in Wan Guifei's eyes as she responded, "Have you not heard the words spoken outside today?" Xiao Minghuan nodded in acknowledgement. Wan Guifei offered no further elaboration, merely stating ambiguously, "The Empress and the Xu Fei are currently entangled in fierce rivalry. Just wait and see. The best is yet to come. This adopted son of mine is rather ambitious, yet every individual has their Achilles heel, and Yang is hers. Since he has reaped the benefits of being her son, he shall henceforth be at her mercy." Xiao Minghuan felt a warmth return to his heart, previously chilled. Upon hearing these few words, he could not help but ponder that Wan Guifei's implication was for them to observe the Empress and Xu Fei's conflict, waiting for both the Crown Prince and Second Prince to mutually inflict wounds upon each other. Only then would his opportunity to emerge arise. It was clear that their continued cultivation of strength was the path to follow. With Wan Guifei's guidance, he imagined the scenario and found her reasoning profoundly sound, instilling a sense of assurance within him. Xiao Minghuan, having grasped the intentions of the noble consort Wan, promptly replied, "I understand. I must remain low-key." The prominence of the primary consort's family might draw the attention of Prince Shun and Princein. With a sense of accomplishment, Xiao Minghuan exited. Although the noble consort Wan had not made any promises, The words spoken by Wan Qiyu earlier resonated with the sentiments expressed by the consort. Regardless of whether he married a legitimate daughter of the gentry, the noble consort's association with him naturally placed the gentry behind him in support. As for Wan Qiyu, should she truly be of assistance, he would not mind treating her with kindness. The noble consort watched Xiao Minghuan's retreating figure and let out a derisive laugh. Ever since Anyang had informed her of Chen Songbai's matter, she had discreetly commissioned an investigation, piecing together various clues. It was not difficult to discern Xiao Minghuan's ambitions. How audacious he was! His Majesty had indeed fostered his appetites by placing him under her name. Upon entering, Shen Qing cast a glance at Wan Qiyu and commanded, "Come with me." Wan Qiyu, feeling a surge of trepidation, complied. In the Jinchun Hall, Wan Qiyu knelt in the center, marking her second kneeling that day.
Given the circumstances,
it would be better to send her to the prince's residence sooner rather than later. Her future honor and disgrace would no longer concern the gentry. Your actions today, disregarding the occasion and the dignity of the gentry, leave no room for your continued presence here, Shen Qing stated. Wan Qiyu felt a slight relief. Merely a fortnight of solitary reflection was bearable. Yet, disbelief filled her heart. How could the situation have escalated to such severity? Was it truly warranted? After all, the current connection between the prince and the Zhengui Duke's residence was intricately tied to the noble consort. Why did this matron seem intent on casting her out? At this moment, Liang Qiuyue was in the courtyard composing a letter to Xiao Feng. After elaborately penning her thoughts, she whimsically included the inexplicable remarks made by the Empress during today's flower viewing banquet. In conclusion, she playfully queried, "Has Her Majesty the Empress misunderstood something?" She mentioned that the Empress had invited her to the CINDERELLA Palace for a meal of long fish. Although the dish was delectable and fragrant, she felt a slight unease within her heart. "Uncle Wang, have I misinterpreted the situation?" Once she sealed the letter for dispatch, Liang Qiuyue instructed someone to inform that she would not be attending dinner, having dined sufficiently earlier and still feeling satiated. She was aware that Wan Qiyu might take action, but she did not anticipate such swiftness. One had been closely observing her, and it must be said that her boldness was indeed remarkable. On the second day following the flower banquet, after the concubines paid their respects, the Empress retained both the Shufei and the Guifei. Shortly thereafter, the Emperor returned from court. The Empress presented the list of candidates for the secondary consorts of the two princes, as well as the primary and secondary consorts for the third prince, to the Emperor. After reviewing the list in silence, he passed it to Wan Guifei, who in turn relayed it to Shufei. Shufei was displeased, but chose not to advocate for herself initially. She looked towards Wan Guifei and remarked, "Sister Guifei, has the Wang family of Runan truly fallen so far? Does it not seem amiss for a legitimate daughter of their house to become the primary consort of the third prince? The Empress certainly has a discerning eye." Though the Wang family of Runan bore the title of nobility and had ancestral ties to the imperial lineage, having held their rank since the previous dynasty, the new regime of Dawei maintained the Runan princely house out of a desire to demonstrate magnanimity and to placate the realm, showcasing the grace of the court by continually supporting the Wang family. However, after so many generations, the Wang family of Runan has long since become but an empty shell, merely appearing impressive on the surface, with a name that sounds melodious, yet lacking any real power. The favored consort, Wan, raised an eyebrow, her lips parting slightly as she remarked, "I find it quite agreeable. The young lady of the Wang family whom I encountered yesterday possesses a gentle demeanor and exudes grace and propriety." The Shui consort, taken aback, found herself somewhat perplexed by Wan's demeanor, as did the Empress. "However, I still intend to send someone to the Wang family," the Empress thought cautiously, suspecting that Wan's facade was beginning to slip, revealing her true intentions. She cautioned, "The selections for the two secondary consorts of the Wang family have already been decided. If you are to send someone from the Duke of Jingguo's household, it may be." With a smile, Juan replied. It matters not. Let her serve as a concubine. I had no desire to do so, but the third prince came seeking my assistance, and I could not turn him away. As for that young lady, since she does not please me, let her remain a concubine. Both the empress and the Shui consort were astonished, believing they must have misheard. After all, she was a member of their own family, even if she harbored discontent. It was inappropriate to speak so openly and to relegate her to the status of a concubine. Was it suitable for her to act so recklessly and disregard the broader implications? They found themselves unable to decipher Juan's intentions, as she had previously been more straightforward, yet now resorted to such convoluted tactics. While the empress suspected Juan of harboring ulterior motives, she also recognized that placing a common girl from the Juan family into the Duke of Xinggua's household as a concubine would indeed be a blow to the Duke's reputation. Thus, she readily acquiesced, for after all, the concubines of the royal princes were unqualified to ascend to the royal jade butterfly. And if one wished to belittle her own kin, she was content to observe the unfolding drama. Juan, surprised, inquired, "What is there that I would not desire? It is well known that the third prince is not of my womb, and thus I am indifferent to who the legitimate consort may be. Initially, it was His Majesty who insisted on recording him under my name. Have I not acquiesced to your wishes sufficiently? The imperial concubine, Juan, is quite aware of the emperor's affections for her, though the extent of those feelings remains uncertain. The emperor's decision to associate Xiaominghuan with her name serves to stabilize the court. Having given birth to a princess, regardless of who ultimately inherits the throne, she will bask in the glory of her status as the senior concubine. Yet, the emperor's choice to entangle her with Xiaominghuan has drawn her into unnecessary strife. Contemplating this, her expression dulled slightly. The emperor, perceptive to her mood, reached for her hand, asking gently, "Is my beloved angry with me?" "Concubine," Juan boldly replied, "my heart is devoted to your majesty, and I can alleviate your burdens. However, the third prince has grown rather complacent, and I find it difficult to regard him as my own child. What has he done to displease you?" the emperor inquired, lowering his gaze. After a brief silence, she shook her head, expressing, "I merely disapprove of his demeanor. If your majesty could sever our nominal mother-son relationship, I would be eternally grateful." Despite her arrogance, the emperor has indulged her for many years, and she possesses a unique means of survival. What the emperor appreciates is the concubine's candor and authenticity in his presence. He scrutinized her closely, searching for any signs of insincerity upon her countenance. A prince carries significant implications, and this astute woman is well aware of that. Yet she still voiced her sentiments. He gently squeezed her hand, assuring her, "There is no rush. Allow me to ponder this matter." The esteemed consort Juan lay upon the emperor's chest, a faintly sardonic smile gracing her lips as she sighed inwardly. Although Xiaominghuan had mentally prepared himself for the queen's inevitable machinations, he still felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the candidates for the position of the crown prince's consort. The other two candidates for the secondary consorts hailed from a fifth-rank official's family, which was rather unremarkable, and a fallen noble house. It could be said that the familial connections of these three women offered him scant assistance. Yet, recalling Consort Juan's words, he found renewed vigor. When Liang Qiuyue's letter reached Xiaofeng in Yangzhou, his expression softened further upon reading its contents. This girl possessed remarkable audacity, daring to conspire against the queen from behind the scenes. The letter detailed the embezzlement case involving the governor of Yangzhou, revealing nearly 2 million taels of silver siphoned off over 3 years, most of which had ultimately flowed into the residence of Prince N, the second prince, via the queen's maternal connections. He then produced a sheet of paper and, with fluid strokes, inscribed 3 bold characters before folding it away, instructing his shadow guards to dispatch it. Should Steward Wang witness this scene, his heart would swell with pride. As for Wan Qiuyu, a few days prior, she had entered the prince's residence through a side door. carrying but a single bundle and dressed in a delicate pink garment, seated in a small palanquin. Regarding concubine Zhao, she had been admonished by old Madame Cui, who had advised her to turn a blind eye to any financial support given to Wan Qiyu. However, should she undertake any actions detrimental to the household, it was entirely plausible that she would be cast out without hesitation. In the late afternoon, Liang Qiuyue was drowsily resting on her couch. Upon awakening, she discovered an unsigned letter beside her pillow. Upon opening the letter, she found a single piece of paper inscribed with 3 powerful characters. Not misinterpreting the message, Liang Qiuyue let out a series of soft chuckles, pressing the letter to her chest and rolling about on the couch. She praised the calligraphy, mused on various trivial yet vibrant aspects of life, and concluded with a longing to see Uncle Wang as the year drew to a close. As she set down her pen, the initial excitement faded, giving way to a different emotion. She could not help but wonder what had truly sparked her earlier joy. Surely, it must be the elation stemming from her proximity to success in captivating the widow, Princess Wang. Her memories of certain aspects from previous worlds had grown faint, a consequence of consuming that vial of potion. Clutching the paper in her hand, she ultimately decided to tuck it away. As August approached, the autumn hunt commenced. After a long day traversing uneven paths, the lengthy procession finally arrived at the Wufeng Mountain Palace by evening. The journey had been jarring, leaving Liang Qiuyue feeling utterly exhausted. Upon entering this realm, as the daughter of a general, she had naturally learned to ride. Unlike certain dynasties that imposed strict restrictions on women, this era was somewhat more lenient. Nevertheless, she was still firmly instructed by Shin Qing not to mount a horse. That evening, Anyang chose not to reside in the royal palace, but instead squeezed into a tent with Liang Qiuyue. Liang Qiuyue recalled that in the book, during the autumn hunt following Wan Jinlan's departure that year, Xiao Minghuan orchestrated a captivating spectacle where Chen Songbai heroically rescued a damsel in distress. It was during this event that Anyang developed an interest in Chen Songbai. Presently, the likelihood of Anyang's affection for Chen Songbai seems rather slim. However, the prospect of Xiao Minghuan scheming behind the scenes remains somewhat bothersome, warranting vigilance. The autumn hunt, after all, was an occasion for the women to accompany and partake in leisure, while the men sought to showcase their prowess and valor. Outside, the rhythmic beating of drums reverberated, while Liang Qiuyue and Anyang slumbered peacefully within their tent. Liang Qiuyue had previously instructed her mother not to summon her for breakfast during their recent stay at the palace, allowing her the rare indulgence of a restful sleep following her previous illness. When the two finally awoke, the sun had risen, casting golden rays across the landscape. After enjoying their meal, Liang Qiuyue and Anyang prepared to ride out for a leisurely excursion on the grasslands. As for Chen Songbai, Liang Qiuyue was certainly cautious. Yet she would not allow fear to hinder her enjoyment. Embracing a carefree spirit was the rightful course. Just as they were about to select horses from the stable, their path was obstructed by a woman of rosy complexion and exquisite figure. Her ample bosom and a waist that could seemingly be encircled by a single hand, combined with her rather unrefined gait, surpassed even the courtesans in their art of allure. The ladies present could not conceal their disdainful expressions towards her. Wan Qiyu, arranging the woman's hair, delicately greeted Anyang with a curtsy, acknowledging her as a princess. She then called out sister. Anyang frowned, questioning the purpose of such antics. In a hushed tone, she leaned closer to Wan Qiyu and remarked, "One might mistake you for an inhabitant of a brothel. Did Sango bring you out merely to embarrass him?" Wan Qiyu bit her lip. She was already married, so why could she not dress as she pleased? The prince clearly took great delight in her appearance. Anyang, growing weary of her continued conversation, acknowledged that while it was her prerogative to choose her attire and being abducted was not her fault, the household had already instructed her, and her reverting to old habits after marriage was exceedingly vexing. The presence of such a disgraceful individual in the Duke's residence was indeed disheartening. Liang Qiuyue could not comprehend Wan Qiyu either. Had she been spoiled by Xiao Minghuan since entering the Duke's manor? Moreover, did she intentionally approach them to invite scorn from Anyang? Wan Qiuyu's primary purpose today was to seek out Wan Jinlan. Upon entering Xiao Minghuan's inner courtyard, despite the addition of several concubines to the Duke's household, Xiao Minghuan continued to spend each night with her. Utilizing her recollections, she had successfully secured leverage over a certain official, resulting in even greater affection from Xiao Minghuan, who had even made an exception to bring a concubine to the autumn hunt. After reprimanding the individual, Anyang remained unsatisfied and ordered that the earlier incident be reported to concubine Wan. Previously, they had wondered why concubine Wan allowed her maternal family's illegitimate niece to serve merely as a concubine to the Duke, but now it was clear where the issue lay. This further illustrated that the disdain the concubine harbored for her was indeed profound. Upon hearing of this matter, the Empress suddenly understood. It seemed that concubine Wan's aversion to her niece was not mere idle talk, but rather a well-founded sentiment. Coupled with the concubine's indifference towards Xiao Minghuan's marital affairs, the Empress suspected that concubine Wan might truly lack any intention of supporting the third prince. Nevertheless, she could not afford to lower her guard. What if this was a deliberate ploy by the concubine to mislead her? After all, the influence of the Duke of the State is formidable and should not be underestimated. Liang Qiuyue and Anyang, instead of venturing into the woods today, indulged in a spirited gallop around the racetrack with their close companions. In the evening, they savored roasted venison, observing that the emperor had generously bestowed favors upon many, including Chun Songbai. When they rose the following morning, Liang Qiuyue and Anyang faced each other with grimaces. Having not engaged in vigorous activity for quite some time, their brief equestrian exertion left them with sore legs. Fortunately, they had worn knee pads yesterday, otherwise their discomfort would have been far worse today. Upon learning of their predicament, the favored consort once sent 2 maidens to provide them with massages. After the treatment and application of some medicinal ointment, the 2 remained within their tent for the day. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Minghuan expressed her concern for the pair from outside the tent. She mentioned that someone had spotted a fleeting red fox in the northern woods. Had she encountered it, she would have hunted it to fashion a cloak for her sister. Xiao Minghuan sent in the ointment, but did not enter, maintaining a courteous demeanor outside the tent. And Yang pouted, remarking that she already possessed several red fox cloaks. Liang Qiuyue chuckled, resting her head on the couch, pondering whether Xiao Minghuan was vexed by Anyang's apparent lack of deference. She understood that Xiao Minghuan intended to entice them with the prospect of the red fox, hoping to lure Anyang into the woods for a hunt, yet Anyang remained unyielding, curious about what other tactics she might employ. Indeed, Xiao Minghuan found herself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she continued, "You 2 sisters should rest well. Should you wish to venture into the woods for hunting, do inform me so that I may ensure your safety." Xiao Minghuan harbored unquenchable ambitions, and the ambivalence in Wan Guifei's demeanor often left him feeling unsettled. He contemplated fortifying the bond between the 2 parties. The pair, with their unsteady legs, lingered within the confines of the tent for an entire day. In the following days, their equestrian pursuits were limited to the racetrack surrounding the palace, perhaps venturing to a pavilion nestled halfway up the mountain behind the palace to admire the autumn foliage. While nothing of note transpired during this interval, Chun Songbai made it a point to appear before them daily, not with the intent of ingratiating himself, but rather to leave a mark in Anyang's mind. Wan Guifei, ever vigilant, had dispatched individuals to keep watch. She was fully aware of Xiao Minghuan's clandestine meetings with Chen Songbai and the surveillance of Anyang's movements. Seated within the palace, her gaze was as cold as ice. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed. On this particular day, during a bonfire banquet where monarch and subjects reveled together, a cadre of assassins suddenly emerged, making a beeline for the emperor seated at the head of the gathering.
Today,
The empress occupied the emperor's left side, while Wan Guifei sat to his right. And Yang and Liang Qiuyue were positioned behind Wan Guifei, engaged in the task of roasting lamb legs with their own hands. Despite the presence of attendants, they insisted on managing the preparation themselves. The assassins, nimble and swift, sprang forth from the shadows like arrows loosed from a bow, aiming directly at the emperor. Liang Qiuyue, with remarkable agility, hurled the knife she had been using to slice meat, striking one of the assassins in the knee. Urging Yang to take cover, she swiftly overturned the table before them, hurling it at the attackers.
Anyang, momentarily stunned,
Watched in awe as Liang Qiuyue effortlessly lifted the heavy table and felled an assailant mid-leap. Liang Qiuyue then grasped Yang's hand, pulling her towards Wan Guifei for shelter. As the assassin suddenly appeared, the empress disregarded the emperor entirely and hastened to the entrance of the palace. It was the favored concubine who stood protectively in front of the emperor. The imperial guards, now alert, engaged in battle with the assailant. Liang Qiuyue and Anyang were shielded by the guards beside the favored concubine. With keen eyes, she observed Chen Songbai leap from the ranks of officials, demonstrating remarkable agility as he swiftly dispatched several assassins. Once the attackers were subdued, only 2 remained alive, and the emperor was determined to interrogate them thoroughly. Eager to claim his merit, Chen Songbai moved forward, intent on removing one man's chin to prevent him from taking his own life. However, these deadly figures acted with astonishing speed, crushing the poison sacs in their mouths, and within an instant, both were dead. Chen Songbai was a moment too late. Though the remaining crowd still bore traces of panic, they were considerably more composed than during the previous chaos. Seize him! The voice of the favored concubine, Wan Guifei, suddenly resonated in the hall. The emperor, taken aback, heard Wan Guifei whispering in his ear, "Your Majesty, I observed something peculiar in his gaze earlier." It seemed he shared a connection with the assassin. With a swift motion of his hand, the emperor commanded the guards to apprehend Chen Songbai immediately. Showing no resistance, Chen Songbai merely expressed mild indignation. "Your Majesty, esteemed lady, may I inquire what offense I have committed?" Wan Guifei remained silent, and with another wave of the emperor's hand, the emperor's trusted eunuch, Chief Steward Li Fu, understood the unspoken directive. He promptly dispatched a few individuals to search Chen Songbai's quarters, while he himself proceeded to conduct a personal search of Chen's person. The expressions of those present were laden with nuance. If something incriminating were to be discovered, it would be well, but should nothing be found, the suspicion cast upon Chen Songbai, who had valiantly come to the emperor's rescue, would undoubtedly invite criticism. After a meticulous search of Chen Songbai, Li Fu found nothing of significance. In the crowd, an adult spoke up, suggesting that the actions of the noble consort were perhaps inappropriate. Such treatment of a valiant individual who had rendered service in rescue could surely dishearten the loyal subjects. They dared not speak directly of the emperor, instead using the noble consort as a scapegoat, since it was she who had first raised her voice in the matter. Soon, many voices echoed in agreement. The leading figure presented a suspicious jade pendant to Li Fu. Coincidentally, the imperial guards had discovered a matching pendant on a suspected assassin's leader. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by the noble consort. Among the imperial guards were individuals from the Duke of the State's residence, who, in the glaring public eye while searching Chen Songbai, could not tamper with the evidence. They could only take advantage of the uproar against her to discreetly place the pendant within the assassin's garments. Searching Chen Songbai's residence would provide even better grounds for framing him. Once the pendant was displayed, those who had previously denounced the noble consort fell silent, akin to ducks rendered mute by a firm grip on their throats. Liang Qiuyue's lips curled into a slight smile. The noble consort was indeed formidable. She had once mentioned to the noble consort about her occasional prophetic dreams, yet judging by her expression, even with Xin Qing as a witness, The noble consort had likely been skeptical at that time. However, it appeared that despite her doubt, she had still made the necessary preparations. Collaborating with astute individuals undoubtedly simplifies matters. Liang Qiuyue had merely informed the noble consort that during the upcoming autumn hunt, the emperor might face an assassination attempt, and the noble consort had already devised a plan to deal with Chen Songbai. All that remained was the sound of Chen Songbai's protests of innocence. His head was firmly pressed to the ground as he implored, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have no association with these assassins. I beseech your Majesty for your discerning judgment." Xiao Minghuan was reluctant to draw attention to himself, yet he relied on Chen Songbai to provide him with silver. Moreover, with few loyal confidants, the loss of this one would cause him great distress. "Father Emperor, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter." The imperial concubine Wan interjected. Duan Wang stepped back. The previously terrified empress, now seizing the opportunity, remarked to Wan Guifei, "Your Majesty, Duan Wang has spoken in favor of the person colluding with the assassin. Their relationship must be quite close. Who knows what this entails?" The implication was clear to all present. The empress insinuated that Duan Wang had a hand in the assassination plot. The emperor, however, chose to ignore her, casting a dispassionate glance at Xiao Minghuan that silenced any further protest. Outside, the crowd waited anxiously, forbidden to move freely. The emperor commanded the imperial guards to search the palace thoroughly, inspecting every tent and corner of the encampment. After enduring 2 long hours in the darkening night, the search was finally complete, yielding no results. The prime suspect, Chen Songbai, was taken away, evidently destined for imprisonment and the harshest of tortures. Liang Qiuyue was taken aback by the lingering effects of insect bites that had plagued her for over half a month. The afflicted areas were both itchy and painful, swelling further as she could not resist scratching, rendering the bites increasingly unsightly. Upon hearing of her plight, the imperial concubine Wan dispatched a considerable supply of effective ointments. Although soothing and cool upon application, they did little to alleviate the incessant itching. Frustrated and dispirited, she found herself devoid of the motivation to write to Xiaofeng. Recently, Butler Wang has been sighing heavily. In the past, Miss Wan would send several letters each month, yet this month, not a single letter has arrived at the residence. Butler Wang cast him a disappointed glance, lamenting that the prince must have inadvertently hurt Miss Wan's feelings. Xiaofeng inquired, "How could he have hurt her heart when he has done nothing?" This statement left him momentarily bewildered. However, the fact that she had not sent a letter for an entire month struck him as peculiar. It was only upon Butler Wang's remark that he realized the gravity of the situation. A month without correspondence was indeed uncharacteristic of her. Could something have happened? What recent events transpired in the capital? Butler Wang produced a confidential letter and handed it to him. Not long ago, during a hunt at Wufeng Mountain, His Majesty was attacked. His body stiffened. "Is my elder brother all right? Were there any other casualties?" Butler Wang, shifting his gaze, shook his head. "The emperor is unharmed. As for others, I am not entirely certain." He intended to inquire further about whom to visit, but was silenced by Xiaofeng's penetrating gaze. Feeling that such sticky matters should only be addressed once, he retrieved another piece of paper, dismissed Butler Wang, and inscribed 3 large characters before dispatching it with a shadow guard. When this letter reached Liang Qiuyue, it was already 7 days later. During this time, Liang Qiuyue had also received news from Anyang. After being imprisoned in the imperial dungeon, Chen Songbai endured severe torture, but refused to utter a single word, steadfastly declaring his innocence. Eventually, his body succumbed to the limits of endurance, and he perished. It is feared that in a few days, news will spread within the palace that Chen Songbai took his own life out of fear of punishment. Upon the demise of the individual, Liang Qiuyue felt an unexpected relief. Had Chen Songbai remained alive, his ruthless disposition would undoubtedly have posed endless troubles. In the narrative, The formidable Empress Dowager Wan Jilin harbored immense trepidation towards this man. However, since his pursuits were primarily for fame and fortune, he did not constitute a grave threat. The marks on her neck and wrists had improved significantly, yet remnants remained, occasionally accompanied by an itch. Today, a tailor from the clothing shop was summoned to measure the young ladies of the household for winter garments. Chun Tao retrieved a letter from beneath the pillow while tidying up the bedding. "Master, I discovered this just now," she remarked before discreetly stepping out. Upon opening the letter, she found merely the enigmatic phrase "Kennen" inscribed on the paper. Indeed, words were precious. As he treated her, she would reciprocate in kind. Was that not fair? In this era of supreme royal authority, her aspirations of becoming the princess of Qi were contingent upon forces beyond her control. She had taken numerous steps already. Should he choose not to advance, she saw no reason to persist in her efforts. Instead, she could simply postpone her marriage to his spirit after his passing, or perhaps wed a man devoid of influential backing, thus allowing her the freedom to pursue her desires. Nevertheless, such a choice would lack the advantages bestowed by the title of princess. Why had her demeanor shifted so drastically of late? In this exchange, October slipped away, ushering in mid-November. Neither had received correspondence from the other, seemingly ensnared in an inexplicable period of tranquility. As the year drew to a close, the household grew more lively. With a touch of powder, the scratches on her neck and wrists could be concealed, rendering her ready to venture outside. Liang Qiumei owns several shops, and recently the manager delivered the account books, which require her considerable time to review daily. Today, Anyang ventured out of the palace to seek her company for a stroll, only to unexpectedly encounter someone she had not seen in quite some time. As the year-end approaches, the streets of the capital are more bustling than ever. The small vendors are enjoying a significant increase in business compared to usual. Just as Liang Qiumei and Anyang exited Liang Qiumei's cosmetic shop, they turned into the Linjiang Tower. This establishment is situated alongside the only river in the capital, and the third floor offers an exceptional view, allowing patrons to gaze upon a large part of the city. By fortunate chance, they found that only one private booth remained available. As they ascended to the third floor and were about to enter, a voice interrupted them. "Hold on. I have reserved this booth." Princess Ruyang, at the tender age of 17, has already been betrothed, though the marriage has yet to take place. She was accompanied by a young lady from her future husband's family. Anyang furrowed her brow and retorted, "Is it really appropriate for the princess to claim what I arrived for first?" After paying her respects to Princess Ruyang, Liang Qiumei stood back up. The princess cast a fleeting glance at her, a smirk curling her lips, and a glint of triumph flashed in her eyes. "I have already settled the bill, so I kindly ask for my royal sister to step aside." Anyang, nearly exasperated, shot an indignant glare at the self-satisfied Princess Ruyang and addressed the steward behind her. "I arrived first. What does it mean to give my booth to someone else? Does this establishment intend to continue operating?" Witnessing Anyang's ire, Princess Ruyang felt an unmistakable surge of delight. In the palace, even a princess born of the Empress cannot compare to Princess Anyang, who is favored over all, including those born of the esteemed concubine Wan. As a legitimate princess, she had always been overshadowed by the illegitimate Anyang. Yet today she felt a sense of relief that was truly invigorating. She harbored no fear of this incident reaching the palace. Even if her father were to learn of it, he would have little to say, for after all, it was merely a trivial squabble over a private room.
Ruyang,
accompanied by two attendants, approached them with an air of arrogance. Casting a playful glance at Anyang before addressing Liang Qiuyu, "This Linjiang Tower is the property of my uncle, the Qiwang. How is it that, despite the rumors of your extraordinary relationship with a royal uncle, you find yourself here at Linjiang Tower without even a private room? It seems strange. Given that your uncle has been in Yangzhou, how did your connection become the talk of the town?" Could it be that some individuals are shamelessly trying to associate themselves with you? Liang Qiuyu clenched her fists, forcing herself to swallow her indignation. She mentally cursed that scoundrel Xiao Feng 100 times over. Could she refute him? She found herself utterly unable to do so. Just then, as An Yang prepared to engage Ru Yang in a debate, the sound of the door opening caught their attention. They all turned to see the Qi Wang, clad in a flowing white brocade robe, standing at the entrance, his presence exuding an ethereal grace that accentuated his noble features. Liang Qiuyu's heart skipped a beat, followed by a cold scoff within her mind. An Yang, one family's young lady. Please come in, he commanded, his voice soft yet tinged with an underlying gravity. Casting a warning glance at Ru Yang, having been seated in the room for an extended period, he had overheard their entire exchange and suddenly comprehended the reason behind her recent aloofness towards him. His previous attempts to gift her had drawn unwanted attention, and now, witnessing this scene unfold before him, he felt the weight of that realization. When he was absent, she must have heard these words often. As she spoke, she attempted to follow the two into the room, only to have the door cruelly shut before her eyes. Ru Yang, left outside, wore an expression of both green and pale. She could understand why An Yang was allowed entry, but why was Wan Jinlan permitted as well? Could it be that the rumors circulating in the capital were indeed true? Upon entering the elegantly antiquated private room, An Yang marveled, stating that she had visited Wangjiang Tower numerous times without ever stepping into this space. She positioned herself by the window, gazing out. The view was far superior to that of the other side, which boasted a garden of red plums. The room was infused with an unfamiliar incense, which, while somewhat fragrant, did not sit well with her. Xiao Feng noticed her fleeting glance at the incense burner and slightly furrowed his brow, gesturing for a nearby attentive servant to extinguish the incense. Another servant poured tea for the two, and the steam rose like mist. Before long, the attendants of Wangjiang Tower presented an array of hot dishes. Once An Yang fell silent, an unusual stillness enveloped the room. It wasn't long before An Yang sensed something amiss. Although the transformation of her cousin into an ant left her somewhat speechless, the silence between the two was equally uncomfortable for her. Suddenly, An Yang remarked, "Uncle Wang has never sent anything for me during the summer for my cousin Lan. Truly, the emperor's uncle shows favoritism." Xiao Feng paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup faltering as he cast a subtle glance at Liang Qiuyu, his expression shrouded in an enigmatic haze. She recalled how, when she had previously brought meals to the Yushir mansion to dine with him, the atmosphere had not been so quiet. Noting the emperor's uncle's lack of response, she felt a surge of irritation at his inscrutable demeanor. He was the one who presented the gift publicly, had it not been for his gesture. Ru Yang would not have dared to speak so harshly to cousin Lan moments ago. The royal uncle had indeed overheard Ru Yang's words. "And cousin Lan holds you in her thoughts." Liang Qiuyu, upon hearing this, coughed abruptly several times, pressing her hand against her arm. An Yang seemed intent on trampling her dignity. An Yang shot her a frustrated glance. Usually so astute, today she was utterly silent, not daring to lift her head before the royal uncle, which truly exasperated her. Xiao Feng noticed the mixture of embarrassment and urgency on her face, and a smile flickered in his eyes. The royal uncle would simply provide a clear answer. If he harbored intentions toward cousin Lan, he should request a marriage from the royal grandmother. If not, cousin Lan, having reached a suitable age, ought to be engaged. Given her beauty and family background, many suitors would surely come forth. Liang Qiuyu felt her face burn, and internally, she screamed like a startled groundhog, never imagining that one day she would be forced into a marriage by others to find a match. She held no resentment toward An Yang, viewing her as a well-meaning ally today, yet the shame that welled within her was truly unbearable. "Do not panic. You are experienced," Liang Qiuyu reassured herself internally. Xiao Feng observed Liang Qiuyu's cheeks flush, and his smile broadened. She attempted to glance at him subtly, only to find herself caught in the gaze of his sparkling eyes. Liang Qiuyue lowered her head, refraining from voicing any opposition. Her silence naturally implied consent. Acquiring pastries was a task that others would undertake, and Yang merely sought to create some space for the two who had not seen each other for a long time. Once Yang departed, the attentive attendant nearby discreetly retreated to the outer chamber. In the tranquil atmosphere, Liang Qiuyue's movement of picking up food with chopsticks momentarily halted, pondering whether the meal had become unappetizing. Lost in thought, she felt a piece of eel being placed on her plate by Xiao Feng with the communal chopsticks. An inexplicable awkwardness enveloped her, evoking a desire to flee the scene. She glanced at him briefly before stating, "I've seen enough," and retreated to the window. A small crack was discreetly opened at the corner of the window, allowing the cold air to seep in and alleviate the warmth on her face. A large hand promptly shut the window, concerned for her health. Liang Qiuyue rubbed her face, finding the warmth quite agreeable and inconsequential. The faint red mark on her wrist became visible as he unexpectedly grasped it. Her skin was exceptionally fair, her fingers long and delicate, and though the redness had faded considerably, it was still discernible. She attempted to pull away slightly, but found herself unable to escape his grip. His cool fingers gently caressed her wrist, prompting her to wonder how she had acquired such a mark. Liang Qiuyue pouted slightly, recalling a bite from an insect during the autumn hunt. She tilted her neck, revealing another mark that had yet to heal after more than half a month, causing both itchiness and pain. After stretching her neck, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Butler Wang entered, bringing a chill with him. "Your Highness, the items have been delivered to the Duke of Zhengua's residence." Xiao Feng's heart stirred subtly upon hearing her address Butler Wang as Uncle Wang. Yet he calmly nodded in response. After Liang Qiuyue entered the residence, she was invited by old Madame Cui to converse after dinner. "You seem to have lost weight. You hardly touched your dinner today," remarked old Madame Cui as they engaged in casual conversation. Liang Qiuyue sipped her red date tea, replying, "I dined with Yang at Lingjiang Tower earlier today and indulged quite a bit, so I am not hungry at the moment." The conversation between the grandmother and granddaughter gradually shifted to the main subject. Today, the king of Qi had sent numerous gifts to the residence. As for you and him, although Mrs. Cui hesitated to press the matter, her daughter had reached the age of maturity, and it was time for her to become engaged. If the king of Qi held no ulterior motives, would it not be a disservice to her daughter to delay such an important step? Yet, considering that her daughter was already over 20, the thought of settling down was something she wholeheartedly supported. On the following day, as Liang Qiuyue was preparing herself, she was summoned by a messenger from Mrs. Cui. She pressed her lips together, a smile dancing on her face. If it were indeed an imperial decree for marriage, she would no longer have to expend effort to win over Xiao Feng. The mere thought of it filled her with excitement. The emperor, under the mandate of heaven, proclaimed, "The daughter of the Duke of Zhengua, Wan Jinlan, is gentle, kind-hearted, and possesses exceptional grace. The Empress Dowager and I are greatly pleased to hear of her. Hence we have specially appointed her as the legitimate wife of the King of Qi. All ceremonies are to be managed by the Ministry of Rites and the Bureau of Astronomy to choose an auspicious date for the wedding." Thus decreed. Li Fu's sharp voice resonated through the front hall of the Duke of Zhengua's residence. "Miss Wan, receive the edict." Liang Qiuyue knelt to accept the imperial decree. Once everyone rose, Mrs. Cui instructed someone to present a pouch, expressing gratitude for the eunuch's trip. Li Fu smiled broadly. "This is indeed a joyful occasion. We are delighted to have made this journey." He continued, "The Empress Dowager has taken a liking to Miss Wan and has graciously bestowed a jade rui and 2 sets of headpieces." A palace maid approached, holding a tray. The fine lines at the corners of Mrs. Cui's eyes deepened. She felt content with this marriage arrangement. The fact that her granddaughter was favored by the Empress Dowager was indeed a blessing. Once the palace attendants departed, no elder in the household remained displeased. Each harbored their own considerations in their hearts. In the imperial palace resides the favored consort Wan, who has enjoyed the emperor's affection for many years. The estate has always been under scrutiny. Since the third prince was acknowledged under the name of the consort, there has been murmuring among the household. Recently, the consort conveyed a decree asserting that the family would never support Xiao Minghuan. This message, relayed through the matriarch, reached the men of the household. Although they did not grasp its full significance, they understood that the family had always relied on military achievements rather than imperial favor. Thus, there seemed little need to pursue further ambition, as their status was already sufficiently elevated.
Now,
The legitimate daughter of the main branch has been bestowed upon the Qi Wang as his principal wife, a match that could hardly be surpassed. The Qi Wang, being a full-blooded brother of the current emperor and enjoying a close bond with him, is someone the emperor holds in great trust. Forming an alliance with the Qi Wang's household promises innumerable benefits and no detriments, though the familial hierarchy may appear somewhat askew. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. For if one were to earnestly assess the complexities of kinship within the capital's matrimonial ties, it would reveal a labyrinth of entanglements. With her aspirations fulfilled, Liang Chuyue felt a sudden lightness in her heart. In the following days, a steady stream of visitors arrived at the Duke of Zhenggui's residence, bearing congratulatory gifts. The marriage to the Qi Wang, being non-sensitive, allowed the Duke's household to graciously entertain guests, expressing their satisfaction with the imperial union. However, shortly after the marriage was announced and the emperor resumed court, the festive atmosphere in the capital grew increasingly palpable. Whispers began to circulate regarding the Qi Wang's alleged ulterior motives, suggesting that marrying the Duke's legitimate daughter was a plot to subvert the Wei dynasty. Initially confined to a limited audience, these rumors soon spread throughout the capital, capturing the attention of the common folk and igniting discussions in every alley and street. As the year drew to a close, the gossip surrounding the Qi Wang and the Duke of Zhenggui's household intensified. Liang Chuyue was well aware that this matter was orchestrated either by the Empress and the Wang faction or the Xu Fei and the Shun faction. The least likely culprit was Xiao Minghuan. On the surface, the Duke of Zhenggui's alliance with the Qi Wang was most beneficial for Xiao Minghuan. As the son of a noble concubine, the Duke of Zhenggui ostensibly served as his natural support. Should the Duke of Zhenggui manage to secure the Qi Wang's backing in the future, it would only be to his advantage. Therefore, although Liang Chuyue had spurned Xiao Minghuan, he refrained from retaliating due to the rumors circulating in the capital regarding his connection with the Qi Wang. Coupled with the ambiguous words of concubine Wan, and given his own lack of power, he dared not take any action. Now that Wan Jinlan had become the confirmed Qi Wang Fei, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet he accepted the situation as favorable. This development was advantageous for him. With the court yet to convene, the rumors in the capital were rampant. Those with ulterior motives seemed intent on using the voices of the common people to reach the emperor's ears, hoping to put an end to the alliance between the Duke of Zhenggui and the Qi Wang. My lady, the items sent from the Duke of Yangzhou have arrived today. The madam requests you to select some. Liang Chuyue reclined languidly on the soft couch, engrossed in a novel, covered by a plush quilt, with 2 hot water bottles nestled within. The room was warmed by 3 braziers. Upon entering, Chuntao felt the warmth enveloping her after tidying the bedding, remarking that the room was indeed as warm as spring. Liang Chuyue, feeling too lethargic to move, relished the comfort of her cocooned haven, especially with the fierce wind and snow outside. The winter in the capital was far harsher than that of Yangzhou, and lately, the chill had dissuaded her from dining in the front hall. There was no rush to retrieve the items sent by her maternal family. She instructed the servant to go out and procure some novels for her instead, as she had finished reading all those at hand. Chun Tao admired her young mistress, who could remain nestled indoors for an entire day, only to sleep soundly by night. "My lady, this has been sent from the Chi Wang mansion." As she lifted the crimson cloth, revealing a magnificent crimson feathered cloak lined with white fox fur, she marveled at the exquisite embroidery of delicate magnolias, each bloom appearing lifelike. The interior, adorned with soft and warm white fox fur, was irresistibly plush. Such a finely crafted cloak, both warm and protective against the winter's chill, truly delighted her. Chun Tower remarked, "My lady would look splendid in this attire amidst the snow. Let us stow it away for now, to be unveiled at the New Year's banquet," she added as she tidied up. "Just a moment ago, I heard the mistress cough a few times." Liang Qiuyue inquired further. Then, lifting the covers, she rose from her warm nest to inquire about the elder matron before making her way to Xin Qing's quarters. Xin Qing had always been frail. Though summer was bearable, winter brought a relentless cycle of medicinal brews. Last year in Yangzhou, her health had improved somewhat, but in the capital, the cold brought frequent coughs. The saying, "A daughter is her mother's intimate little quilt," held true for Xin Qing, as her two sons, though dutiful and considerate, could not match the tender care that their sister provided. By the time Liang Qiuyue returned, night had fallen, yet she still submitted her report to the palace. The emperor, ever gracious, granted them an audience, allowing them a brief moment of repose. This was the emperor's way of affirming to the world that the heart of the Duke of Zhenguo remained steadfast. As they departed the palace, they fortuitously encountered Xiao Feng, who had just finished dinner with the Empress Dowager and was about to exit the palace. The Duke of Zhenguo was in a state of subtle emotions. He and King Qi were merely acquaintances in the past, yet he would soon become the king's father-in-law. It was said that the king had taken the initiative to propose to the empress about marrying his daughter. Such a twist of fate was truly remarkable. The Duke of Zhenguo was the first to clasp his hands in greeting, addressing the king, "Your Highness." Xiao Feng nodded slightly with a smile, responding, "There is no need for such formalities, my lord. We shall soon be family." However, the Duke of Zhenguo pondered inwardly. Having heard tales of King Qi being sweet in demeanor yet treacherous at heart, a notorious charmer in the court, was there a hidden agenda behind his amicable smile? The atmosphere between them remained relatively cordial as they approached the palace gates. Xiao Feng extended his hand first, inviting, "Please, my lord." As a subject, the duke dared not ride ahead of the king. Just as he was about to decline, the king spoke again in a gentle tone. "It is cold, and the winds are harsh. You ride exposed while I have a carriage. Please, my lord, go ahead. I am sure there are those awaiting your return for dinner." With that, the Duke of Zhenguo ceased to be modest, clasped his fists in acknowledgement, and mounted his horse. The sound of hooves faded into the distance as Xiao Feng lifted the hem of his robe and boarded the carriage. Although Xin Qing had been unwell these past few days, she still waited outside draped in her cloak. The couple had not seen each other in a year, and naturally, Xin Qing longed for her husband dearly. Despite having two concubines, the Duke had never indulged in the practice of favoring one over the other. Liang Qiuyue, fearing for Xin Qing's well-being, brought 2 hand warmers and wrapped her in a heavy cloak, reassured when she felt her hands still warm. As the sound of hooves approached, joy illuminated Xin Qing's face. Upon entering the gate, the Duke dismounted and took her hand, inquiring, "Why wait out here in the cold?" The Duke of the State has long been stationed in the military. Although he does not possess a rugged appearance, men who have spent considerable time in each other's company tend to appreciate a gentle and tender wife like Xin Qing. Liang Qiuyue shivered, feeling a chill run down her spine. Even after years of marriage, the couple's affection was overwhelming. She abruptly called out, "Father, your daughter is about to freeze to death outside." Xin Qing shot her a reproachful glance, for their spirited daughter often displayed an endearing quirkiness. Upon turning around, the Duke saw his young daughter waiting there, and a smile illuminated his face. He contemplated ruffling her hair, but thought better of it. considering she had already reached a marriageable age. Clearing his throat, he said, "Let us go inside." The family gathered for a hearty meal, filling the home with warmth and lively chatter. That night, the long-absent Qing and the Duke naturally reveled in each other's affection. On the morning of New Year's Eve, to everyone's surprise, Xiaominghuan arrived at the Duke's residence with Wan Qiyu. The two concubines from the Duke's household had already taken their places, while the official wife was set to formally enter the residence following the wedding ceremony in mid-March of the coming year. The distinctions between the primary wife and the concubines were thus sharply delineated. Chun Tao chuckled, "Miss, you should rise quickly. We still have to visit the palace today." Chun Tao nodded, recognizing that it was the Duke who had arranged for their entrance, initially thwarted by the gatekeeper. Liang Qiuyue understood that the Duke likely wished to meet Wan Qiyu. At that moment, Xiaominghuan and Wan Qiyu were in the reception hall of the Duke's residence, where both the Duke and Qing were present. Wan Qiyu initially wore a smile upon her face, but the words that followed caused her expression to falter. She bit her lip and remained silent. Today, she had come to cultivate a closer relationship with the Duke of Zhenguo while also attempting to gauge his sentiments towards her. However, she was taken aback to discover that, in the eyes of the Duke, a daughter lost and then found seemed to hold little significance. Yet, upon reflection, she found solace in this realization. After all, they had never truly interacted, and thus, what feelings could possibly exist? When Wan Changzhong and Qing learned of Wan Qiyu's pregnancy, their expressions revealed no discernible change. Wan Qiyu's heart was engulfed in profound indignation.
Why?
Why did this family show her such disdain? Wan Changzhong noticed a fleeting glimmer of hatred in her eyes and frowned slightly, suggesting she visit concubine Zhao. Wan Qiyu, her face devoid of emotion, performed a curtsy and withdrew. Qing then rose, stating, "There are numerous matters to attend to in the household today. I shall take my leave now, Your Highness." With only the nominal uncle and nephew remaining in the hall, a silence enveloped them. Wan Changzhong stood and remarked, "You will need to enter the palace shortly. I shall not keep you here for a meal." Xiaominghuan, feeling discontent, sensed the Duke's polite yet distant demeanor towards him. Even being denied a simple meal spoke volumes about the underlying issues. "Uncle, I am to be married in March of next year. The princes will be entering the court at 15, gradually taking on responsibilities and achieving accomplishments to win the hearts of the people." Xiaominghuan pondered. Is my uncle feigning ignorance, or is he genuinely oblivious? He decided to be forthright. "Uncle, I am no longer a child. Idleness serves no purpose. And it is time I made some contributions." The Duke of the State paused, his expression grave. "If you wish to join the army, your uncle will make the arrangements." Xiaominghuan thought to himself. He had no desire to distance himself from the court and the capital. What if he were sent to the frontier? And by the time he returned, either Prince Shun or Prince and had been named heir. He would surely regret it. His uncle's earlier seriousness indicated that he had misunderstood the situation. With no choice, he could only wait for Wan Qiyu and Aunt Xiao to finish their conversation before exiting the Duke's residence together. A return to the Duke's mansion left him feeling quite nauseous. Noticing her unfavorable demeanor, Xiaominghuan was curious as to why everyone in the Duke's household regarded Wan Qiyu with such disdain. Was the matter with the prince resolved today? He inquired. Wan Qiyu understood that the Duke's residence was unreliable, and from now on, she could only rely on Xiaominghuan for her future. He shook his head in response. Wan Qiyu, attempting to appear clever, suggested, "The official I mentioned to you last time could speak on your behalf in court. Why not go directly to him?" Xiaominghuan wrapped his arms around her waist, deeming such trivial matters unworthy of his attention. Some individuals should only be approached with caution. "Can you provide me with any other information?" The smile on Wan Qiyu's face faltered. In her past life, she had rarely paid attention to external affairs after entering the palace, and even if she wished to know, there were no avenues available to her. Apart from significant events common knowledge among palace servants, she truly knew very little. Her awareness of the impending conflict in the southwestern small nation this winter stemmed from the fact that she had not yet entered the palace at that time. As she pondered, struggling to recall anything of value, a sudden realization struck her. "I have a secret to share with His Highness," she whispered into his ear. "The second prince is involved with the concubine men in the palace." This matter was revealed to her by a palace maid who served her in her previous life. Initially, it was merely regarded as a palace secret, but now she realizes it could prove immensely helpful, filling her heart with delight. Xiao Minghuan was utterly astonished. "Is this truly the case? When have I ever uttered a falsehood? Each prophecy I have made has come to pass," she replied with a playful pride. Xiao Minghuan's expression flickered. If this were indeed true, then the second prince's fortunate days were numbered. He embraced the person in his arms tightly. Although he was aware of her peculiarities, as long as she was of use to him, what did it matter if she was strange? After they had partaken of lunch, Liang Qiuyue changed into a new gown, preparing to enter the palace shortly. This time of year was traditionally when the emperor's favor was assessed. In previous years, Liang Qiuyue could forego entering the palace, but now, as the designated future princess consort of Qi, it would be inappropriate for her to abstain. The dishes at the palace banquet were always visually appealing, yet lacking in flavor. To say they were inedible would be an exaggeration, yet they rarely offered warmth. Therefore, she had indulged in a hearty meal. Upon entering the palace with Xin Qing, Liang Qiuyue had barely dismounted the carriage when she was ushered away by the palace matrons of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's chambers were bustling with numerous attendees, including the Empress, the favored consort, several princesses, and various noble ladies and their offspring. "That crane cloak you wear is quite exquisite," remarked the Empress Dowager. Liang Qiuyue shyly smiled and responded, "It was a gift from the Prince of Qi a few days ago." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with joy. The Empress, having fallen out of favor with both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor in recent months, seized the opportunity to respond. Once a man establishes a family, he learns to cherish others. Mother was once concerned, but now you can rest easy. Beside them, Princess Ruyang felt quite unsettled. Despite Wan Jinlan's commendable appearance and respectable family background, in her heart, no one could ever compare to her cousin, the Qi Wang, whose demeanor was as radiant and gentle as jade. Within the Zicheng Hall, Xiao Feng and the Emperor engaged in a game of chess. Once the round concluded, the Emperor tossed the black pieces into the box. "Has your Majesty decided to forego the game?" Xiao Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow. The Emperor chuckled. "In all these years of playing chess with you, I have never once emerged victorious. It seems unnecessary to continue." Xiao Feng let out a light laugh, took a sip of tea, and remarked, "Have you heard the recent rumors circulating in the capital?" The Emperor cast him a sidelong glance. "What if I were to believe you?" Xiao Feng replied with an indifferent smile, "If your Majesty believes it, then so be it, but Wan Jinlan must marry. Once wed, your Majesty could send me off to Qizhou, which would be quite fitting. If Qizhou does not reassure you, then Yangzhou will suffice."
"Yes, Your You."
"I shall not dispute this, and will take my wife far away from the capital." The Emperor found himself both amused and exasperated by his words. The notion was indeed quite appealing. Sending him away would mean losing a reliable worker. "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Your dreams are quite splendid, and while I might indulge your desire for a beauty, do not expect anything beyond that." Where else could he find a brother who was both dependable and free to speak his mind in his presence? If he were to fear even his own blood brother, he would truly become a solitary figure. As the palace banquet was about to commence, Liang Qiuyue had just exited the Empress Dowager's chamber with her mother, accompanied by several concubines, when they encountered the Emperor and the Qi Wang at the entrance of the Xi'an Palace. After exchanging the customary greetings, they were beckoned forward. Liang Qiuyue looked up and locked eyes with Xiao Feng, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with mirth, and the crane cloak she wore suited her exquisitely. Once she stepped away from the banquet. She had barely settled for 2 minutes when Anyang pulled her out of the grand hall. Outside, in the pavilion, Anyang whispered in her ear, "I shall take you to witness the spectacle." Liang Qiuyu grasped her firmly, unwilling to proceed without further clarification. Was the commotion within the palace truly so captivating? Anyang reluctantly divulged that it involved Prince En and concubine Min, who had arranged a meeting at Jingyun Pavilion. This pavilion, a dilapidated structure by the imperial garden, was typically avoided even by the palace servants. Liang Qiuyu frowned and inquired, "How did you come by this information?"
Anyang replied.
"A senior maid in my circle informed me. She has a fellow townsman serving beside concubine Min, and recently, that person mysteriously vanished. Out of fear, she confided in me." Liang Qiuyu instinctively sensed something amiss. However, at that moment, she recognized the maid. She was associated with the Princess of Shun, whom Liang Qiuyu had encountered previously in the Empress Dowager's palace. The distinctive silver hairpin adorning the maid had caught her eye, allowing her to remember. With narrowed eyes, the realization dawned upon her. The Shun royal faction had likely discovered the affair between the second prince and concubine Min and sought to expose it, while simultaneously fearing the emperor's wrath. They intended to manipulate Anyang into revealing the matter. Should the emperor become aware, any retribution would likely fall upon the mother and daughter of noble consort Wan, allowing the Shun faction to remain unscathed. Had Anyang insisted on dragging her to Jingyun Pavilion, it was likely that they would have arrived just before the ensuing chaos erupted. Any man, upon being cuckolded, would naturally feel an indignant fury, especially if he were an emperor. Even a man of broad-mindedness who can embrace all rivers may find it challenging to endure such an affront. Liang Qiuyu lowered her voice, carefully articulating the gravity of the situation to Anyang. Anyang blinked a few times, pondering what to do. It was impossible for her to simply disregard the matter. Although she may not have a long-term vision, she understood that should the second prince ascend the throne in the future, her mother, the consort, would undoubtedly suffer greatly due to their relationship with the empress. Liang Qiuyu gently tapped her nose, reminding her that her aunt had navigated the palace for many years and that it was sufficient for her to inform her about the situation for resolution. Matters within the palace could be managed solely by Wan Guifei. Anyang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her mother had not faced significant losses over the years. Liang Qiuyu repeatedly cautioned her against approaching Jingyun Pavilion, urging her to act as if she were unaware of the situation and to inform Wan Guifei about her chief maid, who might also be involved. Anyang obediently nodded. Liang Qiuyu felt a tinge of worry. While Anyang was certainly not foolish, having grown up in the palace, she still appeared quite inexperienced compared to Wan Guifei, who had been entrenched in palace intrigues for years. She could sense that the gaze of the Princess of Shun occasionally fell upon her. Liang Qiuyu engaged in conversation with others, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. When the Empress Dowager, Emperor, Empress, and other noble consorts arrived, Liang Qiuyu noticed Prince En walking beside the Empress, his complexion flushed. The situation had been resolved rather swiftly, even before the banquet commenced. Meanwhile, the enchanting Min Jiu sat gracefully among the consorts, her complexion radiant, and the allure in her eyes had yet to fade. These two individuals are indeed audacious. Do they not fear being discovered in such a thrilling endeavor? The disappointment in the eyes of Prince Shun and Princess Shun, Consort Shu, was unmistakable as they exchanged glances. Each of them pondered whether Anyang had indeed divulged today's events to Consort Wan. The princess cast a questioning glance at Liang Qiuyu, noting that Anyang had been ensnared in the situation, only to lose his momentum after conversing with Wan Jinlan. The palace was filled with an atmosphere of revelry. Yet the thoughts of those present were as diverse as they were secretive. Liang Qiuyu observed Xiao Minghuan, who had brought a concubine from his residence today and bore an expression that was far from pleasant. Xiao Minghuan was indeed in a foul mood. He had exerted considerable effort to relay the matter of Prince En and Consort Min to the ears of Princess Shun, only to see such a fortuitous opportunity slip away, which was infuriating to him. Liang Qiuyue, not lacking in intelligence, connected the dots as she reflected on the unfolding events. The situation was, in fact, quite amusing. Xiao Minghuan aimed to undermine the second prince's faction and disclose the information to the eldest prince in hopes that the emperor would vent his ire upon him. Yet, the eldest prince sought to remain uninvolved, intending to use Anyang as a pawn to thwart Consort Wan. As of now, neither side had made a move, and the second prince remained undisturbed. One could only speculate how Consort Wan would react upon learning of Consort Shu's intentions. Liang Qiuyue remained vigilant, observing the palace's activity, and noted a palace maid discreetly whispering to both Consort Min and Prince En on 2 separate occasions. Shortly thereafter, Consort Min excused herself from the hall under the pretext of having had too much to drink, followed not long after by Prince En, who also sought an excuse to depart. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Liang Qiuyue instinctively cast her gaze towards the esteemed Wan Guifei, who, with an air of composure, was engaged in light-hearted banter with the emperor. An inner intuition whispered to her that Wan Guifei had taken action. Xin Qing discreetly nudged her beneath the table, inquiring about her prolonged stare, noting that Prince Qi had been observing her for quite some time. Liang Qiuyue instinctively lifted her eyes towards Xiao Feng, only to find him slightly furrowing his brow, his gaze filled with a hint of curiosity directed at her. She responded with a gentle smile, recalling a saying she had encountered. Many individuals mistakenly believe that a mere smile from the opposite sex, or the casual gift of an item, signifies affection, leading them to unwittingly surrender their hearts. Though Liang Qiuyue held no disdain for Xiao Feng, she realized that it was not particularly difficult to entangle oneself with him. A simple smile from her should convey her fondness, she mused. At that moment, the Empress spoke. Tonight, there will be fireworks. It would be delightful for everyone to partake. Liang Qiuyue, accompanied by Anyang, exited the grand hall. Anyang suggested, "The viewing platform will be crowded. Let us retreat to the listening rain pavilion instead." Liang Qiuyue wrapped her cloak tighter around her. Indeed, the viewing platform offered splendid vistas. But the throngs of people made it lively, yet uncomfortably cold. The listening rain pavilion, though equipped with charcoal fires, lacked warmth due to the materials used in its construction. As the two stood by the window, Liang Qiuyue was about to inquire whether Anyang had communicated matters to her aunt when she suddenly noticed Anyang hastily descending the stairs. In the night, a tall figure clad in a moonlit brocade robe approached at a leisurely pace. Anyang reached Xiao Feng and engaged him in conversation, though Liang Qiuyue could not discern their words. Soon after, she observed the two of them walking together towards the pavilion. Only Xiao Feng ascended to the 3rd floor, while his attendants remained on the 1st. Anyang was likely on the 2nd floor. In the rather confined space of the 3rd floor, there were but 2 individuals. A single candle flickered on the stage, casting a dim, yellow glow over the area. In the muted light, Xiao Feng's features did not appear softer. Instead, they bore a rugged quality. Liang Qiuyue cupped her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at him, exclaiming, "Uncle Wang, you are truly handsome." Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, for the delicate, fair-skinned young woman before him matched the figure drawn in the letters she had previously sent. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though the emotions he had experienced today were mere illusions, yet he knew they were anything but. He raised an eyebrow, his pale, thin lips parting slightly as a deep yet casual voice emerged. "Wan Shijinlin, do you genuinely harbor feelings for me? Why is it that of late I have sensed neither your affections nor the sentiments expressed in your letters?" At today's palace banquet, she had glanced this way and that, completely disregarding him. Upon hearing this question, Liang Qiuyue appeared momentarily perplexed. Could it be that her smile today was not sweet enough? What could Uncle Wang possibly mean? with innocent eyes blinking. She looked utterly pure and naive. As she heard him address her as Uncle Wang once more, Xiao Feng was about to respond when she suddenly burst into tears. Leaning on the table, she sobbed softly. As a young woman, I mustered all my courage to write to you, yet now you question my sincerity. I have never heard you utter a word of affection towards me, and instead, it seems you are displeased. If you feel such discontent, then perhaps we should put an end to this engagement. Alas, how difficult it is for her. The 2 tears she managed to squeeze out just moments ago were truly her utmost limit. Were it not for the table before her, upon which she could lay her head, she would be at a loss for where to shed a few more tears. It was the first time a woman had cried in front of Xiao Feng, and rather than feeling vexed, he found his mood considerably lifted by her accusations. A warm breath brushed against Liang Qiuyue's ear, whispering, I am fond of you. Did you hear that? The corners of her lips curled slightly as she pouted defiantly, responding,
No.
Xiao Feng gently lifted her head from the tabletop, noticing the shimmering tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. And the sincerity reflected in his warm gaze deepened his affection for Wang Jinlan, whom he wished to take as his wife. In his view, such endearing words were once beyond his capacity to utter, yet now they seemed to flow with surprising ease. His voice, deep and melodious, resonated with a captivating charm. A tingling sensation blossomed within Liang Qiuyue, rendering her uncomfortable as she turned her head and then buried it against him, wrapping her arms around him. He tenderly stroked her hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The Astronomical Bureau had calculated 2 auspicious dates, one in mid-April and the other at the beginning of July. He pondered whether mid-April would suffice, dismissing the October date altogether. Liang Qiuyue felt it was rather premature. Calculating the days, she realized that next year marked his destined end. Would marrying him now as the princess consort of Qi bring her misfortune? Though such thoughts lingered in her mind, she nonetheless agreed verbally. The smile in Xiao Feng's eyes deepened. Thus, they embraced in tranquil silence, the surroundings falling eerily quiet, making the sounds from outside seem all the more distinct. At this moment, the fireworks illuminate a significant portion of the capital, washing away the dense darkness of the night. The vibrant hues cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon the window paper, while the resounding booms fill the air, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility within the not-so-spacious confines. A hurried footstep halts at the entrance, and a somewhat disreputable voice belonging to Anyang emerges. Uncle Wang, may I enter? In such a brief span, the tears that had once pooled in her eyes have long since dried, leaving no trace of her earlier sorrow. Come in, he replied, casting a fleeting glance her way. Anyang's gaze furtively assessed the 2 individuals present. Upon noticing their earnest demeanor, she inwardly scoffed. Liang Qiuyue inquired, what happened? Something has transpired in the imperial garden. Anyang's tone betrayed her unabashed glee. Liang Qiuyue's eyes brightened. What grand scheme has Consort One devised? Anyang whispered conspiratorially. The niece of Consort Shu stumbled upon the clandestine affair between the second prince and concubine Min. And then, Liang Qiuyue leaned in eagerly. Xiao Feng suddenly recalled how she had occasionally glanced toward the first, second, and third princes during the banquet today. Could that be the reason? He had inadvertently allowed her to weep in vain. Anyang continued. Sun Xiangshan merely let out a startled cry, and soon after, a multitude rushed into Jingyan Pavilion. This matter can no longer be suppressed. Xiao Feng observed the 2, their heads huddled together, both brimming with excitement and oblivious to his presence. Unable to contain himself, he rapped his fingers on the table. As the emperor's younger brother, he felt compelled to intervene lest he become the subject of ridicule. Only then did Anyang realize that the prince was also present, and she immediately adopted a docile demeanor, mumbling, if it weren't for their prior scheming against me. Liang Qiuyue leaned closer to Xiao Feng's ear, recounting the events preceding the banquet. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, and her warm breath caused his ears to flush slightly. For Liang Qiuyue, The concerned words she uttered felt as insincere as advising someone to wear more clothes or drink warm water in cold weather. Yet, such expressions of concern are universally appreciated as they reveal a naked vulnerability. Liang Qiuyue confidently assumed that he would feel the same. Xiao Feng, amused, stood up and declared, "I shall accompany you." Anyang scoffed, "The prince is vastly different now than he once was." With so many people aware of the situation, her desire to observe the spectacle seemed innocuous. However, the prince meandered slowly, impervious to her urgings, and by the time they arrived, the gathering had nearly dispersed. Liang Qiuyue cast a forlorn glance at Xiao Feng, who wore a subtle smile at the corners of his eyes. Inside the carriage, Liang Qiuyue clung to Xinqing, imploring her for updates. "Mother, how are Prince and concubine Min faring? And what of the young lady from the Sun family?" Surely, the Empress's countenance is far from pleasant. She wrapped her arms around Xinqing's, playfully whispering her inquiries. Xinqing shot her a disapproving glance, questioning the necessity of her curiosity. Liang Qiuyue then recounted the matter concerning the princess consort of Shun, revealing their intent to harm Anyang. "The princess and our aunt's fortunes are intertwined with our household. Should Anyang fall into a trap today, our aunt would surely face the emperor's disdain." Xinqing had not anticipated this turn of events. Liang Qiuyue remarked, "Today I noticed that Prince Duan's expression was rather unusual. Perhaps he is involved in this matter as well." Upon hearing this, Xinqing replied, "Following the incident, it attracted considerable attention. And it was Lady Rong who instructed her people to surround that small pavilion. Many are aware of the situation, yet not everyone knows the full details." Liang Qiuyue countered, "After tonight, surely everyone will be informed. Even if these ministers and their families are cautious of the emperor and refrain from spreading royal secrets, the common folk will inevitably learn of it." Xinqing nodded and continued, "Upon hearing the news, the empress rushed over and fainted at the sight." Liang Qiuyue covered her mouth with a handkerchief, stifling her laughter. The empress's mental fortitude seems rather lacking. The noble concubine and the virtuous concubine intervened to stabilize the situation, and when the emperor arrived, he bestowed a cup of poisoned wine upon the favored concubine Min, who suffered for half an hour before succumbing. As for Prince Sin, though he has not yet faced punishment, it is likely that. Xinqing shook her head. Aside from inciting rebellion, he will probably have no further connection to the crown prince position or the emperor's throne. Liang Qiuyue recalled that, according to the book, Prince An was once the favored son of the empress, but now his prospects appear dim. Regarding the virtuous concubine's niece, while she was not silenced, she was sufficiently terrified by the incident, remaining bedridden for half a month. This matter was revealed by the virtuous concubine's niece, and in the emperor's eyes, it was a conflict between the virtuous concubine and Prince An, with the stakes being all too clear. After the year's end, during the court assembly, King Qi presented a report. The former governor of Yangzhou had concealed a staggering sum of 2 million taels, colluding with the esteemed Lord Cheng'en to embezzle the treasury's tax revenue. He subsequently enumerated a plethora of accusations against Lord Cheng'en's household, with embezzlement being the most egregious. Numerous instances of his kin abusing their power to seize land and even kill were cited. Xiao Feng spoke fervently, leaving the assembled ministers in a state of astonishment. When King Qi concluded his report, he submitted a thick stack of evidence. Even without the incident involving Prince An and the favored consort Min, King Qi had intended to launch an impeachment from the outset, as rumors concerning him and the Duke of Zhen's household were also instigated by the Queen and Prince An's faction, with the consort Xu and Prince Zhen's party further fueling the flames. Thus, today, after he had thoroughly exposed the Queen and Prince An, he swiftly presented evidence of the consort Xu's uncle illicitly mining iron in Anzhou. The matters King Qi raised today stirred a tremendous uproar in the court. Prince An and the Queen were unfortunate, but had prepared themselves. After all, The scandal of a son consorting with his father's concubine would not easily fade. However, King Qi was truly unpredictable. After targeting Prince Sin, he turned his attention to Prince Shun, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Witnessing his calm demeanor and gentle exchanges with the consort Shu's father upon his arrival, only to swiftly undermine her brother, illustrated the extensive reach of King Qi's influence. It seemed that wherever he set his sights, be it any province within the Great Wei dynasty, he could unearth enough incriminating evidence to warrant execution, confiscation of property, or exile. The minister's apprehension towards him deepened further. The matter of the Cheng'en Duke's embezzlement of tax revenues is already substantiated by irrefutable evidence. The emperor, in his sovereign authority, has decreed that the Cheng'en Duke's estate shall be confiscated entirely and the entire family banished to the frigid and inhospitable northwestern region, with the stipulation that the male descendant shall be barred from holding office for 3 generations. Once flourishing, akin to a resplendent flower due to the emergence of an empress, the Cheng'en Duke's house has met its abrupt demise, leaving the courtiers in a state of astonishment. As for the illicit mining of iron within Anzhou's territory, the emperor has dispatched officials to conduct another investigation. Should the evidence prove conclusive, the crime of unauthorized iron mining, a transgression that could obliterate entire families, would severely undermine the influence behind Prince Shun, potentially leading to his own disfavor with the emperor. If there is a matter to report, please do so. Otherwise, withdraw from court. The sharp voice of Li Fu echoed throughout the hall of gold and splendor. Standing like a solitary black bamboo amidst the assembly, Xiao Feng appeared extraordinarily noble, his distinguished demeanor setting him apart from the other courtiers. At this moment, he stepped forward, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, I have further matters to present." The courtiers murmured in concern, "Quickly, someone, remove him from our midst. Who will bear the brunt of his misfortune this time?" "What is it?" the emperor inquired, his mind swirling with apprehension regarding which of his brothers he might be targeting. The grand ministers were acutely aware of the reason behind Prince Qi's intentions toward the Sun family. It was glaringly evident that someone had been caught in their clandestine machinations. Wang Jinyu's father, no fool himself, immediately knelt and implored, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Zhanghua has been unwaveringly loyal to you and to the Great Wei. Those despicable individuals spreading such slanders harbor ulterior motives. I beseech your Majesty to see through their deceit." The emperor, seated at the high dais, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. His brother was indeed one to hold grudges. He himself did not believe those baseless rumors. Yet his brother sought to make a grand spectacle of it. The rumors circulating from the Sun residence are intended to sow discord between me and the Prince of Qi, as well as to undermine the relationship with the Duke of Zhanghua. The father of the consort Shu has demonstrated a lack of discipline within the imperial court, indicating his inadequacy as an official. Consequently, I have decreed a demotion of 3 ranks for him, along with a fine of 10,000 taels of silver to be paid to the Duke of Zhanghua as restitution. Although the father of consort Shu may seek to voice his grievances, the Prince of Qi is known for his steadfastness and precision. Any impeachment submitted will undoubtedly carry weight. As he hesitated in contemplation, I swiftly reduced his official rank by 3 levels. After the court session, he remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his situation. Earlier, he had exchanged pleasantries with the amiable Prince of Qi, yet in mere moments, that very individual had orchestrated his demotion. How many years did it take him to ascend to his current position? While descending the ranks may occur swiftly, rising again is akin to scaling the heavens. It is plausible that he may remain stagnant until his retirement. Clutching his chest, he nearly succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage. As he vacantly exited the Golden Lawn Hall, he observed the Prince of Qi, clad in court attire, engaged in cordial conversation with the minister. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the 3rd master of the Duke of Zhanghua's household with whom the prince was conversing. Indeed, in these times, who would dare approach this smiling tiger? fearful that they might jeopardize their own family. Naturally, the Sun family in the capital has also faced repercussions, following in the footsteps of the Duke of Chang'an. Reports from Anyang indicate that the title of consort Shu has been stripped away, though the fallout for her is not severe. As for the Prince of An, his fate has also been determined. He has been assigned to guard the imperial tombs at such a young age. It seems the Empress may not retain her position for much longer. With these successive developments, it is undoubtedly Xiaominghuan who finds the most delight. The incidents involving Prince Shun and Prince An have unfolded in rapid succession, leading Prince An to come to terms with his disconnection from the throne. While Prince Shun and his mother, the consort, appear to remain largely unscathed, the forces behind them have sustained considerable damage. Presently, the third imperial son, born of the dancing girl and recorded under the name of the favored consort, has become exceedingly sought after. Liang Qiuyue recounted the peculiar behavior of Xiaominghuan on New Year's Eve, prompting Consort Wan to conduct a thorough investigation, ultimately revealing that the matter indeed originated from him. He nearly implicated Anyang, which naturally added another mark against him in Consort Wan's mind. The chief made by Anyang's side is a spy placed there by Consort Shu, and the absence of issues thus far does not guarantee future restraint. This inquiry has also uncovered several suspicious individuals within the Changchun Palace. A cold smile crept across her lips. Xiaominghuan's reach is surprisingly long, managing to corrupt those within her own palace. Aside from the three of them, there is no one else present in the palace. Liang Qiuyue swallowed a piece of pastry and remarked, "Aunt, the Duke of Duan is enjoying great success these days." Consort Wan sighed in resignation. "I have conveyed to the Emperor my disinterest in having him as a son, yet His Majesty has urged me to wait. It remains unclear whether he assented or not." She yearned to decisively eliminate Xiaominghuan, but despite extensive efforts, she had yet to grasp any tangible evidence against him. Moreover, should Xiaominghuan encounter misfortune, it would also implicate her and the Duke of Xinggua's household, necessitating the severance of their maternal bond first. Liang Qiuyue whispered, "I possess a strategy. Its success depends on you, Aunt. This plan hinges upon a semblance of genuine affection from the Emperor towards Consort Wan." Consort Wan set down her teacup, and Anyang lifted his head. "Pray, share your thoughts." Liang Qiuyue pressed her lips together, her tones somewhat hesitant. "Aunt, what if it doesn't work out? What if the Emperor grows weary of you?" It was indeed a risk that needed to be addressed candidly. Wan Guifei, with her delicate fingers resembling green onions, gently tapped Liang's forehead. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Just speak your mind and let me listen." Liang Qiuyue had no choice but to respond. "It is rumored that the Empress's position is precarious." Wan Guifei nodded, acknowledging that the Emperor had recently contemplated deposing her due to the Empress's downfall, which had unearthed some long-buried scandals from the palace. "Doesn't Aunt desire the position of Empress?" Wan Guifei suddenly froze, for how could she not yearn for such a status? Which woman in the harem would not aspire to be Empress? Did she truly cherish the title of a mere consort? To marry an emperor destined to have thousands of concubines was hardly enviable. A life spent as a concubine, bearing only illegitimate children, would forever diminish her stature. A woman of her pride would never willingly settle for being a mere concubine. She had invested considerable effort to maintain her favor in the harem for many years. Now that the Empress was on the verge of collapse, failing to seize this opportunity would be a disservice to all her years of labor. She concealed the emotions in her eyes. With her keen intellect, she grasped the implications of her niece's words even before they were fully articulated. "Your proposal has merit. Allow me to ponder it carefully." Anyang glanced between Wan Guifei and Liang Qiuyue, bewildered. Had she missed something crucial? Why had she not realized the essence of the strategy being discussed? Wan Guifei recognized her niece's intelligence, but was taken aback by her astuteness. Were such matters truly within the grasp of a girl of her age? Yet, some individuals possess an innate wisdom beyond their years, and perhaps this was for the best. Liang Qiuyue remarked, "If my aunt succeeds, then the Duke of Enduring State will surely have to let go. Wang Guifei nodded. The Duke's household was already affluent, and should Wang Guifei ascend to the position of Empress, Wang Jinlan would become the Princess of Qi. Wouldn't that be a formidable display? Historically, beauty adorned with richness and fervor ignited like fire, not everyone comprehends the principle of moderation. After all, the insatiable desire for greed is something few can resist. Thus, Xiao Minghuan must be disentangled from the Duke's household. And Yang had no inkling of the silent game being played between her mother and her cousin Lan. Yet it was evident that Wang Guifei would not elucidate the matter for her. A subtle smile graced Liang Qiuyue's lips. Her scheme was rather straightforward. In essence, it involved compelling the Empress to grant her the coveted position through emotional leverage. If so, Xiao Minghuan must be relinquished, while cleverly leading the Emperor to believe that Wang Guifei's intentions were solely to become his wife, devoid of ulterior motives. With the Prince of An being relegated to the royal tomb and the downfall of the maternal family of the Prince of Shun, it was no simple feat for a concubine with a royal son to aspire to the Empress's throne. However, what if she were to part with that son? Would not her love for the Emperor be deemed sufficiently pure? Wang Guifei cast a sidelong glance at Liang Qiuyue, stating, "Your sister Lan is already betrothed. Do not disturb her today." Liang Qiuyue feigned shyness, saying, "Aunt, please do not jest. The Prince of Qi is not arranged to meet with me. He is quite busy. And even if the streets were bustling, I fear he would not leave the manor." Observing her expression, Wang Guifei recognized her as a typical young lady and teased, "You certainly know him well." And Yang had already begun to chuckle from the sidelines, not missing the opportunity to make light of the situation. As the three engaged in light-hearted banter, the esteemed consort one finally spoke of Anyang, inquiring about the booklet she had previously shown. "How did you find it? If you are interested, I could summon someone to the palace for you to meet." Anyang, with a flick of her sleeve, retorted indignantly, "Is that all Mother wishes for, to marry me off?" After lingering in the Changchun Palace for nearly half an hour, Liang Qiuyue was finally able to leave the palace alongside Anyang. Before nightfall, they first visited the Linjiang Tower for a meal. Since their last visit, the exclusive private room at Linjiang Tower had become Liang Qiuyue's personal sanctuary. Following their repast, dusk descended, illuminating the capital with myriad lights. The banks of the moat were thronged with people, and the lanterns lining the shores began to glow, while the water was adorned with floating lotus lanterns, creating a captivating spectacle across the river's surface. Strollers on both banks reveled in the enchanting lantern festival. Liang Qiuyue and Anyang donned masks, each holding a uniquely crafted lantern. The streets were relatively sparse with pedestrians, as most had gathered along the riverbanks, contributing to a lively atmosphere. Although they had dined at Linjiang Tower, the abundance of delectable street food enticed them, and their conversation flowed uninterrupted as they walked. Suddenly, Anyang grasped Liang Qiuyue's arm. "Look, isn't that Jinyu?" Among all the young ladies of the Duke of Zhen's household, she shared the closest bond with Wang Jinlan. However, her relationship with Wang Jinyu was also one of genuine kinship, far more intimate than with the daughters of other families.
Who is that?
Anyang speculated, observing the gentleman beside Wang Jinyu, noting his somewhat delicate stature, yet deeming him presentable. As night fully enveloped the scene, the lanterns on the riverbanks cast a shimmering starlit reflection upon the water, while the sounds of vendors and lively chatter further amplified the festive ambience. In the residence of Prince Qi, Xiao Feng, seated at the table, pinched his brow in contemplation, gathering the scrolls before exiting the study, where he encountered the steward Wang. The capital was bustling today. Why did the prince not venture out to explore? Xiao Feng strolled into the garden, pondering what there was to see. He was well acquainted with this place, devoid of any novelty. Suddenly, he paused, recalling that she had not sent anything to the prince's residence today. Yet, remembering the incident that had previously brought her to tears with a single remark, he felt it unwise to dwell on such trivialities. He was not the sort to harbor grievances. He raised his eyes to the sky, noting that it was rather late to be going out, and even if he did, he might not encounter anyone. The sweet rice balls prepared in our residence tonight are quite delightful. Have someone deliver a bowl to the Duke of Zhangguo's estate. The steward Wang added, the golden sparrow fur coat, which the embroiderers in the palace modified at the prince's request, was also delivered today. Perhaps we should send that along as well. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. If it were not for Liang Qiuyue's awareness that Xiao Feng was only 5 years her senior, one might mistakenly perceive the Prince Qi as an old curmudgeon based solely on such remarks. Mother, what is it about him that evokes such compassion? Liang Qiuyue was cognizant of the deeds he had undertaken for the family of the consort after the founding of the dynasty. However, when rumors circulated, the fallout affected not only the Duke of Zhangguo's estate, but also Prince Qi himself. Thus, she refrained from naively attributing his actions to a desire to vindicate her. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. While Xiao Feng harbored genuine affection for her, to conclude that his actions in court were merely to assuage her grievances would be an audacious misconception. Shun Qing retrieved the exquisite peacock feather cloak, caressing its luxurious fabric before her. This was a tribute from a foreign land, and both the Empress Dowager and the Empress each possessed one, as did the favored concubine, all bestowed by the Emperor himself. This particular piece had just been sent from the residence of the Prince of Qi. Liang Qiuyue, enchanted by the cloak's extraordinary beauty, noted that it was crafted from peacock feathers, cleverly lined with a layer of velvet, ensuring warmth without bulk. The favored concubine's cloak lacked such thickness, while visually appealing, it offered little in the way of warmth. Shun Qing's face radiated joy, affirming that her words about the Prince of Qi's kindness were indeed accurate. Liang Qiuyue smiled softly, acknowledging that the wisdom of elders often held a kernel of truth. Within the palace, a commotion erupted among the concubines, drawing the emperor's attention. A distraught beauty knelt on the floor, her tear-streaked face pleading for the emperor to deliver justice for her. My child met an unjust fate. How can that wicked woman still sit upon the phoenix throne? She lamented, recounting the tale of how the empress had caused the death of her newborn son. I seek nothing but fairness for my child. As long as that vile woman lives, I cannot find peace at night. The emperor had endured his share of tribulations lately, and this incident was not the first of its kind. The empress, his first love, held a special place in his heart, and despite the turmoil following the fall of the noble house, he had not considered taking action against her. Weary, he rubbed his temples and replied, Rise. Once I have ascertained the truth, I shall grant you justice. Meanwhile, Wan Guifei had listened to the unfolding drama through her attendants. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her eyes filled with contemplation, recalling her niece's words from today and reflecting on the recent affairs within the palace. She suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Although it may entail some physical hardships, if it could lead to a higher position, it would certainly be worth it. She summoned her trusted confidant and whispered her thoughts. That morning, Liang Qiuyue received a message from the Qi prince's residence, summoning her to the Lingjiang Tower at noon. She donned a dress of rose yellow and wrapped herself in a cloak before taking a carriage out. Upon entering the private room of the Lingjiang Tower, she found someone standing by the window. Approaching boldly, she took his hand, sweetly calling out Uncle Wang. In a future era, their relationship would be akin to that of betrothed partners, and such an act would hardly raise eyebrows. Xiao Feng found her audacious, yet felt no inclination to reproach her. His warm palm caressed her hand, noticing how cold it was. Closing the window, they sat down at the table. Liang Qiuyue smiled and extended both hands, expressing how she always feared the cold during winter. Xiao Feng naturally enveloped her hands within his. Did Uncle Wang summon me for something today? She inquired. Xiao Feng replied, Do not call me Uncle Wang in the future. Then what shall I call you? Liang Qiuyue tilted her head. After we marry, I can call you husband. But what should I call you now? Tentatively, she suggested, Ifeng? Such a sticky sweet term felt awkward even as she uttered it. Yet, to her surprise, he responded earnestly with a soft Hearing his name from her lips evoked a unique sensation, but he still preferred husband in his heart. Thus, this meal signified a farewell before his departure. Liang Qiuyue displayed a distinctly despondent demeanor, her chopsticks aimlessly prodding at the dishes, revealing her low spirits to all. Xiao Feng offered a gentle smile, assuring her that in a few months, once they were wed, they would travel together to Yangzhou, a place she had long cherished. Liang Qiuyue lifted her gaze and inquired, "How many years has Uncle Wang served as the salt inspector?" She had a remarkable talent for endearing herself to others. "Where you are, I shall be," she added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng dismissed any concerns regarding her form of address, his expression softening further. "Your Highness, may I enter?" came the voice of Xiao Minghuan from outside. The two guards stationed at the door did not impede his knocking. Liang Qiuyue furrowed her brow, her disdain unmistakable as she muttered, "I do not wish to see him." Xiao Feng, taken aback, remained silent. Xiao Minghuan, eager to cultivate a connection with the prince, gracefully departed after exchanging pleasantries. Inside the private room, Xiao Feng, feigning indifference, inquired, "What is it that you find so distasteful about him?" Liang Qiuyue seized the opportunity to voice her disdain for Xiao Minghuan, asserting that her words were merely factual rather than slanderous. "He professed his feelings for me, yet upon my rejection, he turned his attention to my sister, Jinyu." Xiao Feng paused momentarily in his actions. Liang Qiuyue, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Does he think he is the only clever person in the world?" She set down her chopsticks and added, "I apologize if my words are harsh, dear Uncle Wang, but I find his calculating nature exceedingly tiresome." She then recounted the scheme involving Xiao Minghuan and Chen Songbai's plot against Anyang. With Xiao Feng's keen intellect, he naturally connected this to the assassination incident that had transpired during the autumn hunt at the palace. The assassination within the palace. Concerning the safety of his elder brother, he deemed it necessary to inquire further. Liang Qiuyue appeared somewhat intimidated by him, patting her chest as she exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, do not wrongfully accuse my aunt. Given her deep affections for His Majesty, how could she possibly commit such an act?" Xiao Feng chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying her statement. The concubines in the palace harbored a certain fondness for his elder brother, which made it difficult for him to offer a definitive opinion. "I trust Uncle Wang, which is why I confide in you. You wouldn't betray me, would you?" A glimmer of suspicion danced in her eyes, revealing her keen intelligence. He nodded in a mock-serious manner that truly remains uncertain. With a huff, Liang Qiuyue stood abruptly, declaring, "I can no longer eat this meal. Uncle Wang is bullying me." He gently pulled her back to the chair, wrapping his arms around the back, as if to embrace her. "I was merely jesting. Henceforth, you shall be my only wife. Why would I betray you?" At this, Liang Qiuyue revealed a smile once more, asserting, "I despise him anyway. Uncle Wang must not assist him in the future." She added, "and does not favor him either, although she maintains the pretense of being his mother." Xiao Feng readily agreed. "I may not comprehend the affairs of the court, but his current disposition is most irksome. Should he rise to greatness someday, will he harbor resentment for my earlier rejection?" She gazed at him innocently. He observed her thick, curled eyelashes and assured her, "I promise he will not." Liang Qiuyue felt reassured, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Considering a prince who had once coveted his future princess, Xiao Feng surely should not possess such a large heart. Delighted by her performance today, Liang Qiuyue reveled in her thoughts. The two lingered in the private chamber for nearly 2 hours, with Liang Qiuyue doing most of the talking, while he occasionally responded. As the moment of parting approached, he personally escorted her to the entrance of the Linjiang Tower, gently reminding her not to forget to write. After saying this, she gracefully boarded the carriage. Standing in place, Xiao Feng, draped in a sky-blue cloak, appeared remarkably handsome, his countenance serene as he watched the carriage disappear from view. Xiaominghuan had consistently instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on the Linjiang Tower, eager to discover whom the Prince of Qi had arranged to meet there, even denying entry to himself. In his eyes, the Prince of Qi was not one to indulge in meals with women, nor was he associated with matters of the heart. Yet now, he found himself utterly astonished. Beside him, Wan Qiuyu, gently cradling her abdomen, remarked, "Your Highness, there is truly no need to expend so much effort on the Prince of Qi." Xiaominghuan cast her a glance, questioning the rationale behind her statement. "The Prince of Qi shall not survive past this winter," Wan Qiuyu whispered, a sense of triumph swelling within her as she envisioned Wan Jinlan becoming a widow, while she herself was destined to ascend to a position of power and bear the first child of the future emperor. Xiaominghuan, however, harbored doubts. And how might he meet his demise? The Prince of Qi is exceptionally capable, having committed numerous acts that have drawn ire in the court, surviving multiple assassination attempts. And yet he remains alive and well. It is inconceivable that he could perish so easily. Wan Qiuyu, unaware of the specifics, could only speak vaguely yet confidently. "When have I ever spoken falsehoods? Your Highness, you must trust me." In early February, following the Prince of Qi's journey to Yangzhou, Liang Qiuyue commenced her own preparations. She was fully aware of Xiaominghuan's maneuvers, having grasped the leverage over the Minister of Works with their clandestine dealings. There was no doubt that this leverage was also delivered to him by Wan Qiuyu. Liang Qiuyue proceeded to the Jinhua Tower. In her possession were the secret guards bestowed upon her by the Duke of State several years prior. With their assistance, she clandestinely trained a formidable team adept at gathering intelligence. Although her maid, Chun Tao, could not be deemed exceptional, her skills were nonetheless respectable. She dispatched individuals to Jizhou, instructing them to create a breach along the levee that the court had invested considerable effort and resources in fortifying over the past few years, all while ensuring that the act remained undetected. Furthermore, it was imperative that this breach would not significantly disrupt the livelihoods of the surrounding populace as the spring floods approached. The Great Wei dynasty had faced numerous floods, each resulting in catastrophic devastation. Consequently, the court spared no expense, with affluent salt merchants from the Lianghuai region contributing substantial sums to reinforce the levees across several provinces, including Jizhou and Qingzhou. This monumental project consumed vast amounts of manpower and resources, taking 3 years to reach completion. However, in such a grand endeavor, the specter of corruption loomed large, beginning with the Minister of Works and extending to numerous officials across various provinces. Years later, a catastrophic flood struck Jizhou, leading to the levee's collapse, inundating farmlands and destroying homes, leaving countless citizens displaced. In the aftermath of the disaster, an outbreak of disease ensued, destabilizing the border regions, plunging those years into a state of despair for the common folk. She intended to exploit this breach to bring to light a scandal far more significant than the tax evasion case involving the governor of Yangzhou. This revelation would not only avert the tragedy of the forthcoming years, but also ensnare Xiaominghuan's military power. Should the emperor learn that Xiaominghuan had been fully aware of the situation, yet chose to remain silent, perhaps even leveraging it to manipulate the Minister of Works for personal gain while disregarding the safety of the common people, how would the emperor perceive such a son? There would be no doubt that Xiaominghuan's future would be irrevocably doomed. If only the noble consort Wan could successfully force Xiaominghuan away in advance. It would be a blessing. Otherwise, once the matter unfolds, Xiaominghuan would become insignificant. However, this must be meticulously planned, executed with utmost discretion. By mid-February, following the morning court session, an edict for the empress's deposing was issued. At this moment, within the Fengyi Palace, the empress sat disheveled upon her bed, resembling a withered plant, her face ashen. "Your Majesty, I demand to see the emperor." A nearby palace maid stood motionless, and the Empress's eyes flared with indignation.
What?
In my time of distress, you cannot even be summoned? She removed a white jade bracelet from her wrist, which the maid received with a disdainful smile before preparing to report to the Zicheng Hall. Observing this, another maid hurried to the Changchun Palace to relay the news. Upon hearing, Consort 1 bore a subtle smile, instructing, "Go, inform them. Those seeking vengeance should hasten." One of Consort 1's confidants chuckled, "There is no need for your reminder. My lady, His Majesty is currently in audience with the ministers. You need not rush." Consort 1 lightly tapped her fingers on the table, maintaining a serene smile. The Empress not only endured verbal insults from the other consorts, but also received several slaps, the red marks on her face glaringly evident. Her days had been far from pleasant, and if she harbored any hope, it lay solely with the second prince. Yet, previously, she had received word that the second prince had been secretly executed by the emperor at the royal tomb, as his intentions to rebel had been uncovered. She could scarcely believe it, yet an inescapable dread gripped her heart. If it were true, the emperor's cruelty knew no bounds. What hope remained for her in the latter part of her life? Perhaps it would be wiser to depart alongside that merciless sovereign. Princess Ru Yang arrived at Fengyi Palace to witness the once exalted empress subjected to humiliation by the concubines. She positioned herself before the empress, vociferously rebuking the ladies of the court. When the emperor concluded his state affairs and rushed from the Zicheng Hall to Fengyi Palace, he was met with this chaotic scene. Upon seeing the emperor, the empress, in a flurry, scrambled to her feet from behind Ru Yang and rushed to stand before him. Her eyes were bloodshot, her complexion pale, with an unsettling flush beneath the pallor. "Your Majesty, we have been husband and wife for decades. Why must you be so heartless?" The emperor's gaze suddenly turned frigid. He believed he had shown considerable forbearance towards her and the second prince, having delayed appointing an heir out of a desire for further observation. Yet their actions had pushed him to the brink of his endurance, only to be met with her grievances in return. "I have already exercised great tolerance towards you and the second prince. It is you who have forced my hand." The empress let out a deranged laugh, recalling how the emperor had lavished affection upon the favored consort one for many years, even going so far as to gift her a son. "And what of me? As the rightful empress, I am still beholden to the whims of a concubine. My second prince is your legitimate offspring, yet you have hesitated to declare an heir. What could be the reason for this? Your heart has strayed far from me. Do you believe that Consort 1 and the others hold you dear? Aside from me, who's not driven by aspirations of wealth and status. Yet here I stand, reduced to this wretched state. Today, I shall speak my mind, laying bare the grievances that have festered within me for years." As her words fell, the other concubines in the palace were about to speak up in mockery, but amidst the chaos, the empress drew a pair of scissors from her sleeve, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar excitement, and lunged towards the emperor. Her son had perished, her maternal clan had fallen, and her existence now felt utterly devoid of purpose. She resolved to take with her the man she had loved for years, but who had never belonged to her. The exiled clansmen in the northwest and the Princess of Ruyang were not within her realm of consideration. The emperor had cherished the noble consort for many years. She was not indifferent to this, merely feigning indifference. At the critical moment, Wan Guifei, who had been standing at the entrance for some time, rushed forward in alarm to shield the emperor. Despite her mental preparation and having evaded the fatal strike, the pain of the scissors piercing her back caused her face to pale. However, she breathed a sigh of relief, for her efforts in whispering into the empress's ear had not been in vain. She had succeeded in this pivotal moment. Provoking someone already on the brink of collapse was all too easy. Once the hope was shattered, what else could be grasped? Wan Guifei's delicate brows furrowed, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the pain. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Previously, The empress had boasted that none in the harem held true feelings for the emperor, yet now there stood one willing to take a blade for him. The empress, in disbelief, closed her eyes, resigning herself to the conclusion. Ru Yang collapsed onto the body of the queen, her heart filled with anxiety and dread as she reached out to check the queen's breath. Finding no sign of life, she began to weep bitterly over the lifeless form. Gradually, dark crimson stains began to seep from the corners of the queen's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It was evident that the queen had ingested poison before summoning others to call for the emperor, her last breath a desperate attempt to take the emperor with her. Alas, this final wish remained unfulfilled. The emperor had already lifted the favored concubine Wan Guifei onto the soft couch in the palace. Her wound located on the lower left side of her back. With just a few steps, blood had poured forth, staining his hands. Though one could not call his feelings for Wan Guifei love, she was nevertheless the most cherished among his harem, and in this moment, his heart was profoundly shaken. Wan Guifei, despite her pain, tried to console him, saying, "Your Majesty, do not worry, I do not feel pain." Yet blood trickled from her lips as she spoke. "Where is the imperial physician?" the emperor exclaimed, anxiously wiping the blood from her mouth with his sleeve. In his heart, the queen had become a venomous woman, and the bond of love between them had vanished entirely, leaving only the image of Wan Guifei, who was willing to risk her life for him. Grasping the emperor's hand, Wan Guifei asked, "Will I be left with a scar?" The emperor felt helpless. Moments ago, she had recklessly shielded him from harm, and now she fretted over the possibility of a scar. When the news of the queen's death spread, a tremor shook the court and the populace alike. Ultimately, the emperor chose not to sever ties utterly. He refrained from publicly declaring the assassination of the queen, instead stating that she had succumbed to a sudden illness, preserving her final dignity before the eyes of the realm. However, on that day within the Fingyi Palace, with numerous concubines present and their connections to the previous dynasty, the court officials were well aware of what had transpired. Both the perception of the queen's madness and the realization that noble consort one is likely to become even more formidable in the future have intensified the attention surrounding her son. Xiao Minghuan. Half a month after the incident, Liang Qiumei, Lady Cui, and Xin Qing finally ventured into the palace to visit noble consort Wan. Their delay was not due to a lack of desire to visit, but rather the emperor's wish to avoid disturbing the consort during her recovery. Upon reaching the entrance of Changchun Palace, they fortuitously encountered Xiao Minghuan. Liang Qiumei noted his spirited demeanor, which bore no resemblance to someone visiting the ill, and she scoffed inwardly. There were still several underage princes within the palace, yet he seemed to feel a sense of assured victory. Lady Cui observed the consort reclining on the couch, somewhat incapacitated but with a relatively healthy complexion, which eased her worries. And Yang welcomed them, while Xiao Minghuan was summarily obstructed from entering by the consort, relegated to the outer halls. However, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered the emperor, who had just returned from court. "What are you doing standing here?" the emperor inquired nonchalantly. After a brief acknowledgement, he proceeded inside. In his mind, this was evidence of the consort's disfavor towards the third prince. Contemplating his thoughts, he resolved firmly. Shortly after the emperor entered, Liang Qiumei and the others took their leave. Noble consort Wan carefully turned to avoid putting pressure on her nearly healed wound. The emperor sat beside her, personally feeding her spoonfuls of medicinal soup. Noble consort Wan jested, "In the past, I have never been treated in such a manner by your majesty. I am thoroughly enjoying this experience." Once the bowl was emptied, the emperor inquired, "Do you have any wishes, my beloved consort? Having endured such hardship for me, I am inclined to grant you something in return." The noble consort Wan initially shook her head, expressing that she lacked nothing, and with the emperor's kindness towards her, she truly had no wishes. However, she paused, revealing that there was indeed one matter. "My beloved consort, do share," the emperor urged. Consort Wan replied, I harbor no affection for the third prince and do not wish to become his mother.
Why?
The emperor's inquiry indicated his intention to deliberate earnestly. Firstly, he is not my biological son. I have only one princess and Yang, who suffices. Most importantly, his intentions seem overly calculating. I do not require a prince who constantly seeks to extract benefits from me. All that I possess is a gift from your majesty, and I do not wish to share your kindness with another. For many years, I have been unable to regard him as my own, and now I have no desire to force myself. After speaking, Consort 1 hesitantly inquired, "Does your majesty think me selfish? Yet I have always been forthright with you. If this causes you to disdain me, I cannot offer any defense." The emperor appreciated her honesty. He understood she was no naive vessel, yet she had never committed an act that displeased him. He took her hand and spoke softly, "I grant my consent." A smile illuminated Consort 1's face. Not only did the emperor grant his approval, but he also conveyed to the Ministry of Rites the preparations for the grand ceremony following the marriage of Prince Qi. The size of the phoenix robe was tailored to Consort 1's measurements. Those in the know had quickly learned of this. Consequently, on the day of Xiao Minghuan's wedding, the courtiers displayed exceptional courtesy, and the prince's residence was abuzz with lively chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Once the guests of the Wangfu had departed, Xiao Minghuan entered the chambers of the primary consort. The legitimate daughter of the Runan Wangfu, she bore the regal blood of a bygone imperial dynasty, and her innate pride was unmistakable. A striking beauty, she exuded grace and poise. Apart from the fact that her presence in the Wangfu was somewhat ornamental, there was little to criticize. Many suitors had once sought her hand in marriage. As Xiao Minghuan lifted her bridal veil, he was momentarily taken aback by the exquisite beauty of the new consort. He had seen her at the flower appreciation banquet and recognized her allure. Yet the close proximity revealed a level of beauty that was truly captivating. What man would not desire a wife of such striking appearance? Since he could not fault her lineage, her remarkable beauty served as a balm to his discontent, easing his heart's grievances. Li Suchen's cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson, and she offered Xiao Minghuan a shy smile. Her face radiated a gentle and gracious charm that was immensely pleasing to behold. My lord, Aunt is feeling unwell. Please, my lord, go and take a look," called out a maidservant of Wan Chuyu, disregarding the objections of those in the consort's courtyard. Li Suchen feigned surprise, asking, "If she is unwell, why not summon the house physician or seek the imperial doctor in the palace?" She then turned to Xiao Minghuan, inquiring if perhaps the prince possessed the ability to heal. Xiao Minghuan was momentarily entranced by her clear and astonished gaze, and he promptly instructed the attending maid to fetch the house physician for Aunt Wan. In this splendid spring evening, Xiao Minghuan found himself lodging in the quarters of the primary consort, Li Suchen. In recent days, Liang Qiuyue has been exceedingly busy as the wedding date with Xiao Feng draws near. Xin Qing is diligently preparing her dowry, and the palace has sent a matron to instruct her in the etiquette required. She sighs inwardly, questioning the necessity of learning such formalities, as she is not entering the palace. After 2 modifications, her wedding gown finally fits well, and the palace attendants breathe a sigh of relief. The wedding preparations are pressing, with the complex ceremonies for the royal marriage requiring meticulous attention, and there is also the subsequent coronation to consider. After changing out of her wedding attire and dismissing the palace staff, Liang Qiuyue collapses onto the couch in exhaustion. Soon, she rises gracefully, like a carp leaping from the water, and moves to the table to pen a letter expressing her grievances about the tribulations she has endured in recent times. She notes that matters she entrusted to Jiuzhou should reach the court within a month, by which time her wedding with Xiao Feng will likely have concluded. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner, and even the days of the palace's Wan Guifei are quite comfortable. Though Xiao Feng himself is absent, he has sent a considerable number of gifts to the Duke of Zhangguo's residence, which delights Xin Qing. as it reflects the esteem that Qi Wang holds for their daughter. In mid-April, on the day of the wedding, Liang Qiuyue is awoken early to begin the arduous tasks of preparing dough and other intricate preparations. By the time she sits on the couch in the back hall of the Qi Wang's residence, she feels utterly fatigued. Spring Tao brings her a plate of pastries from the table, urging her to eat beneath her veil. Truly famished, Liang Qiuyue manages to take a few bites when a knock sounds at the door. "Princess, the prince has sent some food for you." Granting entry to the servant, she lifts her veil and sits at the table, where she is greeted by a steaming bowl of chicken soup with delicate wontons, accompanied by several refreshing side dishes. In the room, several red candles flickered, casting a festive hue of crimson all around. Xiao Feng's jade-like visage was tinged with a delicate blush from the wine he had consumed. He gazed softly at the serious figure clad in red, seated upright on the couch. Lifting the embroidered red veil adorned with golden phoenixes revealed an extraordinarily beautiful face reminiscent of a hibiscus flower. Liang Qiuyue, her eyes brimming with mirth, raised her head, the reflections of the red candles dancing in her gaze like twinkling stars. The vibrant wedding attire accentuated her beauty, rendering her even more enchanting than usual. Outside, the willow trees had already sprouted tender green shoots in the warm embrace of spring. As a gust of wind swept through, the branches swayed gracefully, reveling in their newfound vitality. Early the next morning, after indulging in another refreshing bath, Liang Qiuyue felt considerably rejuvenated. She donned her dignified princess gown and accompanied Xiao Feng to the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Xiao Feng reclined languidly on a soft couch by the window, engrossed in his reading, embodying a picture of serene leisure. The endeavors she had undertaken in Jizhou had not proceeded smoothly. The small breach that had been excavated had not resulted in significant damage. Those in higher positions had resolved to conceal the matter. However, the individuals tasked with the affairs were astute. They had sought out the newly appointed magistrate of Baofeng County, who, still untainted by the depths of bureaucratic corruption, harbored idealistic aspirations for the nation and the people, seeking to elevate his status through this incident. Currently, this magistrate discreetly gathered a plethora of evidence, fully aware of the extensive ramifications involved. Fearing that contacting other officials in the capital might lead to leaks and subsequent peril, he opted to sound the drum of grievance set before the Jingzhou prefecture. The act of beating the grievance drum was laden with significance, as it directly reached the heavens. Thus, anyone who dared to strike the drum would face 30 lashes as retribution. Otherwise, if everyone were to indiscriminately beat the drum of grievance, the emperor would surely be overwhelmed. After enduring a beating, the county magistrate was carried into the Golden Lawn Hall, struggling to rise and first bowing deeply to the emperor, thereby affirming his identity before presenting his memorial. Upon reading it, the emperor's expression darkened. If the matter were indeed true, it would pose a significant problem. After all, who could predict whether this year would witness a catastrophic flood that could demolish the levees and bring untold calamity to the subjects of the Great Way? Furthermore, the court was rife with corruption, so much so that it made the emperor grit his teeth in frustration. Could your account be true? The emperor, aware of the likelihood that it was indeed true, still harbored a hope that it was false, and in a fit of rage, he smashed an inkstone. Summon Prince Qi to the palace. Liang Qiuyue languidly leaned against Xiao Feng, perusing a novel, while he held a book that she found utterly uninteresting. When she awoke again, she saw Chuntao packing their belongings. Xiao Feng entered the room with a grave countenance, announcing, "I shall depart for Jizhou tomorrow." Alas, the emperor truly had no one he could rely upon. Whenever there was a need to rectify the salt administration in Yangzhou, Xiao Feng was dispatched. When it came to repairing the levees, he was also the one chosen. To the emperor, Xiao Feng was indeed a valuable asset, a brick that could be moved wherever needed. She wrapped her arms around his waist, lamenting, "We have only just wed, and you must leave. I cannot bear the thought of you enduring hardship." Xin Qing shared a good rapport with the third madam, both hailing from Yangzhou and capable of exchanging heartfelt words at home. Liang Qiuyue had privately heard Xinqing mention a few things, and coupled with the depiction of Su Lufeng in the text, she understood that he was a person well-versed in flood control measures. In the narrative, Su Lufeng, through his remarkable achievements in water management, consistently receives high accolades for his governance, ascending from the humble position of a county magistrate to that of a state governor. Wang Jinyu, upon noticing Liang Qiuyue's fiery entrance into her courtyard, expressed her displeasure, saying, "Do not presume that just because you are now a princess, you can intrude upon my space at will." Liang Qiuyue, hands on her hips, retorted with a huff, "I have intruded. What can you do about it?" Wang Jinyu, taken aback and slightly stammering, asked, "How do you know?" Liang Qiuyue, brushing her sleeves aside, calmly seated herself at the stone table in the courtyard and remarked, "I am merely assisting you two. If he accomplishes something significant, wouldn't it be easier for him to marry you? Do not be ungrateful. I shall recommend him to my esteemed lord this time. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Following this," she added, "let him prepare. I shall bestow upon him a remarkable fortune." With a smile, she playfully pinched Wang Jinyu's still bewildered face, saying, "No need to thank me excessively." Realizing that he was feeling jealous, Liang Qiuyue chuckled, casting a sideways glance at him. "My dear husband, what are you jealous about? Let me secretly inform you, this is Sister Jinyu's beloved. If he secures a top place in this year's palace examination, my uncle will consent to betroth Sister Jinyu to him." Initially, she appeared somewhat indifferent, but as the conversation progressed, her expression grew serious, nodding occasionally in agreement. Indeed, the considerations were meticulous and comprehensive. Although some ideas may lack maturity, they could be worth trying after refinement. "Lana, I must now make my way to the palace." With slender shoulders and a delicate collarbone subtly accentuated, her complexion radiated a translucent glow, and droplets of water clung to the ends of her hair. She resembled a lotus emerging from clear waters. "My wife is truly enchanting." This sentiment echoed as the most genuine voice within him at that moment. He was not a man of lechery, yet he found himself reflecting on how he had perhaps overestimated his own worth in the past. Liang Qiuyue wrapped her hair with a cloth, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. "What did you just say, my husband?" He cleared his throat and replied, "I shall make a trip to the palace. You should rest first." Liang Qiuyue nodded in agreement and then took a seat at the table to apply her fragrant lotion. The skincare products here were genuinely pure and natural, devoid of any additives, with a subtle floral scent that was, of course, not inexpensive. She had specially acquired several sets of cosmetic formulas from the Shun family shop in Yangzhou and had even attempted to replicate them, achieving a commendable likeness. Although she lacked ambition in certain aspects, she believed that acquiring more knowledge might prove beneficial in the future. In a hazy reverie, time slipped away unmeasured, until Liang Qiuyue was roused by a series of tender kisses. The warmth of moisture lingered on his skin, yet offered little chill. They paused only as dawn began to break. After he departed, Liang Qiuyue felt as though she had transformed into a soulless fish, tossed and turned repeatedly. Even a body of iron could not withstand such treatment. Early that very morning, the Prince of Qi departed the capital with a retinue, among whom was Su Lufeng, heading towards Jizhou and Qingzhou. Although the capital appeared tranquil, on the evening of the 7th day following the prince's departure, the entire family of the Minister of Works was summoned to the imperial prison. It was indeed the imperial prison, not a heavenly dungeon. Those confined there were individuals whose fates were already sealed, destined for execution, and it was certain they would endure severe torture before their demise. It is evident how furious the emperor is, utterly disregarding the Minister of Works, an esteemed official from the previous reign. As for the officials in Jizhou and Qingzhou who conspired together, the emperor had no intention of lightly dismissing them. However, the scope of the matter was far too extensive. To address it, he needed to select suitable officials first, for the repercussions on the Dawei dynasty could be monumental. The reconstruction of the levees was of utmost priority. Once this incident emerged, both the court and the populace were thrown into a state of uproar and astonishment. Amidst the rising tide of anxiety, Xiao Minghuan silently lamented his predicament. The imperial prison is a place where one emerges stripped of dignity. Once ensnared, one could be compelled to divulge even the most trivial and embarrassing secrets from childhood under torture. Xiao Minghuan harbored thoughts of silencing the Minister of Works. Yet his reach was still too limited, leaving him to fret helplessly within his estate. He even found himself resenting Wan Qiyu. Did you not claim that there would be no troubles in recent years? Xiao Minghuan was exasperated. Wan Qiyu had been engaged in a battle of wits with the legitimate consort, Lady Li, and had not triumphed once, leaving her with a bellyful of pent-up frustration. In addition, she was at a loss as to how this sudden crisis had arisen. With a frosty expression, she retorted, "If the prince inquires of me, whom shall I ask?" In a fit of rage, Xiao Minghuan struck her, catching Wan Qiyu off guard. As she stumbled, she collided with the sharp corner of a table. The pain caused her to clutch her abdomen and collapse to the ground, her skirts staining crimson. Even in the face of potentially losing the child, Xiao Minghuan did not betray any signs of anxiety. Instead, his countenance darkened as he gestured for the household physician to be summoned. If his threats against the Minister of Works were to reach the ears of the emperor, his position as a prince could very well be jeopardized. How could he possibly concern himself with an unborn child under such circumstances? Wan Qiyu's contorted face was a portrait of disbelief. Was it not merely a premature eruption of events? Aside from losing the support of the Minister of Works, the ramifications were minimal. After all, with the prospect of consort Wan possibly ascending to the position of empress, what significance did the backing of a Minister of Works hold? His destiny was unequivocally to become the emperor. Why such panic? With her limited intellect, she could conceive of nothing else. Especially after witnessing the flourishing fortunes of the Duan Wangfu over the past months. This very night, a child had quietly slipped away from the Duan Wangfu. Simultaneously, within the confines of the imperial prison, the Minister of Works, having enjoyed years of opulence, had already turned against all officials involved before even facing punishment. Naturally, he was aware of the officials worthy of his notice. Lesser figures were excluded from his concerns, but would inevitably face consequences in the future. Was there anything more to add? The officials interrogating him harbored contempt in their hearts. As a venerable courtier, he exhibited not an ounce of fortitude, succumbing to fear before even enduring punishment. The Minister of Works was the most spineless official the interrogating officer had encountered. The most courageous was that individual involved in the assassination at the palace, who, despite being brutally beaten, steadfastly refused to confess, earning the officer's deep admiration. As for the Minister of Works, it seemed he had grown soft after languishing in wealth for too long. The interrogating officer produced the pre-recorded interrogation notes. There was nothing else to do but press a fingerprint. This may not have been the highest-ranking official he had interrogated, but it was certainly the most effortless. Suddenly, the Minister of Works exclaimed, "I just remembered something." Upon hearing this, the interrogating officer narrowed his eyes. "Are you speaking the truth, or are these mere fabrications?" The Minister of Works nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. He proceeded to disclose the hidden evidence of his interactions with Xiao Minghuan. At his advanced age, having already faced misfortune, he saw no reason to shield those who had threatened him. Although the Crown Prince had initially approached him with a commendable demeanor, the feeling of being held hostage by someone else's leverage was undeniably unpleasant. The following day, when all the documents were presented before the emperor, the sovereign, after reviewing the testimonies and evidence, smashed an inkstone in frustration. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. He had previously dismissed the concubine's disdain for the crown prince as mere prejudice. After all, it was natural for a prince to harbor ambition. And he thought little of it. However, the willingness to forsake the welfare of the populace for personal gain crossed a significant line in the emperor's eyes. While he bore no ill will towards the rivalries among princes, Xiao Minghuan had undeniably overstepped. Li Fu, he commanded, convey my edict. The crown prince is of questionable character, narrow-minded, and unworthy to be the son of the esteemed concubine, nor deserving of the title of crown prince. Henceforth, his title shall be revoked, and he shall be confined to his residence for reflection. Li Fu silently lamented that the crown prince would now only be known as the third prince, with a bleak future ahead. After the decree was read at the third prince's residence, Xiao Minghuan fell to his knees, unable to rise. He helplessly watched as the palace eunuchs removed the plaque of the crown prince's residence and confiscated various prohibited items from the estate. Once this group departed, concubine Wan sent her trusted confidant to deliver a thorough reprimand. Xiao Minghuan, still clinging to a flicker of hope, earnestly beseeched the matron in charge before concubine Wan, "Aunt, could you kindly convey a message to my mother? I implore her to save her son. I have come to realize my mistakes." The stewardess wore an expression of indifference as she addressed the third prince, stating that the esteemed concubine was no longer his mother, urging him to choose his words carefully. With that, she turned and departed, having come merely to witness his humiliation on behalf of the concubine. This incident, however, might serve as a reminder for him. He had often indulged in fanciful thoughts, only to realize they were but fleeting whims. The servants of the third prince's residence felt as though the sky had fallen upon them upon receiving this decree. Prior to this day, their royal mansion was the most sought-after locale in the capital, yet now, even the plaque of the Duke of Duan's residence had been removed. The atmosphere among the servants was fraught with anxiety. Upon receiving the imperial message, Li Suchen was initially bewildered, but soon regained her composure. "Your Highness, what crime has the prince committed to warrant such a sudden demotion from His Majesty?" Li Suchen inquired, steadying herself with the support of her maid. "From now on, choose your words with care. I am no longer a royal consort," she replied nonchalantly. "As for what crime he has committed, who can say? Miss, are you not distressed?" The maid expressed her concern. Given the lofty aspirations of the Runan Duke's residence, marrying a prince as the primary consort seemed a dream come true. How could their bright future have turned so bleak in an instant?
Li Shuchen shuklat shufli. Distressed?
Why should she be? If Xiao Minghuan were to truly ascend to the throne, she wondered whether her position as the primary wife would remain secure. In her current circumstance, it was preferable. He would forever be a prince without title or rank, which would certainly alleviate many complications. With a gentle smile gracing her features, she instructed the physician to attend to Aunt Wan's health, for at such a young age, it would be imperative for her to bear children for her husband in the future. The air within the chamber where Wan Qiyu lay was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs, mingled with a lingering trace of blood. She reclined on the couch, her complexion pale, her thoughts drifting back to the tribulations of the previous day, which compelled her to weep on numerous occasions. "Auntie, just now someone from the palace delivered an edict. His Majesty, His Majesty." Wan Qiyu's brow furrowed in apprehension. "Speak quickly." A foreboding feeling stirred within her. The prince was no longer the favored son of the noble consort, having even lost the title of Duke of Duan. Moreover, His Majesty had commanded the prince to seclude himself in his residence for introspection, with no specified duration.
"Get out."
Before Wan Qiyu could fully grasp the implications of the girl's words, Xiao Minghuan stormed into the room, her expression dark and reprimanding. "All of you leave." Upon hearing those words once more, Xiao Minghuan's distress was palpable. Once the attendants had vacated the room, Wan Qiyu examined her expression, and a sudden fear gripped her. She had never witnessed Xiao Minghuan in such a state of fury. In her previous life, upon entering the palace, she had encountered an emperor of formidable presence, exuding charisma and wielding immense power, an aura of nobility that rendered her spellbound. Not this person before her. whose temples pulsed with anger and whose gaze was shrouded in gloom. Xiao Minghuan sat at her bedside, her large hand mercilessly gripping Wan Qiuyu's neck. Were it not for the ill advice you provided, I would still be the Duke of Duan. I would still be the progeny of the noble consort. Wan Qiuyu's face turned purple under the pressure, nearly succumbing. Xiao Minghuan forcefully shoved her away, and Wan Qiuyu collapsed onto the couch, coughing violently. Fresh blood, which had only just ceased, once again flowed forth. Her pallor deepened, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes from the fit of coughing. "Why does your highness blame me?" she croaked, her voice hoarse. Xiao Minghuan let out a cold laugh, declaring, "I risked incurring the ire of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence to bring you into the palace, and this is how you repay me. Do you believe I should hold you accountable?" He tightened his grip around her throat, his fingers slowly constricting. "You had better reveal to me how you came to know those things." As his fingers continued to tighten, the sensation of impending death loomed closer. Fear surged over her like a relentless tide. Just as she thought she might succumb to death, the pressure around her neck suddenly released, and air rushed desperately into her lungs. After an extended moment, she felt as if she had been granted a new lease on life. Xiao Minghuan's expression was fierce as he stated, "Speak or remain silent. I offer you one final chance." Enveloped by the threat of death, Wan Qiuyu instinctively divulged the truth. Xiao Minghuan's expression flickered with uncertainty as he remarked, "You mean to say that in my previous life, I married Wan Jinlan and ascended to the throne?" Though he found the notion of reincarnation absurd, he could not shake the feeling that it might indeed be true, for it was a fate he had once yearned for. Wan Qiuyu, trembling, nodded slightly. "You did not treat Wan Jinlan well after marrying her, and you ultimately destroyed both the Duke of Zhengguo's residence and the Xin family of Yangzhou." A fleeting thought flashed through Xiao Minghuan's mind, too swift for him to grasp. Amidst the scent of herbs and blood in the room, Wan Qiuyu recounted everything she remembered at Xiao Minghuan's behest. He inquired, "How did I bring about the downfall of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence?" His voice carried a hint of excitement at the mention of this topic. In his eyes, the Duke of the State's residence was not something that could be easily extinguished. If Wan Qiuyu's words were to be believed, then in his past life, he must have been an extraordinary individual. Wan Qiuyu lowered her head, unaware of the intricate details, only cognizant of the fact that the Duke's residence was accused of treason. Xiao Minghuan gazed at her intently before departing from the foul-smelling chamber. Once he left, Wan Qiuyu, despite having dug her nails into her palms, felt no pain. Although she entered the residence as a concubine, aside from a period of neglect following the arrival of the legitimate wife, her life had been relatively smooth, even causing the secondary concubines to shy away from her brilliance. However, the events of yesterday and today revealed to her that Xiao Minghuan did not truly care for her as he professed. He was indifferent to her grief over the loss of a child and had nearly choked the life out of her on several occasions. She discerned that his heart was as cold as ice. In her previous life, she believed the downfall of the Duke's residence was justified, yet now, she perceived Xiao Minghuan as a treacherous individual who, when in need, would greet her with a smile, but would turn on her with the swiftness of a page being turned when she was no longer of use. In the thick of night, the trees in the courtyard rustled in the wind, casting a myriad of shifting shadows under the silvery moonlight. Xiao Minghuan lay wide-eyed on the couch, suddenly sitting upright. He had unexpectedly grasped the fleeting sensation that had eluded him during the day. According to Wan Qiuyu, Wan Jinlan would marry him, and in his past life, she had had no ties with the crown prince. But why would they act in such a manner? The answer lay here. If Wan Qiuyu was indeed a reincarnated soul, then the existence of another reincarnated individual within the Duke's residence could elucidate everything. Who is this reborn individual? He does not pursue his desires. A person who has always treated him with courtesy, yet remains perpetually indifferent and distant. To verify, he rises and heads straight to Wan Qiuyu's courtyard, rousing the already slumbering figure. who was the prince consort of Anyang in the previous life. Wan Chuyu, weary in both body and spirit, recognizes Xiao Minghuan in the dim light, feeling neither anger nor the courage to speak, knowing he is a general surnamed Qin. Upon receiving the answer, Xiao Minghuan realizes there is nothing left to misunderstand. Chen Songbai's demise is inextricably linked to the favored concubine. But how did she come to know? It must be Wan Jinlan. The mystery surrounding the events in Jizhou now finds clarity. No wonder he has fallen to such depths. It turns out someone has been scheming against him from the shadows. He clenches his fists, the veins on his hands protruding. The fire of rage within him blazes fiercely. He yearns to see Wan Jinlan suffer 1,000 tortures. Although Wan Chuyu observes his fierce demeanor as he departs, a sense of doubt lingers in her mind. Yet she chooses not to dwell on it further and lies down to continue her slumber. On the 5th day of the 5th month, the Empress Dowager, accompanied by concubine Wan and the Princess of Qi, visits the royal temple to pray for the Dawei dynasty. The Empress Dowager and concubine Wan listen to a monk expound the scriptures while Liang Qiuye and Chen Tao retreat to a pavilion on the back mountain of the temple. The forest is lush, and the sounds of birds and insects fill the air, while gentle sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The atmosphere here is remarkably refreshing, and Liang Qiuye feels her mind becoming considerably clearer. Accompanying the Empress Dowager for prayers feels akin to a leisurely visit to the royal temple. My lady, there is a field of rose blossoms over there. Shall we go take a look? Chen Tao suggests. The guards hurriedly approached, but Liang Qiuye waved her hand dismissively, indicating they need not follow. The temple was serene, and a larger crowd would diminish its beauty. After a brief interval, they arrived at a vibrant rose garden, where she plucked a bud still on the verge of blooming. The ancient Glar waters in this region predominantly exuded the fragrance of roses. Although Liang Qiuye could not claim to be an ardent admirer, the sight of the flourishing red roses was indeed a feast for the eyes. Suddenly, the darkly menacing visage of Xiao Minghuan loomed before them. Chen Tao instinctively positioned herself in front of Liang Qiuye, opening her mouth to call for assistance. However, Xiao Minghuan interjected. What I am about to say is surely not something you wish others to overhear, so instruct your maid to keep silent. Liang Qiuye surveyed her surroundings and noted the absence of any onlookers. The system pondered whether Xiao Minghuan's demise would impact the world. The murderous intent in Xiao Minghuan's eyes was palpable, brimming with a fierce resentment. The system clarified that this narrative did not feature Xiao Minghuan as the true male protagonist. Realization dawned on Liang Qiuye. Xiao Minghuan's countenance was one of bitterness. Was she seeking vengeance for grievances of a past life? A flicker of doubt crossed Liang Qiuye's gaze. It could either imply that Xiao Minghuan possessed memories of a previous life or that it was due to Wan Qiuye. The system confirmed that there was only one reincarnated being in this realm. The title of the third prince seemed to provoke Xiao Minghuan, whose expression twisted into a snarl as she sprang forward, a glint of cold light flashing from her sleeve towards Liang Qiuye. Despite the fragility of her current form, which could easily suffer abrasions even from riding a horse, she possessed an innate strength that was formidable. It is merely the prevailing admiration for the delicate beauty of women here, which has remained concealed from the public eye save for that one assassination attempt. Chen Tao possesses commendable martial skills, delivering a kick that sends Xiao Minghuan tumbling to the ground. Liang Qiuye, with an air of nonchalance, strides toward him, planting her foot firmly upon his wrist, while Chen Tao secures his legs. Xiao Minghuan had never regarded these two women as worthy opponents, believing he could easily subdue them alone. Yet, he now realizes that beneath Liang Qiuye's foot, he is utterly immobilized. The pressure she exerts renders it exceedingly difficult for him to muster any strength. Even in his current predicament, he does not fear what Liang Qiuye might do to him. As Liang Qiuye crouches to retrieve his blade, she hesitates, uncertain about wielding a weapon, for she has never engaged in such acts before. Chen Tao, sensing her hesitation, offers. Master, perhaps I should handle this. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Qiuyue commands, dislocate his hand tendons, sever his tongue, or inflict a grievous wound to his throat. As she speaks, she presses a handkerchief laced with a sedative to his mouth and nose, an item she has always kept for self-defense. Let us sever his tongue first, otherwise he may cry out and summon assistance, Liang Qiuyue instructs with solemnity. Xiaominghuan cannot believe his ears. The Liang Qiuyue before him is nothing like the one he once knew. No, surely she must be jesting to frighten him. But is Liang Qiuyue jesting? Certainly not. Would she show mercy to one who seeks her life? Chun Tao, though skilled, has never taken a life, yet she has always adhered to Liang Qiuyue's directives without question. Liang Qiuyue contemplates whether to simply incapacitate him and cast him off the cliff, yet fears the potential consequences should he survive. As she pondered, Chun Tao, with a swift and decisive motion, extracted the dagger, now stained with blood, from Xiaominghuan's mouth. Xiaominghuan emitted a harrowing shriek, the potent tranquilizer now rendered utterly ineffective. Liang Qiuyue sensed impending peril, realizing that such a calamitous sound would undoubtedly attract the imperial guards. With alacrity, Chun Tao proceeded to sever the tendons in both of Xiaominghuan's hands. Alas, Xiaominghuan's lamentations reverberated throughout the rear hills of the royal monastery. Liang Qiuyue, ensuring that no trace remained, cast the bloody dagger upon Xiaominghuan's robe. Seizing Chun Tao's hand, she hastened away, exclaiming, An assassin! An assassin! A flurry of imperial guards surged forth from the temple's facade, heading towards the rear. Crucially, they were met head-on by a figure clad in black, with only his eyes visible, fleeing in their direction. Liang Qiuyue, loath to be taken hostage by the assassin, swiftly glanced around and promptly led Chun Tao towards a pavilion on the left. The pavilion boasted 3 tiers, and the two ascended rapidly, the sounds of pursuit drawing ever nearer. The assassin, meanwhile, was apprehended by the imperial guards who had accompanied the Empress Dowager on her excursion from the palace. Liang Qiuyue, feigning trepidation, pointed towards the direction of Xiaominghuan, asserting that another assassin, also clad in black, had fled into the woods upon their arrival. Inwardly, she reveled in triumph. Xiaominghuan's arrival today was opportune, for his incapacitation had conveniently coincided with the appearance of a ready-made assassin. She had contemplated disposing of Xiaominghuan by casting him off a cliff to fend for himself, but now she was spared the task of disposing of the body. Liang Qiuyue, feigning astonishment, exclaimed with trembling hands, "Could it be that this is the third prince, who is confined? Was he brought here by the assassin?" In truth, she was more inclined to utter, "My third nephew." Although the Empress Dowager harbored a certain aversion towards Xiaominghuan, the sight of her grandson in such a state startled her. The 2 assassins had their cloth masks stripped away, and as they trembled in captivity, they appeared far from the image of fearless warriors. The commander of the imperial guards pressed his blade against their throats, causing them to lose their composure. "We are here, under the orders of the great king, to capture the thief by first seizing the king," they exclaimed, their speech heavily accented, with the only clear phrase being "capture the thief by first seizing the king." The Empress Dowager, the noble consort Wan, and Liang Qiuyue exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this great king? Liang Qiuyue mused that anyone who could dispatch such inept assassins must possess a rather dubious intellect. No wonder they had been unable to catch up with her and Chun Tao earlier. The commander of the imperial guards inquired, "What king?" To which the terrified assassin replied, "We have never laid eyes upon the great king." "How many companions do you have?" "5 more." Liang Qiuyue felt a surge of delight. Regardless of where these assassins hailed from, it mattered not, for Xiaominghuan could neither speak nor write, and thus the blame could not be laid at her feet. Meanwhile, Xiaominghuan was taken to the imperial hospital for treatment. By mid-afternoon, a dispatch from Qingzhou ignited the emperor's wrath. It revealed the emergence of a local warlord, claiming the title of King of Qingzhou, who dared to oppose the imperial court. Although the current monarch had yet to address the corruption regarding the construction of waterways in Jizhou and Qingzhou, the seasoned officials were not without their wits. None wished to face confiscation, exile, or execution. This warlord, the King of Qingzhou, was the product of a coalition formed by numerous officials from both provinces. Upon hearing this news, Liang Qiuyue found herself at a loss for words. This insurrection will inevitably succumb before the court. It is merely a matter of time. However, all she could do was pen a letter urging him to prioritize his safety. As night fell, Xiaominghuan's wounds were staunched, yet upon regaining consciousness, he was still engulfed in pain. His wrist throbbed with agony, rendering him powerless, and he emitted a grotesque cry, his countenance twisted in agony. "Wan Jinlan, you wretched fiend! I shall end your life." The imperial physicians, unable to comprehend his furious outbursts, felt a twinge of sympathy and hastened to restrain him. "Your Highness, please refrain from further movement. We have only just succeeded in halting the bleeding. Any exertion may jeopardize your life." Xiaominghuan struggled to maintain his composure. He had not anticipated Wan Jinlan's audacity. His heart brimmed with rage. As he was subdued, blood once again seeped from his mouth, and after losing consciousness, yet again, he succumbed to fever during the night. As for the emperor, upon learning of Xiaominghuan's plight, he found himself too preoccupied to pay him a visit. By the time he had resolved the pressing matters at hand, 3 days had already elapsed. The emperor fell silent at the sight of his third son's condition. Was there still a glimmer of hope for recovery? The court physician trembled as he reported, "Your Highness has lost a portion of his tongue, and the tendons in both wrists have been severed. It is likely that in the future." The emperor's expression darkened. The King of Qingzhou was truly beyond reckoning. He inhaled deeply, resigning himself to the situation. As the court dispatched troops to quell the notorious King of Qingzhou, Liang Qiuyue remained vigilant, monitoring any developments concerning Xiaominghuan. His wives and concubines were naturally astonished by his condition, while Wan Qiuyu could hardly believe her eyes. Even though Xiaominghuan's title had been stripped from him, she clung to the belief that this was but a temporary setback, her heart secretly nurturing dreams of his eventual resurgence and her own ascent alongside him. However, he has now become incapacitated, clearly severing all ties to that position. Liang Qiuyue deliberately sent someone to observe Xiaominghuan, and upon realizing that this individual would never speak or write again, she felt a sense of relief. Chapter 39. No longer the protagonist in the palace intrigue complete, Liang Qiuyue became intrigued by the dynamics within Xiaominghuan's household, particularly noting that his legitimate wife, Li Shi, is a remarkably interesting person. Despite Xiaominghuan's grievous injuries, she devotedly ensured he was cared for day and night, soothing him with gentle words. Regardless of his anger or the grim expressions he wore, she remained unwavering. Gradually, Xiaominghuan ceased to embody the visage of someone engulfed by resentment, finding moments of kindness in Li Shi's presence. 3 months later, news of her pregnancy emerged. Considering Xiaominghuan's current state and Li Shi's condition, the emperor elevated Xiaominghuan to the title of Pingjun Wang, while Li Shi transitioned from being the third prince's consort to becoming the Pingjun Wangfei. In contrast, Wan Qiyu, who had once enjoyed Xiaominghuan's favor, became the most despised concubine in the household, living a life inferior to that of a servant. Once Li Shi successfully bore a son, she ceased to pay any attention to Xiaominghuan, withdrawing the meticulous care she had previously bestowed upon him as she devoted herself entirely to nurturing their child. She arranged for Wan Qiyu to share his bed, and their encounters were marked by animosity and palpable tension. Xiaominghuan resented her for leading him to this predicament, while Wan Qiyu loathed him for his impotence, directing her anger towards him, believing it had robbed her of the ability to bear children in the future. Xiaominghuan was rendered speechless, her hands hanging limply by her side, yet her legs remained intact. The two engaged in a fierce contest, with Wan Qiyu, This seemingly frail woman, matching him blow for blow with her healthy limbs. Occasionally, Li would orchestrate such encounters, and each time, they found themselves in a most disheveled state, which she regarded as mere entertainment, knowing full well that neither could gain the upper hand, and there was no real danger involved. There was no concern that Xiaominghuan would report to the palace, for in her current disheveled state, she lacked the courage to venture outside. Fearful of becoming a subject of ridicule, she hadn't even attended the palace's annual banquet, thus allowing Li to continue her playful meddling with peace of mind. However, these were matters for another time. Months passed, and the land of Qingzhou was thoroughly cleansed. The emperor had not experienced a moment of leisure throughout the year and only held the long-anticipated coronation ceremony for the empress at the end of October. Wan Guifei was elevated to the status of Wan Huangho, becoming the emperor's most favored consort. A table laden with warm dishes awaited in the residence, where Liang Qiuyue welcomed him with a beaming smile, personally taking his great cloak and hanging it on the rack. The two had communicated solely through letters over the past few months, and it had been nearly half a year since their last meeting. After an intensely passionate encounter, the meal on the table had grown cold. Although the assassins dispatched by the king of Qingzhou might not have all been captured, the number was significantly reduced. He had reviewed the interrogation results. Xiaominghuan was not involved in any of their actions, yet she had been present that day, which compelled him to ponder excessively. Liang Qiuyue rose, gazing at him with a semblance of jest, and said, "If I were to claim responsibility, would you betray me, my husband?" Xiao Feng looked into her shimmering eyes, gently caressing her temple, and replied, "You know I would never do such a thing." Liang Qiuyue smiled as she waved her hand, questioning why her husband needed to inquire so much. Xiao Feng gazed at her long, delicate fingers, a fleeting glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. Though he understood her motives, her refusal to speak the truth signified something deeper. She did not fully trust him, nor did she regard him as her true husband. Was she still awaiting his demise, akin to the tales in the books? He let out a soft scoff in his heart. This woman, appearing sweet in her smiles, her cheeks flushing at will, and her eyes brimming with affection, seemed to hold profound sentiments for him, yet the reality incited a desire to lash out. As the new year passed and January drew to a close, Prince Xiaofeng returned to Jizhou. Liang Qiuyue had long since grown accustomed to the days without him, rising leisurely whenever she pleased and indulging in whatever she desired. Her only vexation stemmed from the Empress Dowager's relentless insistence on sending her nourishing tonics. Each visit to the palace was accompanied by reminders to hasten her journey towards motherhood, a sentiment echoed even by the Duke of the State. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it. In March, dreadful news arrived from Jizhou. The prince had been assassinated, his body consumed by flames, reduced to a charred remnant. The prince's consort, Lady Wan, fainted from grief. She did not wish to succumb to unconsciousness, yet the alternative, enduring prolonged weeping, was equally exhausting. The Empress Dowager nearly wept herself into oblivion. After a few days of despondency, she regained her composure, continuously reassuring herself that her fate as a widow had been anticipated. Thus it was not entirely unexpected. Within half a month, she had recovered, yet before the Empress Dowager and others, she maintained an expression of profound sorrow, as if her heart had perished. Far away in Jizhou, Xiao Feng observed the slight increase in his status, and a smirk tugged at his lips. She had indeed not disappointed him. In the residence of Prince Qi, Liang Qiuyue gazed blankly at Xiao Feng. Suddenly, she burst into tears and threw herself into his embrace. This display was exquisite in its charm. However, her emotional value remained unchanged, causing him to clench his fists in frustration, though he maintained a gentle hold on her. The elderly man, having experienced such profound joy and sorrow, found his health considerably diminished. If one were to inquire about her current desires, it would be her wish to see her young son blessed with more offspring. Thus, 2 months later, the Empress Dowager sent individuals into the prince's residence. Xiao Feng watched helplessly as the effort he had invested was reduced by 20 points in a single day, leaving him with a mere 35, lower than at the conclusion of the previous world. His countenance appeared relatively serene, yet an unmistakable chill surrounded him. Since the Empress Dowager had sent these two into the residence, they were now considered part of the royal household. He recalled that the estate in the outskirts of the capital lacked servants and decided they should go there. The expressions of the two women changed drastically. They had come to serve as concubines for Prince Qi, not as servants.
Just as they were about to speak,
the unyielding gaze of the prince rendered them speechless with fear. Upon entering the room, Xiao Feng found her reclining on the couch, engrossed in a storybook. He was seething with suppressed anger as he sat beside her and softly stated, "I have sent the individuals to the estate in the outskirts to work. You need not be upset. Your Highness is jesting. I am not angry," she replied, her eyes still fixed on the book. "You sent away these two today. Yet countless others will follow. I cannot endure this. If you insist that I tolerate it, you must either dismiss me or we shall part ways. There is no one else, nor will there ever be. You may rest assured, my heart has always belonged solely to you. As for the Empress, I shall speak to her. You need not worry." His voice was gentle, and the warmth in his eyes held a deceptive charm. The words of a man can be treacherous. Although Liang Qiuyue's appearance appeared somewhat more pleasing, her heart remained unresponsive. She felt she had made a miscalculation. What was initially a well-planned endeavor had now left her in a quandary. Nevertheless, she resolved in her heart that if Xiao Feng did not meet her expectations, she would pursue a separation at all costs, certain that the Empress could lend her assistance. After the separation, she could continue to live her life as she wished, and whether or not she remarried would be of no concern to others. Xiao Feng, in a fit of frustration, found it incomprehensible that despite his assurances, the values had not improved in the slightest. To make matters worse, he discovered that after this world ended, the values he obtained were even 10 points lower than in the previous realm. Decades of unwavering devotion, with only her in the household, showing her the beauty of mountains and rivers, could not amount to more than a mere 5-point increase. His heart brimmed with dissatisfaction, and he resolved to confront her head-on. Chapter 40. No longer acting as a stepmother in period fiction 1. Liang Qiuyue donned a plain, shapeless cotton jacket, her head held high as she tended to the fire at the stove, observing the modest amount of rice that her mother, comrade Wang Xiuqing, had placed in the pot. She could not help but curl her lip in disapproval. Wang Xiuqing, recognizing the expression on her daughter's face, reached out to tap her on the head, exclaiming, "How did I end up with a daughter whose mind is perpetually consumed with thoughts of food?" As she added another log to the fire, Liang Qiuyue rubbed her cool hands together and rose to link arms with her mother. In this era, which child in the village was not greedy? Her elder brother had been greedy too. She protested, "Mother, you are so biased." This was merely a playful remark, compared to the other women in Dahu village. Wang Xiuqing was quite fair to her and Liang Xiaomei. Among the few girls still attending school in the village, they were among the rarest. Wang Xiuqing, accustomed to her eldest daughter's whimsical remarks, shot her a sidelong glance. Noticing her cold hands, she disdainfully said, "Go, go, go. Your hands and feet are like ice. Warm yourself by the fire." Liang Qiuyue reluctantly set aside her thoughts and decided to discuss with her mother later about taking a trip to the town. She squatted by the stove, warming her hands, her small face slightly forlorn. After a prolonged silence, the system finally spoke. Tonight, the male protagonist's pair of twins was about to be born. Liang Qiuyue tossed another log into the stove, feeling disgruntled. "Let them be born. What does it have to do with me? I won't become a stepmother. If someone must take on that role, let it be her. It is not a desirable situation. Even if she were offered an abundance of meat in this era, she would still refuse to become a stepmother." As long as she could pass her exams, her future would not be bleak. The system fell silent, having accompanied her through several worlds. It had come to understand her character well. She had never adhered to its demands, navigating each world as she pleased. As long as she fulfilled her tasks, it remained silent. As a diligent system, it advised. Chun Jianjun became a remarkable figure at the age of 60. Although this journey entails enduring numerous grievances, the male protagonist treats his wife quite well. In the future, as his spouse, you shall bask in endless glory. Liang Qiuyue smirked. She truly had no desire to be Qin Jianjun's wife. Were it someone else, she might have steeled herself to accept the role. Chun Jianjun's mother, Miao Cuihua, was a formidable woman in the Hedong Brigade, even more intimidating than her own mother, Wang Xiuqin. Furthermore, Chun Jianjun's sister posed an additional burden for anyone marrying into their family. Miao Cuihua and her daughter, Chen Xiangxiang, had high standards for the daughter-in-law, sister-in-law of such a capable man. In the Chun household, being a daughter-in-law meant toiling endlessly. For instance, the pregnant Su Mei, nearing her due date in the harsh winter, was expected to wash clothes for the entire family, rise before dawn to prepare meals, and remain perpetually occupied. Meals often consisted of thin gruel, hardly worthy of a table setting. Miao Cuihua would unleash her wrath on Su Mei at the slightest dissatisfaction, often resorting to verbal abuse and even wielding a broom. She treated her as a mere outlet for her frustrations, finding fault with her at every turn, as if Su Mei were her adversary, subjecting her to relentless torment. Su Mei's family, lacking resilience and indifferent, regarded their married daughter as water spilled. Once gone, it was not their concern. With their own impoverished circumstances, they had little capacity to offer help. In Su Mei's view, her life was scarcely human. Of course, she did not intend to belittle Su Mei. In that prevailing environment, it was not just Su Mei. Most women fared poorly, yet Su Mei's plight was particularly dire, garnering sympathy from many in the village. Yet, what solace does sympathy bring? It merely elicits a few murmurs of pity and some harsh words aimed at Miao Cuihua, after which everything returns to the same dismal state for Su Mei. According to the books the system has shown her, 2 years after Su Mei's demise, the original Liang Qiuyue wed Qin Jianjun, embarking on the arduous journey of filial piety towards her in-laws while raising 2 children with utmost devotion. Enduring the trials imposed by her mother-in-law and the instigations of her sister-in-law, she suffered a miscarriage due to the push of her own child during pregnancy, resulting in lifelong infertility. Subsequently, she resigned herself to a lamentable existence, burdened by 2 ungrateful dependents and scorned by her mother-in-law for being a hen that could not lay eggs. Upon perusing the narrative of the original Liang Qiuyue, Su Mei could only lament the tragic tale of human suffering. Frankly, had she been the original Liang Qiuyue, exhibiting kindness towards those 2 ungrateful wretches who caused her miscarriage, she would not have hesitated to discipline them, for she believed that children, though innocent, could be molded through proper upbringing. Those 2 brats would certainly not have thrived under her care. Moreover, the malevolent Miao Cuihua lived to a ripe old age, savoring the filial devotion of her son and daughter-in-law before finally closing her eyes. In stark contrast, the original Liang Qiuyue endured the torment of that old hag for most of her life, only to enjoy a modicum of fortune after her passing. It is often said that after hardship comes ease, yet the present Liang Qiuyue contemplates, having suffered for decades only to relish a few fleeting years of happiness. Such a life is one she wishes to forego, inviting anyone who desires it to seize it for themselves. Reflecting on the departed Su Mei, Liang Qiuyue inquired of the system, "If I were to summon a midwife now, would she be able to safely deliver the child and ensure her well-being?" Miao Cuihua, in her quest to save money, refused to hire a midwife for her daughter-in-law. Despite Liang Qiuyue currently having a mere 1 yuan and 68 cents in her pocket, she would willingly splurge if it meant ensuring Su Mei's well-being. After all, with the two debt collectors around, who would dare to take on the role of a stepmother? Yet, Sume was destined to endure a life overshadowed by a dreadful mother-in-law and a troublesome sister-in-law. The system sighed, suggesting that she was overthinking. Sume had always been frail, toiling while pregnant, leaving her body depleted. After giving birth to two children, her vitality was severely compromised. Even the presence of a midwife would be of little avail. Liang Qiuyue found the system's human-like qualities somewhat comforting, as it occasionally sighed in apparent helplessness. "Do you realize how miserable my life would be as a stepmother?" she lamented. The system replied, "Just endure for a few decades, and it will pass." Is that even a human response? "Oh, right. You aren't human," Liang Qiuyue thought to herself defiantly, vowing never to embrace the role of a stepmother. She was neither inherently kind nor selfless enough to accept someone else's child as her own. Having witnessed the original Liang Qiuyue's life, her disdain for those two debt collectors reached an unbearable peak. She could never grow to like them, not even if they were mere infants tomorrow. She mentally threatened the system once more, but it remained silent, ignoring her. With a huff, she reflected on the world's protagonist, also named Liang Qiuyue. While the book's Liang Qiuyue had a caring second husband who was a military officer, her home was filled with unbearable characters. To her, life appeared far from idyllic, merely a source of exhaustion. She resolved firmly not to take on the role of a stepmother, let others assume that burden if they wished. Chapter 41. Not being a stepmother in the era of Chronicles. 2. Liang Qiuyue crouched before the stove, warming her hands as the enticing aroma of sweet potatoes and rice wafted through the air, tantalizing her stomach. Comrade Wang Xiuqin was correct in saying that her cravings were incessant, ever since she departed from the previous world many years ago. The occasions on which she indulged in meat could be counted on one hand, and each time she was left unsatisfied, nearly starving from her desires. In the harsh winter, with little to occupy her days, her meals consisted of 2 servings a day, porridge made from sweet potatoes and brown rice, accompanied by some pickled cabbage and radishes, just enough to stave off hunger. In another era, such simplicity might be deemed healthful, yet here, her stomach lacked any richness. The most joyous moments of her year were the days leading up to the Lunar New Year when the village slaughtered pigs. The Liang family was numerous. While the adults were few, the children were many. Liang Qiuyue had never met her grandfather, who passed away early, and her grandmother, Xia, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Her eldest uncle was Liang Qiuyue's father, who perished during a flood a few years prior. Her second uncle, Liang Haijun, had 2 sons and a daughter, while her third aunt had married into the town. Her fourth uncle's family also had 2 young sons. The relationship between her mother and Xia was somewhat delicate. It could be described as decent, yet not overtly harmonious, maintaining a facade of normalcy to outsiders. In those times, women were often subjected to harsh judgments. Following her father's death in the flood, the village gossip inevitably included whispers of Wang Xiuqin being a husband killer. However, this speculation stirred a certain discomfort in Xia, as she too had lost her husband early and had raised her children with her own hands. She does not lament her unfortunate fate, nor does she believe that women are inferior to men. However, the sorrow of losing her eldest son weighs heavily on her heart, and the whispers that circulate pierce her deeply. If she were to blame her daughter-in-law for her son's demise, would that not imply her own culpability as well? The loss of her eldest son has indeed caused her profound grief. While the major conflicts within the Liang family are absent, minor frictions abound. Yet, these trivial matters seem insignificant to Liang Qiuyue, who has weathered far greater storms. She finds the occasional banter among the Liang family members rather amusing. In these times, the one who holds the power to allocate the household's provisions is deemed the true leader. The Liang household can be described as a dominion under the matriarch, Old Lady Xia. Not long ago, A dispute arose at the dining table due to old lady Xia's uneven distribution of food, igniting a contest for favor. With a cheerful smile, Liang Qiuyu accepted a bowl of thick sweet potato porridge from her grandmother, expressing her gratitude. Aunt Liang cast a glance at her daughter Liang Qiuhong's bowl of watery soup and pouted, "Mother, why are you so biased towards the second girl? That portion is the same as what the boys receive." Among the Liang family, Aunt Liang's daughter, Liang Qiuhong, is the eldest, while Liang Qiuyu is the second. And her younger sister, Liang Qiumin, is the youngest. Initially, she found these titles rather peculiar, but she has since grown accustomed to them, even deriving a sense of amusement. Liang Qiuhong, feeling dissatisfied, pinched Liang Qiuyu under the table, pouting, "Grandma really knows how to favor some over others." This sentiment clearly illustrates that, regardless of the circumstances, it is the capable individuals who thrive. The educational system here consists of 5 years of elementary school, followed by 2 years each of middle and high school. Liang Qiuyu, now in the second year of junior high, achieved the top rank in her grade during the final examinations. Although the college entrance examination has yet to resume and the future remains uncertain, Grandma Xia continues to support her grandchildren's pursuit of education. She understands that factories require educational qualifications for employment, at the very least a junior high school diploma. While she cannot foresee what lies ahead, she firmly believes that any endeavor is preferable to toiling in the fields for sustenance. It is often said that labor is the noblest pursuit. However, the reality is that those who labor in the fields occupy a lower status than those in the city. Her decision to submit articles to the newspaper was a spontaneous one. She had heard that published submissions could earn a fee, and she just happened to be without money. She found herself envious of her schoolmates who indulged in sweets. Additionally, she wished to earn some money to ensure her advancement to high school. If she could contribute financially to her grandmother, Grandma Xia would undoubtedly support her educational aspirations. The adage that knowledge transforms destiny may not hold true in future generations, but in this era, it certainly does. She submitted a total of 10 pieces, 7 of which were published, with varying remuneration, 2 yuan for some, and as much as 4 yuan for others. She gave her mother a total of 8 yuan, reserving a portion for herself to buy candy, while the remainder was entrusted to Grandma Xia. With her sweet disposition, Liang Qiuyu is favored by her grandmother among the 3 siblings. Her younger sister, merely 7 years of age, struggles to reach the pickled vegetables. Liang Qiuyu kindly adds a serving of sour cabbage to her bowl, prompting a delightful smile from the little girl. The table resonates with the sounds of slurping as they enjoy their porridge. Meanwhile, the 2 children from her 4th uncle's family, not yet 10 years old, finish their porridge and eagerly pester Grandma Xia for a piece of candy. Liang Qiuyu's ears perked up quietly, while Liang Qiumin set down her chopsticks, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at old lady Xia. Even Liang Qiuhong, the older girl, paused in suspicion. Liang Qiuyu's mother shot her a disapproving glance, her eyes clearly conveying her disappointment in her daughter's lack of ambition. Despite her reluctance to admit her cravings, Liang Qiuyu could not suppress the longing that welled within her. She had never imagined she would yearn for a piece of inferior hard candy. Counting on her fingers in her mind, she realized it had been 3 months since she had last tasted meat and a month since she had savored any sweets. The last taste of sweetness had come days ago when her mother had secretly prepared a bowl of red sugar and egg water after their chickens had laid an extra egg. She vowed she had never been so greedy before. It was the circumstances of this era that had driven her to such cravings. Aunt Four remained silent. While the 2 boys had been pestering her for candy for quite some time, however, she lacked the spare change to indulge them, fearing the loss of her precious coins. Aunt Two, indifferent to the matter, felt assured that her own daughter, having grown up, would certainly not be tempted, nor would her 2 sons, aged 13 and 15. She pulled Dongzi, the son of Uncle Four, closer, smiling as she remarked, "You see, These cavities are all from eating too much candy. Dongzi, wiping his nose with his sleeve, retorted loudly, "That's not true. It takes me ages to get a piece of candy." Upon witnessing Dongzi's actions, Liang Chuyue suddenly found the porridge in her bowl unappetizing and pouted, turning her gaze away. In the end, old lady Xie could no longer withstand the persistent pleas of her grandchildren and distributed a piece of candy to each of them, ensuring that all 3 granddaughters received one as well. Aunt 4, observing the candy in Liang Qiuhong's hands, remarked, "Even at this age, what is the need for sweets?" Liang Chuyue rolled her eyes internally, hastily unwrapped the candy in Liang Qiuhong's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. How could she not understand the implication of her 4th aunt? It was a subtle way of suggesting that Liang Qiuhong, feeling shy, should not indulge in the treat, allowing her to reserve it for her 2 sons instead. This 4th aunt was both thrifty and cunning, sometimes provoking annoyance. Before the 4th aunt could express her displeasure, Liang Chuyue turned with a playful grin and made a face at her, exclaiming, "All gone. 4th aunt. This insufferable girl, I never asked for your candy." Chapter 42. Not playing the stepmother in the historical novel 3. In winter, the days grew short and cold, prompting the villagers to retire early for the night.
Yet,
there were still some who lingered in the twilight, gossiping at others' homes. A few lively children from the Liang family dashed out of the courtyard, their mouths filled with candy. Liang Chuyue, ever mindful of her mother's reputation, responded cheerfully, accompanied by the tender chime of Liang Xiaomei's voice. With the winter chill setting in, Liang Chuyue took Liang Qiumin by the hand, leading Dongzi from her 4th uncle's family and Qiangzi from her 2nd uncle's to the edge of the frozen river. The day before, Dongzi had mentioned that the captain's son had caught a sizable crucian carp in an ice hole, and upon hearing this, Liang Chuyue was inspired. At noon, she gathered a few small children from her home to break the ice and set a net, hoping that fortune would favor their endeavor. Her mouth was nearly parched, yearning for the thrill of catching a fish. The group, with candies sweetening their mouths, ran joyfully to the edge of the frozen river. This small river, less than 2 meters deep, was a popular swimming spot for the village youth in summer, though it had claimed lives in the past, prompting the adults to watch over the children with great vigilance. Now, even with the thick ice of winter, dangers still lurked beneath. As Dongzi, his nose running and face flushed from the cold, exclaimed, "Second sister, I want to go ice skating," Liang Chuyue playfully chided him, "If you dare to go, I won't take you on our next outing, even if there are sweets to share." Naturally, she would not share, as she herself barely had enough to eat. Dongzi, feeling threatened, wiped his nose with his sleeve, sulking into silence. Noticing the dark, shiny stain on his cuff, Liang Chuyue scornfully remarked, "Can't you use a tissue to wipe your nose?" Despite having reprimanded him countless times, he remained unrepentant. Dongzi retreated slightly, saying, "Mom says tissues cost money." Reluctantly, she decided not to press the issue further, aware that their 4th aunt was both stingy and constantly scrutinizing others. On their journey, they encountered other children skating on the river's surface. Curiosity piqued, they followed the Liang siblings as they ventured closer. The presence of so many children resulted in a cacophony of chatter. Liang Chuyue's instincts heightened. If there were indeed fish, she could not allow these little rascals to snatch them away. She hurriedly dashed to the edge of the ice hole, lifted the net, and, to her delight, found 2 palm-sized crucian carp and a slightly larger blackfish. I've struck gold. Finally, something substantial to eat, she exclaimed with joy. Liang Qiumin caught up, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she pointed at the fish, her face blooming like a flower. Liang Chuyue, holding the fish triumphantly, tugged her along. The 2 brothers, hearing the commotion, abandoned their plans for skating, cheering as they ran after them. Eugene Hui emerged from behind a tree, observing the gaggle of children chasing after Liang Chuyue. She couldn't help but smirk. To her, Liang Chuyue was still just a child. While she had to admit that Liang looked remarkably radiant, more so than the city-bred youth, she still possessed an undeniable childishness. If she recalled correctly, Chen Jianjun's first wife was the one who gave birth today. With this thought in mind, she lifted her feet towards the Chen household. Her relationship with Chen Xiangxiang had been quite cordial, thanks to her deliberate efforts. And perhaps this visit could enhance their rapport while also allowing her to gauge the situation. Liang Qiumei excitedly entered the courtyard, carrying 3 fish. The night had already fallen, and the oil lamp inside the house cast a dim glow. She pushed open the door to old lady Xie's room and exclaimed, "Grandma, we have fish to eat." Liang Xiaomin and Dong Zilinzi squeezed into the room, and the second aunt, who had already been lying down to sleep, got up to shoo away the village children who had followed. It was evident that no one was displeased at the prospect of meat. Dongzi and Linzi chattered animatedly about how they had caught the fish, while Liang Qiumei quietly puffed out her chest, feeling quite proud of herself. What a genius she was. The group animatedly discussed how to prepare the 3 fish. As the excitement in the main room dwindled and darkness enveloped the surroundings, old lady Xie began ushering everyone out. Amidst the chatter, Liang Qiumei prepared to fetch some hot water to wash her face before bed when she was called back by old lady Xie. The 4th aunt was on her way, but found herself unable to move. Sure enough, she witnessed old lady Xie emerge from the inner room, handing a piece of peach pastry to the little girl. With a pout, the girl was about to speak, but the sharp glance from old lady X silenced her. If she had spoken, she would have pointed out that her 2 sons had also contributed to catching the fish, so why should their mother favor this little girl? "Thank you, Grandma. You treat me the best." Liang Qiumei smiled as she accepted the peach pastry, uttering flattering words. In Liang Qiumei's view, old lady Xia was indeed a wonderful grandmother in this era, showing no lack of affection for her granddaughter. Upon entering the house, she broke off a piece of peach crisp for her younger sister and offered another piece to her mother. Wang Xiuqin, unwilling to compete with the children for treats, initially declined, but she firmly pressed a piece into her mouth before delightfully savoring the remaining morsels. She, along with Liang Xiaomei and Wang Xiuqin, shared a room. All 3 of them squeezed onto a large bed. Liang Xiaomei, nestled in the innermost corner, soon succumbed to sleep, her eyes fluttering shut in no time. Liang Qiuyu licked her lips, relishing the sweet taste, a smile lingering on her face. Wang Xiuqin, with a knowing glance, understood the source of her joy. It was merely the anticipation of tomorrow's fish meal. Suddenly, a thunderous shock. A hefty bucket of cold water. Liang Qiuyu widened her round, glistening black eyes in disbelief. How could her elder brother, indulging in the city's pleasures, possibly leave fish for her? Frustration bubbled within her. She had no choice but to swallow her disappointment. As she drifted in and out of slumber, she seemed to hear the system announce the unfortunate news of Su Mei's passing. When dawn broke, she found herself alone in the bed. Even Liang Xiaomei had risen to play outside. In the chill of winter, the children could still enjoy a lazy morning. There was no need for her to prepare breakfast, and no one was there to rouse her. Besides, with no meat to entice her, she lacked the motivation to get up. After getting ready, she retrieved a piece of coarse bread from the stove and began to munch on it. Liang Qiuhong emerged from the room, whispering, "Su Mei has lost her child." Chen Jianjun's home was not far from the old Liang residence. They were merely separated by a few houses. She could hear the commotion from that direction, even in the courtyard. She quickly swallowed her coarse bread, washed it down with a bowl of sweet potato soup, and, alongside Liang Qiuhong, made her way to the entrance of Chen Jianjun's house. At this moment, the scene outside Chen Jianjun's door was bustling with activity. The entire Donghe brigade was scarcely 3/4 in attendance. Su Mei's parents and siblings were creating a scene at the entrance of the Chen household, vehemently cursing Miao Zuihua, the heartless matriarch, for having driven their daughter-in-law to her demise. Miao Zuihua, unwilling to back down, retorted fiercely while placing her hands on her hips, accusing them of being deceitful and seeking to exploit the tragedy of their deceased daughter for gain, further claiming that Su Mei's misfortune was due to her own lack of fortune. Although the two observers could not see the unfolding chaos within the crowd, the fervent exchange of insults indicated the intensity of the conflict. Neither faction possessed virtuous intentions. Su Mei's parents had been neglectful of their daughter throughout her life, only to appear in her death seeking financial recompense. Suddenly, Liang Qiuhong sighed, lamenting the plight of those two children who had lost their mother, with a grandmother who was far from benevolent. Liang Qiuyue cast a skeptical glance at her. It seemed Liang Qiuhong was rather invested in the affairs of the Qin family, or rather, in Chen Jianjun. A sudden realization struck her, and she leaned closer to Liang Qiuhong, whispering, "Are you perhaps interested in Qin Jianjun?" Liang Qiuhong's face flushed, and she playfully scolded her, her voice barely above a whisper. "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely pity those two children." Liang Qiuyue felt certain of her suspicions. If she were uninterested, what cause was there for her blush? She playfully pinched Liang Qiuhong and whispered, "Those two children aren't fatherless. Do not fret unnecessarily. Sister, you are beautiful and virtuous, and many would wish to marry you. You cannot settle for a man with a past. Who would want to contend with a wicked woman like Miao Tsuehua? One could lose years off their life in such an arrangement." It was not that she disdained second marriages in general, but rather, she held a low opinion of Qin Jianjun's previous marriage. Liang Qiuhong listened as she heard Miao Shanzi repeatedly call out Miao Tsuehua. She attempted to correct her, but ended up closing her mouth, wary of further provoking Miao, who might accuse her of harboring feelings for Chen Jianjun. The quarrel was escalating. Su Mei's family was evidently determined to skin the Qin family alive. The whole brigade knew that Qin Jianjun sent a substantial amount home each month, and the Qin family was quite affluent. Miao Tsuehua was not to be underestimated either. When the argument heated up, she commanded Su Xiangxiang to bring out her newly born granddaughter. The tiny infant wailed innocently, utterly unaware of the tumult surrounding her. In any household, a pair of twins would be cherished, and Miao Tsuehua's proclamation silenced the crowd for a moment. Su Mei's parents were momentarily taken aback, genuinely fearful that this madwoman might deliver the children to their doorstep, as they could hardly afford to feed two more mouths. Miao Tsuehua was indeed ruthless. After the silence, Liang Qiuyue awaited the grand entrance of her mother, Wang Xiuqin. Wang Xiuqin was incensed by the provocations of Miao Tsuehua and Su Mei's parents. Breathing heavily with anger, she turned to Su Mei's parents, Su Yuzhen and Li Xiaoli, her voice reaching a crescendo, asserting that Su Mei was indeed their biological daughter, and it was absurd to wish to drain their own child's life essence even after she was gone. Miao Tsuehua was momentarily taken aback by the rebuke. But Wang Xiuqin continued to address the assembly. "We, as women, will inevitably become mothers-in-law, having all once endured the trials of being a daughter-in-law. Who among us is not a mother? If we treat our daughters-in-law with kindness, perhaps there will be fewer troubles at home. Would you not agree?" The women of the Donghe Brigade were somewhat stirred, collectively voicing their agreement. Liang Qiuyue swallowed hard. Her mother, Wang Xiuqin, was currently quite striking. Miao Tsuehua and Li Xiaoli felt as if their facades had been stripped away, and now their common adversary was Wang Xiuqin. Just as they were preparing to unite against her, a voice from among the women emerged, asserting that now, in this new society, women hold up half the sky, and the outdated notion of male superiority must be discarded. Why should a mother-in-law intentionally make things difficult for her daughter-in-law? Such behavior does not promote family harmony. A woman, dressed more formally than the other women of the Donghe Brigade, with an extraordinary demeanor and a serious expression, pushed her way through the crowd. Although Miao Tsuehua and Li Xiaoli were momentarily subdued by her imposing presence, Miao Tsuehua, confident in her status as the daughter of an officer, retorted, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of our Donghe Brigade? At that moment, two women from the crowd hurried forward, urgently stating, Miao Tsuehua, temper your fierce disposition. This is the chairwoman of the Women's Federation. Miao Tsuehua and Li Xiaoli's heart sank, contemplating the potential consequences of the day's events. Wang Xiuqin, undeterred by the situation, addressed the chairwoman directly, saying, Chairwoman, you must educate these two individuals properly. She proceeded to voice a multitude of grievances on behalf of Su Mei. The chairwoman listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Once Wang Xiuqin finished, the chairwoman inquired, Does this comrade know how to read? Wang Xiuqin was taken aback, but then nodded, admitting, I can read, though my writing is not very good. She owes her ability to recognize characters to her sister, Chu Yue, who insisted on teaching her. The chairwoman of the Commune's Women's Federation nodded. The members of the Women's Federation in Donghe Brigade felt a jolt of unease and cast a wary glance at Wang Xiuqin, sensing that she might soon rise in status, instinctively igniting a sense of crisis within them. Chapter 44. Not being a stepmother in the era novel. 5. Under the watchful eyes of the leaders, the crowd dispersed chaotically. Liang Qiuhong wore a grim expression throughout the journey home. Upon entering the courtyard, Liang Qiuyue pulled her inside. Eldest sister, what are you thinking about? Liang Qiuhong had always regarded her as a younger sister, yet at times, she felt that her second sister possessed greater wisdom. I beg you not to laugh at me. Do you think Qin Jianjun will marry again in the future? Liang Qiuyue hesitated, knowing that Liang Qiuhong was truly infatuated with Qin Jianjun. With a mother-in-law like Miao Tsuehua, who was despised by all, it was clear that her interest in Qin Jianjun was the driving force behind her question. Liang Qiuyue spoke earnestly. Eldest sister, I must say something you may not want to hear. Qin Jianjun may be tall and handsome, but he has a mother like that and two children. Qin Xiangxiang is not an easy sister-in-law to deal with. If you wish to live a few more years, you should extinguish those thoughts. Liang Qiuhong pinched her fair little face, considering that Qin Jianjun held a military rank, and marrying him might allow her to accompany the army, thus escaping the torment of that old woman. Liang Qiuyue sighed, knowing that as long as Miao Tsuehua was alive, no woman could truly find happiness with Qin Jianjun. Even if she herself did not wish to become a stepmother, she could not push Liang Qiuhong into that predicament. As for the reborn woman, Eugene Hui, she was seeking what she desired on her own accord. Liang Qiuhong contemplated this as well, yet among the collective, none could rival Qin Jianjun. Apart from those at the youth point, however, the young women at the youth point were rather discerning, often preferring not to marry a village girl. After sipping some hot water from an enamel cup, she tapped Liang Qiuyue's forehead and remarked, What you said earlier is indeed correct. No matter how good Qin Jianjun's conditions are, he is not suitable for marriage. She was genuinely surprised that her somewhat gluttonous daughter could articulate such thoughts. She gave a thumbs up to comrade Wang Xiuqin in appreciation. Yet, with the deceased, what good would it do to scold Miao Tsuehua? Later that afternoon, during the meal at the old Liang household, the second and fourth uncles mentioned that the commune leaders had come to inspect the land, and there were whispers of plans to establish a brick and tile factory in the area. The younger generation paid little heed to this news, unaware of the potential benefits a factory could bring to Donghe Brigade, yet the adults in the brigade were visibly excited. A factory signified employment opportunities, even for laborers. It was a position of honor complete with a salary. Liang Qiuyue felt disinterested. Even if a factory were established, it would bear little relevance to her. She was frail and delicate, incapable of laborious tasks, and had no aspirations of acquiring such a prestigious position. Although the brick and tile factory was still a distant prospect, the members of the brigade were privately buzzing with enthusiasm about the news. At that moment, a stroke of good fortune befell the old Liang family, specifically comrade Wang Xiuqin. This news was personally conveyed to the Liang family by the brigade leader's wife, who instructed her mother to visit the brigade's women's federation. The captain's wife believed that Wang Xiuqin had a high probability of success in her endeavors and did not mind promoting her in advance. If Sister Xiuqin performs well, she is certain to become a prominent figure in the Women's Federation. This remark left the other members of the Laoyang family utterly astonished. Could it be that Wang Xiuqin of their family was destined for such fortune? Initially taken aback, Wang Xiuqin soon squared her shoulders, resolute in her belief that she could indeed succeed. The opportunity lay before her, and she must seize it. Liang Qiumei gently squeezed her mother's arm, urging her to remain calm and composed, lest her excitement lead to missteps. In truth, she wished to cheer her on, but feared that her mother's enthusiasm might overwhelm her. Wang Xiuqin shot her a glance before greeting old lady Xie and then straightening her back, stepping out alongside the captain's wife. Meanwhile, the members of the Laoyang family waited anxiously in the living room, their hearts racing as if spiders were scuttling about. A few younger ones had ventured out to glean information. The second aunt felt a pang of jealousy, wondering if her elder sister's meddling the previous day had caught the attention of the Women's Federation director. Had she known that the director would be coming, she too would have put on a show. The fourth aunt scoffed. Doesn't she know someone is coming? Had I known, I would have made an effort as well. Old Lady Xie rapped on the table, casting a disapproving glance at her two daughters-in-law. This is Xiuqin's opportunity. Are you both resentful of her good fortune? If she succeeds, does it not bode well for our family? The fourth aunt, quick to retort, insisted. Of course not. If my sister succeeds as a Women's Federation official, we shall all benefit from her success. I genuinely hope she makes it. Yet, deep down, she harbored resentment, regretting that it was not she who had reprimanded Miao Cuihua and Su Yuzhen's family the previous day. When Wang Xiuqin eventually established herself as a legitimate official of the Women's Federation, which women in the Donghe Brigade would not lament their own missed opportunities? Within just 2 hours, Wang Xiuqin entered the Liang family's home with a radiant smile. Even the second and fourth uncles were patiently awaiting the outcome in the living room, curious whether the Liang family would produce a capable individual. Before anyone could inquire, Wang Xiuqin cheerfully announced, "The director has assessed my abilities and believes that I, Wang Xiuqin, possess great potential. I have been promoted to the position of Women's Federation officer for the Donghe Brigade." The smile on old lady Xie's face was impossible to contain, while the second and fourth uncles expressed their congratulations. The two aunts, though reluctant in their hearts, were compelled to utter flattering words. After a round of compliments, the fourth aunt could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, "How did the director assess you?" Liang Qiumin clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Mother, how impressive!" The second aunt's eyes darted around as she inquired, "Who did the eldest sister replace?" In the Women's Federation of the Brigade, there were only a few individuals. Such positions were scarce, akin to a carrot for each hole. Even with the promotion from the Commune's Women's Federation director, it seemed improbable that there would be a vacancy. Wang Xiuqin responded, "The Brigade's Women's Federation director has been promoted to the Commune's Women's Federation, and the captain's wife has taken over her position, thereby creating an additional vacancy." She reflected that while it was unfortunate for the previous director, who fancied herself favored by the Commune's Women's Federation director and aspired to join, she lacked both the qualifications and the educational background, leaving the director with little opportunity to maneuver. However, Wang Xiuqin felt content, recognizing that attaining the position of officer in the Brigade's Women's Federation was already an achievement she had once deemed unattainable. Upon hearing Wang Xiuqin's words, the second and fourth aunts fell silent. Illiterate as they were, even if such an opportunity were to befall them, they could only watch helplessly as it slipped away. Wang Xiuqin now genuinely believes that reading and literacy are indeed wonderful. At present, she is engaged in a discussion with Elder Xie and the couples of her second and fourth uncles, occasionally mentioning the children in the family. Liang Qiumei is delighted by this development, As long as the adults in the household recognize the value of education, she, as a young girl, need not worry about her prospects of attending high school or university in the future. Chapter 45. Not being a stepmother in a period novel. 6. The death of Su Mei has become a topic of gossip among the villagers, with many criticizing Miao Tsuehua and Su Yogan's family. However, once the news of a factory being established surfaced, that conversation quickly faded into the background. Such is life. Unless tragedy befalls one's own family, it is merely met with a few murmurs before being forgotten. In the aftermath, Miao Tsuehua and Su Yuzhen, having received guidance from the Women's Federation, properly buried Su Mei's body. Chun Xiangxiang, holding her wailing niece, expressed her exasperation, saying, "If she keeps crying, I'll send her to the Su family. She is still a young lady, and since my nephews and nieces were born, they have been without a mother. I am the one attending to them, and I am already overwhelmed after just one day." Chun Xiangxiang's eyes darted as she contemplated her niece, turning to her mother, Miao Tsuehua, saying, "Since they are so small, mother, why not find another match for my brother? Once the farming season begins, who will have time to look after them?" Upon being reminded by her daughter, Miao Tsuehua found her reasoning sound. Her son is capable, now a military officer, and there would be no shortage of suitors. Yet, having just received counsel from the Women's Federation, she felt hesitant to act against the prevailing sentiments. "No, I shall wait a while before broaching the subject. The leaders in the village are keeping a close watch on me." Chun Xiangxiang had long grown accustomed to Miao Tsuehua's unpleasant remarks, dismissing her words with indifference. "Mother, you are mistaken. These two children lack proper care. Finding a mother for them would not raise any objections. Even if Xue Mei were to learn of it, she would undoubtedly feel delighted." Upon hearing this, Miao Tsuehua considered the reasoning, yet she resolved to maintain a low profile for the time being. Unwilling to attract unwanted attention or scrutiny, she waved her hand dismissively, suggesting they discuss it later. The dialogue between the Chen mother and daughter remained a secret, for had it been revealed, they would have faced severe backlash. The following morning, the temperature had dropped even further. Liang Qiuye, nestled under her blanket, shrank her neck, reluctant to leave the warmth of her cozy bed. Liang Qiumin entered the room, observing her sister curled at the head of the bed. She rushed to the bedside, her cheeks rosy with excitement as she exclaimed, "Sister, it has snowed. There's a thick layer outside." Liang Qiuye sat up straight and swiftly donned her modest cotton jacket, adding an extra layer of long underwear beneath. Despite her layers, she appeared sleek and slender rather than bulky. Noticing Liang Qiumin's hair in disarray, she pulled her closer and skillfully braided two neat pigtails for her. In their village, Liang Qiumin's pigtails were the epitome of fashion. After sporting a similar hairstyle during a village stroll, she had garnered envious glances from other children, and now many sought to imitate her style. Once her little sister was adorned, Liang Qiuye fashioned two fishtail braids for herself, fluffing her hair to perfection. Although her style mirrored that of the older girls outside, hers appeared more attractive and trendy. Liang Qiuye was blessed with a fair and delicate complexion, her eyes resembling dark grapes filled with vitality, exuding a refreshing charm. She was quite content with her appearance, even though it paled in comparison to her original beauty. Upon pushing open the door and stepping outside, she was greeted by a layer of snow. Her mother, Wang Xiuqin, called from the main room, "Heiress, come eat." As expected, upon entering the main room, she found a porcelain basin containing eggs mixed with brown sugar water, alongside a coarse pancake paired with pickled radish. Both her second and fourth aunts were present, yet they offered no remarks upon seeing her. She couldn't help but jest, wishing for a bowl of steamed egg custard with a few drops of fragrant oil. Wang Xiuqin playfully swatted her, exclaiming, "You think only of food." Old Lady Xie shook her head, recalling how her second granddaughter used to be quite obedient. Now, however, she was lively and charming, though her gluttony was evident. Yet, which child in these times was not greedy? It hardly amounted to a fault. Liang Qiuyue thought to herself that if she had never tasted the delights of fine cuisine before, it might be excusable, but given her previous status in another world, having savored all manner of delicacies, enduring a daily diet of meager fare in this era was a test of her sanity. The snow continued to fall outside, and both old ladies Xie and Wang Xiuqin were concerned for Liang Chenhua and her husband on their journey. Liang Qiuyue, however, felt a surge of joy, knowing that there would be meat for lunch. After eating, she took her younger sister, Liang Xiaomei, out to play. The two of them, along with a group of children, ventured to the riverbank, marveling at the vast expanse of white snow. Undeterred by the cold, they engaged in a spirited snowball fight with a bunch of little ones. Such simple pleasures were all that the village children had. Unable to satisfy their appetites, they could only revel in the outdoors, especially on a frigid day like this. With snow falling all around, after much effort, Chen Xiangxiang finally seized the opportunity to step outside for some fresh air while her two infants were peacefully asleep. She met up with her dear friend Eugene Hui at the youth commune for a leisurely stroll. As Chen Xiangxiang vented her frustrations about her children, Eugene Hui played the role of a compassionate elder sister, providing comfort to Chen Xiangxiang's troubled heart. She embraced Eugene Hui's arm and said, "If only you were my sister-in-law." Eugene Hui chuckled softly, replying, "Your elder brother is quite a decent man." Her understanding of Chen Jianjun stemmed from an article she had read in her previous life, where he was already well established, and the piece highlighted his profound respect and guilt towards his beloved wife. At that time, her own life was far from ideal. She was married to a man whose vices included gambling and domestic abuse, leading a life filled with hardship and turmoil. She often fantasized about being Chen Jianjun's wife, replacing Liang Qiuyue and reveling in endless wealth and luxury. Fortunately, fate granted her a second chance, and she was determined to grasp it. After all, being a stepmother was merely a matter of raising two little ones, and she could shape them into whatever she desired. Eugene Hui smiled, pointing at Liang Qiuyue, who was dashing wildly into the woods, and remarked, "She certainly does not resemble a villager. She looks more like someone from the city." Chen Xiangxiang, aged 19 and 3 years older than Liang Qiuyue, had never played with her as children. Although she was quite attractive, she could not compare to Liang Qiuyue's charm. Moreover, being the daughter of Wang Xiuqin, she often received nothing more than a cold snort when they crossed paths. Now, she remarked with irritation, "What a crazy girl! What is there to admire?" Eugene Hui's lips curved into another smile. Chapter 46. Not acting as a stepmother in a historical novel. 7. In the woods, Liang Qiuyue, the spirited girl with a mischievous streak, was diligently crafting snowballs, her eyes trained on her companions with the intent to strike with precision. As she leaped up, she inadvertently stepped into a concealed pit in the snow, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to regain her balance. Just then, a large hand reached out, steadying her arm. Startled, she turned to find two young men standing behind her, each burdened with heavy military packs. Among them was Chen Jianjun, a figure of robust strength and formidable presence. Reacting instinctively, she jumped back, determined to distance herself from such a troublesome character. Chen Jianjun, with his rugged features and composed demeanor, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Liang family's second daughter, what troubles you?" Liang Qiuyue shook her head, suddenly recalling something. "It's not me who is troubled, it is you." Yu, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow, observing the girl clad in a quaint cotton coat that failed to conceal her youthful beauty. Chen Jianjun reiterated, "What is wrong with me? Su Mei has lost her child." She replied earnestly, "The people in the brigade are saying that Aunt Miao is responsible for her demise. I can attest to this. Su Mei worked tirelessly every day, even in her advanced state of pregnancy, enduring hunger and cold." The scathing remarks from Aunt Miao were audible from my home, who in our brigade could bear to witness her suffering without speaking up. It was intentional. That wretched MASU-MANHUA would not hesitate to insult her 100 times without remorse. If you hear of Su Mei's death, you must understand. A man should not marry a woman who despises her own mother. She continued to ramble on, but upon hearing of Su Mei's passing, Chun Jianjun swiftly turned and began to stride forward. Unfortunately, the observant Yu Jinhui and Chen Xiangxiang caught sight of him, and the two hurriedly blocked his path. Chen Xiangxiang excitedly called out to her brother, while Yu Jinhui offered a subtle smile to Chen Jianjun. Responding with a brief acknowledgement, Chen Jianjun was eager to return home. Having no time to linger, Chen Xiangxiang had just overheard Liang Qiuyue's earlier gossip. Disregarding the need to stop her brother, she glared at Liang Qiuyue, demanding to know what nonsense she was spouting, questioning when their mother had ever mistreated Su Mei. Liang Qiuyue scoffed and turned away, asserting that whether their mother had acted was not for her or Chen Xiangxiang to decide. Then, who does decide? A clear and melodious male voice chimed in beside her. She turned to Chen Xiangxiang, inquiring if they were not afraid, given how they treated her, now that she had become a ghost.
Yu,
holding an ice ball in his hand, chuckled lightly. Chen Xiangxiang, initially filled with anger towards Liang Qiuyue, felt her cheeks flush upon witnessing his smile, rendering her unable to utter any sharp retorts. Before they could even step through the door of the old Liang family home, they heard voices from within. Liang Qiuyue exchanged a glance with Liang Qiuyue and, upon pushing the door open, rushed towards her sister-in-law Hiyujuan. Sister-in-law, we've missed you so much. Especially your big white rabbit milk candies. However, before they could reach her, Comrade Wang Xiuqin swiftly intervened, urging them to refrain from colliding with Yujuan. Both halted in their tracks. Liang Xiaomei was perplexed, while Liang Qiuyue circled around her sister-in-law, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you have a child." Although it was not immediately apparent, as her sister-in-law's figure remained quite slender, Hiyujuan blushed and affirmed with a soft sound, I am going to have a nephew." Liang Qiuyue smiled sweetly and spoke. Hiyujuan's face turned even redder as she fished a handful of white rabbit milk candies from her pocket to share with her children at home. The little ones were as joyful as if it were the new year, and when mealtime came and they saw several meat dishes on the table, their happiness soared even higher. A large basin of sauerkraut fish, a dish of stir-fried cured meat, a bright yellow stir-fried egg with scallions, and a plate of stir-fried cabbage with pork were laid out before them. Although the meat was scant, it was still a fragrant and savory dish. The children ate with their heads down, while Liang Qiuyue managed to eat with both grace and speed. After her belly was full and round, she sipped water slowly. When a familiar voice rang out from outside the courtyard, "Liang Qiuyue, you have mail." The postal worker was no stranger. He was well acquainted with the routine. She darted out to take the light envelope from his hands and, after thanking him, hummed a little tune as she returned to the main room. The main room was bustling with people. Her second and fourth uncles displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Liang Qiuyue glanced at her mother, Comrade Wang Xiuqin, and with a beaming smile, handed the envelope to the head of the family, Grandma Xie, saying, "Grandma, you open it." The room fell silent in astonishment at the sheer number of letters. Liang Qiuyue felt a pang of regret in her heart, wishing she had devised a way to discreetly extract a piece of money without anyone noticing. It felt as if she had let slip a fortune. Fourth aunt, with a sharp voice, remarked, "Why didn't you have $5 before, Ernie?" After saying this, she cast a pointed glance at Wang Xiuqin. Fourth aunt's implication was clear. She had previously conspired with Wang Xiuqin to pocket the money. Aunt C fell silent, chastened by Uncle C's glare, yet he continued with a smile. "Aaron I. Focus on your studies. After graduating from junior high this year, continue your education at the commune's high school. Do not worry about the financial constraints at home." Upon hearing this, Aunt C was about to protest about the girl's excessive education, but a glance from old Madame Xie silenced her. With Aunt C subdued, Aunt Air, though silent, displayed a countenance that revealed her discontent. With so many children in the family, including 6 who were still in school, the expenses were indeed considerable. Ultimately, it was old Madame Xie who decisively declared that in their family, as long as there was a desire to learn, support would be provided, regardless of gender. She may not have been well-versed in many matters, but she understood that throughout history, the status of scholars has always been esteemed. Chapter 47. Not being a stepmother in a period novel. 8. Liang Qiuyue had been part of the Lao Liang family for many years and was quite familiar with the nature of its elders. Aunt C, with her shallow understanding, held a strong bias toward sons over daughters, especially since she had given birth to 2 sons, which made her feel quite secure in her position within the family. However, her unappealing remarks often drew the ire of old Madame Xie. Liang Qiuyue harbored a dislike for her, yet recognized her limitations. She was not particularly capable of causing significant trouble, and aside from creating minor inconveniences, she posed no real threat. The past 2 years had to be endured with patience. Liang Chenhua felt a sudden tension. His little sister was once again urging him to study diligently. Even before he had married, she had been pressing him, and now, post-marriage, she continued her insistence. Not just on him but also on their mother, Wang Xiuqin, teaching her to recognize characters and read. Yet, their good-natured sister-in-law, He Yujuan, smiled gently and said, "I merely glance at it when I have time. Your elder brother is too busy to spare a moment." Liang Qiuyue chattered excitedly, unable to assert that the college entrance examination would be reinstated, yet she extolled the manifold benefits of education. In conclusion, she remarked to her sister-in-law, engaging in reading and study during your pregnancy will surely result in a child more astute than others. He Yujun's eyes gleamed with newfound understanding, convinced by her sister-in-law's words. To further stimulate her sister-in-law's enthusiasm, Liang Qiuyue leaned close to Liang Chenhua, reiterating her points, which mildly irritated the elder brother Liang Dage, who complied with her chatter. Although somewhat bothersome, upon reflection, he recognized the merit in his sister's arguments and resolved to maintain his scholarly pursuits. He handed her 3 mao. "Is this from the milk money?" Liang Qiuyue slyly inquired. Wang Xiuqi nodded. Given that Granny Xie had been quite generous, it was reasonable for her to grant 5 yuan today, without hesitation. Yet she still bestowed upon her 2. "Mother, how is your calligraphy practice coming along?" Wang Xiuqin replied, "Practicing calligraphy is not a task accomplished in a day. I will surely succeed." She neatly tucked in the quilt and reassured her, "Pay no mind to your 4th aunt. If you have a passion for reading, I shall support you even if the family disapproves." Her position as a worker in the Women's Federation attested to the genuine value of education. Wang Xiuqin's thoughts aligned with Liang Qiuyue's. Should the family oppose her, she would fervently advocate for a separation to prevent her 4th aunt's meddling in her academic endeavors. Fortunately, Granny Xie had not imposed restrictions on the education of the girls in the household. She tugged at Wang Xiuqin's sleeve, asking, "Mother, you do not intend to arrange a marriage for me, do you?" At merely 16, soon to turn 17 in June, the prospect of marriage for rural girls at her age was truly daunting to contemplate. Wang Xiuqin cast a glance at her, assuring her that she should rest easy, for she would wait until her studies bore fruit, and she found a city dweller. Liang Qiuyue replied in surprise, realizing that she had misjudged Wang Xiuqin, who, like any mother, wished for her daughter to marry into a city family for a better life. Wang Xiuqin naturally harbored this aspiration. Her daughter was a remarkable beauty, unparalleled in their 10-mile radius, excelling in both looks and academics. It would be a disservice not to seek a city dweller for her to enjoy a life of comfort. After exchanging trivial chatter, the mother and daughter eventually drifted off to sleep. Despite the frigid weather and swirling snow outside, the children in the village were filled with joy. When Liang Qiuyue did not venture outdoors, she would spend her time reading at home with her sister-in-law, often indulging in the fragrant baijiao cream that her sister-in-law generously applied. Her sister-in-law had only one daughter, and their family circumstances were quite favorable. Liang Chunhua's ability to marry her stemmed from their bond as classmates, and it was evident that her sister-in-law harbored affection for him as well. He Yujuan wished to gift her mother-in-law and sister-in-law a new jar of baijiao cream, but Wang Xiuqin declined the offer. Liang Qiuyue felt embarrassed to accept it and was content to simply borrow a bit each day. The knowledge from junior high was exceedingly simple for her, so she took out her elder brother's high school textbooks to study. She was remarkably adaptable, finding comfort in any situation, regardless of the world she inhabited. She had no grand ambitions, only two modest goals: to avoid marrying Chen Jianjun and to enjoy a life where she could indulge in delicious food at her leisure. The cold outside is quite biting, with some areas still covered in ice. He Yujuan spends her days indoors, as her domestic responsibilities no longer require her presence. She occupies herself with reading and knitting sweaters. Meanwhile, comrade Wang Xiuqin utilizes her free time to craft soft little shoes and garments for her yet-to-be-born grandchild from the fabric she has been saving for quite some time. On this particular day, Liang Qiuye accompanied comrade Wang Xiuqin to the He family's home in the village, where they would grind soybeans to make tofu. The He family possesses a stone mill, and they always inform those with whom they share a good rapport in the village ahead of time when they plan to grind tofu. Coincidentally, He Xiaolian, a classmate of Liang Qiuye, is from the same brigade and has established a friendly relationship with her. Upon entering the He household, Liang Qiuye was met with effusive compliments from a group of older women, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Once inside He Xiaolian's room, she playfully pinched her friend's cheek. Since her mother became a member of the Women's Federation, the warmth of their greetings has only intensified. While Liang Qiuye is indeed attractive, she finds it somewhat overwhelming to receive such flattering attention, and the scrutinizing gazes of others leave her feeling uncomfortable. He Xiaolian, sulking within the confines of her home, eagerly shared that her family had unanimously decided to discontinue her education after this semester. Liang Qiuye was at a loss for words. Aware that He Xiaolian was not particularly fond of school, her desire to continue on to high school stemmed mainly from her affection for a particular male classmate. With average academic performance, she was uncertain whether she could even gain admission to high school after graduating from junior high. "What will you do if you don't attend school?" Liang Qiuye inquired. He Xiaolian, with a sorrowful expression and a pout, replied that she would instead work in the fields to earn points while simultaneously seeking out potential suitors for herself. Liang Qiuye, upon hearing this, felt a pang of melancholy. Yet she was powerless to assist her friend in her predicament. He Xiaolian was not truly distressed about being unable to attend school. Rather, it was the thought of not seeing the person she cherished after this semester that troubled her. The prospect of marrying a simple peasant in the countryside was equally disheartening. Liang Qiume, unsure of how to respond, vaguely overheard a group of women outside inquiring about comrade Wang Xiuqin, clearly with an intention to scrutinize her situation. He Xiaolian's brother, He Xiaoyong, with a blush adorning his cheeks, pushed the door open and gazed at the two girls, holding a handful of peanuts and sunflower seeds. With a stammer, he offered, "Qiume, would you like some peanuts?" He Xiaoyong appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a simple and honest demeanor. His expression unmistakably revealed his awkwardness, as a young man unsure of where to place his limbs. Liang Qiume, far from inexperienced, could discern his evident affection. Feeling a flutter of embarrassment herself, she took He Xiaolian by the hand and approached the door, accepting a couple of peanuts from He Xiaoyong with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Xiaoyong. Xiaolian and I are going out to have some fun." As the two girls walked away, He Xiaoyong scratched his head, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Upon reaching the eastern side of the village, they unexpectedly encountered Eugene Hui, who had just emerged from the youth station, carrying something in her hands. Given her direction, it was likely she was headed to Chen Jianjun's house. Recently, many villagers had been keeping a close eye on the Chen family. Aside from Miao Zuehua and Qin Xiangxiang, who were displeased. The villagers unanimously regarded Qin Jianjun as a responsible and commendable man. Liang Qiumei had hardly exchanged a few words with Eugene Hui and had no desire to engage with her. However, as they brushed past, Eugene Hui called out to her. Eugene Hui appeared composed as she addressed her colleague, Liang Qiuyue, with a gentle admonition. Comrade Liang, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing others behind their backs. Your previous remarks to Comrade Qin Jianjun have unfortunately incited discord within his household. It would be wise to keep your distance from him, lest you draw his attention. In an instant, Liang Qiuyue switched to a combative stance. She understood the art of invective, recognizing that while she could adopt a crass demeanor as a humble village girl, she still needed to harness her energy. Moreover, she noted that they were alone in this setting. However, when the moment arrived for her to speak, she realized she could not emulate the sharp tongue of the village matrons. Dear educated youth, she retorted, by what authority do you speak to me in this manner? I am certainly not gossiping behind anyone's back in front of Comrade Qin Jianjun. Yet you, upon encountering me, feel entitled to lecture as if you were something of significance. Does everyone not know that it was not long after Su Mei's unfortunate demise that you eagerly sought to become a stepmother? If you are so keen to curry favor with your future mother-in-law, perhaps you should wait until you have crossed the threshold first. Liang Qiuyue wore a disdainful expression. Her words were not particularly kind, yet her demeanor was not overtly hostile, suggesting her remarks were merely casual banter that would not provoke animosity. With a dismissive huff, she took hold of the bewildered He Xiaolian and departed, leaving Eugene Hui standing there, her face alternating between shades of green and white as her thoughts were laid bare. The sight of Liang Qiuyue conversing with Qin Jianjun had instilled a deep-seated anxiety within her. Fearing a repetition of the past 2 years, a scenario where Liang Qiuyue and Qin Jianjun developed a mutual attraction and eventually wed, her inability to restrain herself today stemmed from a desire to distance Liang Qiuyue from Qin Jianjun. Determined to secure Qin Jianjun, she resolved that no one could thwart her resolve. Steeling herself, she clutched the fine fabric she had painstakingly acquired and strode purposefully towards Qin Jianjun's residence. Upon reaching the icy riverbank, He Xiaolian looked at her in astonishment, exclaiming, "Qiu Yu, you've even learned to argue with others." Her voice was filled with wonder. Liang Qiuyu stood tall, pride radiating from her countenance, declaring, "My mother is formidable. I take after her." He Xiaolian sensed that Liang Qiuyu's confrontations were unlike those of the villagers, who often resorted to harsh and vulgar language. Yet, just moments ago, Qiuyu had refrained from uttering any crude remarks, leaving Yu Jiqing in an awkward predicament, which made her feel a newfound admiration for Liang Qiuyu. The two girls crouched by the outer wall of the courtyard, whispering conspiratorially. Dongzi excitedly leaned in and whispered, "Second sister, let's go catch some rabbits. Last night, I saw a big brother bring one down from the back mountain. He said as long as I don't tell anyone, he would give me one today." Liang Qiuyu replied, "But you just told me. You little rascal. How untrustworthy." Haha, she thought, amused. Furthermore, what if others were merely deceiving him? He seemed quite gullible. "Do you want me to accompany you?" she asked, feeling a flutter of excitement. After all, rabbits were undeniably adorable, and they would surely taste delightful. What if he changes his mind? Then you would say I'm not trustworthy. What if he is a kidnapper? Dongzi furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers and pouting. "I'm scared to go alone. Please come with me, second sister. If he refuses to give me one, we will catch our own." His words were filled with determination. Yet if she had known how to catch rabbits, she would have done so long ago. In the village, there were indeed individuals who stealthily ventured into the mountains to hunt, akin to thieves, apprehensive that the aroma of meat from their cooking would arouse suspicions among their neighbors. Even before dusk had fully settled, Liang Qiuyue, harboring a minuscule hope of fortuitously capturing a rabbit in the back mountains, sought out a thicker branch to wield as a makeshift weapon. She planned to venture out with Dongzi once the shadows deepened, curious about which benevolent elder brother had so generously offered Dongzi a rabbit. When she inquired about this kind gentleman, Dongzi could not articulate his name. She pondered whether hunters from another brigade had covertly trespassed into their territory, contemplating the possibility of returning empty-handed or, perhaps, with a plump rabbit in tow. As twilight descended, Liang Qiuyue grasped Dongzi's small hand with her left while brandishing a sturdy stick in her right, prepared for self-defense. The two approached the borders of the back mountains, their hearts racing with a blend of excitement and trepidation. Suddenly, Liang Qiuyue recalled something and interrogated Dongzi. "What were you doing in the back mountains yesterday after dark?" Dongzi shrank his neck, his eyes darting furtively, and replied, "I followed a wild chicken from the woods." "Ah, still for the sake of that morsel of meat." Liang Qiuyue understood the fervor that fueled Dongzi's pursuit of the wild chicken. What if he succeeded in catching it? That would mean a pot full of meat. Finding refuge behind a large rock, she crouched down with Dongzi, although they were quite familiar with the territory of the Dongha Brigade. The darkness of the night instilled a sense of fear. After a while, her legs began to feel numb, and regret washed over her. What if that person from yesterday had merely been spinning tales to deceive Dongzi? She tugged at Dongzi's ear, exclaiming, "Why are you so foolish? You should have asked that man for a rabbit yesterday." Upon hearing this, Dongzi began to regret. Why didn't I think of that? The siblings, chilled to the bone, clasped their heads and sighed in unison. Hiyu, having listened from behind a tree for quite some time, exhaled a deep sigh, shaking his head as he emerged, carrying 2 rabbits and 2 wild chickens. Witnessing the dire living conditions of his grandfather filled him with sorrow. While present, he could only devise ways to improve his grandfather's meager diet, albeit furtively. Fortunately, his grandfather's dilapidated shack was situated far from the collective houses, allowing him to cautiously procure some meat each day. The mountains were abundant with wild game. He merely set a few traps and managed to gather a decent haul daily. With the cool weather, he was relieved that the provisions could be preserved for an extended period without spoiling. Liang Qiuyue and Dongzi, with keen ears, detected a rustling of footsteps, perking up and casting their bright gazes toward the origin of the sound. After a moment of scrutiny, Dongzi recognized the person from the previous day and, with exhilaration, leaped forward to greet the young man. Liang Qiuyue followed suit, yet before she could ascertain his identity, she was entranced by the 4 delectable creatures he held in his hands. Observing her captivated gaze, Hugh cleared his throat, prompting Liang Qiuyue to snap back to reality. Suddenly aware of her embarrassment, hesitant to audibly request a rabbit, she watched as Dongzi, in sheer delight, exclaimed while sniffling from the cold, "Big brother, you must keep your promise." Hiyu gently shushed him, urging him to lower his voice. He then strolled deeper into the woods, with Liang Qiuyue and Dongzi trailing closely behind like devoted shadows. Liang Qiuyue assessed his silhouette, broad shoulders, slender waist, and long legs, a quintessential walking mannequin. While he lacked Qin Jianjun's imposing stature, he exuded a lean yet robust presence. Upon reaching a suitable spot for conversation, Hugh handed her a chicken and a rabbit, his eyes gleaming with mirth. "Hold on, I'm not a fraud," he assured her. Excitedly, she passed the chicken and rabbit to the eager Dongzi. From her pocket, Liang Qiuyue retrieved 3 large white rabbit milk candies, her sole reserves, meant to be savored only in times of desperate craving, having been saved for quite some time. Noticing that both his hands were occupied, she deftly slipped the candies into his shirt pocket. In her mind, 3 candies for a chicken and a rabbit was a profitable exchange. She then added, "If you ever need assistance, just let me know. Though I might not be able to help, I can at least listen." How should I phrase that? She quickly corrected herself, "After hearing you out, I might just come up with some ideas." Hugh found her rather endearing, a smile flickering in his eyes. He thought of his grandfather, who lacked many things, yet he had channels to procure necessities, rendering it unnecessary to burden a young girl. Turning his gaze to Dongzi, he chided, "Yesterday, I asked you not to tell anyone, yet you immediately informed your sister. You truly lack integrity." Dongzi blushed, scratching his head sheepishly, a foolish grin adorning his face. Liang Qiuyue promptly patted her chest in a pledge of loyalty. "Rest assured, aside from me, he wouldn't divulge this to anyone else, not even his mother. No one knows you went hunting in the mountains undermining socialist values." As she passionately elaborated, he swiftly covered her mouth, pulling both her and Dongzi into the cover of the bushes. The chicken and rabbit made a faint sound as they fell to the ground. Liang Qiuyue, puzzled, crouched down and vaguely discerned a man and a woman embracing about 20 meters ahead. The man appeared to be Lin Dehai, the deputy captain of the Donghe Brigade, while the woman was unexpectedly Miao Tsuehua, Chen Jianjun's mother. In disbelief, she widened her eyes at their actions. She then quietly turned to the side, attempting to redirect Dongzi's head to see what was happening. She herself also turned around, only to find herself in an awkward situation, as this unknown older boy was standing right behind her. Although she yearned to innocently inquire about their activities, her shyness restrained her. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the girl's expression was quite lively and amusing, her brows occasionally furrowing as if troubled, lost in her thoughts. Upon raising her head, Liang Qiuyue met his inquisitive gaze, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She whispered sternly at him to stop looking. Her feisty demeanor was rather endearing, and she couldn't help but think that if he had a little sister, she would likely be just as adorable. Seeing him chuckle again, though devoid of malice, made her inexplicably blush, prompting her to sulkily turn her head away. Having already crouched outside for quite a while, she felt a chill creeping into her bones. The delay caused by Miao Tsuehua and the deputy captain only worsened the cold for both her and Dongzi. When the pair finally departed, she stood up, slightly swaying, and he steadied her momentarily before quickly releasing his grip. Liang Qiuyue and Dongzi exchanged glances, unsure of his intentions, whether he meant to silence her regarding the chicken and rabbit or the incident involving Miao Tsuehua. She brushed away a withered leaf that had fallen onto his shoulder, smiling as she said, "Thank you, big brother. Farewell." Her eyes sparkled with hope, as she yearned for the next encounter to include more meat. He responded with a gentle smile, watching as the two figures, one large and one small, faded into the distance. Liang Qiuyue and Dongzi stealthily made their way home, each cradling a chicken and a rabbit, akin to thieves. Midway, she suddenly realized with a twinge of guilt that she had taken a chicken and a rabbit from someone without even knowing their names. Chapter 50. Not to be a stepmother in a period novel. 11. As the two arrived at the old Liang family's doorstep on a chilly night, they spotted comrade Wang Xiuqin peering out anxiously. Throughout their journey, Liang Qiuyue had employed both threats and enticements to ensure that Dongzi would not divulge today's escapade to anyone, not even his mother, under the penalty of exclusion from their future playdates and withholding of sweets. Dongzi promptly thumped his small chest, swearing he would keep the secret. Before Wang Xiuqin could utter a word, Liang Qiuyue placed the chicken and rabbit onto the sole wooden table in the room. Wang Xiuqin's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively shut the door. "Where did these come from?" Liang Qiuyue's eyes darted mischievously as she replied, "There are hunters sneaking around in the back mountains, and Dongzi and I happened to encounter them. They graciously gifted us these, though we do not know who they are. They are indeed kind-hearted." Liang Qiuyue nodded earnestly. Even before savoring the meat, she was already contemplating where their next meal would come from. "Mother, just tell Grandma that it was sent by my uncle," she cunningly suggested. In these times, anything that was naturally sourced was considered communal, and hunting in the mountains was akin to undermining the state. Though everyone secretly engages in hunting, it is primarily for the sake of sustenance. After all, times are tough for every household, rendering it unnecessary to report such trivial matters. However, it is better to keep a low profile, as the origins of these activities are best kept from prying eyes. Wang Xiuqin cast a sidelong glance, washed her hands, face, and feet, and prepared for bed. She noticed her daughter's little cotton jacket was covered in dust and could not help but voice a few more words. Liang Qiuyue responded with playful banter. The chicken and rabbit had eluded both her and Dongzi for an entire week, leaving them quite vexed. Undoubtedly, old lady Xia intended to save those for the New Year feast. The comforting thought was that the holiday was just around the corner. Recently, every household in the brigade had been bustling with preparations for the festival. Despite the scarcity of resources and the limited finances of each family, the spirit of celebration was palpable, promising a more sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner than in years past. Liang Qiuyue was in high spirits. Her mother, Wang Xiuqin, had long since cut a piece of fabric and gathered some cotton to make a little jacket for her and Liang Xiaomei. The fabric was red, and although the hue was not perfect, obtaining any red cloth in these times was no small feat, especially since her elder brother had leveraged connections to acquire this flawed material. Despite its imperfections, it was still in high demand. The design of the little jacket might not be particularly fashionable, and viewed through the lens of future trends, it could even be considered quaint. Yet, in this era, if Liang Qiuyue donned the red jacket and strolled through the village, she would undoubtedly be the most striking figure in the Donghe Brigade. On this day, Liang Qiuyue rose early, for she was to accompany her mother to the town. Although this town cannot compare to the splendor of later generations, she still relished the opportunity to wander about. Among her 3 daughters-in-law, old Madame Xie held the utmost affection for Wang Xiuqin, who was efficient and meticulous in her tasks, possessing a broader mindset than her younger sisters-in-law. Consequently, she preferred to entrust the matter of purchasing goods to her eldest daughter-in-law. The second and fourth aunts could only watch in silent envy. Early in the morning, Liang Xiaomei donned a clean, albeit faded, coat in a delightful ginger hue. While this color could be disastrous on someone with darker skin, it appeared exceptionally charming on the fair-skinned Liang Xiaomei. In these times, children often wore hand-me-downs from older siblings, and Liang Xiaomei had frequently donned the discarded garments of her cousin. Given the current circumstances, even if one wished to be selective, there was little opportunity to do so. Her ginger coat was paired with 2 layers of trousers underneath, topped with a slightly looser pair of black pants and a pair of brown cotton shoes. Her neck, elegant and graceful, resembled what later generations would describe as a swan's neck, albeit feeling somewhat chilly in the frigid weather. Hiyujun, noticing this, generously offered her red scarf for warmth. Once wrapped in it, Liang Qiumei's complexion appeared even fairer. A lovely blush tinged her cheeks. Wang Xiuqin was not a harsh mistress to her daughters-in-law. Hiyujun was amiable and did not flaunt her privileged background. Their relationship was harmonious, and Wang Xiuqin smiled at the sight of her willingly lending the scarf to her daughter. Today, Liang Xiaomei stayed at home, pouting in discontent until Liang Qiumei coaxed her into smiling by promising her some milk candy. Upon arriving at the donkey cart, she and Wang Xiuqin encountered a throng of people, the majority being women and children. Wang Xiuqin engaged in cheerful banter with those around her. "Your daughter Qiuyu is becoming increasingly beautiful, rivaling even the girls from the city." Wang Xiuqin relished this compliment. What mother does not take pleasure in praises for her daughter? Moreover, she believed it to be true, her wrinkles deepening with a smile. Qiuyu blushed, feigning modesty, as the women around her nearly elevated her to the status of a fairy, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. Eugene Hui approached, carrying a parcel. Drawing the attention of the gathered women, someone inquired if the young intellectual had gone to the town to purchase goods. As anticipated, the village matrons began to commend her for her sensibility and capability, remarking on her ability to assist her family while living in the countryside. Regardless of any behind-the-scenes gossip regarding her attachment to the Qin family, they all wore cheerful expressions in her presence. It must be acknowledged that, from the perspective of her previous generation, Chiou's simplicity could not be deemed entirely unappealing. Although her clothing appeared plain, it somehow suited her remarkably well. Chiou chose to ignore the woman, as they were not on amicable terms. Along the way there were pedestrians, for the donkey cart had limited seating, prompting some to walk from the village to the town. Chapter 51. Not playing the stepmother in a period novel. 12. The donkey cart swayed and rattled for quite some time before reaching the town. Chiou attended school at the commune in the town and was quite familiar with the area, knowing where to find various goods. Yet, her lack of money and tickets to make purchases weighed heavily on her heart. The town was relatively small. It would hardly take an hour to explore. As the new year approached, the supply and marketing cooperative buzzed with activity, with Wang Xiuqin leading her to join the queue. By the time they reached the front, nearly an hour had passed. Wang Xiuqin began to retrieve money and tickets to buy the items that old lady Xie had instructed them to procure. Liang Qiuyu held the money in her hand, intending to purchase hair ties and big white rabbit milk candy. With nearly 2 yuan still in her possession, she was eager to spend a bit more today. Wang Xiuqin observed her daughter's gleaming eyes as she contemplated buying sweets and shook her head in resignation, feeling an insatiable craving that left her speechless. Liang Qiuyu, however, was prudent. She spent 30 cents on the big white rabbit candy and a few more cents on a red hair tie and several charming little clips. After that, she hesitated to spend further. At school, she often found herself hungry, sometimes waking in the night due to hunger, and would need to save her money for those times. Wang Xiuqin, carrying her own purchases, noticed her daughter intently examining the items at the counter. Upon closer inspection, she saw a row of golden butterfly clips, which were indeed beautiful, but appeared rather costly. And I, stop looking, you're too old for such things, but San and I could wear them, Wang Xiuqin said as she pulled her daughter away. It wasn't that she was unwilling to buy them, but wearing such clips would make them visible at home. And her younger siblings were not blind. Even old lady Xie might have her reservations about it. Spending money on such frivolities seemed utterly unwise. Liang Qiuyu was not oblivious to the realities of their situation. She felt a twinge of regret, acknowledging that she was currently unable to afford even a butterfly clip. As she kicked small stones in her discontent, her earlier joy had dissipated, leaving Wang Xiuqin with a tinge of sadness in her heart. Just then, they rounded a corner and encountered a woman with a headscarf, carrying a basket covered with a cloth. Upon seeing the two, the woman scrutinized them and quietly asked, "With the new year approaching, would you like to buy something?" The woman lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a basket filled with golden egg cakes, emanating an irresistible aroma of eggs intertwined with a sweet fragrance. Liang Qiuyu's eyes sparkled instantly, forgetting her earlier musings. She cast a hopeful glance at Wang Xiuqin, silently resolving that if her mother refused to purchase them, she would use her own pocket money, even if it meant going hungry at school later that night. Wang Xiuqin, without even looking at her daughter, could sense the brightness in her eyes. "How much do they cost?" she inquired. The woman replied, "No tickets required, just 10 cents each." Wang Xiuqin hesitated, feeling it a tad expensive, but upon seeing her daughter's eager expression, she gritted her teeth and bought 4. Once the transaction was complete and Liang Qiuyu savored the soft, fragrant egg cake, her satisfaction was immeasurable, though the cake's texture could not compare to those of decades hence. In this era, Liang Qiuyu still experienced a profound sense of happiness. She consumed half of the cake, insisting that the remaining half be enjoyed by Wang Xiuqin. The latter felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Though her daughter had a greedy appetite, she never forgot her mother. After indulging in the egg cake, her mood brightened, and she earnestly patted her chest, declaring to Wang Xiuqin, "Mother, rest assured, I will certainly be filial to you from now on. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall procure for you." Wang Xiuqin shot her a sidelong glance. "What do you mean? If I don't buy for you in the future, will you cease to be filial?" She had originally intended to take her daughter to the state-run restaurant for a couple of meat buns, but now she reconsidered. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. She had missed out on 2 delectable meat buns simply because of the egg cake. She had never tasted the meat buns from the state-run restaurant, but she had heard they were quite delightful. She swallowed hard, patted her small chest, and reassured her mother. "It's all right. Even if you don't buy me meat buns, I will still be filial to you." Throughout the years she had been here, Comrade Wang Xiuqin had endured her share of hardships. She toiled like the robust laborers in the brigade, earning a meager 10 cents for her labor. With the death of her husband, the burden on her shoulders grew heavier, and the phrase "women can hold up half the sky" could not be truer in her case. Years of agricultural labor had left her back slightly hunched, her face bore the marks of time, and her hands were calloused. Though her manner of speaking was not particularly refined, she held deep admiration for her, feeling fortunate to have such a mother. Wang Xiuqin felt joy upon hearing these words. She was touched, yet she did not take them too seriously. Her daughter's sentiment was genuine, but eventually she would have to find a husband, and upon entering her in-laws' home, she would inevitably encounter various challenges. The future remained uncertain. Just then, they passed by the state-run restaurant, where the aroma of meat wafted enticingly. Liang Qiuye sniffed the air and resolutely guided her mother towards the donkey cart parked nearby. She suspected that if they lingered any longer, she would end up dragging Comrade Wang Xiuqin into the restaurant to request 2 meat buns. Comrade Wang Xiuqin chuckled inwardly at her daughter's lack of ambition, reaching into her pocket to pull out 2 hard candies for her to suck on. With the new year upon them, every household, regardless of wealth, prepared some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies. The most common treat was this type of hard candy, which was synonymous with sweetness in the eyes of children. Liang Qiuye did not hesitate to unwrap one and pop it into her mouth, her right cheek swelling with the small candy. The home was lively, filled with the chatter of children who were munching on sponge cake while listening to Liang Qiuye share the latest village news. It is said that Chen Jianjun's family has recently acquired a bicycle, and the villagers flocked to witness the spectacle. If this were indeed true, she would feel a sense of joy for the progress of their relationship. Having read the book, she knows that Eugene Hui is a person reborn, a variable in this world. In the narrative, Liang Qiume and Chen Jianjun share a profound connection. Otherwise, given Wang Xiuqin's temperament, it would be improbable for her daughter to become a stepmother, even with Chen Jianjun's status as an officer and a mother-in-law like Miao Zuehua. Now, in her current circumstances, she certainly would not share such an affinity with Chen Jianjun. Chapter 52. No longer a stepmother in the era novel. 13. That night, Liang Qiume nestled beside Comrade Wang Xiuqin, sleeping soundly under the covers, immersed in a dream. She was acutely aware that this was merely a dream. Having witnessed the tragic life of Liang Qiume, she initially believed it to be a mere reenactment of scenes, as the trajectory of events began to unfold precisely as she knew it. However, subsequent occurrences revealed a divergence from her expectations. After a series of events, Liang Qiume and Chen Jianjun came to understand each other's feelings, breaking through the metaphorical barrier between them. Amidst the discontent of both families, they were preparing to make a commitment when, on a deep autumn night, Liang Qiume was lured out by Chen Xiangxiang, who claimed her brother Chen Jianjun wished to meet her by the river. Believing this to be true, she arrived as promised on that frigid day. After enduring the biting cold wind for a considerable time, her body grew numb, only to be suddenly thrust from behind into the icy waters of the river. The autumn and winter waters were bone-chilling, and as she struggled, weighed down by her soaked clothes and unable to swim, she felt a firm grip on her head. In that moment of desperation, she glimpsed Eugene Hui's malevolent eyes. The chilling sensation of suffocation that engulfed Liang Qiuye before her drowning led her to believe she was on the brink of death. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, her limbs flailed desperately. It was Wang Xiuqin, jolted awake by her daughter, who roused her with gentle taps, calling, "Heiress, heiress." After several earnest attempts, Liang Qiuyue finally regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with impenetrable darkness, yet the suffocating dread and the feeling of impending demise had dissipated, granting her a moment of relief. "What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" Wang Xiuqin inquired, her voice still laced with slumber. Liang Qiuyue turned slightly, embracing her arm and responding with a soft murmur. Wang Xiuqin continued to pat her and utter a few more words, and soon the pitch-black room fell into silence once more. System. What occurs next? System. The world collapses. There is no next. Liang Qiuyue quipped. It seems the world crumbles as whimsically as a child's game. System. This realm is a nascent world derived from a book, having recently come into being and lacking complete stability. Liang Qiuyue is a principal character within this world. Should she perish, the world shall unravel. We possess but a singular opportunity for a reboot. Liang Qiuyue comprehended the gravity of her situation. She and Chen Jianjun were the protagonists of a narrative, and should the heroine meet her demise, the tale would reach an untimely end. It was imperative to grasp the rules governing this fledgling world. Assuming Liang Qiuyue's identity, live well, but do not unite with Chen Jianjun, would the world still collapse? She inquired. After a brief silence, the system responded, "It will not collapse, but your accrued points will be halved." The infrequent utterances were partly due to its early arrival in this world, and the bond between Liang Qiuyue and Chen Jianjun only commenced following the death of Su Mei. However, it was evident that Liang Qiuyue had made it clear that she would not marry Chen Jianjun. A system could not force a horse to drink against its will, for they were not some heartless organization. Yet, it issued a stern warning. Should one perish in this still precarious world, it would indeed be a final demise. The system felt compelled to urge this host, who merely wished to drift through life, to take her responsibilities seriously. Liang Qiuyue thought it was overthinking. Who would desire death when they could live well? The system remarked that her soul was not yet stable enough to endure such a fate. With a deeper understanding of her existence in this world, where her future task was simply to survive, Liang Qiuyue smiled faintly, realizing she could once again meander through life. Eugene Hui had indeed killed Liang Qiuyue before, although she had not yet acted against her now. In Liang Qiuyue's heart, Eugene Hui was no longer innocent. She needed to devise a scheme to ensure that Eugene Hui would torment both Miao Zuehua and Shen Xiangxiang. As for Chen Jianjun, she harbored no fondness for him either. While many extolled his integrity and sense of duty, from the perspective of future generations, this man failed to resolve familial conflicts, allowing his wife to endure the grievances of his mother for an extended period. The familial relations were in disarray. He was hardly a paragon of responsibility. Although her feelings were tinged with resentment, it was clear that Chen Jianjun was not an ideal choice for a husband. 2 days before the new year, the team slaughtered 2 large pigs, and each household received a corresponding share based on their work points. On this particular day, the atmosphere was particularly lively, with adults and children from the brigade gathering in groups of 3 or 5. In these times, one needed an industrial ticket to purchase a bicycle, and acquiring such tickets was no easy feat, making the Chen family's bicycle a hot topic of conversation within the brigade. Liang Qiuyue stood beside Liang Qiuhong, watching the commotion not far from Miao Zuehua, whose face beamed with delight from the flattery she was receiving, evoking memories of her rural escapade with the deputy captain in the woods. Chen Jianjun's father was a taciturn man, largely uninvolved in family matters and firmly under Miao Zuehua's thumb, leaving him with little presence. It was uncertain whether he would rise to the occasion upon discovering his wife's indiscretions. Just then, Chen Xiangxiang and Eugene Hui approached, engaged in cheerful banter. It was indeed commendable that Miao Zuehua's son had achieved such success. Rumor had it that Chen Jianjun had been promoted to company commander, which was quite an accomplishment. The matrons chattered animatedly, genuinely praising Qin Jianjun, yet they were equally earnest in their jabs at Miao Cuihua and Eugene Hui. Some remarks rendered Eugene Hui's composure momentarily stiff, while the foolish Chun Xiangxiang chimed in. Indeed, I also believe that Sister Jean Hui and my brother are a perfect match. Miao Cuihua shot a vexed glance at Qin Xiangxiang. Although she contemplated introducing another candidate for Qin Jianjun, and Eugene Hui had been frequently flattering her of late, she remained dissatisfied, feeling that her son could indeed find someone even more suitable. Chapter 53. Not acting as a stepmother in the era of literature. 14. Miao Cuihua cast a discerning glance at Eugene Hui and coldly remarked, "Do not misunderstand. Yu Ziqing hails from the city and possesses lofty aspirations. Why would she ever deign to marry into our rural community? My unfortunate daughter-in-law has only been gone a short while. How could Jianjun possibly remarry so swiftly?" Her words garnered a newfound respect from those surrounding her. Eugene Hui felt her face grow stiff at Miao Cuihua's comments, yet she swallowed her indignation, caught in a dilemma of whether to retort or remain silent, ultimately cursing Miao Cuihua inwardly.
Just days prior,
she had arranged for a pair of rubber shoes to be sent from the city as a gift for Miao Cuihua and occasionally prepared meals for the two children, which she accepted readily, yet in public, she was met with disdain. Soon, voices began to rise in a chorus of discussion. Even with lofty ambitions, could she possibly overlook your Jianjun? One voice chimed in. Those children cannot be without a mother. It would be wise for you to consider this sooner rather than later. For their sake, another added. This sentiment resonated with many, some genuinely feeling pity for the two children, while others harbored more calculative intentions. Although Chun Jianjun had lost his wife and had two children, he also had the formidable Miao Cuihua as his mother. However, one could not overlook Qin Jianjun's impressive stature. At this age, he had already risen to the rank of company commander, enjoying substantial allowances, with a future brimming with potential. It was said that military officers' families could accompany them. Thus, should one choose to follow him, what of Miao Cuihua? They would hardly see each other more than a few times a year. Moreover, the children were still quite young. With time, they would grow to feel as though they were his own. Everyone tends to ponder, and with this thought, Chun Jianjun has once again become the apple of the eye among the women in the brigade. The discussions among the crowd were fervent, and when the person in question, Chun Jianjun, arrived on the scene and overheard their conversations, he cast a grave look at his mother, Miao Cuihua. "Su Mei is gone because she bore my children, mother. It is inappropriate for you to speak of such matters now. My mind is elsewhere. I only wish to care for the two children moving forward." Miao Cuihua, undaunted by her husband's ineffectiveness, still heeded her son's words. With Su Mei's recent passing, she dared not provoke him, hoping that in a year or so, her son's feelings might change. Upon hearing Chun Jianjun's remarks, the women of the brigade held him in even higher regard. On this splendid day of pork distribution, only Eugene Hui faced two consecutive blows to her spirits. Unintentionally, she caught sight of Liang Qiumei, who was surrounded by the pork and wore an expression of eager delight, which only soured her mood further. Although Liang Qiumei's eyes were fixed on the pork, she had also caught snippets of gossip circulating in the crowd about various trivial happenings in the brigade. Despite being mundane matters, they seemed fresh and lively. This year, her mother, Wang Xiuqin, had become a distinguished member of the Women's Federation, and today, during the pork distribution, she had received an additional pig trotter, albeit one lacking in meat, which brought Liang Qiumei immense joy. Though pig trotters are mostly bone, they are quite delicious. Yet in these times, they do not enjoy the widespread affection of the farming community as fatty meat does. Just a few days prior, a snowfall had occurred, and by the time she reached home, the soles of her cloth shoes were half soaked, a chill creeping up from her feet to her body. A group of younger individuals gathered around the stove, engaged in conversation while several sweet potatoes roasted above, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Liang Qiumei soon peeled and devoured 2 of them. In this era, sweet potatoes were plentiful and a source of comfort, unburdened by concern.
Meanwhile,
Wang Xiuqin was tending to the butter from a wild chicken, preparing to use it for a dish, and Liang Qiumei, with keen awareness, approached the stove to add kindling. Sister Hong was washing a large head of cabbage, her hands turning a delightful shade of red from the cold. Wang Xiuqin instructed her to fetch a jug from the main room to pour some hot water for the washing. Old Lady Xia rummaged through the dim kitchen, accompanied by Aunt Er and Aunt Si. In such a confined space, several people were crowded together, and Liang Qiumei could hear their conversations distinctly. First, Aunt Er inquired of Old Lady Xia's opinion on Qin Jianjun, mentioning that her daughter Qiuhong had reached the age for courtship and should be settled soon. Before Old Lady Xia could respond, Wang Xiuqin let out a soft scoff, poised to enter the fray, but halted upon hearing Old Lady Xia's words. With a disapproving glance towards her second daughter-in-law, Old Lady Xia questioned, "Have you forgotten how that girl Su Mei met her demise?
not only that,
But have you also forgotten the life she led?" Despite a twinge of fear, Aunt Er persisted. If it comes to fruition, she could accompany him in his military service. Old Lady Xia turned her attention back to her tasks, asserting, "Qiuhong is your daughter. If you do not care for her, no one else will." Aunt Er's face flickered between shades of blue and red, aware that she had 2 sons who would soon seek wives, and without a solid foundation, how could they succeed? If her daughter could marry Qin Jianjun, it would not only spare her from dowry concerns, but also provide support through her son-in-law, who had already benefited from the resources of Su Yogan's family. Yet, seeing Old Lady Xia's demeanor left her uncertain about the future. Aunt Si tugged at her lips, her words laced with ill intent. "How did the Women's Federation officer come to be, sister-in-law? Do not forget, even if you harbor such intentions, Miao Tsuehua would never consent." Seizing the moment, Wang Xiuqin entered, hands on her hips and a smirk on her face. "Indeed, if it were to come to fruition, your Qiuhong would have no hope of a prosperous life under Miao Tsuehua's reign. Feel free to blame me if you wish." Aunt Er felt a pang of resentment towards her 2 sisters-in-law, sensing their lack of goodwill, yet acknowledged the validity of their words. At that moment, she cast a disapproving glance at Wang Xiuqin, thinking that had it not been for her meddling, Miao Tsuehua would not have formed an enmity with the Laoliang family. Just as Aunt Si was about to stir further discord, she fell silent under the watchful gaze of Old Lady Xia. Outside, Liang Qiumei glanced at the paused Liang Qiuhong, who remained silent. From her demeanor, it was evident that Aunt Er had conferred with her prior to her probing, having previously attempted to dissuade her from the matter.
yet,
It seemed those words had not penetrated her heart. Recently, Liang Qiuhong and she had grown distant. TSK. What she deemed a disgraceful match appeared to many as an enviable opportunity. She resolved to refrain from unnecessary involvement in others' affairs henceforth. In the afternoon, they enjoyed a meal of cabbage and meat, the meat slices insufficient, prompting an abundance of cabbage to compensate. The gathering was sizable, with so many mouths to feed. A large basin of vegetables was swiftly consumed, every drop of broth devoured. As the 30th day approached, Liang Qiumei donned her new cotton-padded jacket, the vibrant red fabric enhancing her complexion to a rosy hue. That evening, the much-anticipated feast arrived. Several platters of delectable dishes adorned the table. Salt-ed rabbit meat in a rich red sauce, a pot of wild chicken stewed with potatoes, a large black fish, a platter of succulent braised pork, and a few dishes of exceptionally fragrant vegetables stir-fried in meat oil. In the realm of adulthood, even the grown-ups were so engrossed in their meal that they barely lifted their heads. Chapter 54. Not acting as a stepmother in the era of literature. 15. On this New Year's Eve, the adults feasted, absorbed in their culinary delights, leaving only the sounds of feasting echoing in the air. Once the meal concluded, The children eagerly anticipated the arrival of their red envelopes containing lucky money. Although this monetary gift might only last until the following morning, it nonetheless brought immense joy to the young ones. Clad in her new coat, Liang Qiuyue, with her substantial fortune of 60 cents, joined her friends from the village to frolic in the open space by the edge of the forest. Every year, after the New Year's feast, the village children would gather here to play hide and seek. One child would cover their eyes and count to 10, some could only manage to count to 10, before embarking on a quest to find the others. The first one found would become the seeker for the next round. Among the many children present, Liang Qiuyue, at over 16, was among the older ones. Yet, since her arrival in this world, she had played this game for many years, continuing the tradition this year without a hint of boredom. Despite the poverty of this era, there were experiences she had never encountered before. As the counting began, the older children scattered in a flurry, whispering as they sought hiding spots. Just as she found the perfect nook behind a tree and some bushes, she heard a light cough. Hiyu, not wishing to draw attention, coughed softly to inform her of his presence, wary that she might be there for a different reason. Liang Qiuyue had not anticipated this, and she pulled the towering Hiyu down, hoping to avoid being discovered. As Hiyu crouched down in response to her movements, he heard the little girl softly inquire, "Why haven't you left yet?" She had not seen him in the brigade lately, and assumed he had departed long ago. Hiyu replied, "I will leave tomorrow. By the way, I forgot to ask your name." "Oh, I am Liang Qiuyue, and I am in the first year of high school this autumn," she said, her small hands cradling her chin as her sparkling eyes blinked inquisitively. Crouching amidst the trees, Hiyu shifted uncomfortably, feeling as though conversing was akin to committing a theft. He lowered his voice to mimic hers. "I am Hiyu, a comrade of Qin Jianjun from your brigade." Liang Qiuyue nodded, then rummaged through her pocket to produce 2 large white rabbit milk candies, placing one in his hand and unwrapping the other for herself. Over there, someone had already been apprehended, and Liang Qiuyue turned to watch for a moment. Hiyu, holding the candy in his palm, tucked it into his jacket pocket without tasting it, for he did not have a penchant for sweets. Earlier, he had dined with his grandfather, and now he wished to ascend the mountain at least one more time before his departure, hoping to gather more provisions for his grandfather. "Would you like to accompany me to the mountain?" he asked, merely as a casual suggestion. Liang Qiuyue, keenly sensing the allure of meat, eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Her swift agreement left her slightly remorseful. She felt it was rather hasty to be so eager for a morsel of food. Hiyu contemplated in silence, realizing that this girl was quite bold, venturing into the night with a man she had barely met on 2 occasions. Yet, having spoken the words, he, as a soldier, could not go back on his word, could he? Dressed in her new cotton jacket, Liang Qiuyue followed Hiyu up the mountain. She had previously traversed the periphery of this mountain, gathering firewood and foraging for pig fodder, but had never ventured into its depths. The fortune of the two was uncertain. Shortly after they ascended, still circling the outskirts, a dark figure suddenly charged toward them with a thundering sound. Liang Qiuyue's heart raced to her throat, for there were tales in Donghe Brigade of wild boars injuring villagers. Judging by the silhouette's size, it was unmistakably a wild boar. In a moment of crisis, Hiyu hoisted the young girl onto his shoulder and swiftly navigated the terrain, fleeing with great urgency. The wild boar, moving at remarkable speed, created a heavy thudding noise that echoed through the mountains like thunder. Trembling, Liang Qiuyue urged, "Put me down. Let us distract it and devise a plan to shake it off." The cold wind whipped against her face as she surveyed the landscape. Rather than retreating downhill, he seemed to delve deeper into the mountain. As he ran, his muscles tensed, and the normally composed features of his face revealed bulging veins, with beads of sweat soon glistening on his forehead. He remained silent, for a soldier would never endanger his comrades. The boar's grunts and pounding approach grew ever closer, while the pace of her bearer began to falter. Moments later, the boar leaped, aiming for a decisive strike against the exhausted individual. In that critical instant, Hiyu summoned every ounce of his strength, muscles coiling as he leaped 2 meters, even while carrying her, akin to a leopard. A sickening sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and Liang Qiuyue, heart pounding like a drum, scrambled from beneath Hiyu. "Are you all right?" she inquired anxiously. Hiyu, panting, shook his head in response, regaining composure as he pulled her closer, wary of her falling into the trap he had set. The wild boar struggled for a few moments before succumbing to silence. In the dim glow of the moonlight, its abdomen was seen pierced by several sharp, slender wooden stakes. This boar must have weighed around 100 kilograms. Carrying it down the mountain would be utterly exhausting. Hiyu, with a hint of significance in his voice, inquired whether they should inform the team. Liang Qiuyue shook her head rapidly. What a ridiculous notion. This was over 200 pounds of meat. How much could they possibly share among themselves? Hiyu, observing the lively sparkle in the young girl's eyes, remarked softly, "If you do not take it, I find it hard to believe you would truly remain silent." Liang Qiuyue understood he was deliberately provoking her, and she felt a surge of delight within. Surveying the surrounding darkness, she realized that finding her way down the mountain alone was a daunting challenge. Behind the shadowy thicket, who could tell what other ferocious beasts lurked? Hiyu too recognized this predicament and decided to escort her down. Liang Qiuyue assured him repeatedly that no one else would learn of this. But Hiyu remained non-committal. He had no intention of informing his grandfather, a scholar of high moral standing, and besides, keeping an excess of meat in the shack would be too easily discovered. It would be wiser to leverage this opportunity to have the young girl's family owe him a favor, which might ensure his grandfather's well-being in the future. He had only recently been transferred to the Southwest Military Region and had known Qin Jianjun for merely 6 months, although a bond had been formed. He remained apprehensive about entrusting his grandfather to Qin Jianjun's family, especially given his mother, Miao Zuehua's, unreliable nature. He understood well that friendships could sometimes falter, yet alliances based on mutual benefit were steadfast. This clever girl posed no threat of divulging their secret. After all, in these times of scarcity, who would willingly forfeit a plump pig, especially to incite envy through gossip? Chapter 55. Not acting as a stepmother in a historical novel, 16. After contemplating extensively, she found her thoughts to be rather unreliable and lightly tapped her head, feeling a sense of foolishness. It was better to leave this matter to her mother, Wang Xiuqin. Today was the 30th, and after dinner, the adults had no particular activities, merely engaging in conversation in the main room. Hiyu Juan, who was pregnant, had long succumbed to slumber, and her second aunt, recently afflicted by a cold, had also drifted off to sleep, leaving the others to crack sunflower seeds and chat. Liang Qiuyue called out to her mother from the courtyard, prompting Wang Xiuqin to leave the main room and be drawn into her daughter's quarters. After listening to her daughter's words, Wang Xiuqin pondered for a moment and instructed her to remain inside while she sought out her mother-in-law. Just then, old lady Xie, unable to bear the noise any longer, began ushering people out. Once the clamor subsided, Wang Xiuqin made her way to old lady Xie's room. Among the old Liang family, old lady Xie had the clearest understanding. She knew that her youngest son was more sensible than her second son and was not swayed by the whispers of the young daughter-in-law, making him more reliable. Fortunately, the old Liang family possessed a dilapidated wooden stretcher, which they would utilize when the night grew late, and most of the household and villagers had fallen asleep. Liang Qiuyue, accompanied by her elder brother and fourth uncle, would rendezvous with Hiyu. Wang Xiuqin wished to follow but feared that her 2 children might be discovered. However, with so many people, they were too conspicuous, and she had to relent. Considering that Hiyu had been exposed to the chill for an extended period, Liang Qiuyue held a warm thermos in her embrace, preparing to warm it for him shortly. Since both her fourth uncle and Liang Chenhua were privy to the unfolding events, they shared no idle chatter as they ascended the mountain with determined silence. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Qiuyu passed the small thermos to him, inadvertently brushing against his hand and discovering it was warmer than hers. To avoid attracting the attention of the two large men due to any potential dispute, Qiu accepted it into his own grasp. Upon their arrival, the three robust men collaboratively extracted the pig and placed it upon the stretcher, covering it with a gray sack. Qiu then hurried to gather a few rabbits and chickens from the traps he had set. In her hand, Liang Qiume clutched a bottle, her heart brimming with joy. With the presence of such a pig, it seemed she would not suffer from a lack of meat for quite some time. After securing the pig, Qiu accompanied the members of the old Liang family into the main hall. Grandma Xia had already prepared an assortment of snacks, including peanuts, sunflower seeds, and sweet pastries. And she had thoughtfully brewed a bowl of warm red sugar water with eggs for Qiu. Qiu graciously accepted the offering, warming himself with the drink before revealing his identity as a comrade of Qin Jianjun and explaining that the elderly man living in the shed, Grandpa, was his maternal grandfather. He expressed that the pig should be regarded as a reward, and he earnestly requested the Liang family to look after his grandfather henceforth. Grandma Xia and the fourth uncle willingly agreed. Although the residents of the shed were not held in high regard by the villagers, they were not the type to seek trouble unprovoked. The inhabitants of the shed toiled in the most arduous and menial of tasks, having endured enough hardship. Their lives were already filled with suffering. They typically kept to themselves, avoiding interactions with the villagers, who in turn reciprocated their distance. The Liang family had previously maintained a stance of indifference, neither exacerbating their plight nor extending a helping hand. Once Qiu had conveyed everything clearly, he smiled gently and took his leave. After all, it was merely a wild boar. Relinquishing it was a small price to pay if it meant easing his grandfather's burdens even slightly. Liang Qiume escorted him to the doorstep, patting her chest in assurance. "Do not worry, I shall make it a point to visit your grandfather secretly from time to time. This pig's meat is shared, and my grandmother is a woman of her word." Qiu's smile had become more genuine as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "I know, farewell, little girl." Liang Qiuyu also cheerfully bid him goodbye. Qiu then ascended the mountain to dismantle the traps he had set, ensuring that no one would inadvertently get harmed in the future. The following day, he vanished from the Donghe Brigade and returned to the military district. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu, having just settled into bed, closed her eyes, suppressing the myriad thoughts her mother, Wang Xiuqin, had harbored throughout the night. She wished to inquire about when they had met and other trivial matters, but seeing her daughter fall asleep so readily, she deemed it unnecessary to pry. Liang Qiuyu was no fool. She understood her mother well enough to realize that if she did not quickly drift into slumber, she would be subjected to relentless questioning. In the latter half of the night, apart from the occasional crow of a rooster or bark of a dog, the entire brigade was enveloped in deep slumber. At the break of dawn on the first day of the new year, the old Liang household was bustling with activity. Auntie Air and Auntie C appeared bewildered, for in just one night, their home had gained an unexpected wild boar. Observing the expression on her sister-in-law Wang Xiuqin's face, they understood she was in on the secret. Wang Xiuqin clearly had no intention of enlightening them, knowing that Elder Xia would surely provide them with a thorough explanation later on. The two women felt a pang of resentment, believing their mother-in-law was being unduly partial to this troublesome sister-in-law. Uncle Air, too, felt a sense of imbalance, thinking that their mother favored the fourth son. Despite their internal discontent, they recognized the necessity of keeping such matters private, especially since the presence of meat was indeed a blessing. Today, the young boys of the Liang family found the small storage room in their home to be particularly mysterious, as the adults moved in and out, forbidding them from approaching. Fortunately, the Liang family resides at the far end of this row of houses, considerably reducing the risk of being discovered. On this day, a family that usually refrains from using salt has made an exception to prolong the shelf life of their meat. After breakfast, the adults vanished into that mysterious little room, leaving the curious children, including Dongzi, to be shooed away by their mothers. Old Lady Xie beckoned to Liang Qiuyu, who eagerly trotted into the main room. Old Lady Xie had already packed a bundle of provisions, including homemade radish balls, twists, and fried dough, along with a pair of men's cotton shoes, which had been crafted by fourth aunt for fourth uncle but never worn. Fourth uncle had willingly donated them, prompting fourth aunt to remain silent. As dusk approached, she reminded Liang Qiuyu to deliver the package. With numerous tasks at hand, Old Lady Xie feared she might forget. Thus, she wanted to provide a heads-up. Liang Qiuyu readily agreed, and as evening fell, she would bring him a piece of meat, with plans to send more cured meat as it became available. Old Lady Xie muttered to herself, acknowledging that while her kindness may seem excessive in an era where even her family struggles to eat, she understood the importance of honoring her commitments to others. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, Liang Qiuyu, carrying a cloth bundle, stealthily navigated around the back of the house, peering cautiously. When she encountered someone, she walked with utmost gravity, concealing her belongings. When alone, she dashed away. After traversing a hill, she came upon a cluster of rudimentary shanties and earthen houses. Although she was unsure which one belonged to Old MANHUA, she recalled the location her grandfather Hugh had described. The chill in the air kept the residents indoors, and she tentatively rapped on a precarious, dilapidated door. A cough echoed from afar, growing closer, until the door creaked open to reveal a tall, gaunt old man with a slightly hunched back. Liang Qiuyu gently pressed a cloth bag into his arms, her voice both crisp and soft. "Hugh has provided me with a reward to ensure we look after you more closely. Grandfather, please do not refuse. This is Hughes' intent. Inside, there are a pair of cotton shoes to keep you warm. I will visit again soon." Earlier, she had caught a glimpse of Old Hua and found him somewhat familiar. She had occasionally seen him while gathering firewood on the back mountain, though she had never quite placed him. His stern demeanor made him seem unapproachable, and fearing rejection, she had opted to flee. As she laid out the items one by one, his expression softened considerably. Although the girl claimed to be acting on behalf of her grandson Hugh, the distinction between a heartfelt offering and a mere obligation was unmistakable. He separated a significant portion of the food to take to other elderly neighbors. During the new year, the children of the Liang family noticed that this year, their household meat supply seemed more abundant than in previous years. While not every meal featured meat, when it did, they could enjoy a couple more pieces than before. Once the 15th day of the new year passed, work in the fields gradually resumed, albeit not in great quantities. The second uncle and fourth uncle joined the collective effort to till the soil, a task not particularly strenuous, with no stringent demands to rise early. The labor was relatively light, yielding a fair share of work points. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuqin, the Women's Federation officer, found her role to be quite beneficial. In the brigade, a confrontation among the women drew the attention of the members, all eager to witness the commotion. Wang Xiuqin, the Women's Federation officer, was undoubtedly preoccupied with the unfolding drama. Liang Qiuyu, however, felt indifferent to the spectacle, seizing the opportunity while the crowd was gathered. She discreetly made her way to deliver the items prepared by Old Lady Xie to Old MANHUA, her small cloth bag in tow. Among the contents were several generously stuffed sausages, a testament to her thoughtfulness. This marked her second visit, and to her relief, Old MANHUA's demeanor appeared less austere than during their initial encounter. As she inadvertently caught sight of his feet clad in cotton shoes, a smile tugged at her lips. Handing over the items, she cheerfully remarked that she would return another time before making her swift exit. Old MANHUA harbored fondness for this spirited girl. Her eyes sparkled with innocence and vitality, and her lively voice was undeniably charming. This time, he received her gifts with greater ease than before. Watching her retreating figure, reminiscent of a playful rabbit, he pondered his only blood relative, a grandson who had reached the age of marriage, yet remained unmarried. This girl, possessing remarkable beauty, appeared significantly younger than Hiyu, perhaps by 6 or 7 years, still a mere child in his eyes. He shook his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chen Xiangxiang, typically bold and brash, exhibited an unusual shyness. The man standing with his back to her obscured his identity, but she was certain he was not from the village. Likely just another young intellectual from the nearby commune. Their conversation was muffled, and before long, the man departed. Chen Xiangxiang cast a glance at his retreating form, her frustration boiling over as she approached Liang Qiuyue with an air of indignation. Liang Qiuyue, you insolent wretch, halt right there. Have you taken to eavesdropping now? Her humiliation at being rejected, coupled with being observed, ignited her fury. Liang Qiuyue, who is that scoundrel insulting? Chen Xiangxiang did not respond to the slander but, without hesitation, attempted to strike her. Liang Qiuyue, equally unyielding, leaped and pinned her down, twisting her arm. In their struggle, Liang Qiuyue endured a few pinches. Yet Chen Xiangxiang suffered far worse. Today's scuffle served as a small reprisal for Liang Qiuyue, who was married to Chen Jianjun in her previous life. Chen Xiangxiang was infuriated, realizing that despite Liang Qiuyue's slender frame, she was surprisingly formidable in combat. After being rebuffed and twisted without recourse for vengeance, Chen Xiangxiang wept in the woods. Before they knew it, the school season arrived. Liang Qiumin was attending primary school in the village, while Liang Qiuhong, having failed the high school entrance exam, remained at home to assist with chores. The family was also arranging potential suitors for her. The boys in the family were preparing to attend school as well, leaving no room for the carefree antics enjoyed during the winter break. As the school's start date approached, the children in the village lamented, yearning for play rather than academic pursuits. Liang Qiuyue's mood was ambivalent. As long as she was spared from arduous farm labor, she could remain cheerful throughout the day. However, one concern troubled her. Being in her growth phase, she often awoke in the night, ravenous. Liang Qiuyue was attending junior high in town, accompanied by her mother and sister-in-law, Hiyuan. Hiyuan found the bustling life of the Liang family lively. Although the matriarch, old lady Xie, and the mother-in-law, Wang Xiuqing, were not unkind to her. Their living conditions were modest, yet she did not experience undue hardship. Even while expecting, the family managed to provide her with an egg daily. Although second aunt and fourth aunt were somewhat reluctant, they had little choice in the matter. After enjoying a hearty meal abundant in meat at her sister-in-law's home, Liang Qiuyue was sent to school by Wang Xiuqing, who gently encouraged her to visit whenever she wished. Once all the formalities were completed and her dormitory bed was arranged, Wang Xiuqing discreetly handed her additional grain coupons, urging her to exchange them for meal tickets. Aware of her daughter's appetite, Wang Xiuqing knew that without these provisions, Liang Qiuyue would undoubtedly go hungry by midnight. These grain coupons were evidently a personal reserve of Wang Xiuqing's, and Liang Qiuyue was overwhelmed with gratitude, her eyes glistening with tears. In this era, maternal figures like Wang Xiuqing and nurturing individuals like elderly Xie were truly rare. Once her mother departed, Liang Qiuyue began to organize her belongings. As the dormitory filled with students, lively conversations erupted, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from the New Year celebrations. All the students attending this school hailed from the same commune, albeit from different teams and villages. Even those whose homes were in the town found their circumstances hardly superior to those in the countryside, as this was indeed a time marked by scarcity. The arrival of students transformed the once quiet campus into a cacophony of voices. Having spent a considerable time at home, everyone was still restless with the excitement of a new semester, a state of unease that persisted for 2 weeks. Although Wang Xiuqing covertly supplemented her grain coupons, Liang Qiuyue had to compensate by taking 2 extra mixed grain buns from the cafeteria each afternoon and supplementing her meals with pickled vegetables brought from home after nightfall. While this diet was far from delectable, it ensured she would not go hungry. However, after 2 weeks at school, She could noticeably see her figure slim down compared to the new year, as the flesh on her face had faded away. In such times, the suffering is most profound, as the household has begun to run out of fuel for the stove. Fortunately, at night, I can share a warm bed with Liang Xiaomei and her mother, which brings some comfort. As dusk descends, Wang Xiuqing busies herself at the stove, while old lady Xie beckons to Liang Qiuyue, who enters the main room and takes a bundle. Following her mother Wang Xiuqing's instructions to gather some firewood, she scurries towards the shed. Having missed a visit last week, she is unaware of old Manhua's condition. Upon arrival, Liang Qiuyue is welcomed into the house by old Manhua. She places the bundle on a remarkably meager bed, which hardly qualifies as such, and notices an old, yellowed notebook spread open on the bed. It is filled with dense writing in a language she once encountered in a renowned and romantically tinged poetry collection from a distant world. Old Manhua's handwriting is exquisite, imbued with a distinctive style, appearing even more romantic than the poetry itself. It is surprising to see that beneath his serious and earnest demeanor, he possesses such remarkable skill in foreign script. Observing her gaze linger on his writing, old Manhua inquires, "Do you wish to learn?" Liang Qiuyue responds, "Grandfather." Old Manhua's eyelids droop. It genuinely pains him to see his student fail to appreciate his teachings. "It is too late today. I still need to collect firewood. Tomorrow, I shall make time to come and learn from you, but you must keep this safe." Old Manhua glances at her in astonishment, taken aback that this girl truly desires to learn. Once the others had departed, the old Manhua reached into his pocket, discovering a cooked sausage for assorted flatbreads, and a seemingly worn yet delightfully soft and comfortable sweater, perfect for the current weather. Upon seeing the old sweater, he did not express disdain. After all, in these times, who had it easy? Moreover, wearing a new sweater while toiling would surely attract unwanted attention. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyue, seizing the opportunity while visibility remained, was gathering kindling in the forest. As she walked and collected, she gradually sensed something amiss. Beyond the sound of her footsteps treading upon the grass, there seemed to be another noise. Behind her was Zhang Lizi, a notorious ruffian known throughout their Hongxing commune. Zhang Lizi hailed from their Donghe brigade, and, now in his late 20s, was an orphan with no family left. He shirked work, idling his days away. Previously, he had attempted to harass a female educated youth at the worksite, but she was fiercely spirited and, disregarding her reputation, had caused a stir in the brigade. Unable to subdue her, the brigade had sent him to the relevant authorities for re-education. The villagers had not seen him for 2 years and were unaware of his whereabouts, whether he had been wandering aimlessly or had served time in prison, yet here he was again, reappearing in the brigade. She had heard that although he had not succeeded with the educated youth, there were several young women who had fallen victim to his misdeeds. Upon noticing her flight, Zhang Lizi pursued her. Liang Qiuyue, being a mere girl, lacked the physical strength of an adult man and was soon overtaken. However, she skillfully evaded his grasp, delivering a fierce kick to a sensitive area, and then brandished the kindling she had collected, aiming it at his eyes and face. Zhang Lizi, in excruciating pain, arched his body while desperately shielding his face from the onslaught of the firewood stick. Liang Qiuyue seized the moment to flee, for the village was not far from where they stood. As she sprinted, she shouted for help to attract the attention of those in the brigade, her efforts causing her to sweat profusely despite the cool weather. Upon hearing the commotion, 2 robust men arrived and swiftly subdued Zhang Lizi. Gasping for breath, Liang Qiuyue leaned against her legs, and once she regained her composure, she turned her gaze towards the crumpled figure of Zhang Lizi and the 2 men who had aided her. She recognized them both as fellow educated youth. One was named Li Han, and the other Huang Qinghe, both in their early 20s. Li Han possessed a refined and handsome demeanor, exuding the unique charm of a scholar. Liang Qiuyue expressed her gratitude profusely to the duo, and in a fit of anger, she delivered several forceful kicks to Zhang Lizi. This man, known for his cowardice towards the strong and his malice towards the weak, was adept at scheming behind the scenes. If he were ever apprehended, he would remain silent, leaving onlookers to mistakenly believe he was the victim. Huang Qinghe cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Lizi and inquired about how to handle him. Li Han suggested, "Let us take him to the brigade leader's house." Liang Qiuyue had no objections, though it was evident that turning him over to the brigade leader would be futile. Ultimately, he had merely chased her off today without inflicting any substantial harm. Even if the brigade leader wished to take action, he would lack justification. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers who had come in response to the ruckus. Liang Qiuyue recounted her encounter with Zhang Lizi while gathering firewood, and the villagers responded with scorn towards him. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xiuqin arrived wielding a rolling pin, chasing Zhang Lizi away in a panic. Chapter 58. Not being a stepmother in the Chronicle of the Era, 19, Wang Xiuqin wielded the rolling pin with fervor, delivering blows without restraint. While not a single soul intervened to mediate, onlookers, including Miao Zuehua, who had come to witness the spectacle, sarcastically remarked, "Wang Xiuqin, you certainly display great authority now that you are an official in the Women's Federation." Wang Xiuqin furrowed her brow. Her assault on Zhang Lizi momentarily halted as she turned to face Miao Zuehua, her expression fierce. "Your family also has daughters, yet when Zhang Lizi frightens them into fleeing, do you still greet him with a smile? It is only natural for a mother to seek justice for her daughter. What will happen if other girls in the brigade are frightened in the future? If I do not teach Zhang Lizi a lesson today, I am unworthy of my position in the Women's Federation. Anyone can raise a banner of authority. It is not a feat unique to her." Wang Xiuqin, with the rolling pin in hand, projected an air of formidable resolve, as if ready to face any peril for the women of the brigade. Around her, some voiced their agreement, questioning Miao Zuehua's intelligence as they noted that even a single beating of someone like Zhang Lizi was hardly sufficient. Miao Zuehua, intimidated by the raised rolling pin and Wang Xiuqin's fierce demeanor, felt a momentary embarrassment. Her pride stung, and she huffed in response. The brigade leader's wife, who had been silently observing, felt a twinge of discomfort as Wang Xiuqin vented her frustrations on Zhang Lizi. Though Zhang Lizi had done no more than chase after the girls in a frightful manner, his motives clearly questionable, the situation had not escalated to anything dire, at least not yet. Ultimately, the captain took charge, deciding to confine the troublemaker, Zhang Lizi, in the pigsty for a night. The following day, he would consult with the commune to see if the higher-ups could address the potential menace that Zhang Lizi posed. Liang Qiuyue was somewhat taken aback. She had initially believed that the matter would fizzle out after her mother vented her frustration by giving Zhang Lizi a beating. To her surprise, the captain had devised an alternative solution, which was indeed an unexpected delight. The villagers had no objections to this course of action, and with no relatives to advocate for him, Zhang Lizi was bound and thrown into the pigsty. Though initially frightened, Liang Qiuyue had regained her composure. Wang Xiuqin felt a twinge of guilt. If she hadn't sent her daughter to gather firewood, the incident might have been avoided. Old Lady Xia was sufficiently alarmed and even asked Wang Xiuqin to prepare a sweetened egg drink for her. That night, Liang Qiuyue slept relatively soundly. She had intended to incapacitate Zhang Lizi with a stick, ensuring he would be unable to harm any other girls in the future. However, contemplating the possibility of the captain resolving the situation with the commune the next day, she surrendered to a deep slumber. The following morning, after a simple meal of porridge and flatbreads, Wang Xiuqin produced 3 boiled eggs, instructing her daughter to eat one while she would deliver the other 2 to the young intellectuals as a token of gratitude for their assistance the previous day. Upon arriving at the young intellectual station, she handed the eggs to 2 familiar-looking young men, ensuring to clarify that they were a gesture of thanks for yesterday as help. Just as she finished speaking, Su Han emerged from the building and greeted her with a warm smile. Liang Qiuyue expressed her gratitude once more in front of others. And Su-han did not refuse the offering of the egg, graciously accepting her appreciation. Feeling that her task was complete, Liang Qiuyue made her way towards old MANHUA, eager to learn something new today. As she turned the corner, her gaze fell upon Qin Xiangxiang, who was glaring at her from a distance. In a flash of realization, Liang Qiuyue recalled that the person she had spoken to in the thicket with Qin Xiangxiang bore a striking resemblance to Su-han. It was utterly absurd. Surely, Qin Xiangxiang did not believe she harbored any feelings for Su-han. Ultimately, out of respect for Su-han's presence, Qin Xiangxiang refrained from confronting Liang Qiuyue. Casting a brief glance her way, Liang Qiuyue continued on her path to old MANHUA. This concern had originally been relayed to her by her mother, Wang Xiuqin, and it left her somewhat disheartened. Zhang Lizi had not inflicted any tangible harm the previous day, yet such individuals, once they act, can cause considerable damage. In the past, those he had wronged endured his actions for the sake of their reputations. A year ago, there was a girl who inexplicably jumped into the river, and now, reflecting upon it, it was not unfathomable that Zhang Lizi had been involved, sneaking in to cause trouble before fleeing the scene. The team leader's wife, Wang Xiuqin, along with 2 other women from the Federation, went door to door to warn the families, including those at the youth station, urging them to be vigilant. They cautioned families with daughters to remain indoors after dark, and if they must venture out, to never do so alone. The team leader also issued instructions for the men in the brigade to keep a watchful eye on Zhang Lizi to prevent any potential mischief. Zhang Lizi had once again been released from the pig pen and began to roam the brigade, yet half a year had passed without incident. He Yujuan's pregnancy had progressed significantly. In just over 3 months, she would give birth. The conditions for pregnant women in the countryside were far from those of later generations, marked by hardship, with some laboring in the fields right up until their delivery. After He Yujuan married into the Laoyang family, she did not engage in fieldwork. However, she diligently undertook various household chores such as washing dishes, cooking, and feeding the chickens. The wild boar had dwindled to a meager amount of meat over the past few months, and each time the Laoyang family prepared cured meat, they would only slice a small portion, just enough to add some flavor. Each visit to Old MANHUA's place allowed Liang Qiuyue to learn new expressions. Old MANHUA found her to be quite intelligent. Teaching her seemed effortless, as she grasped the fundamentals with ease. He held a fondness for her. On a summer day, as the sunset painted half the sky crimson, Comrade Liang Qiuyue was working diligently in the fields, sweating profusely while weeding. She still had nearly half an acre of weeds to clear, a task she loathed most. She once thought of honoring Comrade Wang Xiuqin, wishing to alleviate her burdens. But in the countryside, they had yet to reach the point of land distribution. To ensure the family was well fed, hard work was imperative.
Now,
she found herself laboring tirelessly in the fields, seemingly trapped in an endless cycle of agricultural duties, making it impossible to honor her as she had wished. Liang Qiuhong's marriage had yet to be finalized, but rumors suggested there were prospects from a neighboring village within the same commune. The sisters had been working together daily, strengthening their bond through shared toil, a true testament to genuine affection in adversity. In their household, every member was busy in pursuit of sustenance. Liang Xiaomei ventured to the back mountain daily to cut pigweed, managing to earn a work point or 2, while the eldest sister, He Yujuan, who remained at home tending to various tasks, appeared to have a lighter load. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Each day, she bore the weight of preparing meals, washing dishes, feeding the chickens, and doing laundry for the entire family, which was indeed exhausting. Due to this, the second and fourth aunts have not refrained from making sour remarks. They often comment on how someone from the town, even while pregnant, is considered precious and so on. Wang Xiuqin has frequently found herself embroiled in subtle competitions with her 2 sisters-in-law, making the old Liang household perpetually lively. At this moment, Liang Qiuyue set her hoe aside and sat on a mound of earth, wiping her brow with her sleeve. Her face, flushed with heat, appeared both translucent and rosy, evoking envy in Liang Qiuhong. Her younger sister had been exposed to the sun for days yet remained unblemished. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Comrade Liang, would you like some assistance? Li Han, after completing his own tasks, approached the area, exuding an air of casual ease, as if merely inquiring. Liang Qiuyue longed to accept his offer, yet doing so felt morally questionable. She had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with Su Han. In this day and age, such relationships come with responsibilities, all directed towards marriage. Although Li Han was refined and courteous, she felt no attraction towards him and considered herself still quite young. Not one to merely speak without action, she quickly rose to resume her labors. Her pace noticeably quickened. Without lifting his head, Li Han commented, "It's quite amusing to see Comrade Liang with a perpetually furrowed brow. Let us work together. This little task will be completed in no time." Liang Qiuyue felt a mix of embarrassment and reluctance, torn between wanting to send Li Han away and appreciating the free labor he provided. In her indecision, she exerted herself to work even harder. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuhong observed the competitive spirit between the two and smiled. Upon glancing up, she noticed Chen Xiangxiang glaring at her younger sister with a fierce expression. Once Liang Qiuyue had finished her work, she felt too awkward to leave. So she took up her hoe and continued working alongside Liang Qiuhong, who, in the past, would have helped her finish the remaining tasks. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Han felt a sense of embarrassment and chose not to leave. The three of them proceeded to complete the work in Liang Qiuhong's plot. Subsequently, they all went to the storeroom to return the tools. The custodian of the storeroom was the daughter-in-law of the brigade leader, who had once been a sent-down youth. After marrying the brigade leader's son, her tasks had evidently become much easier. Upon seeing Li Han accompanied by the two young women, the brigade leader's daughter-in-law cast a meaningful glance at Li Han and playfully regarded Liang Qiuyue. Liang Qiuyue felt troubled. She worried that if Li Han continued to assist her in this manner, the entire Donghe brigade would begin to speculate about the nature of their relationship, ultimately leading her to an obligation of marrying him. Li Han had been helping her frequently of late, appearing before her now and then. The intentions of Sima Zhao were all too apparent. Yet, at merely 17, she had not contemplated such matters deeply. Most importantly, she felt no particular affection for Li Han. She believed it necessary to clarify her stance, but given that he had never expressed any feelings, broaching the subject seemed both awkward and inappropriate.
No.
This situation could not persist. She either needed to change jobs or prevent Li Han from seizing any opportunities. Changing jobs was not so easily accomplished, even with her mother holding a position in the Women's Federation. Consequently, Liang Qiuhong observed that since that day, her younger sister appeared to have transformed. Although the labor remained arduous, her work pace had significantly increased, allowing her to complete assignments ahead of schedule and take on additional tasks. For a continuous fortnight, Comrade Liang Qiuyue had accumulated 7 work points. Liang Qiuyue felt a pang of distress, but realized there was little she could do but persevere in her relentless efforts. For the past 2 weeks, Li Han had not found an opportunity to express his affections, which offered her a moment of respite. Alas, the toil of farming left her in a state of melancholy, and the prolonged absence of meat only deepened her sorrow. The plums, diminutive in size and cloaked in a deep purple hue, offered a delightful balance of sweetness and tartness, perfectly suited for consumption on a sultry summer day. Whenever Zhang Lizi visited this area, she clutched an iron hook that matched the stove. Though not particularly thick, it wielded a certain ease when used against others, providing her with a sense of security. Recently, Liang Qiuhong had warned her that Chen Xiangxiang was casting menacing glances in her direction, urging her to exercise caution. Thus, this very rod served as a deterrent against Chen Xiangxiang. Unfortunately, instead of confronting her adversary, she found herself face to face with the ever-watchful Zhang Lizi. At this moment, Zhang Lizi appeared to Liang Qiuyue as a ravenous specter, lunging toward her. Her body grew rigid, yet she managed to lift her legs, each step forward facilitating the next. The slender iron rod in her grasp felt more like a mere ornament in the presence of the menacing Zhang Lizi, compelling her to rely on her agility to evade him. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from the woods, engaging Zhang Lizi in combat. The newcomer exhibited remarkable dexterity, and with a harrowing cry, Zhang Lizi relinquished his wooden stick. Now was the time to strike a fallen adversary. If not now, then when? Liang Qiuyue seized the opportunity, bringing the wooden rod down forcefully upon Zhang Lizi's knee. Zhang Lizi's face contorted in pain, transforming from arrogance to a plea for mercy, exclaiming that Chen Xiangxiang had paid him 3 coins to confront her. Liang Qiuyue hesitated momentarily before delivering another brutal blow to his knee, a resounding crack echoing as Zhang Lizi's kneecap shattered. In these times, to think that 3 coins could procure a hired thug seemed utterly astonishing. Liang Qiuyue cast aside the stick and, with a fierce demeanor, declared, "Leave, and do not let me see you again. Should you dare to return, you shall lose that leg." He who observed the sweat-drenched girl, who was delivering her threats with such earnestness, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a surge of amusement. The girl's verbal intimidation held no sway over someone like Zhang Lizi. Individuals of such vindictive nature often harbored deep-seated desires for revenge. He would need to find a moment to break Zhang Lizi's other leg, ensuring that such a miscreant could no longer roam freely to inflict harm upon others. Zhang Lizi, harboring malicious thoughts, maintained an outward semblance of submission. He had grown to despise Chen Xiangxiang, and now he bore animosity towards Liang Qiuyue as well. He would not spare this individual who dared to threaten him in the future. He left Zhang Lizi behind, indifferent to his fate, secretly hoping that a wild boar might descend and wreak havoc upon him. Once Liang Qiuyue had brushed off the dirt from her attire, she still appeared somewhat disheveled, her hair cascading untamed. Noticing her searching for her hair tie amidst the debris, he astutely picked up a red scrunchie from the ground and handed it to her. Liang Qiuyue's eyes sparkled, and she quickly tucked the item into her pocket. "Be cautious not to venture this way as night falls. I plan to ascend the mountain tonight, hoping to catch a rabbit or perhaps a wild chicken." Liang Qiuyue's eyes gleamed with excitement as she made a gesture of encouragement, exclaiming, "Whether I can enjoy some meat depends on you, brother." He smiled gently and assured her, "I shall speak to Qin Jianjun regarding Chen Xiangxiang." Liang Qiuyue nodded, determined to confront Chen Xiangxiang and settle the score for the grievances of the day. The prospect of exchanging a wild boar for the care bestowed upon her grandfather by the Liang family felt exceedingly worthwhile, and she felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards them. Upon arriving at the humble abode, he noticed the plums in the bowl atop the table, causing his brows to arch slightly in surprise. After tidying up a few items, he set off towards the far end of the field, intending to greet the elderly Mr.
Hua.
However, after only a few steps, he heard the slow and somewhat labored footsteps of Mr. Hua. Age had taken its toll, and after a day spent hauling manure, his body was undeniably weary, with a back that could scarcely straighten. A pang of sorrow pierced Hu's heart. The once vibrant professor who had imparted knowledge within the university's halls had now been reduced to such a state. Upon seeing his grandson, Mr. Hua's heart swelled with joy. The long-absent grandparents and grandson entered the modest dwelling to catch up on lost time. Granny Xia opened a bag revealing 2 cans of malted milk, several jars of rare fruit preserves, and a considerable amount of fine fabric. Most notably, a vibrant piece of bright red cloth clearly intended for a young lady. The intrinsic value of these items made Granny Xia feel somewhat guilty as she contemplated whether their care for Mr. Hua had indeed been sufficient. Sensing a hint of taking advantage of him, Wang Xiuqin shook her head, deeming it unnecessary to inquire further, especially since her daughter still appeared rather naive. In Wang Xiuqin's eyes, her seemingly simple-minded daughter, Liang Qiuyue, accomplished something significant the very next day after work. She had arranged a duel with Chen Xiangxiang. Zhang Lizi, having recently broken a leg, would undoubtedly be preoccupied and unable to cause trouble. Thus, Liang Qiuyue confidently chose a location deep within the forest. As dusk fell, the time was ripe for mosquitoes to abound. Eager to conclude matters swiftly, Liang Qiuyue planned to strike decisively upon Chen Xiangxiang's arrival, aiming to deliver a blow that would leave her in a pitiful state. She was selective in her attacks, ensuring she avoided the more visible areas, focusing her strikes primarily on Chen Xiangxiang's thighs and backside. Chen Xiangxiang, while evading, screamed, "Liang Qiuming, have you lost your mind?" Liang Qiuming retorted, "You wicked and heartless wretch, dare you send Zhang Lizi to confront me?" She struck mercilessly, causing Chen Xiangxiang to cower on the ground while hurling curses. Infuriated by the harshness of her insults, Liang Qiuming delivered a fierce slap to her chin, exerting all her strength. Chen Xiangxiang let out a wretched cry, clutching her jaw. Liang Qiuming threatened further, "If you dare to harm me again, I will make it my mission to destroy you, even if it lands me in prison. And as for your beloved comrade Li Han, I shall take him from you." Though the prospect of taking him was improbable, it served well to intimidate Chen Xiangxiang. Terrified by Liang Qiuming's ferocity, Chen Xiangxiang curled up on the ground. "Comrade Liang, Comrade Chen, please do not fight." At some point, Li Han arrived, though it was unclear how long he had been observing. Upon seeing him, Chen Xiangxiang felt as if she had found a savior. "Li Han, help me. Liang Qiuming has gone mad." Liang Qiuming remarked nonchalantly, "So, what if I've been seen? They are hardly significant individuals." With a dismissive snort at Chen Xiangxiang, she brushed off the dirt from her clothes, rearranged her tousled hair, and addressed Li Han. "You've witnessed everything? If you wish to report me, go ahead." Then, she leaned down, grinning at Chen Xiangxiang, and whispered conspiratorially, "If you want someone to intervene on your behalf, go ahead and report me. You cannot escape Zhang Lizi." As she passed by Li Han, he instinctively stepped aside, knowing well that provoking someone wielding a stick was unwise. Liang Qiuming silently praised herself, realizing that after witnessing her formidable demeanor today, Li Han would undoubtedly keep his distance from her in the future. She could finally put an end to her relentless toil. After she left, Chen Xiangxiang, with tears in her eyes, reached out and implored Li Han, "I'm in pain. Could you lend me a hand?" Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Li Han couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion and extended his hand to help Chen Xiangxiang up. Though she was in pain, her heart soared with exhilaration. After being lifted, whether intentional or accidental, she stumbled into Li Han's chest, and upon realizing the closeness, she fled as if she had seen a ghost. Li Han's heart was also in turmoil, as he couldn't help but speculate about the reason behind the altercation between Liang Qiuming and Chen Xiangxiang. Could it be related to him? Chen Xiangxiang grimaced in pain, stomping her foot in frustration, yet the agony made her wince. She cursed Liang Qiuming under her breath, yet deep down, she knew she dared not confront her again after today's beating. As the drama unfolded, he leapt down from behind a nearby tree. Chen Xiangxiang rolled her eyes. "I fell in the woods back there," she remarked, disregarding Miao Zuihua as she entered the house. Miao Zuihua called after her, urging, "Feed that girl a bit of porridge." Chen Xiangxiang responded impatiently. Aunt Air and Aunt C had a rough understanding of the situation, considering that the wild boar had been nearly exhausted and there was little evidence left to report. They were elated to see Hiyu approaching, carrying a rabbit and a chicken. He was dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, his tall figure and handsome features setting him apart from the village lads. Old Lady Xie greeted Hiyu, offering a heap of peach crisps and other delicacies that the children of the Lao Liang family seldom enjoyed. She exchanged polite pleasantries, and before long, Hiyu departed from the Lao Liang residence, with Liang Qiuyu trailing behind him like a little shadow. Upon reaching the side of the courtyard, Liang Qiuyu waved her hand, wishing him a safe journey. He reciprocated the gesture, vanishing into the embrace of the night. He was already aware of Zhang Lizi's whereabouts and set off in that direction. Chen Xiangxiang had been subdued by Liang Qiuyu, and with Chen Jianjun absent, Eugene Hui had not approached her either. It seemed that Li Han was also deterred, as he no longer ventured near her. Everything unfolded perfectly. Unbeknownst to her, as she paid no attention to Li Han, she remained oblivious to the countless glances he cast her way each day during work hours. Aside from the persistent toil of labor, Liang Qiuyu's final days of summer vacation were relatively pleasant. However, her family noticed her diminishing enthusiasm for work, as she could no longer earn the 7 work points she previously did, leaving them puzzled about what had driven her to such fervor before. The residents of the makeshift shelters were tasked with the most arduous and exhausting work, and the Lao Liang family found themselves powerless to alter their circumstances, offering only occasional provisions to old man Hua and sending wild fruits from the mountains now and then. With the conclusion of summer vacation, Liang Qiuyu officially transitioned into a high school student. Familiar faces at school had dwindled significantly, as many former classmates had either failed to pass their exams or had gained admission, but chose not to attend. Consequently, the disparity in numbers between boys and girls at the school remained pronounced. At school, Liang Qiuyu diligently pursued her studies, finding most of the knowledge to be rather elementary. Previously, political topics pertinent to this era had posed a challenge for her, but she has since caught up. Consequently, the pursuit of knowledge has become a rather effortless endeavor for her. However, with the arrival of the autumn harvest season, she faced her greatest ordeal. The collective dining began at the commune, where everyone was required to fetch their meals with their own bowls. The portions were meager, and the food was exceptionally unpalatable. Each year during this period, Liang Chenhua would prearrange to swap shifts with others, moving her vacation to coincide with the harvest and request several days off from the factory, allowing her to earn approximately 10 work points during this time. By mid-January, her sister-in-law, He Juan, gave birth to a plump baby boy, marking the first grandchild of the 4th generation of the Liang family, much to the delight of elderly Xie. Eventually, all tasks will reach completion, and before one could blink, the autumn harvest concluded. Liang Qiuyu found herself navigating between school and home, welcoming the winter break of her first semester in high school. Compared to her time at school, she greatly preferred staying at the commune. The winter months rendered the dormitory devoid of any heating, and each day as she extended her hand from under the covers, she felt the chill. Thus, she now felt considerably more at ease, carrying only a cloth bag containing her books and study materials. Chapter 62. Not acting as a stepmother in a period novel. 23. Passing by the state-run restaurant, Liang Qiuyu spent a small fortune on 6 fragrant meat buns. 2 were for old man Hua, 1 for elderly Xie, 1 for her mother, 1 for her sister-in-law and elder brother, and 1 to share with Liang Xiaomei. In the state-run restaurant, the steamed buns are so delicious that they could make one lick their fingers, though Liang Qiuyu has had the pleasure of tasting them only a handful of times. Thus, she generously decided to bring 2 meat buns to old Ho, both as a token of gratitude for his teachings and language, and as a recognition that the Liang family has benefited from Hiyu, making the 2 buns a trivial matter. The fragrant meat buns emitted an enticing aroma from her cloth bag, compelling Liang Qiuyu to quicken her pace. She feared that by the time she reached home, the buns would have cooled and lost their delectable taste. Yet she could not reheat them under the watchful eyes of her 2nd and 4th aunts, which indeed troubled her. As she approached Donghe Brigade, with only half a mile left to go, the sound of a bicycle echoed behind her. Chen Jianjun, tall and robust, carried the resolute demeanor typical of a soldier as he rode his sturdy bicycle. Liang Qiuyu pursed her lips and continued forward. Unexpectedly, Chen Jianjun stopped beside her, saying, Liang Ermiai, hop on, and I'll give you a ride. Liang Chuyue shook her head, pulling her neck in slightly. I'm almost there.
It's too cold to ride.
Seeing her refusal, Chun Jianjun did not press the matter further, but remained beside her. Chun Xiangxiang has spoken to me about Zhang Lizi's antics. I've already dealt with her, and she won't dare again. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 cans of fruit from a bag attached to his bicycle and offered them to her, stating, "This is my way of apologizing on behalf of Chun Xiangxiang." Liang Chuyue declined. "I don't want them. You know I've already confronted her, so there's no need for your apology." Now, in the village, there was no longer Zhang Lizi, only Zhang Keizi. It is uncertain who harbors animosity toward Zhang, the cripple, yet his other leg nearly met a similar fate, albeit not as severely as the first, allowing him to hobble along with a cane, albeit slowly. The situation is rather amusing. After Zhang suffered a broken leg at her hands, he vanished from the village for quite some time. Concerned villagers, having not seen him wandering about for days, dispatched someone to check on him. To their astonishment, they found him nearly incapacitated, both legs in a lamentable state, and on the brink of starvation. However, given Zhang's previous transgressions against the young women in the village, the locals felt little sympathy for him, leaving him to his own devices. Remarkably resilient, despite his disability, he somehow managed to scrounge for food, maintaining a tenuous grip on life, even if he had devolved into a mere shadow of his former self. When he chastised Chun Xiangxiang, she recounted how Liang Chuyue had nearly beaten her to death the last time. Zhang was skeptical of her claim. After all, Liang, with her slender limbs, lacked the strength to inflict significant pain. As they neared the village entrance, Liang Chuyue lifted her gaze and spotted Chun Xiangxiang and Eugene Wei peering in their direction. While Yu managed to contain herself, Chun, brimming with rage, rushed over in a flurry of indignation. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective, she found herself stifled by Chun Jianjun's penetrating gaze, which rendered her words caught in her throat. Although she was unafraid of Miao Tsuehua or her father, she held a certain trepidation toward her brother. Recently chastised by Chun Jianjun, her resentment toward Liang Chuyue was genuine, yet she dared not act out in this moment. Liang Chuyue, flexing her wrist as a reminder of their last encounter, coldly snorted at Chun Xiangxiang before parting ways with the group. Chun Xiangxiang was taken aback by the sight of her clenched fist, fearing that she might strike again without a second thought, prompting her to retreat a couple of steps. As she was leaving, Liang Qiumei brushed past Eugene Hui, and she had a premonition that Eugene Hui had already taken note of her. Old Man Hui shook his head as he observed her fiery demeanor. He had long since grown accustomed to Liang Qiumei's spirited nature. Upon returning home, to prevent Dongzi from sniffing out the scent of meat, Liang Qiumei swiftly darted into her elder brother and sister-in-law's room. In the main room, her second and fourth aunts were present, yet Liang Qiumei did not call for her mother. Instead, she quietly shared a meat bun with Liang Xiaomei. And fearing that their conversation might give away the meat's aroma, they ventured outside to gather firewood. Zhang Keizi was no longer regarded as a figure of caution within the Donghe Brigade. The village's young women and the female-educated youth at the commune felt a sense of relief. At the riverbank, Liang Xiaomei pointed at the water and exclaimed, "Second sister, let's catch fish." Liang Qiumei, gazing at the river, was struck by inspiration. She had indeed caught fish here the previous year and was eager to try her luck again. She gently tapped Liang Xiaomei on the head, suggesting they return when dusk fell. If others saw them, they might be outpaced in the pursuit of fish. Eugene Hui, who frequented their home, had not become any closer to Qin Jianjun, yet she was aware that he and Liang Qiumei had not progressed further in their relationship. While she felt a sense of relief, she still contemplated ways to deal with Liang Qiumei to alleviate her irritation. Chapter 63. Not being a stepmother in a period novel. 24. Eugene Hui was devising a plan to handle Liang Qiumei, while Liang Qiumei was scheming to create some trouble for Miao Tsuehua and Eugene Hui. A few nights ago, as she ventured to the riverbank to cast her net, The sky was cloaked in darkness, and she faintly discerned MASU-MANHUA making her way toward the woods. Before long, the silhouette of Deputy Captain Linda Hai also came into view. Goodness, the relationship between these two had persisted for over a year without faltering. While she was preoccupied with her thoughts, during dinner that evening, her second aunt unexpectedly broached the subject of her marriage. Liang Qiuyue's expression was one of bewilderment. After all, she was not yet 18, and the declaration felt like a bolt from the blue. However, in the eyes of her second and fourth aunts, she was already considered 19, an age deemed suitable for childbearing and engagement. In this era, young women often wed early. Yet, Liang Qiuyue felt a pang of anxiety. She was still young and thought there was no rush. Her second aunt chuckled. "You are no longer a child. Your elder sister is set to marry in a couple of months." The aunt was not pushing her into a perilous situation. The prospective groom was the only son in his family, with a sister already married off. Not only was he quite handsome, but his mother was a regular worker at the county food factory, and his father held the position of director there. He himself was employed at a state-run restaurant, and the entire family was quite respectable. With your education and connections to his family, you would surely find a position in the factory in the future. Such favorable conditions would mean a life of comfort, she continued. The fourth aunt, who had no daughters of her own, thought that if her second niece married well, it could also benefit them in the future, and she began to inquire in detail. The Liang family regarded this matter as quite ordinary. It was a given that as girls grew older, they should marry. After all, one cannot pursue education indefinitely. Even the brightest students in these times often found no avenues to higher education without connections. However, Liang Qiuyue was aware that in about 2 years, the college entrance examination would resume, and she believed she could rely on it to secure her future. If she were to marry, would she still be able to leave this place to attend university? She listlessly scooped up sweet potato porridge, listening to her second aunt extolling the virtues of the prospective groom's family. Her fourth aunt was quite elated, wishing fervently that she had a daughter to marry into such a family. Liang Qiuyue remarked, with such favorable conditions, he surely wouldn't be interested in a rustic girl like me. So, aunt, please don't be so pleased. I have no intention of marrying. Suddenly, Liang Qiuyue felt a wave of sensitivity wash over her. She recalled that Chen Xiangxiang, Zheng Qiujuan, and Eugene Hui from the commune were good friends, and the mere association with the old Zheng family made her overthink. Her thoughts were not unfounded. Indeed, it was Eugene Hui who concocted this scheme to marry her off, hoping to remove her from her sight. Before long, Wang Xiuqin entered, closed the door, and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Thinking of you?" Liang Qiuyue incredulously exclaimed,
"Mom."
Upon seeing the teasing glint in Wang Xiuqin's eyes, she pounded the bed in frustration. "I'm still so young. Why should I be thinking about marriage? This life is unbearable. No," she thought, she must find a way to thwart this budding engagement. While it is natural to desire beauty, anyone who would want to marry her solely based on her looks must be a shallow individual. She resolutely denied that this was merely a projection of her frustrations. Most importantly, she would scrutinize anyone or anything connected to Eugene Hui, fearing that there might be some hidden scheme at play. Wang Xiuqin patted her, saying, "Why the rush? I'll have Chunhua inquire." Liang Qiuyue clung to her arm. "If he truly is a good match, would you really consider marrying me off?" Wang Xiuqin scoffed. "Well, you have to marry eventually, whether now or later. If not him, then someone else." Liang Qiumei found herself at a loss for words, her head throbbing even more. Although marriage was an inevitable fate, she firmly believed that she could not wed before the resumption of the college entrance examination. This winter break, the prospect of marriage had her in a state of turmoil. While strolling through the village with He Xiaolian, she spotted Zheng Qiujuan and her brother walking alongside a man, who, upon seeing her, lit up with interest. Liang Qiumei mused that this was likely the gentleman her second aunt had mentioned, bearing the surname Zheng. With a beaming smile, Zheng Qiujuan waved at her, calling out, "Sister Liang, come and play." Liang Qiumei, feigning ignorance, turned a corner with He Xiaolian, disappearing from sight. Zheng Qiujuan's demeanor darkened, and she muttered a curse under her breath. Upon reaching their destination, old Hua was enjoying a bowl of corn porridge with Hiyu, accompanied by some pickles. Liang Qiumei placed her cloth bag on the only table in the room and said, "Grandfather, there's ginger in there. Boil some water to ward off the chill." Old Hu acknowledged her and invited her to join them for a meal. Liang Qiumei picked up some peanuts from the table, shelling them as she ate. Her lips pursed in evident displeasure. Hiyu, having washed the dishes, inquired, "Shall we head to the back mountain? I can take you to have some fun." Old Hu shot him a stern look, reminding him that it was already dark. What if Liang girl twists her ankle? Hiyu scratched his nose, falling silent. In a gentle tone, he asked, "What is wrong?" Liang Qiumei shook her head, indicating that all was well. Her brother, Liang Chenhua, had been trying to gather information about Zheng Yeqing for quite some time, but to no avail. She feared that one day her second aunt would enthusiastically bring him to the Liang household for a meeting. It was indeed a source of annoyance. Yet again, she found herself crouched in the woods at night, her mouth covered by Hiyu's hand. The young girl's soft lips stirred a sense of yearning within Hiyu, causing his throat to subtly constrict. Chapter 64. Not being a stepmother in the era of literature. 25. After being pulled down to crouch, Liang Qiuyue blinked and gazed in that direction, not surprised to see Miao Zuehua and Linda Hai. The two had yet to commence, but were already intimately embracing and kissing. A moment of inspiration struck her, and she leaned closer to Hiyu's ear to whisper something. Hesitant, Hiyu nodded in response. Liang Qiuyue flashed a mischievous smile. She swiftly conveyed her message to Hiyu, then retrieved a pen and paper from her small bag, inscribing details about Miao Zuehua's rendezvous in the grove with someone else. After folding the paper several times, she wrote the name Yu Jinhui atop it. Watching Hiyu silently and swiftly vanish into the night, Liang Qiuyue felt a surge of anticipation, hoping for a successful outcome. Regardless of whether Yu Jinhui had been instrumental in her matchmaking, she was determined to confront this individual. Having spoken, she lingered not a moment longer and disappeared into the chilly darkness. The female youth, bewildered, entered the house and handed the folded paper to Yu Jinhui, playfully inquiring about which young man in the brigade had sent her a love letter. Yu Jinhui exchanged playful banter with her, but upon unfolding the note, she was struck dumb, her heart racing violently. With her intelligence, she quickly realized that if the contents of the letter were true, she might have the opportunity to marry Chen Jianjun. In a flurry, she hurried from the youth point towards the grove, catching sight of a figure and hastily hiding behind a tree. After a moment of scrutiny, she recognized that the figures emerging from the village were none other than Miao Zuehua and the village's deputy captain, Linda Hai. In this village, one could ponder over the small grove, yet she need not deliberate for long. Hugh had already escorted Liang Qiumei to the side of the old Liang family's backyard. On this frigid night, Liang Qiumei's spirits had finally lifted somewhat as she contemplated subsequent matters. It was not until Hiyu gently tapped her on the head that she raised her gaze and softly inquired, "What is it?" Hiyu lowered his eyes and asked, "What has been troubling you these past few days?" Liang Qiumei tilted her head, replying that there was nothing amiss. Suddenly, she added, "My family is arranging a match for me. You must come to my wedding." Though she harbored a fondness for Hiyu, it was not an all-consuming affection. Rather, she found him to be a suitable candidate. If marriage were to be on the horizon, she could leisurely consider her options once she entered university. However, since her family was already seeking prospects for her, she felt compelled to find someone to hold on to. Liang Qiumei spoke casually, appearing to possess no ulterior motives, merely observing whether he would take the bait. Meanwhile, Yu Jinhui, upon uncovering a significant secret concerning MASU-MANHUA, felt a mixture of joy and caution. The apprehension stemmed from the unknown sender of a note. After inquiring with a female educated youth, she realized that the individual had scarcely glimpsed the sender's face. She resolved to refrain from hasty actions, choosing instead to observe for several days before proceeding. Liang Chunhua had been investigating Zheng Yeqing for quite some time without uncovering any unfavorable information, genuinely believing him to be a good man. Yet perseverance bore fruit, as he fortuitously stumbled upon Zheng Yeqing's former residence. From a woman in the neighborhood, he learned of the man's history of domestic violence, particularly that his wife had tragically passed away following severe hemorrhaging during her 6th month of pregnancy. He inquired among several nearby households, only to find their accounts alarmingly consistent. This revelation thoroughly incensed Liang Chunhua. What her second aunt had revealed was not only that the man was a divorcee, but also an abuser. Upon hearing this in front of the family elders, both old lady Xia and Wang Xiuqin displayed their disapproval. The second aunt's expression shifted, and she quickly defended herself, claiming ignorance about his past and abusive nature. The fourth aunt, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Oh dear, how can one speak of matters they know nothing about? Surely, you haven't received any benefits from him?" The second aunt felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was Zheng Yeqing's mother who had assured her that, if successful, she could help her son secure a position in the factory, which was why she had been so eager. Yet, if Zheng Yeqing truly turned out to be such a man, she could not, in good conscience, push her niece into a perilous situation, regardless of her own desires. For her mother-in-law would never agree. Initially, she had believed this to be a fortuitous opportunity, but it had taken an unexpected turn. Liang Xiaomei felt a sense of satisfaction. This matter had been resolved. She purposefully pouted and linked her arm with old lady Xia's, declaring, "Grandma, I am still in school, so please refrain from discussing marriage proposals. We can revisit this after I graduate high school." The Liang family's enthusiasm for arranging a marriage for Liang Xiaomei had waned, and she was now eagerly anticipating the prospect of enjoying herself. At that moment, she was relishing roasted sweet potatoes from old man Hua. He asked, "Why are you in such high spirits today?" Liang Xiaomei grinned and replied, "My family has been discussing a marriage proposal for me." He felt a surge of concern. Surely it couldn't be serious. Liang Xiaomei swallowed a bite of sweet potato and continued, "My brother discovered that he is a divorcee and an abuser." His worries dissipated. Her family could not possibly consider marrying her off to such a man. Liang Qiuyue savored the roasted sweet potato with delight, feeling a twinge of regret for suggesting yesterday that he attend the wedding banquet. However, reflecting on it, she realized she had not said anything too outlandish, and her pride remained intact. Thus, she chose not to dwell on it. Hiyu's heart surged and ebbed with her words. Old Master Hua, observing his grandson being led around by this mischievous girl, internally chastised him for his lack of decisiveness. After all, where else would a wife come from? A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Liang Qiuyue to shrink her neck and stamp her feet. Why was it so chilly outside? Wasn't it preferable to stay indoors, warming herself by the fire while enjoying sweet potatoes? Clearing his throat, Hiyu asked earnestly, "Comrade Liang Qiuyue, would you consider entering a relationship with me?" Under the night sky, the young man's face burned, though no one was there to witness it. Chapter 65, Not Being a Stepmother in a Period Novel, 26. Liang Qiuyue tilted her head and inquired, "How old are you, brother he?" 23, he replied. "Currently serving in the army as a company commander, earning a monthly allowance of 65 yuan, along with various allowances." He went on to clarify his circumstances in great detail. After listening, Liang Qiuyue nodded but said, "However, I am still in high school and not ready to date." In her heart, she felt the weight of yesterday's embarrassment and was determined to tread carefully today. Hiyu, unaware of her secret thoughts, felt a hint of disappointment, but did not relent. Whenever you decide to consider a relationship, remember to prioritize me. Why should I prioritize you? Liang Qiuyue retorted. He was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing. He turned his face away and, disregarding his embarrassment, blurted out, "Because I like you and want you to consider me first." Liang Qiuyue let out a soft sound before turning and leisurely making her way home. He who followed her at a respectful distance, his lips parting and closing as he struggled to muster the courage to express his feelings for her. His heart was filled with uncertainty about her true intentions. Did she accept him or not? Even as she disappeared from view, he who remained lost in thought. A smile gradually spread across his face. If she truly harbored disdain, she would not have smiled so sweetly just moments ago. Yesterday, her impatience was palpable. But now that the crisis had passed, she appeared more at ease. In these times, indulging in fried pastries and snacks during the new year had become quite a luxury. As most families were reluctant to waste oil, the old Liang family had prepared an assortment of items for the holiday. And Grandma Xia would always set aside a portion to send to old Hua and his grandson. While each item was not particularly abundant, the total was significant. However, when Liang Qiuyue visited the hut, old Hua's demeanor toward her, though seemingly unchanged, bore subtle differences. On New Year's Eve, after receiving her red envelope, Liang Qiuyue chose not to join the village children in their festivities. Instead, she engaged in conversation with He Yu in the woods. He would be leaving the next day, and their next meeting was uncertain. Liang Qiuyue stepped on the dry twigs beneath her feet, remaining silent. He reached out to gently touch her head, advising her not to come this way at night. It was unsafe, and her uncle could come instead. Liang Qiuyue nodded and pulled a large white rabbit candy from her pocket, offering it to him. Currently, the old Liang family and the old Zheng family were at odds. The Liang family felt that the Zheng family was lacking in integrity, while the Zheng family, feeling guilty, also withdrew from the relationship. Yet, they still believed that the Liang family was ungrateful. Liang Qiuyue frowned as she observed Zheng Yeqing, who appeared to be quite well-formed. Zhang Yiqing feigned modesty as he spoke. "Comrade Liang, perhaps your family harbors some misconceptions about me. You do not truly know my character. One cannot hastily judge a person based on mere rumors." Liang Qiuyue interrupted him, asserting, "Comrade Zheng, let us be direct. Have you been married before?" Zhang Yiqing's expression stiffened, leaving him unable to refute her claim. Liang Qiuyue continued, "My grandmother has made it clear that no daughter in our family will marry a man with a previous marriage. Regardless of whether the rumors about you abusing your wife hold any truth, our paths shall not cross. Furthermore, I kindly ask that you refrain from obstructing my way in the future. Should this occur again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. I believe I must carry a stick with me at all times, for some individuals may appear amiable, yet possess the capacity for violence, such as Eugene Hui." With that, she sidestepped him and proceeded on her way. Zhang Yiqing genuinely found this rustic girl appealing. Were he to be a first-time groom, his mother would still disapprove of her entering their household. Yet now, he was struggling to find a suitable match in the county. And his mother had even consented to him courting someone from the village, only to be rejected by this country girl. He inwardly cursed her for her lack of appreciation while simultaneously feeling an unquenchable desire. Zheng Qiuju shrugged and remarked, "No, the Liang family has declined. They must have heard a rumor that my brother is a divorced man, and since then, there has been no further communication. Their family regarded Liang Qiuyue as a treasure, not solely because of her beauty." Zheng Qiuju scoffed. "Beauty does not guarantee a prosperous marriage or a fulfilled life. What is there to be proud of?" Eugene Hui felt a pang of disappointment within and nodded in agreement with her words. After parting ways with Zheng Qiujuan, Eugene Hui carried the items sent from home and made her way to the youth station. As she passed by the riverbank, she spotted Zheng Yeqing, standing there with an air of pretentious elegance, gazing into the distance amidst the biting cold. To an unsuspecting observer, There might have been a hint of melancholic charm that could evoke an inexplicable fondness. This seemingly refined individual bore little resemblance to the rural folk, thus managing to captivate the young women in the brigade. However, Eugene Hui was acutely aware of his true nature and wished nothing more than to shove him into the river to meet his demise. Her eyes were as cold as poison, and her face remained impassive as she pretended not to notice such a living presence as she walked past. "Has Comrade Yu gone to town?" Zhang Yeqing inquired. Though Eugene Hui felt a surge of resentment, she maintained a composed facade and merely nodded. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "I heard that Comrade Zheng has intentions of courting Liang's second daughter?" Zhang Yeqing, unsure of her implication, nodded in response. It was said that a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. If Comrade Zheng's affections were felt by Liang's second daughter, she would surely accept them.
Yet,
Comrade Zheng must also exercise caution. Should the villagers witness their interactions, they might misconstrue the relationship and cast a negative light upon her. Eugene Hui feigned benevolence as she delivered these words before departing. Unbeknownst to her, these remarks sparked a different kind of inspiration in the already ill-intentioned Zheng Yeqing. After Dongzi and the others had left, he emerged from the woods, carrying a bundle of firewood. Although Dongzi's words were jumbled, Liang Qiuyue understood Eugene Hui's intentions immediately. A sense of indignation welled up within her, and she pulled out a piece of milk candy to reward Dongzi, who cheered with delight as he accepted the treat and began to indulge in it. Chapter 66. Not being a stepmother in the era of literature. 27. As the new school year approached, Liang Qiuyue diligently monitored the movements of Miao Zuehua and Eugene Hui. The moment Eugene Hui took any action or any rumor surfaced, she felt compelled to act as well. From her observations, Eugene Hui exhibited remarkable patience, seemingly waiting to ascertain whether any news regarding Miao Zuehua would emerge from the team before deciding on her next steps. With the school term fast approaching, Liang Qiuyue found herself unable to contain her frustration. She secretly summoned her elder brother and recounted how Eugene Hui had been instigating Zheng Yeqing, urging him to join her in confronting and punishing Eugene Hui. The unresolved tension gnawed at her, rendering even the thought of meat unappetizing. Liang Chanhua was initially reluctant, yet upon spotting Zheng Yeqing loitering around the old Liang residence, he was persuaded to first give Zheng Yeqing a thrashing. Liang Qiuyue expressed her admiration for her brother, yet she harbored concerns about their chances of success, given Zheng Yeqing's imposing stature. Despite Liang Chuanhua's assurances of safety, she felt a nagging sense of doubt. Had He Yu been present, she would have readily consented to the confrontation, for she had witnessed his formidable skills firsthand. For the moment, Zheng Yeqing had refrained from any severe actions, merely causing discomfort to those around him without escalating matters further, while Liang Qiuyue's desire to confront Eugene Hui grew increasingly intense. Liang Chanhua, being a good brother, eventually yielded to his sister's relentless persuasion. The two exchanged knowing glances and silently agreed to take a circuitous route through their backyard to ambush Eugene Hui. As they watched Eugene Hui pass before them, Liang Chanhua silently leaped from behind, enveloping her head with a large sack just as she became aware of their presence. Liang Chanhua, quick-witted and agile, swiftly covered Eugene Hui's mouth and dragged her into the woods. Without hesitation, Liang Qiuyue seized a stick and began to strike. Eugene Hui, in pain, could only emit faint whimpers and struggle against the gag. Liang Chanhua was tasked with restraining her, while Liang Qiuyue focused on the assault. In a short while, Eugene Hui found herself unable to free herself from the bindings, fear gripping her heart as she resorted to loud cries for help, hoping to attract the attention of those at the youth station. Upon hearing her cries, the individuals from the station rushed out, untying the ropes to reveal Eugene Hui's tear-streaked face, though her thick clothing concealed any visible marks on her body. She sobbed in pain, unable to move without discomfort, left wondering who had dealt such a severe blow. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, convinced that this incident could not be overlooked. and they resolved to confront the village chief to seek justice against the assailant. Meanwhile, Li Han observed thoughtfully, sensing a peculiar familiarity in the scene. Yet, he remained silent amidst the crowd. The heavy snowfall from earlier in the year had long since melted, leaving only footprints that would not betray the events that transpired. The duo's actions had been executed flawlessly, drawing no attention from bystanders. Before long, the village was abuzz with commotion as the youth station's members made their way to the village chief's home. Eugene Hui, nearly incapacitated by pain, was supported by others as she sought the chief's assistance in identifying her attacker. The noise attracted the villagers, who emerged to witness the unfolding drama. Among the spectators was Liang Qiuyue, accompanied by her mother, Wang Xiuqin, a dedicated member of the Women's Federation. Wang Xiuqin took her responsibilities seriously, inquiring alongside the chief's wife whether Yu Jinhui had recently offended anyone. Yu Jinhui pondered that there truly was no one else, save for Liang Qiuyue, whose actions were always conducted behind the scenes. Liang Qiuyue would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Liang Qiuyue amidst the crowd, wearing a smug expression as she reveled in the spectacle, entirely devoid of any signs of guilt. The sight of that face ignited a tumult of frustration within her, prompting her to shake her head and declare her innocence. Meanwhile, some at the youth point speculated whether it was Wang Chong from the village, whose unrequited affections had turned to rage. After all, it was evident to the villagers that Wang Chong harbored feelings for Jin Hui. His character was only marginally superior to that of the village's Zhang Kezi. Wang Chong's mother immediately launched into a tirade, vociferously asserting her son's innocence, even spitting towards Jin Hui, urging her to recognize the truth, claiming that everyone knew she was clinging to Miao Zuehua, scheming to become a stepmother to Chen Jianjun's child. Jin Hui's face transformed in a vivid display of emotions, blue, red, and white, as if she were a palette of colors. Unable to stoop to the level of a rural woman's quarrel, she began to suspect that this woman was harboring a grudge against her for rejecting her son, seeking vengeance. The other young people could not bear to witness one of their own being bullied, and they began to confront Wang Chong's mother. Despite the clamor and chaos, no resolution emerged, leaving the team leader with a headache. There were no suspects in this affair, and in the moments of her assault, Jin Hui had been so panicked and frightened that she could not even discern how many individuals were involved, certainly more than one. Ultimately, the uproar subsided only after the efforts of the team leader's wife and several members of the Women's Federation to soothe the situation. Liang Qiuyue had been in high spirits during these days. Until the commencement of the new term, Comrade Jin Hui did not exploit any leverage against Miao Zuehua. Time swiftly passed, and summer arrived, marking the end of the first-year curriculum. However, all her preparations proved futile, as she had not seen Zheng Yicheng for quite some time. While at school, she received numerous letters from him sent from the military district, wherein he earnestly described his daily life in the army. Thus, despite not having met for several months, their bond remained intact. Liang Qiuyu donned a slightly faded shirt, paired with shapeless straight-leg trousers and simple cloth shoes. While such attire might appear rustic on others, it did not detract from her allure. The adage, 100 flaws can be concealed by beauty, held true. As 2 years prior she had seemed rather naive, now she radiated the vibrancy of youth, possessing a fresh and fair complexion. Regardless of the time, attractive girls were always in high demand at school, and she was no exception. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic performance was commendable as well. She had received numerous notes expressing admiration for her, stacked high. Most individuals during this era were sincere and uncomplicated, and she found no reason for distress, considering it all mere trifles. During the summer vacation, her older sister Liang Qiu-hong married a young man from the neighboring brigade and held a celebration. After being doused with cold water by old lady Xia, Liang Qiu-hong completely relinquished any lingering sentiments for Chen Jianjun. As for the man she married, despite his lack of height, He appeared to be dependable and trustworthy. Most importantly, with Liang Qiuhong's absence, the myriad of household chores would now fall entirely on her shoulders. These tasks were not excessively burdensome, but they were certainly tedious. Upon returning home, she felt like a dreamless fish, resigned to a life of labor. Although she harbored no significant aspirations at school, she could at least immerse herself in her studies while contemplating the prospect of attending university in the future. The atmosphere suggested that the family of the young man was quite well off. Indeed, the second aunt had chosen a family of considerable means. Although the children had matured beyond their earlier impulsiveness, the sight of the pigs had undeniably stirred their appetites. Liang Qiuhong, after conversing with her mother, presented a vibrant red hairpin to Liang Qiuyue, explaining that it was a gift from her aunt who worked at the supply and marketing cooperative. There are 2 more at home, but this one is for you. You will surely look splendid wearing it. Liang Qiuyue accepted the hairpin, which appeared somewhat out of fashion in later years, yet was remarkably stylish here. She felt a surge of joy. What girl is not vain? With this hairpin adorning her hair, Liang Qiuyue would undoubtedly be the most beautiful girl in the vicinity. Sister, I'm not sure I'll get used to you being married, she said, affectionately linking her arm with Liang Qiuhong's. Is your husband treating you well? Liang Qiuhong blushed, playfully pinching her cheek. You'll understand what it's like once you have a family of your own. Second sister, go check if Xiaolian has finished making the tofu, Liang Qiuyue said, rising to visit He Xiaolian's home, as they were preparing tofu again today. Speaking of He Xiaolian, she had already arranged her marriage earlier this year. Her fiancé was also from the Donghe Brigade, with plans for a wedding after the autumn harvest. Today, He Xiaolian's family was making tofu and had informed their acquaintances in the brigade in advance. As Liang Qiuyue passed by Chun Jianjun's house, she noticed a pair of twins playing at the doorstep. The little girl, slender compared to her brother, sat playing in the mud with her sibling. Despite their cuteness, she harbored no affection for them. In Liang Qiuyue's first life, these 2 troublesome children conspired with Chen Xiangxiang and Miao Zuehua to bully her, depriving her of any semblance of a peaceful existence. The language that old Master Hu taught her was mastered quite well, allowing her to converse with him fluently. Though old Master Hu remained burdened with work over the past 2 years, his health appeared satisfactory, as his appetite had improved, granting him the strength to labor effectively. Each visit to old Master Hu's abode was accompanied by a warm bowl of malted milk drink, as he expressed concern for her slender frame, insisting she needed proper nourishment. This malted drink was cleverly concealed in a hidden nook beneath the bed, a secret dug out by Hiu, making it difficult for others to discover. In the sweltering heat of summer, even copious amounts of the malted drink failed to add any weight to Liang Qiuyue. However, after a month-long break, she found herself losing considerable flesh, leaving her looking gaunt. Liang Qiuyue felt helpless. In this era, she longed to gain a few pounds. Yet as long as there was work to be done, her body refused to cooperate. With the holiday granting her more interaction with the villagers, she couldn't shake the feeling that Li Han harbored some feelings for her. Each time she glanced elsewhere during breaks, she would invariably lock eyes with him, confirming her suspicions were not mere figments of her imagination. Now 18 and possessing a striking appearance, she was well within the age of marriage. And there were indeed suitors who inquired about her through Wang Xiuqin, as many eligible men in the village had set their sights on her. Liang Qiuyue feigned ignorance of their interest. Last year, when he witnessed her confronting Chen Xiangxiang, he fled in fright. She had little to say about it. Yet he did not betray her, demonstrating a level of understanding and discretion. Having endured the autumn harvest, the winter of the year had now arrived. Liang Qiumu contemplated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, an announcement regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination would come in October of the following year, coinciding perfectly with her own graduation from high school. While the fervor of life is undeniably beautiful, the simplicity of existence holds its own truth. Old Master Hu, having learned of his grandson's injury, expressed his concern through a letter urging him to take good care of himself. Liang Qianyu sent her letter alongside old Master Hua's. From the elder's frequent remarks, she understood that he had few relatives. His closest kin was but one, his mother long deceased, his father perished in the past, and a second uncle residing in the capital, who seldom attended to him, resulting in a rather distant relationship. Liang Qianyu found solace in this reality. Was it not often said that being orphaned yet possessing wealth and property was the most favorable choice? Cars and houses could be earned through one's own efforts later. But the absence of entangled relationships was a most fortunate circumstance. Old Madame Xia was puzzled, as were the members of the Liang family. "What brings Jianjun here?" the second uncle inquired. The Liang family collectively turned their gazes toward Liang Qianyu, causing her cheeks to flush. As she opened the bag, she discovered a strikingly vibrant red cashmere scarf and a pair of red leather shoes within. Chen Jianjun exchanged a few words with the Liang family before taking his leave. The Liang family then began to interrogate Liang Qianyu. He, too, felt anxious. Last year, there had been suitors for her hand, and he feared that the Liang family might once again seek to evaluate her prospects, compelling him to devise this preemptive strategy to establish his intentions before them. He had considered the possibility of Liang Qianyu opposing him, but, after deliberation, resolved to proceed, determined to make her his bride. Upon entering the room, Wang Xiuqin observed her daughter trying on a pair of red leather shoes. The size was just right, lined with plush material, and the design was quite classic, which she found quite appealing. After walking around in them a couple of times, her heart brimmed with joy.
"Mom,
"Do they look good?" Liang Qiumei asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked up. Wang Xiuqin responded with a hint of sarcasm. "You still remember your mother is here, huh?" Liang Qiumei quickly handed her mother a scarf from the bag, saying, "This is for you. It would be quite festive to wear during the new year." Wang Xiuqin could tell at a glance that the scarf was of fine quality, a rare treasure. "Take it back. At my age, I can't wear such fine things. I'll buy you something even better in the future," she replied. Liang Qiumei patted her chest in assurance. Hearing this, Wang Xiuqin felt a surge of happiness. She was inclined to inquire about the situation with Hiyu's family. Upon learning that Hiyu was orphaned, she felt a mixture of discomfort and relief. On one hand, she was glad her daughter would not be bullied by a mother-in-law. On the other, she worried about Hiyu's lack of familial support. Nonetheless, Hiyu had proven himself capable, having already attained the rank of company commander, ensuring a bright future and safeguarding her daughter from mistreatment. However, Hiyu's accomplishments had led the Liang family to regard him as a prospective son-in-law. As for the current status of old man Hua, it was no longer a concern for the Liang family due to Hiyu's commendable rank. News of Chen Jianjun bringing items to the Liang household had spread throughout the village, and upon hearing this, Eugene Hui's heart sank, realizing she could no longer afford to wait. Although Chen Xiangxiang was in her early 20s and unmarried, she believed she was no longer a child and questioned why she shouldn't be informed. She harbored an intense dislike for Liang Qiuyue. Yet Li Han was utterly captivated by her presence. Furthermore, she had once held a lingering affection for a comrade of Brother Hua, but after their solitary meeting 2 years ago, he faded from her memory. When Eugene came to inquire about news, Chen Xiangxiang irritably retorted, "How would I know?" This remark resolutely steeled Eugene Hui's determination. While Liang Qiuyue remained oblivious to the manner in which Eugene Hui threatened Miao Cuihua, rumors began circulating within the brigade that Miao Cuihua had set her sights on Yu Jiqing, and Chen Jianjun was poised to remarry. The gossip was rife with detail. As Chen Jianjun was engaged in a heated discussion with his mother, Miao Cuihua, she pleaded earnestly, emphasizing that the two children could not possibly grow up without a mother. With Sume having passed away 2 years prior, she argued that remarrying was not objectionable, but was it not pitiable for the children to be motherless? During the busy farming season, she lamented her inability to care for the children. pointing out that Xiang was already of marrying age and had been burdened with childcare responsibilities all this time. Miao Cuihua was adept at dealing with her son, and Chen Jianjun found himself overwhelmed, feeling a pang of guilt towards a sister, Chen Xiangxiang. Why must it be Yu Jiqing, he wondered. Miao Cuihua, harboring resentment, nonetheless gritted her teeth and claimed that this young lady was dutiful and possessed a good temperament, asserting that she would surely care for the children and show her respect. Whether she would truly be respectful remained uncertain, but Miao Cuihua was resolute. Once she married into the family, she would ensure that the girl faced her trials, and any desire to accompany the military would depend on her consent. Miao Cuihua understood her son well, recognizing that he was genuinely contemplating this matter. Upon witnessing Miao Cuihua's concession, Yu Jinhui felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. When she next visited Chen Jianjun's home, although his demeanor remained devoid of warmth, it was evidently more amiable than before, which sufficed to satisfy her heart. She brimmed with confidence, convinced that as long as she could marry Chen Jianjun, she would ultimately win his heart. As for Miao Cuihua, now that she was bound to the army, she would be far removed from her, incapable of causing any significant turmoil. However, would Liang Qiumei allow her such unbridled joy? Clearly, that would not be the case. Merely days after this matter was settled, rumors began circulating in the village about Miao Cuihua's alleged scandal with Deputy Captain Lin Dehai. Upon hearing this news, Yu Jinhui felt an immediate sense of foreboding, fearing that Miao Cuihua might believe she was the source of the gossip, and wondering if this rumor could jeopardize her own relationship with Chen Jianjun. Miao Cuihua, the subject of the rumors, was initially unaware, but she soon found herself the target of pointed stares whenever she ventured outside, leaving her perplexed and even leading to a quarrel with others. The individual she clashed with was a formidable figure in the brigade, Wang Chang's mother. With derision, she spat disdainfully, questioning how a woman embroiled in scandal could still have the audacity to show her face in public. With a look of utter contempt, she departed, as if she feared contamination from association. Miao Cuihua felt a pang of anxiety, yet she could not admit the truth. She and Lin Dehai had ceased their clandestine meetings in the woods and had instead taken to visiting the home of Zhang Kezi, who had long since vanished, leaving them ample space. She reassured herself that no one should be aware of their escapades, having evaded capture. Thus, with a face full of righteous indignation, she pursued Wang Chang's mother, accusing her of spreading falsehoods and rumors. The two formidable women soon found themselves embroiled in a physical altercation amidst the humble earthen dwellings. In the end, Miao Cuihua emerged victorious, albeit by a narrow margin. Chen Dafu, having shut the door, unleashed a fierce onslaught, prompting Miao Cuihua to scream in agony. Chen Dafu, have you lost your mind? Stop this at once. For decades, this pathetic man had been under her thumb, yet now the tables seemed to have turned. Chen Dafu remained taciturn, but his strikes were merciless. Initially, he had dismissed the gossip circulating outside, but after encountering Lin Dehai that morning, the guilt reflected in Lin's eyes confirmed his suspicions of an affair between Lin and his wife. The betrayal of his wife was intolerable, no matter how humiliating it may be for a man to endure. Having dealt with her, he resolved to confront Lin Dehai at the first opportunity. He intended to demonstrate that a man of integrity should not be subjected to such indignities. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Jianjun and Chen Xiangxiang were each cradling a child, remaining aloof from the tumult within. Chen Xiangxiang was frightened, believing the rumors in the village were exaggerated, yet she dared not intervene with her father. With his eyes ablaze, she feared that stepping in might result in her own beating. This situation underscored the terrifying potential of a seemingly mild-mannered person when provoked. It was only when Chen Jianjun witnessed Miao Cuihua being brutally battered that he intervened, separating the two. Chen Dafu discarded the burning stick in his hand, his countenance grave as he settled on the threshold, indulging in his pipe. Miao Tsuehua had endured 2 altercations that day, the latter being one-sided and brutal.
Now,
Bruised and battered, she collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair, crying out her grievances. Chapter 69. Not acting as a stepmother in the era of historical fiction. 30. Chindafu sat silently on the threshold, smoking a cigarette, clearly skeptical of Miao Tsuehua's claims of injustice. The couple was most aware of their own affairs, and for various reasons, he was firmly convinced of Miao Tsuehua's betrayal. Meanwhile, Miao Tsuehua clung to a sense of hope, regardless of whether her grievances were genuine or fabricated. As long as she and Lin Dahai had not been caught in the act, the rumors circulating within the brigade were merely fabrications. In Lin Dahai's household, turmoil also ensued. His wife harbored a deep sense of unease, yet Lin Dahai staunchly asserted that the rumors were unfounded, concocted by those seeking to undermine his position as deputy captain. His wife, though skeptical, chose to believe him. However, she would undoubtedly keep a vigilant eye on both of them in the future. Who doesn't enjoy a spectacle? Naturally. The villagers had heard of the commotion surrounding the Qin family. Miao Tsuehua had not ventured out for quite some time during the festive season. Yet tales of her continued to circulate within the brigade. Although no one had witnessed the aftermath of Miao Tsuehua's alleged beating, the accounts of her bruised and battered visage were recounted with such vivid detail that it felt as if they had seen it firsthand. In contrast, the atmosphere at the deputy captain's home remained serene. Lin Dahai maintained an air of righteousness, presenting himself as a man of integrity who would never entangle himself with the women of other families, prompting the villagers to question the veracity of the rumors. Meanwhile, Eugene Hui, who was purportedly promised to Qin Jianjun, had refrained from visiting his home during this time. She feared that her presence would remind Miao Tsuehua of the threats she had made, and that leverage had since lost its value. Could Miao Tsuehua still grant her wishes? She felt a sense of unease in her heart, yet could only feign calmness, constantly monitoring Qin Jianjun's movements in the village, wary of any potential connection he might forge with Liang Qiuyue. Recently, the village's grand performance had captivated the members of the brigade, and naturally, Liang Qiuyue was among the spectators. With the cold weather and a fresh snowfall, she took a somewhat worn-out quilt and 2 pairs of thick cotton socks to deliver to old man Hua. She chose the morning for this errand, a time when the brigade members were still asleep. After placing the items for old man Hua, she was subjected to his scrutiny as he taught her new vocabulary, assessing her progress. Satisfied, he permitted her to enjoy a bowl of hot tea before she departed. As she descended the hillside and reached the edge of the forest, she unexpectedly encountered Li Han, who seemed to have ventured out for some unknown purpose. She intended to ignore him, but he intercepted her. "Comrade Liang, is there any connection between you and the incident involving the educated youth being beaten last time?" Li Han asked directly. Liang Qiuyue could never admit to such a thing and immediately denied it, saying, "You cannot wrongfully accuse me, Li Zayeth. How can you slander someone without evidence?" Li Han chuckled lightly and continued, "Do not be so anxious. I merely wish to suggest that your method of resolving issues is somewhat extreme. You should exercise caution in the future, as such actions can easily place you in peril." Liang Qiuyue felt her cheeks warm. She had clearly misjudged his intentions. He was genuinely concerned, and she realized she shouldn't be overly confrontational. Even though he had gone to the countryside, Li Zayeth still should not forget the importance of continual learning. With that thought, Liang Qiuyue sidestepped him and continued on her way. Li Han pondered over her true intentions, only to realize after much contemplation that she seemed to be subtly urging him not to neglect his studies, though he found her meaning elusive. Her words held a certain validity. Having spent several years in this rural setting, the only source of solace he could truly rely on was his education. As noon approached, Chen Xiangxiang had originally come to seek out Li Han, and fortuitously witnessed the two of them engaged in joyful conversation. Clenching her fists, she wisely chose to remain silent and inconspicuous, turning instead to find Eugene Hui at the educated youth point. Upon exiting the point together, Eugene Hui tentatively inquired, "Is your mother doing well?" This question struck Eugene Hui like a thunderbolt, as she was so close to achieving her ambitions. Noticing her distressed expression, Chen Xiangxiang pressed on. "In a few days, Qiuju's brother will come to visit relatives. Remember how he once fancied Liang Qiuyue? I would prefer she not become my sister-in-law. It would be best if she married someone else." Eugene Hui's nails dug into her flesh. She had contemplated this idea before, yet regrettably, Zhang Yeqing proved to be utterly inept. While the two schemed against Liang Qiuyue, she was at home entertaining her nephew, finding some comfort in her circumstances. She awaited to see if Miao Zuehua would still permit Eugene Hui to enter her home. Should Eugene Hui successfully marry Qin Jianjun, the only person in the Qin family who would be wronged would be Qin Jianjun himself. Despite his inability to manage family affairs, his character was otherwise commendable. As the new year approached, Liang Qiuyue donned last year's coat, while her mother, Wang Xiuqin, had knitted her new sweaters and pants. The previous year's coat, freshly laundered, still appeared as good as new, and she had chosen not to make any new garments. Liang Qiuyue found joy in having new clothes, but she could also manage without them. In such poverty, she questioned the necessity of being overly particular. As I walked in a line, I unexpectedly spotted Zhang Yeqing. His attire starkly contrasted with that of the youth from the brigade, exuding an air of seriousness that unmistakably marked him as a city dweller, setting him apart from the local young men. Naturally, Liang Qiume felt a surge of wariness upon encountering him. Should he dare to make a move, she would not hesitate to incapacitate him. Zhang Yeqing was not a permanent resident of the brigade. Visiting relatives for a day sufficed, and he would not linger overnight. Liang Qiume, confined to her home daily, rendered any opportunity for Zhang Yeqing to seek her out futile. Eugene Hui remained ever vigilant, acutely aware of Liang Qiume's occasional excursions toward the hillside. She understood that those residing on the hillside would ultimately receive vindication. However, her singular ambition to become a general's wife left her disinterested in extending warmth or recognition to them. This year, the brigade's pigs were particularly plump, with every household reaping a slightly greater bounty than the previous year. Liang Qiume's family indulged today with a sumptuous dish of braised pork, and old lady Xie requested that she deliver a bowl to old man Hua. With her small cloth bag slung over her shoulder and a covered bowl cradled to her arms, Liang Qiume made her way there. The approaching figure bore ill intentions, for Zhang Yeqing held a stick in his hand, despite the gentle smile gracing his face. Liang Qiume paused 2 meters away from him, tentatively calling out, "Brother Zhang?" Zhang Yeqing was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected address of brother from the beauty, wondering if perhaps she harbored some feelings for him.
Yet,
while he stood in stunned silence, Liang Qiume seized the opportunity. She suddenly delivered a swift kick to the most vulnerable part of the man's anatomy. Zhang Yeqing doubled over in pain, letting out a wretched cry. Liang Qiume swiftly snatched the wooden stick from his grasp and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him, all the while shouting for help in an effort to summon the brigade's members. Zhang Yicheng arrived stealthily, having resided in Zhang Keizi's abode for 2 days now. It was the youth from the Educated Youth Point, Yu Zhiqing, who discreetly relayed the news to him, assuring that as long as he could quietly bring the individual to Zhang Keizi's dwelling, she would have no one else to marry if not him. Chapter 70. Not becoming a stepmother in the era of literature. 31. Liang Qiuyu intended to escalate the matter, hoping to send Zhang Yicheng to a farm for reformation. The first to arrive were the individuals from the Educated Youth Point. Li Han instinctively felt that this had something to do with Liang Qiuyu and was among the initial group. As more people gathered, old Hua, hearing the commotion from the makeshift shelter, emerged, nearly frightened to death by the sight of Liang. He rummaged through his pocket for money, seizing the opportunity while the crowd had been diverted to head towards the village's duty room. The duty room housed a telephone, and he could take this chance to inform his grandson of the situation. The personnel in the duty room initially hesitated to allow him to use the phone. refusing his money until he claimed it was a call to the military district, at which point they reluctantly acquiesced. A tumultuous group escorted the beaten and defenseless Zheng Yicheng to the captain's residence. With tearful fervor, Liang Qiuyu recounted her visit to the riverside to check the nets for fish, only to encounter this man who brandished a stick and attempted to assault her. Lamenting her quick wits that saved her from an uncertain fate. Being from the same brigade, the captain naturally sided with his own. Could it be that he still harbored hopes? Although Liang's second sister was quite comely, surely Zheng Yicheng could not be so besotted. After all, he hailed from the county. How could he act as though he had never encountered a beautiful woman before? It truly seemed that this rural girl had captivated him entirely. Wang Xiuqin was infuriated, casting a fierce glare at the members of the Laozheng family. They, in turn, were apprehensive about being implicated in today's events, hastily dismissing their previous attempts to curry favor with Zheng Yicheng. We have no idea. We haven't seen him lately. Who knows how he ended up in our brigade? They protested. If the villagers were to associate them with Zheng Yicheng, their standing in the brigade would be jeopardized. Thus, it was imperative to sever any connections. Yu Jinhui harbored her own concerns, yet felt somewhat reassured, for Zheng Yicheng lacked any evidence against her. As long as he could not link her directly, she could navigate the situation adeptly. The brigade leader had no objections, nor did the other members of the team. They were all taken aback, engaging in animated speculation about where he might be hiding. Suddenly, someone mentioned the residence of Zhang Kezi. The sight of a few jars of rare fruit preserves, delectable-looking biscuits, and milk candies made everyone reflect on the wealth disparity between city dwellers and villagers. Observing such treats, many had never even laid eyes on, let alone touched them. Truly, comparing people could be maddening. Once Zheng Yicheng regained his composure, the notion of being sent to the police station frightened him. He blurted out nonsensical claims, stating, "It was Liang Qiumei who invited me for a secret meeting in the brigade. We are in a relationship. It's not as serious as you make it sound." Liang Qiumei was seething with rage, wishing to annihilate this scoundrel. Wang Xiuqin erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! Our Qiumei would ever consider you? You were already engaged to her last year. How dare you, a twice-married man who abuses his wife, make such baseless accusations?" In her wrath, Wang Xiuqin seized a stick and began to swing it wildly. Liang Qiuyue's face was flushed with anger, her brows furrowed. "We have scarcely met a few times, and yet you dare to speak such nonsense." Miao Zuehua felt she had found an opportunity to take revenge on Wang Xiuqin and sarcastically remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps you two share some secret." Li Han cast a disapproving glance at her. If they were indeed partners, such a commotion was unwarranted. Aunt Miao snorted dismissively and, noticing Chen Jianjun's gaze upon her, softly retorted, "It's perfectly normal for partners to bicker. Liang Ermei has high standards. Zheng Yicheng comes from the county." Chen Jianjun shot a discontented look at his mother, his eyes conveying a silent warning. He then turned to the crowd in the brigade and declared, "Liang Ermei's partner is my comrade." His icy gaze fell upon Zheng Yicheng. This was the first time the crowd had heard of Liang Qiuyue having a partner. But now was not the moment for such discussions. Wang Xiuqin glared fiercely at Miao Zuehua, her expression suggesting she longed to strike her. She then surveyed the people around her, stating, "Mark my words, should a similar incident occur with your own daughters in the future, will you swallow your pride if others meddle?" Wang Xiuqin's daughter was not one to be easily bullied. She demanded justice, no matter the circumstances. "Chunhua, help me restrain this person. We are going to the commune and then to the township police station." Wang Xiuqin commanded her son with fervor. The Liang family stood united, encircling Zheng Yicheng defiantly. Zheng Yicheng trembled with fear, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Had he known that the rural folk possessed such fierce tenacity, he would never have dared to provoke Liang Qiuyue. Now he was filled with regret, genuine regret. The captain's wife hurried to soothe him, saying, "Wait a moment. My husband will accompany you. This matter must be reported. Why should someone from the county bully our village's daughter? Her eloquent words provided some comfort to Wang Xiuqin, and the voices of agreement from the villagers filled the air. Zheng Yeqing, who had always harbored ill intentions but lacked the courage to act, had not thought of this clever strategy without the prompting of Eugene Hui. Meanwhile, Eugene Hui remained silent among the crowd, fearing that this incident might entangle her as well, wishing instead for Zheng Yeqing to be swiftly removed from the scene. Yet, at that moment, she had inadvertently been implicated by him, with disbelief etched upon her face. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks, portraying a picture of delicate vulnerability. The captain must take my side. This person has harassed me every time he comes to the village. Liang Qiuyue and I have no connection. How could I have ever suggested such a thing to him? The last time he laid hands on me, I pushed him, and he fell, and I even struck him with a stone. He surely harbors resentment against me for that, and has dragged me into this. Chen Xiangxiang was aware of the situation as well. She could attest to Eugene Hui's account. The crowd's gaze shifted to her, and feeling apprehensive, she knew she had played a part in this affair and dared not refuse to support Eugene Hui. With a reluctant nod, she added indignantly, "It's possible that the incident with the educated youth being beaten was also his doing." Some individuals had already begun to hurl stones at him, vociferously cursing like ruffians, their collective outrage palpable, as if they were ready to strike. Zheng Yeqing had never encountered such a tumultuous scene. Had he not remained composed, he might have been terrified. Fearing that the frigid weather might lead to severe consequences, the captain ordered that Zheng Yeqing be confined to the storeroom of his own home. As night fell, any resolution would have to wait until the following morning. Upon entering the main room, fourth aunt remarked, "This is the second time. Our niece ought to marry soon. You are quite handsome, and the attention you attract could lead to trouble. The Liang family is of humble origin and cannot always protect you." Liang Qiuyue cast a glance at her. Surprisingly, fourth aunt's words were not as irksome as usual. Second aunt chimed in, praising their niece for becoming even more beautiful over the past 2 years, asserting that even in simple attire, she did not resemble a typical country girl. Old Lady Xia prepared a bowl of warm sweetened egg soup for her, patting her hand. "Were you frightened? Drink this, and then rest." Liang Qiuyue took a sip of the sweet concoction, asserting that she was not afraid. In fact, she had nearly incapacitated him with her stick, and she herself was unscathed. She had gained considerable experience in wielding a stick, particularly when dealing with ill-intentioned men. Her first strike was always intended to catch them off guard and render them immobile. Wang Xiuqin watched her daughter laughing and conversing, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Perhaps it was not so bad for her to be so carefree. The next day, a group from Donghe Brigade escorted Zheng Yeqing to the police station, where the officers inquired about the specifics of Liang Qiuyue's account. Regardless of the circumstances, the assessment of the other party's victimization was essential for determining guilt. Liang Qiuyue appeared pallid, her limbs intact and unscathed, rendering it improbable for Zheng Yeqing to receive a severe judgment. As for the outcome of the trial, a definitive resolution was not forthcoming at this juncture. Should Zheng Yeqing's punishment be lenient, it would weigh heavily on Liang Qiuyue's conscience. However, there was little she could do but await the verdict. Concerning the scheming behind the scenes by Eugene Hui and Chen Xiangxiang, she had yet to devise an effective solution. Her visit to Chen Jianjun was a gesture of gratitude for his defense of her that fateful night, yet if Chen Xiangxiang persisted in her obstinacy, Liang was uncertain of her own potential reactions. As for how Chen Jianjun had guided Chen Xiangxiang, she remained uninformed. Nonetheless, the long-dormant Miao Zuehua had begun to take an interest in Chen Xiangxiang. Liang Qiuyue placed the prepared flatbread into her cloth bag, contemplating who might have arrived at her home. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted the tall and upright He standing beneath the bare tree at the school gate. Peering inside, Liang Qiuyue smiled faintly as she approached, inquiring, "Have you recovered from your injury?" He scrutinized her carefully, observing that despite her evident weight loss, her complexion was relatively good, and the anxiety he had harbored began to dissipate. Liang Qiuyue beamed. I'm fine. It's been quite some time, and I've suffered no loss. That individual has been thoroughly dealt with. Old Man Hua had informed her the previous week that he had conveyed the situation to Hiyu, dispelling the confusion surrounding Zheng Yeqing's harsh judgment. What purpose did a useless man serve? If Liang Qiuyue were to be wronged, and he failed to stand up for her, she would simply walk away and never glance back. Thus, regarding Hiyu, she is currently quite satisfied. Hiyu gently ruffled her hair and declared, Come, let me treat you to something delightful. Liang Qiuyue could hardly refuse such an invitation. Hiyu chuckled. A fortnight is no issue. Liang Qiuyue puffed out her cheeks. After all, she had classes and could not see him every day. What about Grandpa? Liang Qiuyue laughed, pondering his intent. Did he imply that she was more significant than the old man, which made her heart flutter with joy? The two strolled leisurely to the entrance of the state-run restaurant, where Hiyu suddenly halted and, with utmost seriousness, posed the question, Comrade Liang Qiuyue, would you consider entering a relationship with me? Liang Qiuyue widened her eyes in surprise. What did he mean? Standing at the threshold of the restaurant, was he suggesting that if she declined, their meal would be forfeit? Are you saying that, if I refuse, I won't get to enjoy a good meal? She queried. Hiyu glanced at the restaurant and then back at her, suddenly feeling that the timing of his question was rather ill-advised. No, we can discuss this after the meal, he amended. Liang Qiuyue let out a soft huff, turned,
and stepped inside.
It was indeed mealtime, yet not many were willing to dine out in these times. The two ordered 6 meat buns, a portion of braised pork, a serving of braised fish, and a plate of spicy tofu generously sprinkled with scallions, along with 2 complimentary bowls of egg drop soup, though the soup was rather scant. Until now, their interactions had predominantly occurred at night. This was the first time they spent such an extended duration together during daylight. Liang Qiuyue exhibited grace and elegance while dining, yet her eating pace, honed over the years at the Liang household, was anything but slow. 2 meat buns and a few vegetables filled her stomach to the brim, leaving the rest for Hiyu to consume. After they finished eating, they did not leave but instead ordered 2 cups of hot water. Hiyu glanced at her, then pulled out a handful of money and receipts from his pocket and handed them to her, saying she could use them for anything she desired in the future. She was so thin, clearly hungry. Her portion at dinner was merely a bite, akin to a cat. He felt a pang of concern for her. You can use it. It makes me happy, he said. Suddenly, he paused, realizing the implications of her words. She had agreed to be in a relationship with him. His heart raced intensely as he met her smiling eyes and stammered, You agree? Chapter 72. Not becoming a stepmother in a historical novel, 33. Hiyu thought to himself that despite being several years older than her, he sometimes felt like a naive youth in her presence, especially now, overwhelmed with joy and at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he continued, After you graduate high school, I will visit your family to propose. Before the autumn harvest, we shall hold a banquet, and at that time,
you can accompany me with the army.
Being with the army would allow her to gain some weight. In truth, he yearned to take her to obtain a marriage certificate right then. While she had no objections to the wedding banquet, following him with the army might be a challenge, especially since the college entrance examination was reinstated this year, and she was preparing for university. Liang Qiuyue found his eagerness to plan their banquet amusing. She had merely just agreed to be in a relationship with him, and he was already contemplating the future of their military life together. She pondered that even if they were to marry, they would likely live apart, seldom seeing each other throughout the year. The distinction between being married and unmarried seems negligible. Yet her newfound status as a military spouse affords her numerous advantages. The two strolled leisurely to the school entrance, and as Hiyu gradually calmed his excited demeanor, he found himself reluctant to part ways upon seeing her enter the gates. Over the next 3 days, they met daily, engaging in nothing particularly significant, being young. Their mere conversations brought them joy. He consistently suggested delightful treats for her. Throughout their journey, they encountered several members of the brigade, finally revealing to them the appearance of the legendary Liang Qiuyu's partner. Upon reaching the village entrance, the Liang family, having heard the commotion, sent Dong Zi to investigate. Seeing the couple laden with packages, he eagerly took them from their hands. The brigade members relished the spectacle, and as Liang Qiuyu walked past, she was met with a barrage of identical inquiries. "Is this your partner, Liang Ermei?" He maintained a composed demeanor, tall and with striking features. He exuded an air of scholarly elegance despite being a soldier, earning compliments from all who beheld him. The sight of the two together was harmonious, and anyone from the brigade who witnessed them could not help but praise their looks. In truth, many had been watching Liang Qiuyu over the past 2 years. But the Liang family, with their pride in their daughter's beauty, often dismissed suitors from the brigade, leading to envious remarks as onlookers awaited to see whom she would choose. Now that they had finally seen her partner, the contrast was evident. He was distinctly different from a typical country lad, dressed respectably and undeniably handsome, stirring a mixture of envy and admiration within them. Old Mr. Hua observed from a distance, chuckling at the sight of his grandson walking alongside Liang Ya. He had no intention of acknowledging his grandson at this moment. Given his current status, visiting the Liang family would only stir trouble. In the crowd, Qin Xiangxiang felt a pang of despair. Wasn't that man the one who had accompanied her brother years ago? Why was he now seen with Liang Qiuyu? As for Yu Jinhui, she felt a sense of relief. She had previously been skeptical of Chen Jianjun's words spoken before the village, but now she was completely convinced. Since Liang Qiuyu was with someone else, marriage with Chen Jianjun was surely off the table. Therefore, she no longer needed to concern herself with Liang Qiuyu. Her focus should be on securing a marriage with Chen Jianjun instead. While she dismissed thoughts of Liang Qiuyu, the latter was not about to let her off the hook. She simply had not yet found the opportune moment to deal with her. Li Han witnessed Liang Qiuyu walking with another and felt a twinge of resentment. Yet he had no desire to act upon it. His discomfort was merely a personal struggle. Upon entering the Liang household, he set down the items he had brought. Financially secure, he had scarcely used his previous allowances, and the generous offerings he brought today did not cause him any distress. He thought to himself that as long as he could win over Liang Qiuyu, nothing else mattered. Grandma Xia and uncles had already begun to inquire about Hiyu's situation, while Wang Xiuqin sat in the main room, occasionally interjecting with questions. Hiyu was well-groomed and polite, earning the admiration of the family. Liang Qiuyu, however, found no interest in lingering to hear these tedious discussions and decided to join Liang Xiaomei in gathering firewood. As for Chen Xiangxiang, she likely lacked intelligence. Perhaps Chen Jianjun had failed to educate her properly, as she brazenly approached and let out a cold snort in her direction. She merely crossed her arms, wearing an expression of disdain. Liang Qiuyu picked up some firewood and passed by her, letting out a cold laugh. "If you still wish to be beaten, continue flaunting yourself before me. I wouldn't mind giving you another thrashing." Chen Xiangxiang understood that Liang Qiuyu was not one to make idle threats and recalled the beating that Yu Jinhui had received, likely at the hands of Liang Qiuyu. With a cold huff, she made her way to the youth commune. Although Liang Qiuyu and Li Han had no future together, and her brother had no ambiguous ties with her, that did not prevent her from harboring animosity towards Liang Qiuyu and seeking to undermine her. Upon hearing Chen Xiangxiang's suspicions, Yu Jinhui felt a twinge of doubt in her heart. She had always harbored suspicions, but her schemes had yet to cause Liang Qiuyu any trouble. The crux of the matter was that she was now engaged to someone else, and pursuing Liang Qiuyu further would only be a waste of energy. She had no desire to involve herself with Chen Xiangxiang, despite her claims of helping her marry her brother, if she possessed such abilities. Yu Jinhui would have married long ago. Why would she still wear a frown today? Seeing that her words had no effect, Qin Xiangxiang left in frustration. The dinner at the old Liang household, though prepared in haste, was still quite sumptuous, signifying their acknowledgement of Hiyu. Hiyu felt a sense of relief. Although he appeared to be a respectable officer, the people of the Liang family were well aware of old MANHUA's situation in the shack. The fact that they dared to allow Liang Qiuyue to court him was quite impressive in his eyes. After the meal, old lady Xie prepared a portion for Hiyu to deliver to old MANHUA. Hiyu accepted it and went along with Liang Qiuyue. Old MANHUA was in high spirits today, and his gaze towards Liang Qiuyue was noticeably warmer. Hiyu intended to stay here for the night, but old MANHUA was hastily shooed away, for it would be undesirable if others took notice. Hiyu remained unfazed, as a member of the military. Unless he committed an offense, no one could reproach him for associating with those who had been demoted. To distance himself from his grandfather would be utterly unthinkable. In the past, the two would clandestinely meet in the village at night, but after today's incident, they could now walk openly in the village without fear of gossip. Save for the playful teasing from the aunties in the brigade. As dusk fell, the two walked side by side in silence, their sleeves brushing against one another occasionally. Liang Qiuyue was unaware of the feelings associated with early romance in later years, but she couldn't shake off the exhilarating sense of secrecy. Contemplating whether he would take her hand, they ambled slowly, and before she had the chance to ponder for long, his large hand enveloped her left one. Her hand felt cool, while his was warm. Although the weather had become milder, it was still prudent to wear more layers, for her hand was too chilly. "Let me warm it for you," Hiyu explained, his throat tightening. Liang Qiuyue burst into laughter, supporting herself with her waist. The sensation of courting felt refreshingly novel. He was remarkably innocent, which made her want to laugh even more. In later times, such pure feelings were seldom found outside of middle and high school campuses. Hiyu felt his ears flush with embarrassment from her laughter, unsure of how to make her stop. Once Liang Qiuyue had her fill of laughter. She playfully lifted his hand, gently scratching it, sending delightful tingles straight to his heart. Hiyu, in a sudden burst of impulsiveness, pulled her close and embraced her tightly, saying, "This way, it's warmer. You won't feel cold anymore." Liang Qiuyue's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes fluttering, reveling in the warmth of their cocoon. In matters of boldness, Liang Qiuyue was unmatched. Though she felt a tinge of embarrassment at the embrace, she quickly dispelled that shyness with a playful quip. After speaking, she playfully pushed him away and joyfully dashed forward, leaving Hiyu momentarily stunned. Standing in place for several seconds, he then chuckled softly at her retreating figure and followed suit. Today, he had bravely embraced her, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing he had acted recklessly and that she might be displeased, little did he expect to be met with such apparent disdain. After a while of soothing Liang Xiaomei, a child whose inquiries came swiftly and whose slumber followed just as quickly, the next morning, visitors arrived at the old Liang house. Their loud chatter rousing Liang Qiuyue from her rest. The commotion outside was merely the villagers from the brigade coming to witness the happenings at the Liang household. In the village, whenever something novel occurred, the curiosity of the townsfolk would ignite fervently. Once Liang Qiuyue was prepared, she exchanged pleasantries with the women from the brigade. The sweet potato porridge at home was ready, and as the family prepared to dine, the guests departed with good grace. Hiyu, however, was distinctly different. The preserved meat saved for the new year had been cooked anew. The lively atmosphere at the Liang household evoked envy among the brigade members, who remarked that since Liang Qiuyue had found a military officer, she was destined for a life of comfort. Meanwhile, Eugene Hui was determined to persuade Miao Tsuehua to marry Qin Jianjun, no matter the cost. However, Miao Tsuehua has now developed a deep-seated animosity towards her. Despite her insistence that the matter has nothing to do with her, Miao Tsuehua remains capricious, and it appears that there is no turning back. Whenever Liang Xiaoyu encounters Liang Chunhua and her sister-in-law Hyujuan, she urges them to study diligently as the resumption of the college entrance examination draws ever closer. Knowing this, she must be adequately prepared. Fortunately, although the two have always found her inexplicable, they are obedient. As for the younger members of the family, once the news of the resumption of the examination arrives, the adults will also urge them to study hard and strive for university admission. After enduring the rigors of the final examinations, Liang Qiuyu has successfully graduated. Upon hearing the news, everyone immediately understood that this gathering was to discuss marriage matters, and they all wished to pause their activities to witness the unfolding drama. When old lady Xie and Liang Qiuyu's party arrived at the entrance of the Liang family home, they found Hiyu and two impeccably dressed, middle-aged men and a woman conversing with Liang Qiumin in the courtyard. Old lady Xie washed her hands and began to greet the guests, laying out everything she could find to entertain them on a table. Hiyu's second aunt remarked, "We did not inform you in advance of our visit this time. It was rather hasty on our part." Although old lady Xie felt that her family could not compare to Hiyu's, she could not appear too humble at this moment, speaking with warmth that did not come across as sycophantic or inferior. Liang Qiuyu was discreetly scrutinized several times by Hiyu's uncle and aunt, who also engaged her in conversation. Fortunately, Liang Qiuyu remained composed and was not easily intimidated by such a trivial scene. After all, having traversed multiple worlds and encountered numerous experiences, these situations were mere trifles to her. The imposing presence of this second uncle bears a striking resemblance to that of Hiyu, both emerging from military backgrounds, their soldierly demeanor unmistakably evident. Liang Qiuyu felt reluctant to engage in such circumstances, which were both cumbersome and unavoidable. Hiyu, perceptive of her subtle discontent, guided her away from the main hall. Allowing the adults to deliberate among themselves, he took her by the hand and led her to old Manhua, having not seen each other for several months. As they walked, Hugh held their belongings in one hand while grasping her hand with the other. In this era, even married couples holding hands in public could draw curious glances. However, with few people around in the commune, Liang Qiuyu acquiesced. Upon arriving at their destination, after setting down their things, old Manhua, unable to resist the two, changed his attire and accompanied them to the Liang family home. Hiyu offered a few comforting words to old Manhua, assuring him that the situation was nearing clarity and that dawn was on the horizon, encouraging him to relax and enjoy a meal without concern. Although old Manhua had encountered members of the Liang family in the commune before, and even received items from the fourth uncle, it was his first time stepping through the Liang family's door. He was greeted joyously by Liang Xiaomei, who affectionately called him Grandpa, eliciting a warm smile from him. His second uncle and aunt expressed their concern for old Manhua, who in turn praised Liang Qiuyu. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, Liang Qiuyu reflected on how her initial infatuation was merely a fleeting fancy, driven by a moment of temptation. At this point, Hiyu's relatives understood the appeal of a rural girl, recognizing her genuine character and noting that old Manhua also held her in high regard, leaving them with little to contest. His second uncle was not particularly close to Hiyu. After all, Hiyu's biological father was not from the same mother, and it would not bode well to pry too much into matters that might displease Hiyu. This visit was merely to settle Hiyu's affairs and provide some reassurance to his elder brother. Similarly, Hiyu's second aunt held the same sentiment. After all, she was not her daughter-in-law and had no inclination to scrutinize the situation excessively. Hiyu felt a pang of guilt towards her. In addition to the customary betrothal gifts and an extra 300 yuan, he discreetly gifted Wang Xiuqin 500 yuan. This left Wang Xiuqin startled, as she declined the offer, feeling a sense of discomfort akin to selling her daughter. One party insisted on giving, while the other refused to accept. Liang Qiuyu took the money and returned it to Hiyu. There would be ample opportunities for both of them to utilize funds in the future, and when she became capable, she would repay Wang Xiuqin's kindness. During these days, Liang Qiuyue busied herself, and every other day, she accompanied Hiyu to the marriage registration office to obtain their marriage certificate. In this era, women aged 18 and men aged 20 could register for marriage. At 19, Liang Qiuyue was considered a young woman, though in the future, she would still be attending school. Hiyu cherished the marriage certificate, carefully placing it in his bag. Liang Qiuyue experienced a surreal sensation, for she was now a married woman. A curious feeling indeed. If you ever find someone else you like, we can get a divorce, she stated bluntly immediately after receiving the marriage certificate. After saying this, she felt a twinge of anger. He had only ever mentioned wanting to court her, but had never declared affection. In this lifetime, I only love you. The thought of divorce was utterly inconceivable to him, and he did not wish to hear such words from her lips. Hiyu gently stroked her head, his voice resonating with a hint of solemnity. Be good, and refrain from uttering such words in the future. As a soldier, it is my duty to protect our homeland, and you are my lifelong concern. Aside from the old MANHUA, she was the closest and most cherished person in his life. Liang Qiuyue's fleeting moments of discontent were swiftly soothed by him. However, the decision to divorce would ultimately depend on his future conduct. She had never entertained the thought of compromising her own happiness, even if it might seem selfish. She always regarded her own well-being as paramount. If she were unhappy, then no one else would be allowed to find joy. Yet at this moment, she felt quite content. The couple had obtained their marriage certificate and visited the local photo studio to have a few pictures taken. The photographer devised a clever solution, adding 2 layers of bricks under the stool, creating a more harmonious appearance when they sat together. After capturing this pose, they switched positions for another 2 shots. In this era, the boldest gesture in photography was merely placing a hand on the other's shoulder. The audacious kisses that would characterize future generations were utterly inconceivable. The photographs would not be ready for a while, so they hung their belongings on the bicycle. Liang Qiuyue sat on the back seat, gently tugging at his shirt as the breeze generated by their ride brought a refreshing relief from the sweltering summer heat. Suddenly, an image from a television drama set in another world flashed through her mind, the female lead embracing the male lead's waist while seated on the back of a bicycle. The gentle wind lifting her bangs as the man in a white shirt navigated the quaint, old streets with her. A woman sat upon the rear seat of a man's bicycle, traversing the weathered streets, embodying a romance that felt extravagant for this era. Just as Liang Qiuyue began to sense a flicker of romance, the uneven dirt road jostled her, prompting an urge to leap from the vehicle. Although the wedding banquet was hastily arranged, it garnered much admiration from the collective of the brigade. In the village, whose daughter does not yearn for the traditional 3 resounding sounds and a turn during her wedding? Yet, very few can achieve such a spectacle. Consequently, the Liang family has recently become the envy of the brigade, with many proclaiming Liang Qiuyue to be exceptionally fortunate. As the festivities outside began to wane, Liang Qiuyue had already satisfied her hunger and thirst within the confines of the room. She sat languidly on the bed, on the verge of slumber, when Hiyu entered, slight intoxication evident in his demeanor. This room had been specially vacated by the Liang family for the newlyweds. It had previously been occupied by Dongzi and Huzai, who had since relocated to the storage room. The family had tacitly accepted that Liang Qiuyue and he would follow the military, thus allowing Dongzi and Huzai to temporarily relinquish the room for the couple. Liang Qiuyue was disinclined to make any fuss about it. She was uncertain where her life with Hiyu would be anchored in the future, so she decided to embrace the present situation, intending to address the matter of permanence later. At this moment, both individuals seated on the bed felt a tinge of nervousness. Liang Qiuyue had bathed the previous day, and the fragrance of soap lingered upon her skin. In the confined space, all senses sharpened. She fidgeted with her fingers, while he observed her in silence, seemingly lost in thought, as if the alcohol had muddled his mind. In a moment of resolve, she shed her outer garments, climbed into bed, and enveloped herself with the covers. Hiyu, noticing the slight bulge beneath the blanket, rubbed his somewhat dazed head and removed his shoes to join her. She felt a corner of the blanket lifted and soon found herself being gently turned over by him. Chapter 75. Not being a stepmother in historical novels. 36. Their gazes met, and in the dim flicker of the red candlelight, a blush crept onto Liang Qiumei's cheeks. Were it not for the fact that they had already registered their marriage, such words would undoubtedly echo the sentiments of a scoundrel in modern times. Early in the morning, Hiyu placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before quietly rising, dressing, and preparing to gather firewood for the old Liang family. Having grown accustomed to early mornings during his time in the military, it was a routine he adhered to diligently. Suddenly, Liang Qiumei pondered how, after just tying the knot yesterday, she found herself unable to rise today. The women of the brigade would surely weave their tales about her. Moreover, her mother wouldn't even call for her. Now, it seemed everyone in the brigade was aware of what had transpired between her and Hiyu. As Hiyu brought water into the room, he was met with an inexplicable glare from Liang Qiumei. With a demeanor marked by kindness, Hiyu held a towel washed with soap pods to gently wipe her face. Despite feeling somewhat like an invalid under his care, she relished the attention. Liang Qiumei grasped his hand, reminding him that there was no need to rush. The autumn harvest was just around the corner, and her mother would soon be worn thin from the labor. She intended to assist at home, though not particularly eager to work. She merely awaited news regarding the resumption of the college entrance examination. This thought brought her a twinge of guilt, for while he contemplated their future, she was preoccupied with her own concerns. She wrapped her arms around Hiyu's waist, swaying slightly, expressing, "My father passed away early, and I worry for my mother. We shall have plenty of time together in the future. There's no need to rush things. If it becomes absolutely necessary, she could accompany him to the military district for a few months. Once news of the resumption of the college entrance emerges, she would be able to register to take the exam." Hiyu gently caressed her hair. He did not wish for her to toil in the village, for she was already so slender, and further labor would only render her more emaciated. Noticing his silence, she relented, saying, "All right then, the moment you call, I shall go to the military district to find you." A smile graced Hiyu's face as he cupped her cheeks and planted a kiss upon them. Having recently crossed into intimacy, a mere kiss brought back memories of the previous night. Liang Qiumei pushed him away in haste and hurried out the door. Given that old master who had also attended the banquet, there had been no shortage of gossip regarding the Liang family in the commune these past few days. However, the Liang family chose to ignore the whispers, while Wang Xiuqin ended up in a quarrel with Miao Zuihua. Nevertheless, once the matter was settled, old Lady Xia insisted that old master would dine at her home daily. Although he felt grateful, he refrained from doing so, leaving Liang Qiumei and Hiyu to continue delivering provisions to the shack each day. With limited time off, on the eve of his departure, Hiyu left Liang Qiumei utterly exhausted, like a lifeless fish. He donned his clothes, appearing lean yet surprisingly strong. Liang Qiumei experienced a blend of pain and joy, suppressing any sounds, enduring the discomfort in silence, which only endeared her to Hiyu even more. Once he departed, she returned to the solitary life of a single woman in the village, accompanying Wang Xiuqin to work each day. While laboring, she was frequently teased by the village matrons. And despite her thick-skinned nature, Liang Qiumei couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. A fortnight later, she received another letter from Hiyu, stating that matters concerning his deployment might require some time, as he had recently been commended for his service and anticipated a promotion that could result in his reassignment away from the southwest. In his correspondence, he inquired about her thoughts on the matter, should she be reluctant to accompany him to such a distant location. He would submit a report to his superiors to remain stationed there. However, he assured her that there was no urgency, as a decision would not be required until the year's end. Liang Qiuyue perceived this as a fortunate turn of events, for given her academic achievements, her acceptance into a prestigious institution was virtually assured, thereby eliminating the need for long-distance separation. In her letter, she conveyed her respect for his wishes, expressing her willingness to accompany him wherever he might go. After all, who amongst men lacks ambition? Serving the country as a soldier is commendable, yet who does not aspire for advancement? Old he, how could you be so inconsiderate? Why hide your beautiful wife from your comrades? They had already heard from Chen Jianjun that Hu's spouse was indeed stunning, and the absence of a photograph only heightened their curiosity. Hu, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, "My wife is for my eyes only." The mention of children brought a fleeting shadow over Chen Jianjun's countenance. Recalling Su Mei and the two children who had lost their mother at birth, his mood darkened. When the subject of children arose, Hu's expression flickered momentarily. Surely, his wife could not be expecting, at least not in the past. Though Hu had departed, he bequeathed all his possessions to Liang Qiuyue, including numerous receipts, many of which were time-sensitive and would expire if unused. Wang Xiuqin adamantly refused to accept them, prompting Liang Qiuyue to cling to her arm and playfully insist that she consider it a gesture of filial piety, boldly declaring that this was merely a trifle, and that she would be able to offer her much more in the future. Wang Xiuqin was amused and quite pleased by the blind confidence of her daughter. The autumn harvest had passed like a battle, and when things calmed down a bit, the villagers noticed that Liang Qiuming, who had previously expressed intentions to join the army, was still among them. Whispers began to circulate, as the locals were well aware of their own affairs. Due to Hu's generous treatment of the Liang family, even the superficial fourth aunt was keen to protect her niece and sang Hu's praises to the skies. The villagers were somewhat skeptical. As the days went by, Mrs. Xia contemplated enlisting the help of the villagers once they were fully free in a couple of months. Under the authoritative influence of Miao Suihua, Chen Xiangxiang agreed to an engagement with a young man from the neighboring village, reportedly 2 years her junior. The wedding feast was expected to take place before the year's end. Chen Xiangxiang looked at her with a mocking expression, questioning why she was still here if she was supposed to join the army. "Has your man abandoned you?" Liang Qiuming rolled her eyes, poised to retort, when they suddenly spotted a limping old man resembling a beggar emerging from the woods. His unkempt beard and ragged clothing indicated he was of considerable age. In a flash, Liang Qiuming instinctively grabbed Liang Xiaomei and took off running. Chen Xiangxiang and Eugene Hui, initially bewildered, widened their eyes at the commotion behind them. Just as they contemplated fleeing, they were unexpectedly swung into the river by Zhang, the beggar, wielding his cane. Zhang, the cripple, harbored resentment in his heart, blaming Chen Xiangxiang and Liang Qiumei for his leg injury. His existence had devolved into a wretched state, and he cast his bitterness upon them. The members of the brigade were equally merciless, and he viewed everyone through a lens of animosity. Consequently, he even directed his ire towards the seemingly innocent Eugene Hui, striking her with a stick and casting her into the river. Liang Qiumei, indifferent to the fates of those two, was unconcerned whether they lived or perished. Her enmity toward them remained steadfast. However, she feigned a cry for help, albeit in a subdued tone, as she and Liang Xiaomei ran, gasping for breath, drawing the idle members of the brigade to their plight. As for the old cripple, he had hobbled away into the woods. Suddenly, Liang Qiumei recalled the long-absent Zhang. Could that old man possibly be him? It seemed quite plausible, given that both of his legs appeared rather unsteady. The first to arrive were the members from the youth point, and with urgency etched on their faces, Liang Qiumei and Liang Xiaomei led them to the riverbank. Moments ago, an old man had wielded a stick to shove them into the water. "Does anyone here know how to swim?" Liang Qiumei implored, hastily retrieving a long stick from the roadside and extending one end into the water for Chen Xiangxiang. Although saving these two was not her desire, the presence of onlookers compelled her to act. Compared to Chen Xiangxiang, she found Eugene Hui even more repugnant. So she resolved to feign an effort to rescue Chen Xiangxiang first. "Hold on tight, Chen Xiangxiang," Liang Qiumei said with a fa of concern. As Chen Xiangxiang struggled in the water, she unexpectedly found Liang Qiumei less odious. Yet, after being inadvertently jabbed with the stick several times, she realized how naive she had been. As she was about to grasp the stick, it was seized by the desperately struggling Eugene Hui, causing Liang Qiuyue to stumble and nearly fall into the water. A male youth from the educated youth team, who could swim, had already jumped in to rescue them. Once the two were pulled out, their clothes clung together, drenched. After being pressed on the chest and expelling several mouthfuls of water, Eugene Hui gradually regained her composure. Li Han cast a suspicious glance at Liang Qiuyue, pondering whether she might be the cause of this incident. Yet the memory of her earnest attempt to save them flickered in his mind, leading him to believe he was merely overthinking. Liang Qiuyue, naturally, sensed his doubtful gaze and twitched her lips. When Eugene Hui had incited Zheng Yeqing to ruin her reputation, she had harbored thoughts of wanting him dead. However, as a commendable youth of socialism, she was not a murderer, nor could she simply wish for someone's demise.
Fortunately,
the fright that these two experienced today at the hands of Zhang Kezi did not lead them to place blame upon her. Yet, after Eugene Hui had coughed sufficiently, she remarked, "Comrade Liang, you really ran fast just now. You didn't even give us a heads up." The crowd's gaze towards Liang Qiuyue suddenly shifted. She snorted in disdain, feigning indignation at being wrongfully accused. "Didn't I call out to you both? Truly, good intentions are met with ingratitude. A dog bites el dongbin," failing to recognize a kind heart. After expressing her frustration, she took Liang Xiaomei by the hand and strode away with a demeanor that suggested she had been wronged, her steps resolute and fierce. This display of indignation swiftly dissipated the doubts among the villagers regarding her, prompting someone to ask Chen Xiangxiang whether Liang Qiuyue had indeed called out to them earlier. Liang Qiumei scoffed inwardly upon hearing this, despite her earlier fervor to assist. Even if Chen Xiangxiang claimed otherwise, many would likely still perceive the two of them as having malevolent hearts. Unexpectedly, after a moment of hesitation, Chen Xiangxiang remarked that it seemed someone had indeed called out. She had not forgotten the grudge against Eugene Hui for snatching her stick. Eugene Hui cast a disbelieving glance in her direction, while Chen Xiangxiang, twirling her damp hair, paid her no heed. To the onlookers, it was evident that Eugene Hui was attempting to coax Chen Xiangxiang into fabricating a falsehood to implicate Liang Qiumei, which did not bode well for her reputation in their eyes. Liang Qiumei felt no gratitude towards Chen Xiangxiang, for both she and Eugene Hui were not virtuous individuals. Although Liang Qiumei herself was not without flaws, she held steadfast to her principles. She would not let anyone who wronged her escape unscathed. Yet she believed there was a distinction between herself and the two of them. It was common knowledge that Zhang Kezi was not a good man, and the team leader had organized a search party to venture into the mountains in hopes of locating him, aiming to eliminate this menace and alleviate the community's fears. Initially, they sought Zhang Kezi, who remained elusive, yet injuries were sustained during the search. Nevertheless, the discovery of several wild boars brought joy to the group. The wild boars could not be privately divided. They had to be reported to the commune. Once the commune representatives arrived, they surrendered a large boar, while the remaining two, a sizable one and a smaller one, were officially distributed the following day. The two injured individuals received a larger share, and even in their wounded state, they felt a sense of elation. Although there were only 2 boars, wild boars were inherently smaller than domesticated pigs, and with the large number of families in the brigade, the portions were quite meager. However, regardless of the quantity, who would not rejoice at the prospect of meat? After a lapse of 2 years, Liang Qiumei once again savored the taste of wild boar. Though the family received only a meager share, the stew, imbued with a hint of meatiness, was quite fragrant. On this day, old man who was seated around the table with the Liang family And compared to a few years prior, when he wore a perpetual frown and bore a serious demeanor, he now wore a smile more often than not. In Chapter 77, not acting as a stepmother in a historical novel, Liang Qiuyue maintained a correspondence with Hiyu each month, often recounting these exchanges as a humorous anecdote to him. Previously, Hiyu had perceived his wife as somewhat carefree, but upon reading the contents of her letters, he felt an urge to knock some sense into her, wondering if her mind was filled with mere nonsense. In her eyes, the dangerous Zhang Kezi had transformed into a mere joke, which left him both anxious and regretful for not having disposed of Zhang Kezi in a wild boar's den when he had the chance. Certain rules, compared to his wife, seemed less significant. To her, Zhang Kezi was hardly a threat. A man with 2 useless legs could easily be toppled by a single stick in her hands. Yet, she retained a necessary vigilance, as Zhang Kezi was indeed a perilous individual. Chun Xiangxiang and Eugene Hui, who had fallen into the water, had both fallen ill, and for the time being, Zhang Kezi had vanished without a trace. There were those in the brigade who ventured to search for him in his dilapidated abode, but it was clear that the place had been uninhabited for quite some time. After several fruitless attempts, they ceased their efforts. Liang Qiuyue's daily life remained mundane and fragmented. Due to the threat posed by Zhang Kezi, Old Lady Xie and Wang Xiuqin forbade her and Liang Qiumin from gathering firewood in the afternoons, delegating such tasks to Dongzi instead. Her responsibilities at home consisted merely of washing dishes, feeding the chickens, and doing laundry. Both Old Lady Xie and Old Manhua, along with Wang Xiuqin, inquired why she had not yet departed with the troops now that the autumn harvest had concluded. Liang Qiuyue conveyed the comforting words from Hiyusin to her family, successfully easing their concerns. Old Lady Xie had always regarded her second granddaughter as intelligent and resourceful. She was not only pursuing her studies but also earning some money through submissions, making her a promising prospect for marriage. Although Liang Qiuyue possessed a considerable amount of money and tickets, she was frugal and only shared some tickets that were about to expire with her family, keeping the rest well hidden. After all, she and Hiyu had established their own household, and they needed to think about their future together. The family felt a sense of entitlement, especially when her mother, Wang Xiuqin, prepared a bowl of brown sugar egg water for her each day, while her fourth aunt remained silent. Since Liang Qiuyue's marriage to Hiyu, the Lao Liang family had acquired a sewing machine, a bicycle, a radio, and a rare watch that Liang Qiuyue wore with pride. Hiyu paid little attention to these possessions, and Liang Qiuyue regarded the sewing machine and other antiquated items with indifference. Nevertheless, the members of the Lao Liang family felt a sense of pride, as families within the brigade that had good relations with them would often borrow the sewing machine when needed. As October swiftly approached, a significant event unfolded in the village when Zhang Kezi, who had been missing for some time, resurfaced. When Chun Xiangxiang was rescued, she was scantily clad, her hair disheveled, and her face swollen, a clear indication of having been assaulted by Zhang Kezi. Fortunately, he had not completely violated her. By the time Liang Qiuyue and Wang Xiuqin arrived at the scene, Miao Zuehua was wrapping Qin Xiangxiang tightly in clothing, her mouth still unleashing curses at Zhang Kezi, while Qin Xiangxiang trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Zhang Kezi was promptly taken to the police station by the brigade leader and the villagers, his fate sealed as he was destined for imprisonment. Although Qin Xiangxiang had not been sullied by Zhang Kezi, the sight of her in tattered clothing drew the attention of many, and the whispers soon turned unkind. The power of rumor is formidable, regardless of the truth. Qin Xiangxiang's reputation was irreparably tarnished within the commune, and neighboring villages had also caught wind of the scandal. Wang Xiuqin engaged in a heated altercation with some women from outside who spoke ill of Qin. Liang Qiume observed that, despite Wang Xiuqin's lack of formal education, she possessed her own moral compass. Following this incident, the family from the neighboring village that had previously agreed to betroth their son to Qin Xiangxiang now sought to withdraw the engagement. However, The young man himself was reluctant to part ways, as he was drawn to Qin Xiangxiang's fiery spirit. His mother had already caused a scene in the communes several times, clashing with Miao Zuehua each encounter, escalating from shouting matches to fierce insults. Your daughter has been dishonored. What if she bears a child before even entering our home? My Qiuxing will not wed a fallen woman. I will not allow Qin Xiangxiang through our door. If I permit her entry, the family will be the laughingstock of the town, and how can my son ever hold his head high again? Were it not for Chen Jianjun's influence, she would never have considered marrying her son to an older woman. Miao Zuehua, incensed, lunged forward to silence her, and the two women soon found themselves in a physical altercation. Meanwhile, Qin Xiangxiang sat in the courtyard, her expression dark, as her little niece approached with a clump of mud, only to be pushed to the ground, resulting in a head injury and loud cries. Pretending not to hear, Qin Xiangxiang seized the large broom standing in the corner of the yard, flung open the door, and aimed a blow at Lu Qiuxing's mother. Miao Zuehua, taken aback, hurried to restrain her. What are you doing? If you strike her, how will you ever cross her threshold again? Without her approval, you can forget about a favorable match. Qin Xiangxiang paid no heed to Miao Zuehua. Did she not know that her mother was concerned? It was feared that if her daughter remained at home too long, she might be left unmarried and dependent for life. Lu Qiuxing was the man she wished to marry. However, Lu Qiuxing's mother was equally determined to intervene, and she threatened to make a scene until her son married someone else. Miao Zuehua never anticipated the thoughts swirling in her daughter's mind when she could not restrain her. She joined in the fray, incensed by the affront she had suffered that day. Upon hearing that his mother was causing a ruckus at Xiangxiang's home, Lu Qiuxing hurried over, only to witness the distressing scene of his mother being besieged and beaten by Qin Xiangxiang and her mother. After considerable effort to separate the combatants, perspiration beaded on his brow. His mother, bruised and battered, collapsed onto the ground, pounding her fists in despair, and pointed at her son, exclaiming, "How dare that worthless Qin Xiangxiang strike me? If you wish to marry her, then disown me as your mother." Lu Qiuxing felt threatened by her words. Qin Xiangxiang's audacity to strike his mother with a broom revealed her fiery temperament, which he found appealing, yet he never intended for her to assault his mother. Observing his conflicted expression, Qin Xiangxiang offered a cold laugh without uttering a word. She had resolved to become a nuisance at Lu Qiuxing's home, ensuring that his mother would find no peace as retribution for the humiliation of the broken engagement. Though she remained silent for the moment, it did not mean she would not later endeavor to win Lu Qiuxing's heart. For now, she would allow this meddlesome woman to have her moment. The homes of Liang Qiuyue and Qin Jianjun were situated in close proximity, and Lu Qiuxing's mother had been the subject of several spectacles, all of which Liang Qiuyue had witnessed. Consequently, Qin Xiangxiang's marriage had become a hot topic within the community. More than half a month has passed, and the news of the resumption of the college entrance examination finally reached every corner of the country from the capital. All workers, farmers, cadres, and recent high school graduates who meet the admission criteria may voluntarily apply. Upon hearing this announcement, Liang Chenhua was initially incredulous, but her heart soon swelled with excitement. In these times, a job as a worker is akin to a secure position, yet gaining admission to university signifies an extraordinary opportunity. Eugene Hui, observing the tearful embrace of the educated youth at the commune, found the scene utterly amusing. At this moment, witnessing the mixed expressions of joy and sorrow among her peers, she pondered, even if the college entrance examination is reinstated, how many present would actually succeed? And even if they did, what guarantee is there that their future would be prosperous? Moreover, she distinctly remembered that in the previous generation, only one individual from the commune had successfully passed the examination. Those who rejoiced now would not retain their elation once the results were revealed. As society advanced at a rapid pace, one must possess wealth in addition to power to lead a superior life. She remained steadfast in her original intentions, either to marry Qin Jianjun and become the wife of a general, or, should that not materialize, to find another suitable partner. Upon returning home, both comrades Liang Chunhua and He Yujun wore expressions of delight. Both had graduated from high school with commendable grades, and although they had been subtly prompted by the younger sister to study over the past few years, their foundational knowledge undoubtedly surpassed that of those who were entirely unprepared. After dinner, Liang Chunhua announced to the adults at home, "Juanzi and I are both preparing to take the college entrance examination." Liang Qiuyue raised her hand, "And I as well." Wang Xiuqin nudged her daughter. "Have you informed Xiaohe?" Liang Qiuyue nodded slightly. "I sent him a letter at noon. If I manage to gain admission to a school in the capital, he will be transferred there as well, and we shall no longer be separated. My family believes that Liang Qiuyue is overly ambitious, daring to dream of a school in the capital." Fourth aunt dismisses Liang Qiuyue as aspirations. As she is already a married woman, even if she attends university, it would certainly be manageable with He Yu's financial support. However, would Liang Chunhua and He Yujun not be drawing from the family's resources? Upon this reflection, her enthusiasm waned. "If both of you pursue your studies, who will look after Maodo?" Maodo is Liang Qiuyue's nephew's nickname. He Yujun replied softly, "My parents said that as long as we both get admitted, they will take care of Maodo." Wang Xiuqin shot a glance at fourth aunt, exclaiming, "That is my grandson. What is wrong with me looking after him?" This fourth sister-in-law has been insufferable for a decade. The elders of the Liang family are mostly uneducated. Yet those who toil in the fields possess an inexplicable respect for knowledge. Fourth uncle stated, "You all should register. One successful admission is better than none. If our family can produce a university student, it would be a source of pride." Second uncle shared a similar sentiment, but harbored a less optimistic view, recognizing the challenges of university entrance. Nevertheless, it was worth a try, and the family ought to offer their support. Old Lady Xie decisively proclaimed, "As long as you are admitted, the family will provide for your education." She cast a glance at second aunt and fourth aunt, asserting, "I regard all the children in our family equally. Whoever is admitted will receive support for their studies." Excluding the married Liang Qiuhong, both the families of the second and fourth aunts each have 2 children, and compared to the family of the elder sister-in-law, they are not at a disadvantage. Thus, neither of them voiced any dissent, for in their household, the matriarch, old Lady Xie, held the reins, and opposing her would prove futile. In truth, over the years, Liang Chunhua had managed to save some money, yet the words of his grandmother and family members deeply resonated with him. He took the initiative to propose. "Since I intend to register for the college entrance examination, I shall leave my job at the factory to my grandmother's discretion." There were few in the family suitable to take over this work. The younger ones were either still in school or too young. However, the second and fourth aunts could give it a try. If it were sold, it could fetch several hundred yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, both the second and fourth aunts began to breathe a little faster. Wang Xiuqin remained silent. In her understanding, attending university required considerable expenditure. And since the family was already shouldering the bulk of the costs, relinquishing her son's job was a manageable sacrifice. Being a member of the Women's Federation in the commune, she received a monthly salary and did not covet this position. Ultimately, old Lady Xie assigned the job to the fourth aunt, reasoning that the second aunt's child had just entered high school this year and would be eligible for the college entrance examination next year. If he did not succeed, the job could be passed to him. With this decision, the second aunt had no further objections. However, Liang Chunhua's options were now completely exhausted, prompting him to resolve to go all in and diligently prepare for his studies. The military district where he was stationed was not far away, and the letter Liang Qiuyue sent reached him in just 2 days. Along with the letter, she had also sent dried sweet potatoes, homemade peanut butter, and 2 bottles of spicy meat sauce, fragrant and piquant, perfect for mixing with rice or bread for a delightful meal. Dear Comrade Xiaohe, I hope this letter finds you in good spirits. It has been months since we last met, and I find myself yearning for you. Indeed, I miss you profoundly. Do you think of me as well? In this correspondence, Liang Qiuyue first articulates her unabashed longing for him, followed by a rambling narrative about events at home and the health of old he. Towards the conclusion, she mentions the news of the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations and resolves to strive for admission to a school in the capital, with the hope that this will eliminate their long-distance relationship. Her words bear the tone of a proclamation rather than a discussion. However, Hiyu does not perceive any affront to his authority as a husband. Instead, he feels a sense of delight, believing that his wife wishes to align her path with his, demonstrating her care for him through her actions. At that moment, she was seated with Liang Chunhua and her sister-in-law, all engrossed in their studies. Liang Chunhua and Hiyu Jun were aware that their younger sister excelled academically, consistently ranking first. Yet, only upon studying with her did they realize the vast extent of her knowledge. Questions that stumped them were effortlessly answered by her. To encapsulate, the letter conveys two primary sentiments. 1. An equal longing for him, and 2. Encouragement, expressing her belief in her ability to gain admission to a school in the capital. As Liang Qiuyue read the letter, a smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. She carefully folded Hiyu's letter and set it aside, glancing at a pile of receipts, ensuring that those with deadlines were given to her mother, Wang Xiuqin. The old Liang family now had 3 individuals preparing for the college entrance examinations, and both the elders and the younger generation endeavored to refrain from disturbing the trio, all harboring the hope of producing a college graduate to bring honor to their lineage. When old He visited the Liang household in the afternoon, he beheld the 3 of them diligently studying, a look of contentment washing over his face. Old Lady Siet prepared a bowl of ginger tea to warm him, as the weather had turned chilly once again. With merely 2 months remaining until the first college entrance examination post-recovery, the educated youth were scouring for textbooks and resources, eventually arriving at the home of old Liang. Liang Qiuyue's family possessed 3 sets of materials, and they generously distributed 2. The opportunity to leave the countryside was within reach, and witnessing their fervent determination, she empathized with and supported them. Who wouldn't wish to seize the chance to alter their destiny? Half a month later, a postal worker arrived at Liang Qiuyue's doorstep. Upon examining the package's details, she discovered it had been sent from the capital. Inside was a meticulously organized set of review materials, complete with various explanations and examination papers, far superior to what they currently possessed. Just 2 days prior, she had received a letter from Hiyu, stating that he had arranged for a set of review materials to be sent to her, which she anticipated arriving shortly. Liang Qiuyue felt a wave of joy. Since their marriage, Hiyu had never failed to satisfy her in every aspect. With the abundance of review materials, Liang Chunhua and Hiyu Juan gained renewed confidence in their potential to succeed in the examination. While the 3 diligently prepared, the village witnessed a series of tumultuous events involving female educated youth marrying into families and young women becoming brides of male educated youth, resulting in considerable discord. The myriad of human experiences unfolded vividly before the stark reality of life. It would be unjust to assign blame, as perspectives varied. The educated youth, having glimpsed hope, were reluctant to remain entrenched in the countryside. Progress was inevitable, yet the consequences of certain actions taken during this era could not be overlooked. As they immersed themselves in their studies, tumult erupted once more in the household of Chun Jianjun. Chun Xiangxiang proved to be quite formidable, captivating Lu Qiuxing to the point of obsession. Meanwhile, Lu Qiuxing was subtly taunted by his mother at home, prompting her to seek trouble with Miao Cuihua and Chun Xiangxiang. Miao Cuihua reveled in the situation, knowing that Lu Qiuxing's mother was nearly driven to despair by her own son. She ultimately could not withstand her son's wishes and reluctantly conceded that there would be no wedding banquet, nor would any betrothal gifts be given to Miao Cuihua's family. MASU-MANHUA was indifferent, as long as Chen Xiangxiang could marry and no longer burden her with her sustenance. As the college entrance examination approached, Chen Xiangxiang took a new quilt and 2 wooden cabinets to Lu Qiuxing's home. The couple had already obtained their marriage certificate, establishing a legitimate bond. Lu Qiuxing, assured of Chen Xiangxiang's innocence, was steadfast in his decision to marry her. And Chen Xiangxiang promised to maintain harmonious relations with his mother once she became part of their family. Lu Qiuxing remained hopeful about their future together. However, the following morning, Lu Qiuxing's mother burst into their room and lifted the quilt to inspect thoroughly. Finding nothing of the sort she anticipated, Lu Qiuxing's mother was bound to create a scene. Chen Xiangxiang was not one to be trifled with, and an altercation ensued early that morning between her and Lu Qiuxing's mother. Neighbors nearby shook their heads upon hearing the commotion, as it was unprecedented for a daughter-in-law to clash with her mother-in-law in such a manner. Lu Qiuxing's hopes for a harmonious relationship between his mother and wife seemed utterly unattainable, likely for the remainder of their lives. A few days before the college entrance examination, Hiyu's uncle and aunt, along with several others, took away the elderly Hua and others residing in the makeshift shelter. This sparked surprise among the villagers, who remarked that those living in the shanty had finally turned their fortunes around. Elder Hua expressed to Liang Qiumei his hope of seeing her in the capital in the future. Liang Qiumei understood his implication. He was wishing for her to gain admission to a prestigious university. On the eve of the examination, Liang Qiumei, along with her brother and sister-in-law, headed to the county in advance, accompanied by the anxious comrade Wang Xiuqin. 3 days later, Liang Qiuyue emerged from the examination hall with a radiant smile. Upon reuniting with her brother and sister-in-law, they stepped outside to find Ms. Wang Xiuqin waiting for them amid the biting cold. Seizing the moment while Wang Xiuqin went to procure some food, Liang Qiuyue turned to her relatives and inquired about their well-being. Liang Chenhua nodded, expressing that all was satisfactory. He genuinely felt that things were going well. Despite struggling with the last 2 challenging questions on the exam, his foundational knowledge was solid. And he was confident about the other parts. He Yujuan also smiled and nodded, stating that the revision materials provided by her younger sister were indeed beneficial. And she felt optimistic as well. Upon returning home, they were naturally met with a flurry of inquiries from family members. Judging by the expressions on their faces, the adults seemed to believe in a favorable outcome, albeit with a hint of concern over potential unwarranted pride. Liang Qiuyue now had her own room. As the family had constructed 2 additional rooms next door, she had taken over the former residence of the 2 brothers who had moved into the new house. That evening, she made a special visit to Wang Xiuqin's room, filled with grand declarations, proclaiming that once she settled in the capital, she would ensure Wang Xiuqin joined her there. While Wang Xiuqin was pleased to hear such sentiments, she couldn't help but think that the girl was overly confident and tended to speak sweetly. Nevertheless, having excelled academically since childhood, she secretly harbored hope that perhaps it could indeed come to fruition. With the conclusion of the college entrance examination, results would not be available for at least a month. Prior to the exams, Liang Qiuyue had communicated with Hiyu, expressing her intention to visit him at the military district post-exams. After making a phone call to Hiyu from the duty room, Liang Qiuyue set off, escorted by Liang Chenhua, as it was indeed unsafe for a woman to venture out alone. Hiyu's military district was not far from the Hongxing commune, however. Due to the underdeveloped transportation of the time, it was already dark by the time she arrived at the nearest town. As soon as she alighted from the vehicle, she spotted Hiyu standing resolutely in the cold wind. She hurried towards him, and Hiyu embraced her warmly. Liang Chenhua, observing from the side, couldn't he help but admire his sister's courage. The 2 had missed each other dearly over the past 6 months, and as they held each other tightly, a cough broke the moment. He released her and introduced Liang Qiuyue as his superior. Liang Qiuyue stood at attention and saluted. "Good evening, sir." The occupants of the vehicle chuckled at her formality, and the officer, with a gentle expression, replied, "All right, You've had a long day. Let us get on the vehicle. They had arrived with an official introduction letter, making their stay at the guest house relatively secure. By the time they bounced along in the vehicle into the military district, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings. The officer instructed Hugh to take her home for dinner the following day before departing. Hugh's room was a standard single occupancy, featuring pristine white walls, a modest bed with neatly folded blankets resembling tofu blocks, and a table adorned with orderly items, indicative of a bachelor-esque quarters. Once the door was shut behind them, the two of them shared a tender kiss that led them from the entrance to the bed. Liang Qiuyue found it difficult to breathe, occasionally letting out soft whimpers, further igniting Hugh's long-suppressed desires. Suddenly, Liang Qiuyue's stomach growled, prompting Hugh to gently caress her face and rise. With a slightly hoarse voice, she said, "I've prepared some food for you, kept warm with hot water. Please eat first." Liang Qiuyue, blushing, sat at the table and began her meal. A dish accompanied by a soup, 2 steaming white buns, and a stainless steel lunchbox soaking in hot water, still warm upon being opened. Liang Qiuyue allowed Hugh to indulge in all the fatty portions of the braised pork, while she contented herself with the lean meat. Hugh, seated beside his wife, gazed upon her with joy, although her noticeable weight loss tugged at his heartstrings. Before they had finished their meal, there came a knock at the door. Old he, I hear your wife has arrived." Hugh gently ruffled her hair and said, "I'll go see who it is," and sent the visitor away. Liang Qiuyue, her cheeks puffed out, nodded in agreement. When Hugh opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in, causing her to shiver. Hugh did not grant Zhou Feiyue the opportunity to enter. As he closed the door, Zhou Feiyue caught a glimpse of a woman seated at the table under the light. In that fleeting moment, he was certain that old He's wife was a beauty, for he had never encountered someone so fair-skinned. Indeed, Liang Qiuyue was famished. She had devoured both buns and finished the soup. After drinking a cup of hot water, she felt completely warmed through. He prepared 2 basins of warm water for her, one for washing her face and the other for soaking her feet. By the time they finished tidying up and settled onto the bed, half an hour had slipped by. At that moment, the military district was enveloped in silence, while within Hu's room, the couple, reunited after a long separation, was enveloped in warmth. Hu belonged to the type whose clothes made him appear slender, yet revealed a more robust figure when undressed. Sharing a quilt with him felt akin to being beside a great furnace, keeping her warm throughout the night. After half a year, Hu finally held his wife close as they slept, a profound sense of satisfaction blossoming in his heart. In her hazy slumber, Liang Qiuyue faintly heard the sound of a horn, oblivious to when the warmth beside her had vanished. By the time she was roused from her sleep, it was already noon. The sound suggests it is once again the individual who was persistently eager to see old He's daughter-in-law last night. Today, this person has once more been driven away by Hu. Upon entering the room, Hu finds his wife sitting at the head of the bed, wrapped in a quilt, peering at him with her head poked out. Despite her disheveled hair, she remains undeniably beautiful. Liang Qiuyue remarks, "Without you here, I would surely feel cold. I am unable to warm the bed on my own." Hu embraces her, saying, "If you wish to sleep, continue, but you must eat first." He is acutely aware of how he had exhausted her the previous night, and thus he cannot help but feel a pang of concern for his beloved wife. After a brief moment of tender affection, Hu and she share a meal together before he departs once more, ensuring she knows where to fetch hot water and where the public restroom is located, as well as whom she may converse with. Only after Liang Qiuyue has had her fill does she feel inclined to observe the military district. The training grounds are still quite distant, and at a glance, the military district appears rather barren, lacking the charm of the Donghe Brigade. Throughout the afternoon, she becomes acquainted with the military wives next door. Although her stay will not be prolonged, one must always engage with others in a new environment. "What do we need to bring?" Liang Qiuyue cheerfully inquires, This egg sauce is my grandmother's exclusive recipe, and it tastes delightful. I assure you will enjoy it. Who does not appreciate the warmth of mutual exchanges? The initial impression this aunt has of Liang Qiuyue is quite favorable. Describing the courtyard would be an understatement. It is filled with radishes and cabbages, and amidst the winter chill, this patch of greenery stands out in the entire military district. Once your Hiyu rises in rank, he will likely be allocated a plot with a vegetable garden, and I imagine it will not be long before that happens. The aunt's demeanor was exceedingly warm, and Liang Qiuyue found herself able to engage in delightful conversation with her. Although she had invited her to dine, the meal was not yet fully prepared, prompting Liang Qiuyue to lend a helping hand with remarkable agility. In her previous life, she would have been incapable of such culinary tasks, yet in this life, she found herself quite capable of kindling fires, chopping vegetables, and assisting. Having recently arrived at the military district, the beauty of He Lianchang's wife had spread like wildfire, leading to much teasing directed at Hiyu wherever he went. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of pride whenever others praised his wife's beauty. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, and a call from the Dongha Brigade informed the military district that Hiyu's wife had achieved an impressive score of nearly 390 points, currently ranking first in the city. Due to the exorbitant cost of telephone calls, Liang Chunhua did not wait for Liang Qiuyue to answer. She simply had someone relay the news before hanging up. When Liang Qiuyue received the news, she maintained her composure, well aware of her own academic performance, and felt confident when it came time to choose her courses. Hiyu took great pride in his wife's accomplishments, realizing that he could not afford to be distanced from her. If his wife proved to be so exceptional, he would have no grounds for lamentation should she attract the attention of another. Since the results were announced, the Liang family had been in high spirits, with elder Xie even splurging to send Wang Xiuqin to purchase a pig's head with meat vouchers and cash. Villagers flocked to the Liang household to celebrate the newly minted university student, creating a lively atmosphere that filled the home with joy. Within the military district, Liang Qiuyue found that her interactions with He were limited to the noon and evening hours, leaving little time for their companionship outside of sleep. In the military district, it was widely acknowledged that the wife of Commander He, Liang Qiuyue, excelled academically, which quickly made her a figure of great admiration. Numerous military spouses sought her assistance to tutor their children with homework and supplementary lessons. Each day, she received various gifts of food and necessities from these appreciative military wives. On the day of her departure, Hiyu accompanied her to the town, watching as she boarded the bus. From within the vehicle, Liang Qiuyue waved goodbye, while Hiyu, clad in a military coat and standing tall at the roadside, gazed at her with profound reluctance. Liang Chunhua, with a smile, remarked, "Recently representatives from the school visited, and the provincial authorities have recognized you as our province's top scholar. Although you are away, the school, the commune, the city, and the province have all awarded you prizes, which are currently in our grandmother's possession. Additionally, a newspaper wishes to interview you. You can simply tell them to return in a few days." Listening to this, Liang Qiuyue felt elated. In a way, her academic success was yielding financial rewards, which would surely please her mother, Wang Xiuqin. Indeed, Wang Xiuqin was overjoyed. Her status as a cadre in the Women's Federation of the Brigade had significantly elevated, and now she was the mother of 3 university students. Although she had lost her husband, her children and daughter-in-law had brought her much pride, leading to envy among others in the brigade. Even the newspaper was eager to interview her on how she successfully nurtured her children. Upon returning to the brigade, Liang Qiuyue was surrounded by a multitude of uncles, aunts, and neighbors, all showering her with praise, and some requesting her to teach their children. However, with little time to spare, she merely mentioned that she possessed a set of review materials and suggested that students from various families could copy them for their studies. As Liang Qiuyue pushed through the enthusiastic crowd of the East River Brigade, she entered her home, where her second and fourth uncles praised her profusely, their faces adorned with smiles, reflecting the warmth of familial affection. Wang Xiuqin emerged from the kitchen, presenting a steaming bowl of stir-fried pig's head meat for her and Liang Chunhua to enjoy. After their meal, they were summoned into the room by old lady Xia. Liang Qiuyu, linking her arm with the elderly matriarch, expressed, "Grandmother, my success in the exams is entirely due to your unwavering support for my education. Please accept this money." Old lady Xia felt a surge of joy in her heart, growing fonder of her second granddaughter. After a brief exchange of insistence, Liang Qiuyu reluctantly accepted 260 yuan. Once back in a room with Wang Xiuqin, she gifted her 160 yuan. Initially, Wang Xiuqin hesitated to accept, thinking it wise for Liang Qiuyu to keep it for her future school expenses. However, she found herself charmed and smiling under Liang Qiuyu's insistence. Wang Xiuqin was a woman of simple desires, content with a comfortable life, preferring not to burden herself with excessive ambition. Having lived in this tangible world for nearly a decade, she desired to relish life while acquiring knowledge, knowing that many more years lay ahead. The villagers of the East River Brigade, envious yet inspired by the emergence of a university student from the Liang family, began to encourage their own children to study diligently. As for the families previously troubled by the news of the college entrance exams reinstatement, their worries had subsided. They had once feared their children might abandon their families in pursuit of education, but now realized such concerns were unfounded. Gaining admission to university was no simple feat, and their earlier anxieties were indeed misplaced. Just days before the new year, the village engaged in the annual ritual of pig slaughtering. With a lively crowd gathered around to witness the distribution of meat, a tradition that brought cheer and bustle year after year. Liang Qiuyu followed closely behind Wang Xiuqin when, all of a sudden, the crowd fell silent. Wang Xiuqin nudged her arm, and as Liang Qiuyu looked up, she beheld Chen Jianjun and Hiyu approaching from the village entrance, carrying items side by side. Although Chen Jianjun had a dark complexion, his features were well-defined, while Hiyu, who had a fairer complexion, exuded an additional air of elegance. The distinctive military demeanor of both men was undeniably captivating. Miao Zuehua beamed with joy, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum as she rushed to greet her beloved grandson. Liang Qiuyu stood in the crowd, her eyes sparkling with delight as she watched Hiyu, clad in a military overcoat and adorned with a green military cap, approach her gracefully, devoid of any bulkiness. At that moment, the two men were gathered around the stove with Dongzi and Liang Xiaomei, roasting sweet potatoes. Liang Qiuyu picked up a soft, roasted one and handed it to Hiyu, saying, "When mother prepares the meal, you can enjoy this first." Old lady Xia had even prepared a bowl of hot brown sugar egg water, which Hiyu, not fond of sweets, ultimately left for Liang Qiuyu and Liang Xiaomei to relish. The chatter of Dongzi, Liang Xiaomei, and the others filled the lively atmosphere of the main room. This midday feast was more sumptuous than usual. The dried mushrooms collected from the forest in autumn were stewed with free-range chicken, the flavors beyond compare. After satisfying their appetites, the two set off to visit the place where old man Hu once resided. In the distance, they spotted Eugene Hui and Chen Jianjun standing together in the woods. Liang Qiuyu was curious to know how Eugene Hui had managed to coax Chen Jianjun out. Frowning, Chen Jianjun regarded the young intellectual, contemplating leaving, but was unexpectedly embraced by her around the waist. Eugene Hui trembled with closed eyes, saying, "Jianjun, I have harbored feelings for you for several years. Why can't you even spare me a glance? I would cherish those two children as my own. Will you marry me?" Chen Jianjun's gaze abruptly sharpened as it pierced through her. Observing the change in his expression, Eugene Hui, disregarding all inhibitions, began to unfasten her buttons. When he departed, Eugene Hui ultimately did not cry out. Instead, she collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Previously, she had a rival to contend with, but ever since Liang Qiuyu wed another, She found herself utterly powerless against Chen Jianjun. Having reached such a desperate point today, and with Chen Jianjun remaining unmoved, she pondered what hope remained for her in this life. In truth, she struggled to comprehend her own obsession with Chen Jianjun, a man whom she pursued despite knowing the trajectory of future events and even resorting to violence. After their departure, a figure emerged from the thicket. It was Wang Chong, a man who had harbored feelings for Eugene Hui for several years, but lacked the courage to act. In the past, he dared not entertain any fantasies. Yet in recent months, he had noticed her smiling at him often, a smile that led him to harbor illusions. Today, Chen Xiangxiang had delivered a letter to him, and after hiding for quite some time, he had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Consumed by jealousy, he could not help but look down on Eugene Hui slightly. Once, she had been an unreachable ideal in his heart. But now he found himself questioning why she would willingly assume the role of a stepmother for another while refusing to acknowledge him, concluding that she simply looked down upon him. As the new year passed, news spread throughout the village that Eugene Hui and Wang Chong were to be wed. Wang Chong's mother was indeed a fiery woman. In the past, Eugene Hui often visited Miao Zuihua's home, and her feelings for Chen Jianjun were transparent. Now that Eugene Hui was to become her daughter-in-law, she felt as though she had swallowed a fly. Her attitude towards Eugene Hui was unfavorable. Yet Eugene Hui was unlike Chen Xiangxiang. A decade later, the destitute Eugene Hui once again harbored a deep resentment towards the unfairness of fate. In her previous life, Wang Chong became the first 10,000 yuan household in the village after the reform and opening up, eventually rising to become a renowned entrepreneur in the province. However, why had the trajectory of events diverged from her past life? Wang Chong remained a shiftless man who abused his wife, and she, having borne 2 daughters, was not favored by Wang Chong's mother. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was fraught with tension. She was once more subjected to the grind of life. If heaven granted her a second chance only to endure the same hardships, what sins had she committed to deserve such treatment? Meanwhile, the village beauty, Liang Qiumei, whom she had envied and resented in her previous life, continued to thrive, having brought the entire Liang family to settle in the capital. It was said that her husband cherished her dearly, and their lives were exceedingly prosperous. Additionally, Chen Jianjun, whom she had once held in her thoughts, reportedly sustained injuries during a mission, leading to his transfer and subsequent remarriage. His new wife was also a spirited woman who managed Miao Zuihua and her 2 children with great effectiveness. Before her death, Chen Jianjun became a prominent entrepreneur in the country, amassing a fortune. Chapter 82. Eliminate that White Lotus 1 system. Would you like to purchase a potion? Experiencing different worlds and lives inevitably leads to a sense of disarray over time. She merely needed to retain the knowledge acquired from each realm. As everything else was of little consequence, a melodic chime resonated through the room, heralding the arrival of a new task. Given Liang Qiuyue's current level, she lacked the privilege to choose her assignments, which predominantly comprised low-risk and easily accomplished tasks. Upon noticing the new mission, she raised her eyebrows in intrigue. As the points accumulated surpassed those from the previous 2 realms, the system inquired, "Would you like to take a few days off?" After imbibing a potion, she felt quite well, though the ambience here was rather dull, prompting her to seamlessly transition into the next world. In Jiang City, June unfolded in a splendid display of azure skies, the weather oppressively hot and humid, rendering one's skin clammy and uncomfortable shortly after stepping outside. Liang Qiuyue navigated her vehicle, laden with belongings from home. In this realm, she assumed the identity of Jiang Huaying, a young heiress from a prestigious family. She relished this persona, for it promised a life free from the burdens of financial strife. Who would willingly choose to endure a meager existence? Having traversed several worlds, her return to a contemporary setting brought forth a sense of surrealism as she beheld the towering skyscrapers and the plethora of modern amenities that adorned the cityscape. The sound of her phone pierced the air, and upon glancing at the caller ID, she answered the call. Huaying, where are you? The voice on the other end belonged to Fu Yunfan, the male protagonist of this narrative, scion of a distinguished lineage. His status as the legitimate heir stemmed from his father's position as the head of the Fu family, making Fu Yunfan the sole offspring. Liang Qiuyue's lips parted gracefully, her voice resonating with melodious charm. I'll be there shortly. The individual she had summoned was tasked with tidying her abode and ensuring its cleanliness. Fu Yunfan and Jiang Huaying, having grown up together, attended the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and even enrolled in the same university. This narrative is not a tale of a prince and a Cinderella. Rather, it unfolds as a romantic saga of childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched in social standing. Had it not been for the presence of a system bearer from another world, the male and female protagonists would still be an enviable couple. However, Liang Qiuyue believes that a relationship susceptible to disruption is inherently fragile, and a man who can be stolen away is not worth possessing. While her thoughts may seem extreme, they genuinely reflect her sentiments. This world differs significantly from the previous two. After the female protagonist was eliminated by the system bearer, the world did not collapse. It is a fully developed realm, wherein the narrative she entered is constructed within an original story. Her primary mission in this world is to eradicate the wild system attached to the system bearer. Upon her arrival, Jiang Huaying was in high school at a pivotal moment in her life. Yet, having experienced the prior world, she found the knowledge from the book somewhat unfamiliar. It took her considerable effort to catch up on the necessary knowledge. Now, she is in her second semester of her senior year. In a few days, the new semester will commence, and she has come prepared with her belongings. Jiang Huaying and Fu Yunfan, having grown up together, seamlessly transitioned from school uniforms to wedding attire, from engagement to marriage. As she observed Fu Yunfan, with his tall and fair legs descending from the car, clad in casual attire and exuding charm, he emerged from the shade of the community, opening the trunk and retrieving all the suitcases with ease. Liang Qiuyue casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression imbued with a haughty pride as she remarked, "There are numerous bottles and jars inside. Do be gentle. If you break anything, I shall never speak to you again." Fu Yunfan shot her a discontented glare, inwardly lamenting her many demands while he was tasked with labor. Dressed in a well-tailored crimson dress, her slender waist accentuated, with long, straight, fair legs, she ambled ahead with an air of relaxed superiority, the ends of her slightly curled hair dancing gracefully in the warm breeze. "If you are unwilling to assist, so be it. There are plenty of others eager to line up and help me move my things," she declared, having even dismissed the household staff who were to tidy her apartment. In her eyes, Fu Yunfan was far from an admirable figure. Naturally, she expected him to shoulder such menial tasks. Fu Yunfan twitched his lips, recognizing that this young lady had become increasingly difficult to please. Once gentle and amiable, her demeanor had grown more imperious over the years. Yet, despite the challenges, he found a strange pleasure in being at her beck and call. The thought of her enlisting someone else for these tasks one day filled him with a sense of urgency. It was somewhat disheartening to realize that this young master, raised with a silver spoon, had become nothing more than the attendant of Miss Jiang. The apartment was conveniently located just 2 streets away from their school, and its price was certainly steep. Upon entering, Liang Qiuyue surveyed the dust that had settled over the past fortnight, seeking a place to settle. Huaying, perhaps I should call a cleaner? Fu Yunfan suggested. Liang Qiuyue shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "With so little to do, you could finish it yourself in no time." Fu Yunfan, he still needed to struggle a bit. It was too dreary here, and you wouldn't want to stay either. My work pace is too slow, and calling for cleaning services is truly for your benefit. Liang Qiuyue chuckled softly, shaking her phone. If you're unwilling, I will simply invite a few senior and junior classmates. I am certain they would be more than willing to help. Fu Yunfan gritted his teeth. insisting that it was unnecessary. They could not match my skills. Liang Qiuyue smiled with satisfaction, her slender fingers pushing open the study door. Start by cleaning this room. I require a tidy space to rest. Only when Liang Qiuyue was seated at the desk, engrossed in her phone, did she smile in contentment. Her efforts over the past 2 years had not been in vain. Jiang Huaying, having been wronged and subjected to online harassment by the scheming Jiang Xiu, felt utterly despondent and called the man she had admired since childhood, Fu Yunfan, only to be met with his disdainful and impatient remarks. That was the final straw, coming from the one she had cherished for so long. The person she had loved for years had become entangled with the detestable third party, the stepmother and her baggage, during her obliviousness. To everyone else, they appeared to be a perfect match, a pair of golden youths. 2 years after their engagement, this golden youth vehemently opposed the marriage discussions between their families for another woman, ruthlessly humiliating Jiang Huaying and turning her into a laughingstock within their circle. Liang Qiuyue had already devised Fu Yunfan's fate the moment she entered this world. A devoted admirer, only to end up with nothing. Chapter 83. Eliminate that White Lotus. 2. Fu Yunfan labored from noon until 4 in the afternoon, finally pausing to catch his breath. Liang Qiuyue woke from her slumber and stepped out to retrieve a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator. The doorbell rang, abruptly awakening Fu Yunfan, who had been dozing comfortably on the sofa. He noticed Liang Qiuyue nodding slightly as she went to answer the door, informing him that she had ordered food for him. Upon opening the exquisitely packaged meal, Fu Yunfan discovered 2 portions of seafood fried rice, accompanied by several fragrant dishes. Having toiled throughout the day, he felt a tinge of resentment. However, upon receiving the thoughtful meal she had chosen for him, that slight annoyance evaporated like morning dew under the sun. Liang Qiuyue smiled subtly, her lashes fluttering down as she began to savor the steaming, aromatic seafood fried rice. A firm hand can sometimes be softened by a sweet treat. To urge a horse to run, one must first feed it grass. As long as one understands the right balance, dealing with Fu Yunfan, the straightforward scion of a wealthy family, becomes quite manageable. Suddenly, his phone rang and Fu Yunfan answered. "Brother Yunfan, it's me, Xiu." Fu Yunfan replied with a brief acknowledgement. "What's the matter? I need your assistance with something, as I don't really know anyone else." The voice on the other end was soft-spoken, revealing a hint of anxiety. Fu Yunfan, raised with a good upbringing, though lacking the same patience for other women as he had for Liang Huaying, would never make anyone feel uncomfortable. "Speak plainly. There's no need for hesitation." Jiang Xiu bit her lip before continuing. "You see, a video of me dancing at the school gala has surfaced online, garnering some attention. Now, representatives from Tianxing Media wish to sign me as an artist. Since you're more informed, I would appreciate your help in researching this company." Fu Yunfan simply acknowledged her request before ending the call. Listening nearby, Liang Qiuyue suddenly interjected, "Are you still in contact with her privately?" Fu Yunfan's expression stiffened momentarily. "No, but it's rather impolite not to answer her calls." Liang Qiuyue cast him a meaningful glance, her gaze lingering on the glaring figure of 30 displayed above his head, a metric provided by the system to assist her in this task, specifically indicating her affection towards Jiang Xi. This figure, 30, was neither particularly high nor notably low. It was an improvement over that of a mere passerby, yet fell short of the threshold of friendship. When she first arrived, Jiang Lanxin and Jiang Xi had only just managed to enter the Jiang family's domain through that little brat, and during that time, she had been preoccupied with her studies, thus not devoting much thought to Fu Yunfan. In the brief span of a month, however, Fu Yunfan's affection for Jiang Xi had surged to 50. Rising, she gently patted his shoulder. "All right, once you're full, make haste to leave." Fu Yunfan sensed something amiss. He was not foolish. Hastily, he asserted, "I have no relationship with Jiang Xi. Do not misunderstand. You know very well how I feel." Liang Qiuyue interrupted him before he could continue. Why the rush? Did I say anything else? Fu Yunfan felt she understood his intent and chose to refrain from further discussion. After all, there was no one closer to her than him. If she were not to marry him, who else would she choose? The protagonist of a novel, perhaps, inherently imbued with a hint of enigmatic confidence. He approached her, attempting to reach out and ruffle her hair, only to have her evade him. Speak if you must, but keep your hands to yourself.
Don't encroach upon me.
If anything arises, just give me a call. I shall take my leave now. Please take out the garbage at the door and the takeout containers on the table as well. It's imperative to utilize everything to its fullest extent.
Fu Yunfan pondered silently.
When had he ever engaged in such tasks? After 2 years of being at the beck and call of Jiang Huaying, even the simplest chore like discarding trash seemed trivial. With a vast apartment now echoing with solitude, she began to tidy up her collection of bottles and jars. Each of these vessels had been meticulously assembled from her rented laboratory, the formulations acquired from another world. Her academic background in chemical engineering and technology had equipped her with the knowledge to rent a lab and, with the support of her affluent elder brother, employ reliable individuals to merge traditional formulations with contemporary techniques, resulting in these creations. While it was delightful to be a carefree heiress, the prospect of earning her own income was even more enticing. She held no illusions of founding a commercial empire, aware of her limitations. However, generating modest profits was well within her reach. The products were ready for production, merely awaiting the initiation of the manufacturing process. Recently, her elder brother, Jiang Huayan, had been preoccupied with matters concerning the production line. The onset of the academic term always brought its own flurry of activity, not that much was truly happening. Yet the atmosphere appeared somewhat chaotic. Liang Qiuyue strolled along the tree-lined paths of the university campus, her small bag slung over her shoulder, as Fu Yunfan hurried to catch up with her. Allow me to accompany you. The two residences were not far apart, situated within the same affluent neighborhood, where every inch was indeed precious. It was a locale that was unattainable for most affluent families. Zhang's father, while competent, could only be deemed moderately successful. His ability to expand territory was lacking, yet he possessed a commendable skill in maintaining what he had acquired. The true power within the Jiang family still resides with the venerable patriarch, who is currently nurturing Jiang Huayan and holds him in high regard. The car came to a halt on the lawn, where Liang Qiuyue exchanged a few words with Fu Yunfan before they both entered the grand entrance of the Jiang residence. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Si descended from the upper floor. On this sweltering day, she donned a pure white cotton dress, exuding an innocent charm akin to a pristine lily. Liang Qiuyue felt a pang of sympathy for her, considering the heat. Were it not for the air conditioning indoors, a few minutes outside would surely leave her sweating profusely, ruining her carefully applied, subtle makeup. Glancing at her score of 30, Liang Qiuyue took a sip of refreshing juice, ignoring Jiang Si's gentle smile as she settled onto the sofa. Jiang Si had earned her points with difficulty, garnering fleeting admiration online through a dance video from a school event, resulting in a modest total of 2 points. Biting her lip, she feigned a sense of grievance, saying, "I know you dislike me, sister." Liang Qiuyue recognized her intent to showcase Jiang Huaying's arrogance in front of Fu Yunfan, thereby highlighting her own gentle and harmless demeanor. Chapter 84. Eliminate that white lotus. 3. Fu Yunfan shook his head in response. His initial fondness for Jiang Si had diminished by 2 points. Although he and Jiang Huaying were the same age, he was 2 months her senior. Jiang Huaying rarely addressed him as Brother Yunfan, and having heard her do so a couple of times just now filled him with a certain excitement, causing him to overlook the sudden change in Jiang Si's expression as she lost points. Jiang Si's complexion was pallid, and she was incensed by the humiliating words directed at her. Her teeth clenched tightly on her lower lip, the freshly manicured nails digging into her flesh, causing her excruciating pain. She feared that her restraint would falter, compelling her to scream and launch herself at Jiang Huaying with the intent to tear her apart. Every time she sought confrontation, she was met with such disdainful humiliation, yet she felt compelled to endure it. Her intention was to use Jiang Huaying's derision to incite the disdain of those around her, thereby strengthening her own claim to the fortune that Jiang Huaying possessed. With the presence of Fu Yunfan, the male protagonist, her need to persist in this endeavor intensified. However, today, she had witnessed a sudden decline of 2 points in Fu Yunfan's favor towards her. She exerted every effort to maintain her composure, casting her gaze downward. I understand that you do not welcome the arrival of my mother and brother, but we are now a family. I merely wish to foster a good relationship with you. Your indifference causes me some distress. Liang Qiumei let out a derisive snort, turning her attention back to Fu Yunfan. Brother Yunfan, do you truly believe you can maintain a good rapport with the burden brought by the mistress who has shattered your family? Fu Yunfan honestly shook his head. Although Jiang Si had good intentions, her demands were indeed somewhat unreasonable. It was only natural that Huaying harbored disdain for her. After all, who could remain unperturbed in such circumstances? Primarily, he had grown accustomed to Jiang Huaying's manner of handling matters over the past 2 years, during which she had frequently pressured him into labor. At this moment, he did not perceive her as excessive. Jiang Si was on the verge of madness, as Jiang Huaying incessantly referred to her as a mistress, and although she was not directly insulting her, Jiang Lanxin was now her mother, making it no different from pointing at her and berating her. She resolved to cease her entanglement with Jiang Huaying and glanced at Fu Yunfan with a face full of restraint. Brother Fu, how has the matter I entrusted you with progressed? Fu Yunfan cast a fleeting glance at Liang Qiumei. Tianqing Media was a renowned entertainment company in the industry, undoubtedly reliable. Due to Jiang Huaying, he hadn't conducted any inquiries. It was merely that during a gathering, one of his friends had brought along a female celebrity as a companion, who was said to be from Tianqing Entertainment. At that moment, Fu Yunfan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his father. He excused himself after greeting Liang Qiumei and stepped outside to take the call. Liang Qiumei sneered lightly at the visibly distressed Jiang Siyu and proceeded upstairs. Jiang Siyu clenched her fists, nearly exploding with rage at Jiang Huaying. In the book, Jiang Huaying was not the aggressive type who left no room for others. Why was she so different now? In the narrative, Jiang Huaying did not harbor such disdain for Jiang Siyu. Clenching her fists, she exited the house, fearing she might succumb to the urge to confront Jiang Huaying. System, is there any way to eliminate Jiang Huaying? A cold glint flickered in her eyes. The system replied, the host's points are limited. You cannot afford items that can inflict direct harm on others. Thus, it would be prudent to earn points and seize the fortune from the female lead. Upon entering her room, Liang Qiumei was met with several large footprints on her bed, disarray strewn about, and an array of expensive skincare products spilled across the table. The grand wardrobe was marred with knife scratches on various high-end garments and bags, presenting a scene of utter chaos. Her fists clenched tighter. If she could let Jiang Zimo, that wretched child, off today, she would not believe her own resolve. She descended the stairs with an air of indignation, only to encounter the tear-streaked faces of Jiang Siyu and her brother Jiang Zimo entering the room. You shall not speak ill of my mother. You shall not bully my sister, Jiang Zimo declared fiercely, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Jiang Siyu had even resorted to complaining about her brother. Truly, such audacity was remarkable. Upon sighting that insufferable brat, Liang Qiuyue was reminded of her own family, and fueled by her simmering rage, she could hardly muster any semblance of kindness towards him. In this villa, she was the undisputed authority. With determined strides, she approached Jiang Zimo, seizing the collar of his shirt and dragging him upstairs. What are you doing? Jiang Siyu exclaimed, panic evident on her face. As the household staff gathered around, Liang Qiuyue surveyed the scene, declaring, A cabinet full of luxury items in my room has been damaged. If it wasn't him, then it must be you lot. As her words hung in the air, the servants instinctively recoiled. The value of Miss Zhang's luxury items was staggering, and they could scarcely afford to be held accountable for any damage. Jiang Xiyu's expression shifted dramatically, sensing a misunderstanding. Let's discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence. Liang Qiuyue regarded her with a smile, retorting, if it wasn't him, then it must be you. Or, do you wish to compensate me on his behalf? Do you possess the means? Jiang Xiyu vehemently denied the accusation. I have never entered your room. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Meanwhile, Jiang Zimo struggled against Liang Qiuyue's grip, shouting, You wicked woman, I did all that. With considerable effort, Liang Qiuyue dragged him upstairs, with Jiang Xiyu trailing behind. Upon entering the walk-in closet, which was twice the size of her own bedroom, they beheld the disarray within. She felt a pang of jealousy, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. After all, Jiang Zimo was now the legitimate young master of the Jiang family, and Jiang Huaying could only swallow this bitter pill. Liang Qiuyue forcefully shoved Jiang Zimo onto the bed, then turned to push Jiang Xi out of the room, promptly locking the door behind her. Jiang Zimo, sprawled on the bed, unleashed a torrent of curses, but Liang Qiuyue retaliated by striking him with a pillow, promptly smothering him with it. Her intention was not to harm him, but rather to impart a lesson, making him aware of who should not be trifled with. After a brief interval, she would lift the pillow, allowing him to gasp for air before pressing down once more. At this moment, Jiang Zimo felt like he was living a fate worse than death. Liang Qiuyue, with a playful smile, inquired, Will you dare to be defiant again? Initially, he still had the strength to curse, but soon he began to plead for mercy, repeatedly admitting his mistakes. However, Liang Qiuyue was not so easily swayed. Jiang Zimo was the apple of Jiang Lanxin's eye and her hope. Hearing this made him uneasy. Chapter 85. Eliminate that white lotus. 4. Upon locating the spare key and entering the room, she found Jiang Zimo being held by Liang Qiuyue. Standing in front of the wardrobe, Jiang Zimo appeared unscathed, and the situation seemed tolerable. He trembled in fear, and upon seeing his savior, he burst into tears, throwing himself into Jiang Lanxin's embrace. Liang Qiuyue's expression soured upon seeing Jiang's father, and she let out a soft huff. Dad, before you hastily cast judgment upon me, take a look at this room. It's all his doing. There's quite a considerable loss here. I merely sought to educate him, to make him realize his errors. Although Jiang's father had welcomed Jiang Lanxin and her child into his home, his heart remained unyielding toward her. Moreover, he was also supporting 2 female college students outside. Allowing Jiang Lanxin to enter was merely a recognition of the need for a female presence in the household, and her temperament was deemed suitably fitting. Moreover, the couple had a son, and it seemed inappropriate for him to bear the stigma of being a love child. Jiang's father furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Jiang Zimo, who was vociferously wailing, Sister hit me. Jiang Lanxin's expression changed as she lifted her precious son's clothing, finding no marks upon his skin, which eased her anxiety. In public, she was the sister, but in private, she was a contemptible woman. This child was quite adept. Liang Qiuyue, well aware of his mischievous nature, scoffed, You wreak havoc in my room while I'm away. And if I were to strike you, it would be entirely deserved. This statement held a certain intrigue. To Jiang Zimo, it was an admission of guilt from that vile woman. However, to the others, the interpretation differed, especially since Jiang Lanxin had not discovered any bruises on him, merely believing she was uttering threats. Unbeknownst to her, her son had endured quite a bit of torment that day. With a forced smile, Jiang Lanxin remarked, This instance is indeed Zimo's fault, and as his sister, it is your duty to discipline him. Liang Qiuyue let out a derisive snort, gesturing towards her wardrobe. What do you propose we do about this? You expect compensation, yet the money you use is still for my father. These words contorted Jiang Lanxin's visage. Did this insufferable girl not utilize her father's funds? Surely, this collection of extravagances could not have been purchased with her own earnings? Jiang's father sighed. Having no expectations for a harmonious coexistence between his two elder children and Jiang Lanxin, he merely hoped that their paths would not cross in conflict. Liang Qiuyue approached and grasped Jiang's father's arm. "Dad, you must take my side. Those 2 watches ruined by Jiang Zimo are limited editions, worth a fortune. Not to mention the other losses. I have suffered greatly today." She did not wish to act coyly towards Jiang's father, whom she deemed unworthy. But without nurturing their father-daughter bond, Jiang Si would seize the opportunity. The thought of this caused Liang Qiuyue some distress. Over the past 2 years, Liang Qiuyue had diligently analyzed and summarized Jiang Si's methods of usurping the protagonist's fortune. Firstly, she targeted the primary male characters in the narrative, including the male lead and the supporting characters who held emotional ties with the protagonist. Liang Qiuyue had certainly not been idle. She had vigilantly thwarted Jiang Si's schemes, keeping her accrued points within a modest range of 30. However, she realized that this approach was insufficient. Mere containment was not enough, and she could not strike her down entirely. Thus, she needed to allow Jiang Si some room for development, for only then could she uncover a fatal flaw. At present, their skirmishes were trivial. Liang Qiuyue accompanied Jiang's father to the sofa in the living room below and, with a touch of charm, successfully obtained a card from him, without hesitation. "Dad, you should cut off Zimo's allowance from now on." She served him a cup of tea, casually remarking, "He ought to understand that money does not come easily. He has destroyed so many of my possessions that some would suffice for him to live comfortably for a lifetime." This statement, however, sounded deeply insulting to Jiang Lanxin's ears. After all, Zimo was also the young master of the Jiang family. Why should Jiang Huaying so easily utter such dismissive words? Yet she had grown accustomed to enduring the company of Jiang Huaying in the Jiang household. Even if she were to refute her, she found herself at a loss for words, for it was indeed Jiang Zimo who had initially erred. When Jiang Huaying was at home, she was disinclined to approach her. Each time she listened to her speak, it seemed inconsequential, but upon reflection, those words pricked her like countless needles. Seeing her mother unresponsive, Jiang Si inwardly cursed her as ineffectual and gently remarked, "How can he not have pocket money? Zimo is at an age where pride matters. How could he possibly manage without it? He eats and resides at home, and is chauffeured to school. What does he need pocket money for? Do the luxury vehicles and the drivers who escort him to and from school not afford him any dignity?" Liang Qiuyue feigned confusion as she spoke. "Dad, if we don't address Jiang Zimo's behavior, who knows what he might do in the future? Just a few days ago, the teacher from school called to inform us that he had been involved in a fight. Jiang father was genuinely unaware of this, and he turned to Jiang Lanxin with a look of surprise. The words pierced Jiang Lanxin's heart like needles, and she bowed her head, acknowledging, "It is my failure to educate him properly." Leaning against the cushion, Liang Qiuyue casually remarked, "Zimo is my brother, and I naturally wish for his well-being. Though I do not expect him to be as outstanding as our elder brother, given that he is not destined to inherit the family business, it is imperative that he does not turn into a wastrel." Jiang father found her argument compelling, nodding appreciatively as he sipped his tea, agreeing wholeheartedly. Liang Qiuyue continued, "Dad, you are remarkable, and our elder brother is exceptional. Zimo must not become a failure, bringing shame upon our family. Thus, he must be corrected, so that he may eventually join the company and assist our brother. As the saying goes, when brothers unite, their strength can cut through metal." She conceded that her previous remarks were nothing but nonsense. From now on, Jiang Zimo should not expect to gain even a smidgen of advantage over Jiang Huayan. She could not inherit the family fortune and could only receive dividends from shares. This illegitimate child, Jiang Zimo, should not anticipate any benefits either. Jiang's father cast a reassuring glance at her, affirming her words, stating that for the family to endure, such measures were necessary. Jiang Lan cast a dubious glance at Liang Qiuyue, uncertain whether her words were sincere or insincere. Regardless of their authenticity, they left her feeling less than pleased. Gaining Jiang's father's favor was her accomplishment. Transforming from a longtime mistress to a legitimate partner was a blessing from heaven, a reward for her decade of devoted service. Yet, could she truly be content with this? Perhaps a decade ago, she might have been satisfied. But now she too had a son who, though labeled an illegitimate child behind closed doors, was recognized as a legitimate young master of the Jiang family, possessing rightful inheritance. Why should her son toil in the company? Serving others? Chapter 86. Eliminate that white lotus. 5. Jiang Lan observed Jiang's father's countenance, which bore an expression of deep agreement. He did not refute her and even nodded in accord with Jiang Huaying's words, evidently in full support. Her Zimo was still young. It would take many years for him to mature. Presently, Jiang Huayan had firmly established himself within the company, and in a few years, when Jiang's father stepped down, would the company not become Jiang Huayan's domain? Contemplating this, Jiang Lan felt a twinge of discouragement. Once a clandestine mistress, she was now the esteemed Mrs. Jiang. Showered with flattery upon her departure, it was difficult for her heart not to swell with pride. Liang Qiuyue cast a glance at her, fully grasping her thoughts. For having traversed such a world previously, she possessed a certain understanding of individuals like her. Jiang Lanxin's patience was evidently extraordinary. As Liang Qiuyue peeled an orange, she regaled Jiang's father with tales of Jiang Huayan's past achievements. A remarkable student who had ascended several grades through sheer capability and had secured admission into an Ivy League university abroad due to his outstanding academic performance. Liang Qiuyue mused that Jiang Huaying's elder brother epitomized the archetypal domineering CEO found in novels. Not only did he boast a brilliant resume, but he was also strikingly handsome. A quintessential high-flying, affluent, and assertive executive. In comparison to those so-called youthful prodigies, Jiang Huayan stood in stark contrast. The disparity was indeed vast. Alas, the author had crafted such a dominant character for the heroine's brother. He had to possess a plethora of skills. Jiang Lanxin sat quietly beside them, already aware of Jiang Huayan's exceptional nature, now deeply appreciating just how remarkable he truly was. Reflecting on her son, Jiang Ziming, who was still upstairs crying inconsolably, she instinctively curled her fingers. Her son was indeed far from exceptional. At this moment, she found merit in Jiang Huaying's earlier words. If her son wished to achieve more in the future, he could not continue in such a lackadaisical manner, and she resolved to discipline him diligently. Consequently, after Jiang Ziming was reprimanded by Liang Qiuyue, he found himself living a life devoid of pocket money, filled with endless tutoring sessions. Some children lack the innate inclination for study. Forcing them into it only breeds rebellion and backlash. Jiang Xiu finally had the opportunity to speak about her aspirations. Instinctively straightening her back, Mr. Jiang cast a glance at Jiang Lanxin, signaling her to take the floor. As for Jiang Lanxin's request, he was indifferent to its outcome. Jiang Lanxin lifted her head, wringing her hands, and said, "It is like this. Xiu wishes to enter the entertainment industry. And I thought perhaps changing her surname to Jiang would facilitate her path, as others might show her kindness out of respect for the family." Liang Qiuyue glanced at Mr. Jiang. "Father, do you agree?" Mr. Jiang replied ambiguously, "This matter ultimately depends on you all. The family can provide Jiang Xiu with a comfortable life, which is sufficient, as she is not my biological daughter." He spent most of the year on business trips and was not particularly close to this stepdaughter. However, since Jiang Lanxin had come to him with this request, he felt compelled to consider it, albeit needing to consult the opinions of his two elder children first. Liang Qiuyue nodded and stated directly, "You should all be aware of what the entertainment industry entails. What do you hope to gain by forcing your way in?" Jiang Xiu bit her lip, fists clenched, portraying the image of a determined young woman, declaring, "Acting in films is my dream. I simply wish to strive for my aspirations." Liang Qiuyue responded, "Very well, then you should pursue your efforts on your own, but I will not consent to your changing your surname to Jiang." Jiang Xiyu anticipated this refusal and burst into tears, gazing at Mr. Jiang with tear-filled eyes. Mr. Jiang instinctively remarked, "It is merely a trivial matter." Liang Qiuyue narrowed her eyes, noting that Jiang Xiyu's glance just now was anything but ordinary, as if possessing a peculiar charm. "Father, please do not be anxious. Allow me to express my thoughts. You are unaware of the intricate complexities within the entertainment industry. What if, in the future, she leverages the Jiang family's reputation for her own career and subsequently brings disrepute upon our family's business?" Jiang father glanced at the seemingly obedient Jiang Xiyu, hesitatingly replying, "It should not come to that." Liang Qiuyue, weary of reasoning, grasped Jiang father's arm and declared, "I do not care. I vehemently oppose this. There can only be one heiress in our family, and you can have but one daughter. After she adopts the Jiang surname, will she still refer to you as father?" Liang Qiuyue began to argue irrationally. "Her mother has entered our household, and while I shall remain silent regarding ZMO, my biological brother, now a non-blood relative, seeks to usurp my father's affection. I suspect she intends to drive both my brother and me out of our home." Having been in their lives for several years, she had grown familiar with Jiang father's temperament. While he indeed displayed a lack of integrity in romantic affairs, he was, at least, considerate towards his two children. Jiang Lanxin's expression shifted as she interjected, "That is not my intention. I merely wish for Siyu to have a smoother path ahead." Liang Qiuyue retorted, "If you wish for her to have an easier journey, why must you be an obstacle in my way?" With tears silently streaming down her cheeks, Jiang Xiyu raised her gaze and said, "I am sorry. I did not intend to take your father away from you." After struggling to articulate her thoughts regarding her surname, Liang Qiuyue scoffed inwardly. Jiang father, moved by his daughter's words, reflected on his past wrongdoings towards her mother. Given the significant backlash this situation had incited, he decided to let it go. Liang Qiuyue turned to him, pointing at Jiang Lanxin and her daughter. "Father, did I not voice my concerns when you insisted on welcoming them into our home? We contemplated the possibility of someone caring for father, but I must firmly oppose this matter today. If you do not cherish me as your daughter, I shall seek my mother abroad." Jiang Lanxin indeed observed coldly as the Jiang family welcomed her and her daughter. After all, she could not rest easy unless Jiang Xiyu was under her watchful eye. Father Jiang conceded, letting out a sigh, and fell silent. Jiang Xiyu hung her head, concealing the emotions swirling in her eyes. Jiang Lanxin attempted to ease the tension, declaring that it was merely a trivial matter, urging the family not to be upset over such insignificant issues. Liang Qiuyue smirked, thinking to herself, "Who considers her family? Can the biological child of the legitimate wife ever regard the child of the mistress as kin?" For her, this was an impossibility. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Huayan, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, with a suit jacket casually draped over his arm, exuding an elite aura with his broad shoulders and long legs. After greeting Father Jiang, he settled opposite Liang Qiuyue, legs crossed naturally, reclining on the sofa, his commanding presence palpable. Chapter 87. Eliminate that White Lotus. 6. Liang Qiuyue smirked at him, attempting to convey a message. With a slight smile, she quickly typed a message on her phone screen. Upon reading it, Jiang Huayan's expression turned cold, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Lanxin and her daughter devoid of emotion. Jiang Lanxin, catching his gaze, instinctively recoiled. For reasons she could not fathom, she felt an unshakable fear of Jiang Huayan. Jiang Xiyu remained fixated on her lap, biting her lip in silence, her mind communicating with her system, wondering why the props she had purchased with her points were of no use. It cannot be said to be entirely without merit. Indeed, It proves advantageous for Father Jiang, yet its utility wanes after Jiang Huaying has spoken. The system indicates that when the female protagonist is present and your points do not exceed 50, the protagonist's aura naturally prevails. Over the course of more than 2 years, Father Jiang's fondness for her remains stagnantly around 20, while Jiang Huayan's was previously a pitiful single digit, now plummeting to an absolute low. Her total points have further diminished due to the purchase of disposable items. The system notes that Jiang Huayan is an exceptionally high-quality male character within the narrative. Should you successfully pursue him, the rewards in points will be considerable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiu steeled herself. She would not concede defeat. A table of individuals, seemingly united yet profoundly disconnected, completed a somewhat silent meal. Liang Qiuyue still had the presence of mind to serve dishes to Father Jiang. As for that insufferable child Jiang Zimo, upon encountering the perpetually cold-faced Jiang Huayan, he transformed into a timid chick, solely focused on his own plate, daring only to select food that lay before him. Liang Qiuyue guided Jiang Huayan to inspect the room devastated by Jiang Zimo. Upon witnessing the disorder, he furrowed his brow in dismay. Seizing the moment, Liang Qiuyue blinked and queried, "Brother, do you think Father will cast us out due to Jiang Lanxin in the future? Had I not been so obstinate today, Jiang Xiu would have been a Jiang by now." Jiang Huayan ruffled her hair, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he assured her that he would not allow such a fate. As long as he could maintain control over the corporation, everything else would be manageable. With that, he transferred her a sum of pocket money, causing Liang Qiuyue to beam with delight. She truly adored this domineering elder brother. Thus, she must not allow that wicked woman, Jiang Lanxin, to succeed. Her brother's long legs are so elegant, and he looks splendid in a suit. They cannot be allowed to falter. Liang Qiuyue retrieved the cosmetic testing reports from her bag and presented them to Jiang Huayan. Jiang Huayan examined them with great care. If the data contained therein is accurate, then the skincare products developed by his sister and her team are vastly superior to 90% of those available on the market. Before any skincare product is launched, it must undergo a multitude of procedures, requiring extensive testing on individuals with varying skin types. All these processes have been meticulously completed, and Liang Qiuyue has thoroughly reviewed the reports. Following a year of rigorous testing, there have been no issues. The set of cream she possesses, designed to diminish spots and restore brightness, yields the most remarkable results, particularly as the raw materials are derived from traditional Chinese medicine. The remaining tasks are now in her brother's capable hands. Jiang Huayan playfully tapped her forehead and generously praised her. "Well done. Once I finalize the necessary procedures, the matters of promotion and marketing will be entrusted to you." He believed his sister to be quite astute, and given his own considerable busyness, this would also serve as an opportunity for her to hone her skills. Liang Qiuyue sighed. She merely wished to be a wealthy young lady who could spend without toil. After gathering some undamaged personal belongings, she carried them out. The plethora of items in her room would still require someone to repair. Jiang Fu emerged from his study, frowning. "Are you leaving now?" Yet, it was merely a fleeting concern. The nature of men is to be captivated by beauty. It is customary for home to maintain its allure while outside. A myriad of temptations abound, regardless of wealth. The fragrance of a homegrown flower can never rival that of a wild bloom, and it is a rarity to find a man who can remain steadfast. Upon arriving at the garage, Liang Qiuyue was met with the faint sound of weeping. "I truly harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to leverage the Jiang family's influence in the entertainment industry for my own protection. My aspiration has always been to act in films, a dream I have cherished since childhood. I never pondered it deeply, Brother Jiang." Liang Qiuyue observed Jiang Huayan casually leaning against the car door, a cigarette dangling from his lips, its crimson tip flickering ominously. The smoke encircled his features, rendering his expression enigmatically obscured, though it was apparent that his brow was furrowed. Upon hearing footsteps, Jiang Xin instinctively felt a jolt of anxiety, steeling herself for the humiliation she anticipated from Jiang Huaying's presence. "You certainly resemble your mother. Both of you adept at ensnaring men," she heard him retort. Jiang Xi swiftly lifted her gaze. "You may insult me, but do not speak ill of my mother." In truth, she was indifferent to the opinions others held regarding Jiang Lanxin, yet she could not bear being insulted in front of her. The judgment of others weighed heavily on her. Liang Qiuyue shrugged. "What distinguishes you from your mother? Is it truly entertaining to treat others as fools? Your demeanor around Fu Yunfan mirrors that of just moments ago." Jiang Xi bit her lip, casting a glance towards Jiang Huayan. He nonchalantly brushed off the ash from his cigarette, delivering his next words with merciless frankness. "Miss Jiang, I advise you not to assume you possess cleverness. If you wish to continue residing here with your mother, it would be wise to comport yourself accordingly." As they disregarded her attempts at justification, she could only watch helplessly as the car roared to life and departed. Jiang Xi struggled to comprehend why, despite her compliant demeanor within the Jiang household and her sporadic, discreet provocations towards Jiang Huaying, Jiang Huayan still harbored no affection for her. Chapter 88. Eradicating the White Lotus. 7. Do all men not prefer delicate and harmless women? Is it not true that Jiang Lanxin managed to enter the Jiang family precisely because of that? Jiang Xiu could not fathom why Jiang Huayan was so difficult to deal with. She could not even provoke him into action. She stood there, utterly perplexed. The questions that eluded Jiang Xiu were well understood by Liang Qiumei. Although Jiang Huayan did not outwardly display it, he remained deeply troubled by the affair between Jiang's father and Jiang Lanxin. His father's infidelity had plunged their mother into a severe depression, even leading to suicidal tendencies. At that time, Jiang Huaying was still a child, but Jiang Huayan, having matured early, vividly remembered the sight of his mother lying on her deathbed. Jiang Lanxin was merely one of his father's numerous mistresses, and while Jiang's mother was aware of his infidelity, she was not privy to the identity of all his lovers. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Jiang Huayan from harboring disdain for any mistress his father had. In truth, it was his father he despised the most, or so Liang Qiumei speculated. It would be surprising if he were to develop any fondness for the burdensome presence that Jiang Lanxin brought along. Although Liang Qiumei felt a considerable sense of reassurance with Jiang Huayan, her most trusted ally, she occasionally found herself provoking him with remarks intended to deepen his disdain for Jiang Lanxin and her daughter. After enduring life and death, Jiang's mother experienced an epiphany and divorced Jiang's father. Over the years, she has lived abroad, engaged with several romantic partners, and relished a life of abundance and freedom, which provided Jiang Huayan with some solace. Yet, despite this newfound happiness, he never forgot the past. Thus, in his heart, his mother, sister, and grandparents remained his closest kin. Liang Qiumei could sense his concern for her, which made her even more reluctant to see him harmed by Jiang Lanxin and her daughter. In that lifetime where Jiang Xiu succeeded, Jiang Huayan had his brakes sabotaged by someone hired by Jiang Lanxin, resulting in a car accident that injured his leg. Despite Jiang Xiu's persistent attempts, she could never win Jiang Huayan's heart and was humiliated by him. In a fit of rage, she resorted to spending her points on a cursed item, which exacerbated his injuries, leading to his sudden demise 3 months later. The mere thought of this sent a chill down Liang Qiumei's spine. If Jiang Lanxin's system was indeed that formidable, capable of cursing someone to death with an item, how could she ever hope to complete her task? Fortunately, the system indicated that Jiang Xiu's points were merely 50, ensuring she was not in any life-threatening danger. "Brother, make sure to check the brakes before driving in the future," Liang Qiumei suddenly remarked as she sat on the right side. She absent-mindedly held her phone, adding, "It's quite uncomfortable to think that our home is now occupied by that family of 4. Jiang Huayan fell silent, sharing her discomfort. How could a perfectly good home fall apart so easily? Upon arriving at the apartment building, Jiang Huayan escorted her upstairs. Just as they exited the elevator, they encountered an extraordinarily handsome man approaching them. This face stirred a memory in Jiang Huayan, and after a moment of contemplation, she recalled who he was. He was Fu Yunfan's fifth grandfather. Indeed, the fifth grandfather. The Fu family was numerous. Fu's elder had a higher generation than Zhang's elder, and he was nearing 90 years old. He had married 4 wives over time and had 5 children, with the man before them being the youngest. His mother was a legendary actress from the entertainment industry, renowned for her beauty and exceptional acting skills. She is the last wife of the esteemed Mr. Fu. Fu Yunfan is the eldest great-grandson of the Fu family, and clearly, she ought to address him as fifth grandfather. In Jiang Huayang's memory, she had once called him that as well. However, at this moment, she finds herself unable to utter those words. Observing the manner in which Fu Yan converses with Jiang Huayan, it is evident that they regard each other as peers, which leaves her with an uncomfortable sense of having been slighted by having to address him as grandfather. Fu Yan remarked, in the past few days, gesturing towards the house opposite Liang Qiuyue's, I have just purchased this property. It's closer to the company. What about you? His expression bore a hint of curiosity. Liang Qiuyue, reluctant to call him grandfather, could only manage a smile before proceeding to open the door to her own home. Brother, please come in, she invited. Liang Qiuyue retrieved 2 pairs of disposable men's slippers and then went to the refrigerator to fetch some beverages and a fruit platter. The presence of these 2 exceptionally distinguished gentlemen in her apartment seemed to illuminate the space even further. Under the soft glow of the lights, the man clad in a black shirt and trousers exhibited a skin tone that appeared almost luminescent. As Liang Qiuyue looked over from the open kitchen, she caught sight of his elegantly sculpted profile with a notably proud nose. One button at his collar was undone, and his cuffs were casually rolled up, exuding an air of effortless sophistication even in his relaxed pose. As their laughter echoed through the apartment, Liang Qiuyue approached with the fruit platter. Fu Yan glanced in her direction and remarked, Your sister has grown up. I still remember when she used to call me fifth grandfather. Jiang Huayan couldn't help but chuckle, finding his friend's teasing nature as unchanging as ever. Liang Qiuyue felt a surge of indignation. He was undoubtedly taking advantage of her. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this gentleman's bone structure was truly remarkable. She had seen numerous photos and videos of her mother, the renowned actress, while scrolling through the news, and the individual before her undoubtedly inherited her mother's exquisite beauty. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed him casually picking up a pile of skincare product information she had left on the table. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had conducted market research and knew that it was no simple task for an emerging, unestablished brand to gain entry into high-end stores. If this person could assist her, the prestige of her skincare brand would soar significantly. He produced a business card, indicating that they could discuss collaboration further. Liang Qiuyue, disregarding his earlier impropriety, happily accepted the card and added him on WeChat. In pursuit of financial freedom, she was willing to make an effort. The two spent nearly half an hour in the apartment, during which Liang Qiuyue struggled to stifle yawns while engaging in conversation. The words they exchanged were familiar when separated. Yet when combined, their meaning became quite limited. Fu Yan glanced at her, then stood up, stating that it was getting late and he should take his leave. She accompanied them to the door, and once it closed, she began her nightly routine of washing up and applying skincare products. By the time she completed her regimen, her drowsiness had vanished. Downstairs, Jiang Huayan remarked, Since you reside here as well, please keep a closer eye on my sister.
Fu Yan,
with his hands in his pockets and a glimmer of determination in his eyes, nonchalantly replied, Of course. Chapter 89. Eliminate that white lotus. 8. He was undoubtedly there for her. How could he neglect her? They exchanged further pleasantries and casually discussed a potential collaboration. He was well aware of what the other party was referring to, and a cool emotion flickered in Fu Yan's eyes. It was time to reckon with certain matters. He raised his elegantly refined brows, noticing that the lights had dimmed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Last night, Liang Qiuyue had been inexplicably restless. Plagued by a chaotic dreamscape in which the fleeting figures of various men appeared, their faces vividly clear, yet their emotions seemed separated from her by a veil. Upon awakening to the blaring alarm, all those feelings receded like the tide. The system reassured her, "Do not panic, this is a normal occurrence. As you traverse more worlds and encounter more individuals, it is inevitable for your thoughts to become muddled. This is entirely natural. Each time you exit a world to consume a potion, it merely dulls your emotions. It does not erase your memories. Dreaming is also quite commonplace. You may choose not to purchase it in the future." In the following months, Liang Qiuyue balanced her studies with managing her skincare brand. Things progressed quite smoothly, and amidst the busyness, she found a sense of fulfillment and achievement. Naturally, she kept a close eye on all matters concerning Jiang Xiyu. She was aware that Jiang had signed with Tianqing Media and had secured a film project. Tianqing Media held high hopes for her, granting her the role of a charming supporting character in a web series right from the start. The series, produced on a modest budget, gained some popularity after airing on a video platform. In her previous life, Jiang Xiyu had garnered a wave of fans through this very drama, boosting her status. Su Qingyuan was the quintessential unrequited love interest. Since his middle school days, he harbored a secret affection for Jiang Huaying, viewing her as an unattainable ideal, a luminous presence forever out of reach. He had quietly observed her from afar, fully aware of the constant companionship of Fu Yunfan by her side, compelling him to bury his feelings deep within his heart. As dusk fell, the soft, diffused lighting of the CAF illuminated the space, where soothing melodies flowed, enveloping the exchange between the seated couples in a veil of subtle intimacy. Autumn had arrived, and Liang Qiuyue donned a camel-colored trench coat paired with light wide-leg trousers. Her figure was slender and elegantly proportioned, while her delicate makeup enhanced her natural beauty. Her softly curled long hair cascaded down her back, creating graceful arcs as she moved, exuding an aura of intelligence and poise. Upon entering the CAF, she captured the attention of several patrons. With a smile gracing her lips, Liang Qiuyue approached a particular table. As Jiang Si watched her advance, an unsettling premonition settled in her heart when Liang's high heels finally came to rest before her. "Excuse me, you're in my seat," she said, annoyance seeping into her tone. Liang Qiuyue, disinterested in engaging with her, turned her gaze towards Su Qingyuan. "I am the one who invited you today," she stated, sliding the folder she carried across the table towards him. Noticing Jiang Si's reluctance to move, she raised an eyebrow. "Are you leaving?" Jiang Si offered Su Qingyuan an apologetic smile, her voice gentle as she replied, "We'll talk another time." Su Qingyuan instinctively glanced at Liang Qiuyue, noting her lack of a discernible reaction, and felt a flicker of disappointment, forcing a smile at Jiang Si. Once seated, Liang Qiuyue inquired, "I heard you've been seeking investment recently?" Su Qingyuan nodded awkwardly, opening the folder she had brought, which contained a comprehensive evaluation report of his current project, providing him clarity regarding her intentions. When discussing his project, Su Qingyuan's demeanor shifted significantly. Their conversation, although pleasant, felt surreal to him. The closest he had ever been to her was during their senior year of high school, when he sat behind her, their names separated by just a single line in the rankings. She was so radiant and accomplished that he, coming from a humble background, felt daunted to approach her. Aside from his diligent studies, he was at a loss for how to capture her attention. Even after they both enrolled in the same university, he still felt unworthy and lacked the courage to draw near her. Yet now, sitting across from her at a table, sharing coffee and discussing various matters, it all felt dreamlike. Once they had concluded their serious discussion, both appeared content. Su Qingyuan took a sip of his coffee and hesitantly asked, Do you not like Miss Jiang? He recalled an incident at a gathering. Liang Qiuyue nodded, remarking that to say she merely disliked her would be an understatement. It would be more accurate to say she harbored a strong aversion. He instinctively inquired why. As she stirred her delicate coffee with a petite spoon, a shadow of melancholy crossed her features. Her mother destroyed my parents' marriage and ultimately brought a love child into our home. After a brief pause, she sighed, produced her business card, and apologized for oversharing, suggesting he contact her if necessary before lowering her gaze and gracefully departing. In Su Qingyuan's eyes, it seemed she was unwilling to unearth old wounds, unable to control her emotions, which led to her abrupt exit. He felt a profound sense of loss, for this was the longest and most intimate conversation they had ever shared. He felt a twinge of regret for having mentioned Jiang Huaying in front of her. Otherwise, she might have lingered a little longer in his company. Jiang Xiyu, still engrossed in conversation with friends at the CAF, had not yet departed. She observed the two of them intently and soon realized that Su Qingyuan's fondness for her, which had once soared to 35, had plummeted to a mere single digit in an instant. Clenching her fists, she understood that Jiang Huaying must have spoken ill of her in his presence. Feigning ignorance, she approached and sat down near him, softly inquiring, "Do you know Jiang Huaying?" Su Qingyuan cast a complex glance her way. Reason dictated that her mother's actions were not her fault, yet Jiang Huaying's earlier despondency made it impossible for him to view her without prejudice. She bit her lip, lowering her gaze and revealing a slender, delicate neck that exuded an air of beauty and fragility. "Did she say something about me?" she murmured. "I am aware that my mother's actions have hurt others, but I never wished for that to happen." Chapter 90. Eliminating the White Lotus. 9. Born into a prestigious family, she was accustomed to a life where no grains of sand could be tolerated in her eyes. Although I had always endured the bullying at home without resistance, her slandering me outside was simply intolerable. Each time, I made a new friend. They would distance themselves from me due to the disparaging remarks she made in their presence. I genuinely wished to befriend her once, but I later realized that some individuals are destined never to be friends. Tears welled in her eyes, giving her the appearance of a pure lily. "Su Ge, will you distance yourself from me because of this?" Su Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed resolved to distance himself from Jiang Huaying, for their relationship had never been particularly close. They had merely known each other for a few months and had scarcely met. Watching her weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom, he was bewildered by her sudden display of emotion, especially since he had yet to utter a single word. It was somewhat perplexing, yet her words compelled him to ponder. Was the typically radiant and graceful Jiang Huaying truly capable of such petty behavior in the confines of her home? He felt a twinge of confusion. Jiang Xiyu, observing the increase in her favorability rating, allowed a subtle smile to curve her lips, preparing to press on. "When have I ever bullied you at home? When have I ever slandered you in public? Your family has occupied my former home, and my brother and I scarcely spend a few days there throughout the year. As for the friends you choose to associate with, I have no interest in knowing them, nor am I idle enough to seek out others to speak ill of you. You truly overthink matters. One must possess self-awareness. I despise you, yet do not overestimate your significance in my life. It is a waste of time to invest in someone who merely cries and utters nonsensical words to elicit sympathy." With that, she cast an indifferent glance at Su Qingyuan. "Mr. Su, I shall follow up on the investment and will provide you with my assistant's contact information for any future matters." She then bent down to retrieve the car keys she had left behind on the table and, with her high heels clicking against the floor, exited the CAF. As Su Qingyuan beheld the glass door, glowing faintly with a yellowish light, pushed open by the wind, it tousled her softly curled long hair and the edge of her trench coat. She stepped outside, inching away from him as if they inhabited entirely different realms. An impulsive urge surged within him to rise and reveal the hidden sentiments he had harbored for years, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilized by an innate timidity and insecurity. He watched Jiangxi, tears streaming down her face, her lips moving as she uttered something he could not hear. Once his blood regained its normal flow, he finally found the strength to move, ignoring the weeping Jiangxi who was attempting to vindicate herself. He dashed out of the CAF, only to find that the slender, graceful figure had vanished amidst the dazzling lights and bustling traffic of the street. Inside the CAF, Jiangxi's tears had ceased, her complexion turned ashen, for just moments ago, Su Qingyuan's fondness for her had plummeted to nothing. Coincidentally, while waiting for the elevator, she encountered Fu Yan, whom she had not seen in quite some time. Despite residing in the same apartment building, their differing schedules had led to only a handful of encounters. Regarding the collaborative discussions he had previously mentioned, she had been liaising with his assistant lately. Dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, with a meticulously tied bow tie, Fu Yan approached, exuding a subtle scent of alcohol, yet his expression remained remarkably clear. Had he been drinking? Liang Chuyue shifted slightly to her left, granting him a bit of space. A soft sound of acknowledgement emanated from him, and Liang Chuyue chose to remain silent, aware that their acquaintance was still quite tenuous. Within the confines of the elevator, the faint aroma of alcohol from his presence grew increasingly prominent. I have heard that you share a cordial relationship with my eldest grandson. Will I soon be addressed as fifth grandfather? The grandson in question is none other than Fu Yanfan. Liang Chuyue cursed inwardly. Is it impossible to bypass this hurdle of being called fifth grandfather? How could he shamelessly take advantage of her in such a blatant manner? With a forced smile, she replied, Brother Fu, you are overthinking. My relationship with your eldest grandson has not reached that level. You shall not hear that form of address from me in the future. Even aside from the matter of addressing him as fifth grandfather, it is simply out of the question. Fu Yan merely scoffed. You are both destined to be engaged. It is only a matter of time before you call me fifth grandfather. Come now, utter it once for my ears. Liang Chuyue, momentarily disregarding his offense, was acutely aware of the implications of the word engagement. How could she be unaware of her impending engagement? Even Zhang's father had not given her any hint. Yet, within the narrative, they were indeed approaching the point of engagement. Fu Yunfan was currently nothing more than her errand boy, who would engage with a subordinate. As they both exited the elevator, noticing her expression, he bent down, his voice a low, melodious whisper laced with a hint of alcohol. If you do not wish to marry my eldest grandson, perhaps you might consider me instead. You are bound for a commercial marriage sooner or later, and I believe I possess suitable qualities. As long as you do not place a green hat upon my head, I shall not interfere with your desires. Liang Chuyue instinctively retorted, Would you place a green hat upon someone else? He chuckled lightly. If the object were you, I certainly would not. Just as he approached his own door, poised to enter, he heard her voice behind him. However, I believe that Brother Fu's age is somewhat unsuitable. As she indulged in a soothing bath, the melodious chime of her phone disrupted the tranquility. With a hand adorned in frothy bubbles, she unlocked the device and discovered a message from Fu Yan. Within the correspondence lay his meticulously detailed resume, which, in comparison to Jiang Huayan's, held its own quite admirably. Shortly thereafter, he sent a comprehensive account of his assets, leaving her momentarily speechless. Liang Chuyue dried her fingers, a smile gracing her lips as she typed. However, Brother Fu, your age is rather unsuitable. Did he not find it peculiar that someone she barely knew was suggesting a marriage alliance? On the other end, Fu Yan's response was laced with barely restrained frustration. As long as you refrain from addressing me as Uncle Fu, I am indeed suitable. His innate possessiveness made it intolerable for him to see her entangled with another, while his pride forbade him from openly revealing his identity before her. Certain matters, he believed, must be wielded with precision. He was resolute in his conviction that he could win over this relatively inexperienced individual. Liang Qiuyue burst into laughter upon reading his words, subsequently tossing her phone aside. That insufferable Jiang Zimo was occupied with extracurricular classes, while Jiang Lanxin kept a watchful eye on him. The boy was notoriously rebellious, resisting any direction he was given, and with no one at home to rein him in, Jiang Lanxin had no choice but to monitor him incessantly. Chapter 91. Eliminating that White Lotus. 10. On the grassy verge beside the road, a man and a woman strolled, their demeanor appearing quite amicable. Liang Qiuyue parked her car beside them, arching an eyebrow as she glanced at Fu Yunfan. To her astonishment, the dog had developed an affinity for Jiangxi that surged by 50 points. She had merely been preoccupied for a short while, and already, this canine seemed to be slipping from her grasp. Fu Yunfan, having recognized her vehicle, brightened at the sight and eagerly approached the door to enter. Liang Qiuyue wore a charmingly sinister smile, pressed the accelerator, and sped away, leaving the two to inhale the exhaust fumes. Jiangxi bit her lip, her gaze somewhat innocent. Did Huaying misunderstand something? However, Fu Yunfan felt a sense of joy. Her misunderstanding only proved that she cared for him. He recalled how his father had urged them to settle matters soon, which further delighted him. Noticing Fu Yunfan quickening his pace, Jiangxi hurried to catch up, tugging at his sleeve. Yunfan, please slow down. I can't keep up. Fu Yunfan appeared somewhat disdainful, but nonetheless reduced his speed. If Sister Huaying is upset, just blame it on me, she said hesitantly. It would be even better if I could provoke Jiang Huaying. I wonder if Fu Yunfan would still like her after seeing her shrewish demeanor. Fu Yunfan glanced at her and replied, no need for that. Jiangxi felt a flicker of joy, only to hear him continue, if Huaying is angry with me, it means she cares. I'm delighted. Why would I push the blame onto you? Jiangxi, this male lead is simply foolish. Upon entering the villa, Liang Qiuyue was informed by a servant that Jiang's father was in the study discussing matters with someone. She waited in the living room for a short while, and soon the study door opened to reveal Jiang's father and Fu Yan exiting in succession. Liang Qiuyue cast a suspicious glance at Fu Yan, pondering what he was doing here. Could it be that he was discussing the marriage alliance he had mentioned to her the previous night? Huaying, go see them off, Jiang's father said with a beaming smile. Fu Yan shot her a knowing glance, and Liang Qiuyue furrowed her brow. Even if she would not be engaged to Fu Yunfan, it did not imply that Fu Yan could scheme against her. In the garden, Liang Qiuyue stood with her hands tucked into her pockets, frowning as she gazed at Fu Yan. The man was undeniably handsome, tall and elegantly clad in a suit, with deep-set eyes and well-defined features that exuded an air of refinement and cleanliness. What do you mean by this? We have only met a few times, yet you propose a marriage alliance. What are your intentions toward me? She inquired straightforwardly, finding no merit in beating around the bush. Fu Yan lowered his gaze upon her. Do you understand what a business marriage entails? Liang Qiuyue replied, I do not. His lips were pale, and his voice resonated with clarity. A business marriage signifies the union of two families through matrimony, enabling the integration of their financial, technological, and other resources, ultimately yielding greater benefits for both parties. In my view, a marriage bound by mutual interest is far more steadfast than one based on so-called love. Liang Qiuyue felt a quiet scoff within her. Love often stemmed from desire, and a more sophisticated approach involved weighing the advantages and disadvantages. Having traversed several realms, she had always married those she deemed worthy. In this world, she was not yet inclined to consider marriage, yet someone was eager to propose it. He chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying. Grandfather? A hesitant voice broke the silence. Fu Yunfan momentarily wondered if he was imagining things. Why would his grandfather appear at the Jiang residence? Fu Yan calmly exited the garden, as though it were his rightful domain. He cast a casual glance at him and nodded slightly, good grandson. Fu Yunfan exhibited little reaction to being addressed as such. Clearly accustomed to it, yet he felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain as to why his grandfather was present there. Liang Qiuyue sat on the swing, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. If she were to be with Fu Yunfan, she truly wondered how many generations she would have to bow down to. Jiang Xiu gently nudged her with an elbow, signaling her to glance toward the garden. Just moments ago, it was clearly Jiang Huaying conversing with her great-grandfather there. Huaying, will you be my fiancé? Fu Yunfan's gaze was intense. The swing swayed slightly as Liang Qiuyue lifted her eyes to meet his. Only if you can persuade my father. Such a vast family, with immense assets and numerous members, and with old Master Fu growing quite advanced in years, who would willingly settle for merely a taste of that grand estate. To Fu Yunfan, those words echoed as an affirmation, igniting a thrill within him. I will have my father speak on my behalf. Do you like me? Liang Qiuyue inquired. I have never heard you say so. Fu Yunfan suddenly felt a touch of shyness. Naturally, he liked her. In this lifetime, she was the only one he wished to marry. Liang Qiuyue let out a soft laugh. You said the same in your past life. What became of that? Recently, Jiang Fu had been rather pleased, noticing that his daughter, Huaying, was quite the catch, with both the Fu family's eldest branch and fifth master Fu eager to propose to her. Previously, Huaying had been close to the young master of the Fu family's main line, both parties tacitly expecting an engagement.
Yet,
the situation within the Fu family was now in constant flux, with fifth master Fu poised for a significant rise, though he had not yet secured his position. Thus, he remained non-committal, awaiting the conclusion of the Fu family's inheritance struggle. Liang Qiuyue was not oblivious to the fact that Jiang Fu viewed her as a commodity awaiting the right offer. While this realization was harsh, it remained the truth. Jiang Fu was not devoid of affection for Jiang Huaying, yet a girl hailing from a wealthy family must grow accustomed to such harsh realities as she matured. Having enjoyed so much, it is time to give back. Liang Qiuyue had no intention of fleeing. Wherever Jiang Xiu was, she would be there as well, for she had a mission to fulfill in this world. Moreover, Fuyan was not as difficult for her to accept as she had initially thought. After the new year, the grand celebration for the Fu family's patriarch reaching 90 years of age approached. Recently, Liang Qiuyue had heard numerous tidings regarding the Fu family and understood that the succession battle might very well reach a conclusion during this banquet. As the doorbell rang, Liang Qiuyue glanced at the screen and saw Fu Yan's assistant, a well-known figure within the Fu group. Miss Jiang, Mr. Fu has sent you a gown. Liang Qiuyue nodded, graciously accepting the gift and expressing her thanks. She possessed the fundamental qualities expected of a socialite. Curiously, she opened the package and paused for a moment. Although she initially planned to visit the styling room, the gown truly captivated her. The light blue qipao, adorned with white magnolia embroidery, momentarily entranced her. It exuded an aura of elegance without being overly somber, embodying a delicate blend of grace and playfulness. Liang Qiuyue instantly fell in love with it, as it evoked memories of the past. Chapter 92, Eliminate That White Lotus, 11. Liang Qiuyue eventually proceeded to the styling room. Such a gown deserved to be complemented with appropriate makeup and accessories. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to its beauty. Jiang Huayan arrived to escort her, complimenting her appearance. When Liang Qiuyue mentioned that both the qipao and shoes were gifts from Fu Yan, his expression elicited a laugh from her. Isn't he your good friend's brother? Why would he be displeased with me receiving gifts? Jiang Huayan pondered, contemplating the idea of marrying his sister. Such a notion could hardly be deemed brotherly. He had never anticipated that Fu Yan, his companion of many years, would set his sights on his sister. In the opulent banquet hall, adorned with fragrant attire and animated chatter, wine glasses clinked in celebration. Liang Qiuyue gracefully linked her arm with Jiang Huayan as they entered. Upon her arrival, her superficial friends eagerly approached her. After exchanging a nod with the ladies, Jiang Huan distanced himself from the throng of beauties. What could these fair-weather friends possibly discuss? Revelry, indulgence, and the flaunting of their latest fashions and accessories. Liang Qiuyue was well aware of such trivialities. One of her acquaintances, evidently having recently undergone rhinoplasty, remarked, "That dead weight of yours has come today." Following her gesture, Liang Qiuyue's gaze fell upon Jiang Xiyu, who was walking alongside a popular actress from the entertainment industry. Clad in a soft pink strapless gown, her flowing hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, exuding an aura of purity and grace. Liang Qiuyue recognized that even if Jiang Xiyu had not retained the Jiang surname, she still carried the family's reputation, garnering respect from many established figures within the circle, thus ensuring her steady ascent. Although she had completed filming a low-budget web series and participated in 2 variety shows, amassing a modest fanbase, such endeavors were mere trifles. It was not yet her moment to seize the spotlight. Liang Qiuyue scrutinized Jiang Xiyu, noting that while her features remained unchanged, she appeared significantly more radiant, as though illuminated by a soft focus filter. Among the women present, none held any fondness for Jiang Xiyu. In the past, others would take her to various events, but eventually, due to her actions, several young couples who had shown mutual interest found themselves in discord, their affections shifting entirely to Jiang Xiyu, leading to her gradual ostracization. One may flirt with others, but to pursue those already committed is simply repugnant. In this circle, they have witnessed myriad situations. Initially, they harbored no significant malice toward Jiang Xiyu and even contemplated including her in their activities. However, her incessant displays of shyness and vulnerability before men, biting her lip and stammering, completely disregarded their presence, inevitably inciting the ire of a group of already privileged young ladies. While they do not demand unyielding honesty, they expect a fundamental respect for boundaries. Failing to adhere to this basic principle warrants her exclusion. Liang Qiuyu comprehended Jiang Xiyu's mindset. She likely viewed this world not as a tangible reality, but as a playground for her allure. Dismissing these so-called elite socialites as inconsequential. Who was that little starlet brought in? Has the threshold for attending old Master Fu's grand celebration sunk so low? Huaying. Word has it you are to be engaged to Fu Yunfan, is it not? Just the other day, I spotted Fu Yunfan accompanying your family on a shopping excursion. They are merely superficial friends. One need not be obtuse to understand the implications of such remarks, for they are merely eager to witness her spectacle. She curved her lips into a slight smile, her expression replete with indifference. Since it was merely a legend, it ought not to be taken seriously. Fu Yunfan and I shared a good rapport. He would carry my belongings whenever we ventured out, and he was always prompt in responding to my requests for household chores. While he was obedient and our relationship was indeed strong, we had known each other since kindergarten, and it was common knowledge between us. To consider us as a married couple seemed a stretch. The assembly of plastic sisterhood exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of disdain. In the eyes of Miss Jiang, Fu Yunfan appeared to be nothing more than a subordinate tasked with carrying her bags. Her demeanor suggested that her feelings for him were not particularly profound. The others felt a tinge of bitterness. Fu Yunfan was attractive, hailing from an illustrious family, devoid of any vices, undoubtedly an exemplary candidate for marriage. Yet, to Miss Jiang, he seemed rather unremarkable. Furthermore, let it be clear that he is not part of my family. I have but one brother. She wore a faint smile on her face. As Jiang Xiyu and the female celebrity approached, the group of women needed no exchanged glances to activate their mocking instincts. After all, many men in this circle were rather fond of Jiang Xiyu, the White Lotus. A child often mirrors their parent, and her conduct was undeniably reminiscent of her mother's, particularly in her tendency to usurp others' accolades. This was the perspective of a married woman who had endured the trials of being a mistress, yet remained trapped in her union. All were distinguished ladies of society, Even if their words seemed caustic, their facial expressions were impeccably managed, revealing nothing of the disdain behind their seemingly serene smiles. A sparrow remains a sparrow, no matter how grand the castle it inhabits. This sentiment was echoed by a sister harboring resentment towards the illegitimate daughter within her family, who would argue otherwise. Even if Cinderella dons the crystal shoes, she remains no true princess. Her eyes, seemingly innocent and beautiful, are, in reality, fixated on the boyfriends of others. This sentiment emanates from a sister whose feelings were once marred by Jiangxi, her gaze laced with disdain. Liang Qiuyue, holding a glass of wine, stood nearby, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. She relished witnessing Jiangxi's clenched fists in response to ridicule. The popular star of the entertainment industry felt a shift in her demeanor. What did these wealthy young ladies mean? She had not caused any trouble, nor had she coveted their boyfriends or fiancés, yet here they were, mocking her. Attending this soirée had required considerable effort on her part, as she sought to forge connections with a few socialites. She had no intention of enduring humiliation. Despite their privileged backgrounds, they should not consider themselves superior. Jiangxi inwardly lamented her presence in such a place. Each encounter with this group of so-called socialites, who looked down upon others, left her subject to their scorn. However, the nearby celebrity was a recent acquaintance who had introduced her to a valuable opportunity. She could not afford to distance herself. Observing the radiant women, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards Jiang Huaying, who stood out like a crane among chickens. She instinctively tightened her grip on her pink gown, convinced that her attire would inevitably cast her as a mere maid in comparison. She attributed everything to Jiang Huaying's protagonist aura. One sister remarked to the star, "Do not misunderstand. We are not referring to you." A sister, closely acquainted with Liang Qiuyue and adorned in a similarly pink gown, approached the actress with an air of arrogance, holding a glass of wine. "The person beside you," she remarked, "is merely a burden brought along by a mistress who has risen to power. She possesses a remarkable talent for seducing men. You ought to keep a vigilant eye on your boyfriend." With the pretense of camaraderie, she patted the actress on the shoulder. The actress felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that the comment was not directed at her. She smiled politely and replied, "Thank you for the heads up." Initially, she had assumed that Jiang Xiyu was a legitimate young lady of the Jiang family, having inherited her mother's surname, for indeed, her mother was the esteemed Madame Jiang. Hearing this revelation today came as quite a surprise. After finishing her statement, Wenlan shot a disapproving glance at Jiang Xiyu before taking a seat beside Liang Qiuyue. "What's the matter? Are you envious that she looks better in pink than you do?" Wenlan teased, giving her a gentle nudge. "You truly fail to recognize a good-hearted person." Liang Qiuyue offered her a slice of fruit. Then, old Master Fu made his entrance. Liang Qiuyue turned to see an elderly gentleman in a tang suit, his hair gray, yet his presence undiminished, being wheeled out by Fu Yan, who donned a dark burgundy suit. When Lan exclaimed, "The fifth master of the Fu family possesses an extraordinary visage." Liang Qiuyue wholeheartedly agreed. The two rose and made their way to their respective family elders. In such gatherings, Jiang father had not brought Jiang Lanxin along, as both Jiang grandfather and grandmother were present. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Xiyu hesitated, contemplating whether to stand beside the Jiang family members. However, under the cold gaze of Jiang Huaying, she found herself inexplicably rooted to the spot. The Jiang family maintained a cordial relationship with the Fu family, with Jiang grandfather being a generation younger than old Master Fu. Old Master Fu appeared to be in good spirits. After conversing with grandfather Jiang, he turned his gaze toward Liang Qiuyue. "Is this Huaying?" "She has grown so much," he remarked. Liang Qiuyue smiled and replied, "Grandfather has a remarkable memory." To be frank, she was uncertain how to address someone of old Master Fu's seniority. She knew how to charm the elderly and was not easily intimidated. Her auspicious words brought smiles to old Master Fu's face. As one ages, the desire to see their children establish families and careers becomes paramount. Old Master Fu glanced at Fu Yan and then at Jiang Qiuyue. Fu Yan wore a gentle smile, suggesting that his father would soon witness that day. Liang Qiuyue smiled without speaking, while Grandfather Jiang and Grandmother Jiang took the opportunity to engage in conversation.
Today,
Liang Qiuyue had surveyed the area but had not spotted Fu Yunfan. She still had a delightful surprise to present to him. Beside the fountain, Liang Qiuyue sat on the platform, freeing her feet from the confines of her high heels. Suddenly, a disheveled Fu Yunfan, with a scruffy beard and reddened eyes, appeared before her. Chapter 93, Eliminate That White Lotus, 12. It seemed that he was indeed susceptible to her musings, as he had materialized just as she contemplated him. She had heard that Fu Yunfan had been confined at home recently. Had he managed to sneak away? Huaying, tell me, the engagement with fifth grandfather is not true, is it? Fu Yunfan's expression was grim, and the title of fifth grandfather escaped his lips with great difficulty. He could not comprehend what had transpired. Why his father, who had once eagerly anticipated his engagement to Jiang Huaying, had suddenly obstructed him, insisting that he refrain from seeking her out, even stating that Jiang Huaying would eventually become his fifth grandmother, urging him to abandon all hope. Even in today's circumstances, they were unwilling to allow his presence, confining him within the confines of the house. He felt a sense of injustice and yearned for clarity. If you are being coerced, I can take you away. A profound affection graced Fu Yunfan's countenance, embodying a resolute willingness to forsake everything for the one he cherished. Liang Qiuyue mused that he must be feeling quite self-satisfied at this moment, perhaps even considering himself to be noble. Tears welled in her eyes, and her eyelids reddened. This only tightened Fu Yunfan's fists, as he perceived her to be a victim as well, igniting within him a surge of indignation, both towards his great-uncle and a lingering resentment towards old Master Fu. Faced with someone she detested, it was exceedingly difficult for her to summon tears, and ultimately, she surrendered. Retrieving her phone from her bag, she opened the messaging application and thrust the screen before him. Her eyes brimmed with tears. This had to be genuine. Fu Yunfan scrutinized the image, his pupils dilating in shock, quickly overtaken by a sense of panic. Let me explain. I was intoxicated that day, I wasn't. Liang Qiuyue interrupted him, turning her head away with an expression of disinterest. You professed your affection for me before immediately sleeping with the person I loathe the most. Whom I marry in the future is of no concern to you. You cannot act out of spite and marry someone who does not love you.
I was truly inebriated that day,
Liang Qiuyue almost retorted, citing studies that indicate intoxication inhibits physical arousal. My father forbade me from seeking you out. I secretly climbed through the window to your house in the dead of night. He could not continue. In the frigid night, after having imbibed alcohol, he had scaled out of his own window, waiting outside the Jiang family's villa, only to be greeted by the enchanting Jiang Si. She had taken him to a hotel, caring for him, and subsequently, in a haze of confusion, they had found themselves entwined. He meticulously scrutinized the photographs, in which Jiang Si's cheeks were flushed and her eyes gleamed with joy. He leaned over her, revealing a glimpse of his bare back. The perspective of the photograph, the identity of the photographer, and the sender were all too evident. Liang Qiuyue interjected at the opportune moment. She harbors feelings for you. I have known for quite some time. Now that you share this connection with her, the possibility between us has dissipated. Fu Yunfan felt as though he had lost something of great significance, for the situation should not have unfolded in such a manner. Huaying, could you possibly forgive me this once? Hope flickered in Fu Yunfan's eyes. Liang Qiuyue hesitated briefly, but ultimately shook her head. Yunfan, we have known each other for many years. I have come to understand you well. I find your feelings for Jiang Si quite perplexing. You previously shared my disdain for her, yet you seem unable to refuse her. She tilted her head slightly, her confusion palpable. Suddenly, Fu Yunfan found himself frozen in place. Indeed, he had once held little affection for Jiang Xi. How had he so bewilderingly ended up in bed with her? It seemed that whenever she shed tears, he would soften, convincing himself that her plight was not her fault, that she was an innocent girl. He vividly recalled that morning when her face was pale, marked with bruises, her head bowed. I understand your feelings for Sister Huaying. I shall not mention this again. Let us consider it an accident. And you need not feel guilty. Watching him crouch with his head in his hands, Liang Chuyue chuckled softly before donning her high heels and departing. Had it not been for her adept management over the past 2 years, which endeared Fu Yunfan to her, he would have long since repeated the folly of his previous life, leading Jiang Huaying to believe his empty declarations of finding true love and dissolving their engagement. While being misled by the system was not entirely his fault, he paled in comparison to Su Qingyuan, the so-called male lead, Fu Yunfan. Under her vigilant watch, she kept tabs on Jiang Xiyu's every move and naturally sought to investigate Su Qingyuan. A few days prior, she had encountered Su Qingyuan, and his feelings for Jiang Xiyu remained in the single digits. In stark contrast, Fu Yunfan had surpassed the threshold of 60. Should his affections continue to grow, he would soon be in a position to bestow points upon Jiang Xiyu. In her previous life, it was he who, after their engagement, declared the need to dissolve it upon finding true love. It was he who professed disinterest, yet failed to assist Jiang Huaying when she was in dire straits, instead adding to her woes. When in love, he was all-consuming. When that love waned, he discarded her like refuse. Such a worthless man deserved to feel the pangs of his own actions. A smile graced her lips, and her spirits lifted. No longer would she need to feign affection for Fu Yunfan. He had been led to doubt Jiang Xiyu, burdened by guilt over Jiang Huaying. If someone becomes guarded, can the halo bestowed upon Jiang Xiyu still achieve its utmost potential? Should Jiang Xiyu succeed in winning over the male protagonist of the narrative, it would yield her a substantial amount of points. A flicker of vexation crossed Jiang Xiyu's mind. She was on the brink of securing Fu Yunfan, yet complications had arisen. As she surveyed the surroundings, she noticed Jiang Huaying had inexplicably vanished. Furrowing her brow, she instinctively exited the banquet hall and found Fu Yunfan sitting despondently by the fountain. "Brother Yunfan, what troubles you?" she inquired gently. At present, the person Fu Yunfan least wishes to encounter is none other than Liang Xiyu. He desires her to keep her distance. Having just lost the one he cherished, he displays no courtesy, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Jiang Xiyu's expression stiffens, inwardly cursing this capricious fool. Were it not for her ulterior motive to win him over, she would not have approached him so eagerly. When he bids her to leave, she indeed departs. "Brother Yunfan, the ground is cold. You should rise," she implores, only to be shoved away by him, stumbling in the process. "Did you take that photograph? And send it to Huaying? What are your intentions? Even if there is no possibility with Huaying, I would never marry you." Fu Yunfan vents his pent-up frustration, uttering words that cut deeply. Chapter 94. Eliminate that white lotus. 13. Fu Yunfan's mind is consumed with thoughts of why Jiang Xiyu would act in such a manner. Was her previously exhibited innocence merely a facade? Jiang Xiyu, momentarily taken aback, questions, "What photograph?" Upon seeing his ashen face, a sudden realization dawns upon her. She vehemently denies it. "I did not." Fu Yunfan scrutinizes her closely, as if trying to discern the truth from her very being. The system tethered to Jiang Xiyu refrains from making any movements, perceiving humans as inferior life forms. Yet, this individual is the male protagonist of a narrative deserving of respect, and thus it does not dare underestimate him. The two remain at an impasse, with Jiang Xiyu too fearful to make a move. When he commands her to leave once more, she hastily complies. Once in a secluded area, Jiang Xiyu places a hand over her heart. reflecting on how intimidating his gaze had been. However, that photograph was solely for her own enjoyment. How could he possibly know? Doubts swirl within her mind. It seems as though someone has been watching you intently, yet whenever detection occurs, their identity remains elusive. Initially, I suspected my intuition was mistaken. Liang Qiuyue sought out a professional to conduct surveillance. Of course, the remuneration was substantial. Given the photographs, Jiang Si would undoubtedly become vigilant in due course, which was anticipated. When Lon handed her a glass of wine and quietly remarked, "You missed a significant revelation while you were outside. Old Master Fu has announced that all his shares will be bequeathed to Fifth Master Fu, thus establishing him as the new patriarch of the Fu family. I have opened a bar and it is set to launch in a few days. Do not forget to come and support me." Liang Qiuyue nodded in acknowledgement. In such gatherings, she could not remain for the entirety. Just as she was about to leave, Fu Yan approached. His tall and slender frame was accentuated by a dark burgundy suit, exuding an air of distinguished elegance. Zhang's father, engaged in conversation nearby, cast a glance toward Liang Qiuyue. She felt a sense of exasperation. Zhang's father always gave her the impression that he might sell her off at any moment. She modestly nodded her head, compelled not by Zhang's father, but rather by an irresistible attraction to such a man. He was strikingly handsome, assertive, and shrewd, even if he appeared gentle on the surface. The underlying dominance was unmistakable. When it comes to romance, one ought to be with the most exceptional and alluring, lest it be deemed a loss. Jiang Huayan, ensnared by the situation, could only watch as his friend escorted his sister away. The plastic sisterhood of socialites looked on, somewhat dumbfounded. Among them, there were those who had attempted to flirt with Fifth Master Fu. After all, who wouldn't he aspire to capture the attention of such a distinguished elite in their circle? Yet, while Master Fu appeared courteous and polite on the surface, the words that escaped his lips could leave one mortified with indignation. There was once an acquaintance who, before she could approach him within 2 meters, was met with his gentle smile as he politely remarked, "Madam, the fragrance of your perfume is somewhat overpowering. Prolonged use may be detrimental to your health. I would suggest you consider an alternative." The young lady's complexion shifted through shades of crimson, pallor, and then a ghastly hue. Yet undeterred, she made a conscious effort at another gathering to eschew perfume entirely. As she approached him with a glass in hand, he once again, with a voice both warm and magnetic, inquired with feigned innocence, "Miss, why does your nose appear translucent?" To which she could only respond with silence. In summary, many a young lady had returned disheartened from encounters similar to hers. Within a mere few months, Master Fu's demeanor at various banquets became the talk of the plastic sisterhood of Liang Qiuyue and her companions. They criticized him for his lack of romantic sensibility, yet were simultaneously captivated by his aura of austere nobility, torn between admiration and resentment, eager to draw near yet fearful of his discerning judgment, lest they become the butt of a joke within their social circle. They could not deny that the sight of them together was strikingly harmonious. Today, Jiang Huayan donned an exquisitely fitted qipao, exuding a classical beauty that embodied grace and vibrant allure. At the base of the apartment building, he unfastened her seatbelt, but did not unlock the car door. "In the future, do not be alone with my grandson," he stated, his gaze firmly fixed upon her. As if it were a tangible force, Liang Qiuyue met his gaze, questioning, "Why is Master Fu so concerned with my affairs?" If a person wishes to restrain her own actions, she can endure the pain of relinquishing even the most alluring temptations. Liang Qiuyue observed this individual, a hint of annoyance evident as he casually tugged at his tie, his movements both sensual and enticing. He furrowed his brow, gazing at her with deep-set eyes reminiscent of a tranquil, profound pool, acknowledging that his earlier suggestion of a business marriage may have been somewhat hasty. "Undeniably, I am fond of you. It is only natural to feel discomfort at the thought of someone I cherish being alone with another man. Of course, If my words have offended you, I sincerely apologize. His expression revealed that his apology was merely a formality, as he did not truly believe himself at fault. With his immense wealth, what could he possibly desire from her? Clearly, it is her essence he seeks. This realization stirred a flicker of joy within her. Clearing her throat, she deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What manipulations have you orchestrated regarding Fu Yunfan?" It was inconceivable for Fu Yunfan to be confined at home without reason. The Fu family had previously shown great interest in fostering their relationship, yet there had been an unexpected silence over the past month, leaving her unable to uncover any specifics. This perplexity gnawed at her, akin to an itch that could not be scratched. Fu Yan responded with an indifferent gaze, "You need not concern yourself with that." Liang Qiuyue pursed her lips. While the allure of a dominant man can be captivating, it can also be rather irksome at times. Fu Yan could sense her irritation. Yet upon witnessing the scene at the fountain on the second floor of the banquet hall, he too felt a surge of anger. High heels, much like lipstick, serve as instruments of femininity. However, unlike lipstick, prolonged wear of high heels can inflict harm upon oneself. Before long, Zhang Huayan initiated a video call, and upon seeing that she was alone in her room, her expression unperturbed, he felt reassured enough to end the call. Liang Qiuyu had been exceptionally busy these days, juggling an intense academic schedule while her cosmetics company was finally on the right track. In March, the low-budget web drama in which Jiang Si participated was nearing its release on a certain video platform. Liang Qiuyu organized the photographs at hand and sent them to several marketing accounts. Chapter 95, Eliminating the White Lotus, 14, Jiang Si was simultaneously recording a variety show and filming a television drama. The conditions offered by Tianxing were indeed favorable. They provided her with a prominent role as the third female lead in a major production, as well as the second female lead in a film. She maintained her visibility through the variety show while diligently working on the drama and film, even securing a few small advertisements due to her exposure. One could say her career was progressing quite smoothly. She was involved in a passionate liaison with Pei Yunyi, the young heir of Tianxing Media, who was utterly captivated by her charm. Rumors suggested that he intended to prepare a leading role for her in a major television drama. In Pei Yunfan's eyes, although Jiang Si was not an aristocratic heiress in the traditional sense, she was certainly not comparable to the minor celebrities he had previously associated with. A notification popped up on the computer screen, and upon noticing the key information, Liang Qiuyu clicked to explore further. The image displayed a well-dressed Fu Yan, with deep-set features and a slight smile, gently adjusting the glasses perched on his nose. His demeanor suggested a profound affection. As long as she agreed, good fortune would soon be upon them. The comments section below was flooded with adoring remarks referring to him as husband. The envious commenters speculated that it was undoubtedly a marriage of convenience, merely a fade for public display. The illustrious resume of Fu Yan was commented upon beneath the video, accompanied by lines of praise: handsome, wealthy, a real-life domineering CEO, affluent yet devoted, and so forth. Liang Qiuyu found her eyes pained by the incessant accolades and promptly closed the page. The doorbell rang, and upon glancing at the screen, she raised an eyebrow at the man outside. Fu Yan occasionally presented her with gifts, flowers, fruits, signifying his intention to court her. She opened the door to let him in and served him a glass of water. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. He handed her a document. "Take a look. This is the news intercepted today by my entertainment company. The words Jiang family's daughter indulges in promiscuity, engaging in scandalous affairs in private caught her eye. Accompanying images depicted her at the recent opening of Wenlan's bar, captured at angles suggesting she was passionately kissing different men. Who did this?" She set the document down and looked at Fu Yan. He had evidently conducted his investigation before arriving, as he handed her a detailed report. Fu Yan settled onto the sofa, casually stating, "Is there nothing you wish to discuss with me?" He presented her with a wine-red velvet box resting gently in his palm. She sat down, accepting it and opening it to reveal an intricately designed brooch shaped like a white magnolia flower. She tugged at his tie, his handsome, chiseled features slowly drawing nearer. Just as she intended to withdraw, he grasped her head, deepening their kiss. The nature of their relationship became unequivocal with that embrace. Jiang Lan Xin observed Jiang Huaying, her demeanor brimming with fury, and felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that her daughter had incurred her wrath? In recent days, Jiang Si has been quite troubled. The web drama she held in high regard was abruptly taken down before its release due to the male lead's drug scandal. She had a premonition that the drama would undoubtedly become a sensation, yet at such a critical juncture, this unfortunate incident occurred. With a rather grim expression, she entered the room to find Jiang Huaying and her father present, while Jiang Lanxin sat anxiously to the side. Jiang's father was perusing the pertinent materials provided by Liang Qiuyue. Leisurely, Liang Qiuyue remarked, "Dad, this information was urgently intercepted by Fu Yan. He is also the one who uncovered the mastermind behind it. The witness is still available, so there is no room for doubt. It's all genuine. She consumes our resources, and yet plots against me, slandering me. Jiang Lanxin, you truly have given birth to a remarkable daughter." Jiang Lanxin, in front of Jiang Huaying, never dared to assert herself as a stepmother. She could only swallow her indignation as her name was directly called. Jiang's father cast a displeased glance at Jiang Si, tossing the materials toward Jiang Lanxin with a cold snort, instructing her to examine them carefully. Continuing, Liang Qiuyue said, "Our family and the Fu family seem to still have a partnership. Fu Yan's lack of anger upon seeing this is due to his trust in me. But what if these photographs taken from behind the scenes ruin the relationship between our two families? Dad, what do you propose we do?" Although Jiang's father was known for his charismatic demeanor, his management of the conglomerate was not particularly strong. Nevertheless, he undeniably valued the Jiang family's enterprise. If Jiang Si dared to engage in underhanded tactics that could impact the Jiang family, it would undoubtedly cross his bottom line. Upon finishing the materials, Jiang Lanxin's face turned pale. She was convinced this was a misunderstanding. Si would never act in such a manner. Liang Qiuyue, uninterested in further discussion, declared, "Dad, let me be clear today. In this household, it's either her or me. If I am present, she cannot be. It is already my utmost limit to tolerate Jiang Lanxin. If Jiang Si were to behave herself, I might endure her presence, but in the future, I shall no longer bear her." Father Jiang cast a displeased glance at Jiang Siu, questioning if our family had wronged her in any way. "We have provided her with a comfortable life and a monthly allowance. Although it may not compare to Huaying's, it is certainly not lacking. After all, the Jiang family is not in one of such trifling sums." He never anticipated that he had raised an ungrateful wretch. Jiang Lanxin grasped Jiang Siu's hand, her face awash with urgency. "You must tell uncle that it was not you." Jiang Siu bit her lip, glancing at the documents, feeling a chill settle in her heart. She could not evade the truth, and Father Jiang would not believe her. Yet, she felt compelled to struggle. "It was not me. I am being wrongfully accused." With her head bowed, she defended herself. "I know Huaying has never liked me. I have always been aware of your desire to drive me away. Very well. I shall leave the Jiang family now, and you shall no longer need to exert effort to deal with me." She turned her head away, embodying the indignation of one wronged. Liang Qiuyue, on the other hand, was nearly driven to fury by the outrageous accusations. She yearned to strike out in anger. After several deep breaths, she managed to suppress the rising tide of rage within her. Chapter 96, Eradicating That White Lotus, 15. Jiang Lanxin had already begun to weep. "Oh, Jiang, I have always been respectful and never caused you any trouble within the Jiang family. Today, I trust you. Could you not, for the sake of our years of friendship, refrain from casting her away? If you do, where will she go? In the past, I relied on her completely, but now that she has departed, what am I to do?" Her tears, delicate and pitiful, resembled a lily swaying in the wind. The bond between mother and daughter can be seen as a lineage of sorts. Jiang Lanxin, having lived a life of luxury as a mistress for many years, appeared no older than 30 in her 40s. Her words implied that Jiang Xiyu was merely a child, rather than a self-sufficient adult. Liang Qiumei glanced at Jiang's father, whose expression wavered with uncertainty, and a cold smile crept upon her lips. She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Enough." With an icy glare directed at Jiang Lanxin, she continued, "Why would I feel the need to wrongfully accuse her? What is she to me that I would deliberately frame her? This is information uncovered by Master Fu. Shall I summon him to elucidate the matter for you? You incessantly claim that you and your daughter are inseparable, yet the truth is that you have been maintained by my father as a mistress for years, living a life of indulgence without suffering in the slightest. What kind of emotional connection can you discuss as a mistress with my father? Consuming and benefiting from my family while bringing along a burden and bullying the legitimate daughter, all while turning a blind eye to the truth. How audacious you are. Ah, indeed, if you can be a mistress, you must have never considered your own dignity." Jiang Lanxin's lips trembled as she was scolded, her complexion turning pale. Liang Qiumei watched in disbelief as she suddenly fainted. Today, she had harbored immense anger. Rage surged within her as she seized a teacup from the table and splashed its contents onto Jiang Lanxin's face. How dare she pretend to faint before her? Whether genuine or feigned, she must be awakened. Mr. Jiang was utterly bewildered by his daughter's actions. His daughter had always epitomized the grace of high society, yet here she was displaying such audacity. Jiang Xiyu could hardly believe that she had acted on her words so decisively. In the past, she had only spoken ill of others in her father's absence. Now, she boldly proclaimed her intentions in front of him. As she approached Jiang Lanxin with fierce determination, a flicker of trepidation crossed Jiang Xiyu's heart, compelling her to step forward and inquire, "What do you intend to do?" Liang Qiuyue shot her a cold glance before addressing Jiang Lanxin. "If you do not awaken soon, I shall fetch a needle to prick you." She called out loudly, "Zhang Ma, bring me a needle." Just as Mr. Jiang was about to reprimand her, the unconscious Jiang Lanxin began to stir and slowly regained consciousness. "Mr." Jiang was left speechless. Jiang Lanxin had no choice but to awaken, for she feared that Jiang Huaying would indeed use the needle with great force. She was frightened. Liang Qiuyue let out a mocking laugh. "What? No longer pretending?" The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Jiang Lanxin's face was pale, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. "Mr." Jiang coughed lightly and turned to Jiang Lanxin, advising her not to return here in the future. With red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Lanxin nodded silently in agreement. Jiang Xiyu could no longer remain in the room, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Lanxin before storming out. Liang Qiuyue, like a wicked antagonist tormenting an innocent flower, warned Jiang Lanxin, "Should you use our family's money to support her, rest assured, I will ensure you are sent on your way. While I may not have authority over my father, my grandparents will undoubtedly side with me. At that point, my younger brother Zimo will be left here alone, and you and your mother can go wherever you please. That's nearly sufficient. I'm still here." Mr. Jiang coughed vigorously from the side, yet Liang Qiuyue pretended not to hear. Once she concluded her remarks, she took a moment to compose herself, shot Mr. Jiang a glare, and coldly retorted, "Dad, you have truly disappointed me today. I sought solace from you, but instead, you hesitated for the sake of others. Am I not your biological daughter?" Fu Yan, upon seeing the photograph, did not doubt my words and even sought evidence on my behalf. He initially intended to accompany me, but I insisted that my father would undoubtedly support me and firmly prevented him from coming along. She sighed, "Dad, you have let me down immensely." Mr. Jiang responded, "You've said everything you wished, and you've even splashed someone. Now that your pride is diminished, do you still wish to involve me?" Liang Qiuyue picked up her bag, gave Jianglan Xian a disdainful huff and clicked her high heels as she stormed out, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. She was unconcerned about any potential displeasure from Mr. Jiang. Her status as his daughter had become more significant due to Fu Yan. Mr. Jiang would surely have his reservations. Moreover, in his eyes, Jianglan Xian and her daughter held little importance. Once Jiang Huaiyan fully assumed control of the company, Mr. Jiang would become even less relevant. The atmosphere in the living room had been charged with tension, causing the servants to retreat. Now that silence had returned, Jianglan Xian felt a blend of embarrassment and indignation, alongside the fury of being scolded by a younger generation. Tears began to flow again as she lamented, "Oh, Mr. Jiang, I cannot endure this any longer." Being labeled a mistress, while others watched, had utterly humiliated her. Mr. Jiang cast her a glance, remarking, "Who prompted your daughter to engage in such disgraceful conduct? If it jeopardizes the collaboration between the Jiang and Fu families, can she bear the consequences? After years of raising her, I've nurtured a heartless ingrate." Jiang Lanxin's sobs ceased abruptly. How could Ci, with her gentle nature, engage in such actions? I refuse to believe it. Regardless of my internal doubts, it is imperative to sever any ties pertaining to this matter with her. Jiang Ci's expulsion from the Jiang family is inconsequential. She will find ways to support herself in the future. Yet Jiang's father must not harbor any resentment towards her due to these events. As Liang Qiuyue navigated the winding mountain road, she soon encountered Jiang Ce blocking her path. The facade of the delicate flower she usually presented had vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor that made her appear far more composed. When she commanded Jiang Ce to halt, she complied without question. What audacity did she possess? With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Liang Qiuyue maneuvered around her. If only there were water on the road, she could have drenched her thoroughly. In a moment,
Her phone rang.
Liang Qiuyue answered with an air of indifference. Jiang Ci's cold laughter resonated through the line. "Do not revel too soon." The call was abruptly terminated. Liang Qiuyue, momentarily perplexed, soon received several multimedia messages. The images depicted Fu Yunfan in an intimate embrace with a woman who was not Jiang Ce. Yet Liang Qiuyue recognized her. With a sly smile, Liang Qiuyue mused that her sudden whim to seek out this individual had proven quite beneficial. Once again her phone rang, and she answered.
"Did you see?
Your Yunfan has been with me, and is now entangled with another." She was certain that Jiang Huaiying, who harbored such affection for Fu Yunfan, would not remain unperturbed upon viewing those photographs. Within the narrative, the two shared mutual feelings. Even if Jiang Huaiying was unaware of the reasons behind Fu Wei's involvement with her, it was evident that her feelings for Fu Yunfan could not simply wane at a whim. Liang Qiumei let out a faint sound, her voice devoid of any ripples. "You cannot possibly think that I would still care about someone I've shared a bed with. How utterly laughable." Jiang Ciyu felt as though she had struck a cotton pillow with her fist. Recalling the incident regarding the photographs, she noted that Fu Yunfan had yet to treat her with any semblance of kindness, while he appeared to be quite enamored with another university student, who bore a slight resemblance to Jiang Huaiying. "Did you previously tamper with my phone?" She clenched her teeth. Liang Qiumei vehemently denied it, languidly responding, "You are overthinking it. Were it not for your underhanded tactics against me, I would have no interest in you whatsoever. I would never squander my precious time on someone of your ilk." She spun her lies to sound more authentic than gold itself. Jiang Ciyu found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Jiang Huaiying had always held herself above others, but if not her, then who could have done it? Liang Qiumei abruptly ended the call, her ire still simmering. Calculating the days, she reflected that one of Zhang's father's mistresses was nearing 3 months pregnant. Though Zhang's father wished to avoid further illegitimate offspring, the mistress had nonetheless found a way to conceive. Upon returning to her apartment, she pondered for a moment and decided to call Jiang Huiyan. After explaining the situation, Jiang Huiyan contemplated for a while before saying, "You need not concern yourself with this. I will handle it." Liang Qiumei recounted the events of the day, huffing. "Jiang Lanxin infuriated me today. My brother must avenge me." Jiang Huiyan chuckled in agreement. She hung up the phone, satisfied. The online drama that Jiang Xiu had anticipated was unexpectedly postponed due to an incident, leaving her genuinely disheartened for a few days. However, after the broadcast of her recorded variety show, she managed to garner a small wave of new fans, resulting in a slight increase in her ratings. Although she was cast out by the Jiang family, she was not without refuge. In her previous role as a mistress, Jiang Lanxin resided in a spacious house arranged by Jiang's father, where she lived comfortably alone. While the company had provided her with an apartment, she found it too small and, maintaining her facade as a wealthy and beautiful woman, could not possibly reside there. Liang Qiumei would never allow her such comfort. That was out of the question. She had yet to vent her frustrations from yesterday. She arrived at the community with 2 imposing bodyguards, instructing professionals to pick the lock. When Jiang Si returned home after a long day of work, she was taken aback to find 3 individuals seated on her sofa, 2 towering men in black and that insufferable Liang Qiumei. Her expression darkened. "What are you doing in my home? I will call the police. This is trespassing." Liang Qiumei produced a small notebook, stating, "Take a good look. Do you see who the rightful owner of this property is?" This community had originally been developed by the Jiang family, and this particular unit was reserved by them, not for public sale. Previously, Jiang Lanxin and her children resided there without incurring any expenses. Jiang's father arranged accommodations for his various mistresses in such properties, refraining from placing them under his own name, as the family facade had not yet crumbled and such blatant displays were inadvisable. Liang Qiumei had arranged for Jiang Huiyan to complete the necessary paperwork, thereby acquiring the property as her legitimate asset. However, she had no intention of living in a place once inhabited by that mother and daughter. She planned to list it for sale the very next day. "I will give you 5 minutes to remove your belongings. Otherwise, I shall call the authorities. The police have arrived, and you can still engage in a cordial conversation with them about your previous cohabitation with your mistress in this residence. You have now attained a degree of notoriety. Should this information surface, it could very well make headlines." Jiang Si clenched her fists, seething with rage. "If you are not scheming behind my back, I would hardly bother with you. Let this serve as a lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure your disgrace." Liang Qiuyue issued a menacing warning. "Those without shoes fear not those who wear them." If Jiang Si intends to navigate the entertainment industry, she will not do so unscathed. Jiang Si packed her belongings into a suitcase, casting an angry glare at Liang Qiuyue before storming out. Liang Qiuyue felt invigorated by the exchange. Jiang Si possessed little money in her account, insufficient to purchase a residence in the city. Where could she possibly go? As she exited the community, dragging her suitcase, Jiang Si was on the brink of an explosion, her mind fixated on one thought. She would tear Jiang Huiyan to shreds. After only a few steps, her high heel broke, infuriating her further, prompting her to abandon the suitcase by the roadside. She retrieved her phone and dialed Pei Yuni's number. Tears streamed down her face, and with genuine sincerity, she sobbed, "Brother Yuni, I am homeless, woe is me." Pei Yuni, still enamored with her, believed he had found his destined partner. When the beauty weeps, his heart races with urgency. He rushed to Jiang Si's side with remarkable speed, like a gallant prince come to rescue a distressed princess. The sports car sped away, but Liang Qiuyue had already arranged for her people outside. Should they head to a hotel, it would be one matter. If they went to Pei Yuni's home, she would not hold back. The unfolding events are rather delightful, as Jiang Si has been taken to Pei Yui's residence. Liang Qiuyue flipped through her contacts and dialed her plastic sister, Wenqi. This so-called sister is none other than Pei Yui's legitimate fiancé. Despite Pei Yui's numerous dalliances with minor celebrities, Wenqi has yet to call off the engagement, primarily due to familial obligations and a genuine affection she harbors for him. Even as Pei Yui repeatedly finds himself embroiled in scandalous encounters, the starlets involved have been silenced. While Wenqi tolerates Pei Yui's indiscretions, she cannot endure the ambiguous relationships he maintains with other women. She anxiously awaits tomorrow's news to see if it will report on Jiangxi seducing the illustrious heir, Pei Yui. Should such news be absent, it would indicate that Pei Yui has exerted considerable effort to suppress it. After all, every previous girlfriend of his had graced the entertainment headlines without fail, prompting his fiancée, Yi, to confront them in a fit of righteous indignation, subsequently leading to their professional demise. After ending the call, when she stepped out, her destination not far, for Pei Yui's current abode is in the adjacent building. In Pei Yui's apartment, after listening to Jiangxi's tale of being wronged and cast out from her home, he felt a pang of sympathy. From now on, my home shall be your home. If this place does not suit you, I shall purchase a new apartment for you. Tomorrow, I will take you to view some properties. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiangxi rushed into his embrace, her eyes glistening with tears. You are truly wonderful. Given the precarious nature of their relationship, such intimacy could hardly be deemed unusual without further developments. In Jiangxi's mind, she inherently regarded herself as superior to the people of this world, believing that when one has the opportunity to indulge, there is no need to exercise excessive restraint. Observing the infatuation of those men towards her brought her immense satisfaction. In Chapter 98, Eliminate That White Lotus Flower, 17, within Pei Yui's apartment, the two were engaged in an intimate activity on the sofa when a thunderous knock echoed from the door, accompanied by Wenqi's threatening voice. Pei Yui, open the door. If you don't, I will call your father and summon your mother as well. Pei Yui chose to ignore her. His parents could not control him. However, the interruption undeniably dampened his enthusiasm significantly. The knocking grew ever more insistent as when she exclaimed furiously, Fine, I will call Jiang Huaying's father right now. Jiangxi pushed the person atop her away. She did not wish to escalate the situation. If the matter became widely known, how could she pursue Fu Yunfan? Adopting a pitiful expression, she pleaded, Yui, I only like you. I never intended to disrupt your relationship with her. Pei Yui pulled her close. Hide for a moment. I will deal with this madwoman. Jiangxi nodded in agreement. Pei Yui opened the door with evident impatience, a lingering hint of intimacy marked on his neck. Are you done causing a scene? When she stormed in, her fierce demeanor scanning the room for Jiangxi. Where is that wretched girl? Just wait until I tear her face apart. She began to kick the closed door. Wretched girl, come out. If you don't, I will call Uncle Jiang and your mother to come over. Jiangxi, hiding within the confines of the room, bit her lip in anxiety. Pei Yui, pulling her closer, raised his hand in frustration. Have you caused enough trouble yet? When she let out an incredulous scream. You hit me? For that wretched woman. This was unprecedented. Every time he was caught by her, although he appeared displeased, he had never laid a hand on her. Since we are to call off the engagement, I will summon my father, and you should bring your parents as well. Let's resolve this matter once and for all. The previously frantic demeanor of Wenqi transformed into a calm composure, a stark contrast that momentarily took Pei Yuni aback. She fixed her gaze upon him, compelling him to make the call. Pei Yuni, suddenly feeling a tinge of irritation, nonetheless proceeded to dial. When she cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled sofa and instructed, Call Jiang Huaying and send me your father's number. Upon receiving the call, Liang Qiuyue promptly complied and sent it over. Pei Yuni's expression shifted dramatically as he reached for her phone. What are you doing? He exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. Despite Wenqi's efforts, her strength was no match for a man's. He snatched the phone away, shattering its screen in the process. Wenqi cast him a complex glance. This man was someone she had genuinely cherished for many years. Once, she was a rather overweight girl, ostracized and ridiculed at school. He had defended her against her tormentors, preserving her dignity, albeit out of mere disdain for their actions. Even though her family was well off, she had few friends, as no one was willing to befriend an overweight girl. He had been a beacon of light during her somewhat bleak adolescence, despite his numerous infidelities. When his father inquired if she wished to annul the engagement, she repeatedly shook her head, firmly believing he would change in the future. A person who had always stood up for her could not be a bad man. He was merely indulging in a phase of youthful folly. The sense of inferiority harbored by a plump girl does not dissipate with the shedding of her weight. Whenever she hears comments about her past size, it pierces her like a dagger, compelling her to flee the scene. Pei-Yuni is the individual she longs to hold on to. Her fierce grasping of him is merely a fade to conceal her vulnerability, a desperate attempt to reveal herself to him. Time and again, she endures his provocations. Yet he only intensifies his disdain. Ultimately, he utters the words of annulling their engagement. He remains indifferent to the opinions of others, allowing her to navigate the situation as she pleases. At the very least, this indicates that their future union will proceed normally, and she harbors hopes that he will improve after their marriage, rendering the past inconsequential. After all, he was the beacon of light in her youth. He is aware of his own roguish nature, yet he has always been cognizant that when she would one day be his wife. In comparison to the women he dallies with, his future spouse holds far greater significance, which is why he consistently permits her to eliminate them from his life. In a moment of resolve, she pushes the door open and steps outside. When she casts a disdainful glance at her, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Miss Wen, I didn't intend to disrupt your relationship with Brother Pei. I simply..." She bites her lip and glances at Pei-Yuni, her eyes betraying a sense of helplessness that tugs at his heartstrings. Upon witnessing her distress, the uneasiness within Pei-Yuni evaporates, and he pulls her protectively before him, directing his gaze toward Wen-Chi. "If you must place blame, direct it at me. It was I who first courted her." Wen-Chi averted her gaze, her expression devoid of emotion as she scoffed, "Disgusting." Tears streamed down Jiang Xiu's face, overwhelmed by humiliation, as she broke free from Pei-Yuni's grasp and fled through the door. Pei-Yuni made to pursue her, but Wen-Chi coldly interjected, "If you intend to chase her, ensure the engagement is thoroughly annulled first. Only then will your pursuit be justifiable." Jiang Xiu exited her apartment, meandering through the upscale community, feeling a sudden sense of bewilderment. Recently, both Fu Yunfan and Su Qingyuan had been preoccupied with Zhang Huaying, leaving her unable to make any progress. Her journey in the entertainment industry, aside from a minor setback with a low-budget web drama, had been relatively smooth. She had garnered a small following and her popularity had seen a slight increase. Should she ascend to the status of a household name, her recognition would undoubtedly accelerate. At that point, the tides would turn, allowing her to usurp the protagonist's aura and fortune that rightfully belonged to Jiang Huaying. With this realization, clarity dawned upon her. Thus, it was imperative for her to secure Pei-Yui's support, while she would let Fu Yunfan drift away for the time being. If Pei-Yui were to staunchly defend Jiang Xiu, he would undoubtedly exert significant effort to suppress the news. While he could manage that, she intended to let the matter simmer online for a while, allowing the public to form their own perceptions of Jiang Xiu's character. Once the news was subdued, she would ensure that an indelible stain remained on Jiang Xiu's reputation. Chapter 99. Eliminate that White Lotus. 18. The paparazzi sent her a series of photographs, which left Liang Qiumei feeling somewhat disappointed. The security measures in the building where Pei-Yui resided were exceptionally stringent, making it challenging to capture any images or videos of the individuals within. As she transitioned from her shower to her skincare routine at the table, her phone continued to chime incessantly with notifications. It was all the content sent by the paparazzi. From the short video of Wen-Chi forcefully knocking on the door, to the clip of Jiang Xiu bursting out in a rush, followed by footage of both families visiting, and finally, a video of Wenqi leaving with her father. Liang Qiumei could surmise what had transpired. If this incident leads to the annulment of the engagement between Wenqi and Pei Yui, it could indeed be considered a fortuitous outcome. A rustle from outside the door prompted Liang Qiumei to glance at the display screen before opening the door. Fu Yansheng seized the moment to embrace her and plant a kiss on her lips, subsequently wrapping his arm around her waist as they settled onto the sofa together. He had brought her some snacks, and as Liang Qiumei caught a whiff of the faint scent of tobacco lingering on him, she inquired, "Have you eaten?" She had not prepared a meal for him. At most, she would order takeout. He replied gently, "I have eaten." Liang Qiumei engaged him in conversation about the operations of a skincare company, listening intently to his insights and feeling enriched by the exchange. She could only remark, "It's evident that someone capable of being a CEO possesses a unique quality." Being spirited adults alone together inevitably sparks some friction, and as the night deepened, she bid him farewell. With a yawn, she retreated to bed. Fu Yan, unceremoniously ushered out, pinched the bridge of his nose, acutely aware that though she was indeed his wife, even spending the night had become a formidable challenge. He noted the sweetness of her smile, yet her affection for him registered merely at 35, leaving him unconvinced that he could not inspire her to genuinely fall in love with him. Upon awakening, Liang Qiumei retrieved her phone and scrolled through Weibo. Today's trending topic was the affair involving Jiang Xiyu, Pei Yui, and Wenqi, creating quite a stir online. She had anticipated that Pei Yui would manage to suppress the situation, but it appeared he had done no such thing. The crux of the matter was that he had already dissolved his engagement with Wenqi, declaring Jiang Xiyu as his rightful girlfriend and even hinting at intentions to marry her. Wenqi, a well-known beauty blogger, boasted a following of several million. In this industry, it was not uncommon for affluent young women to pursue careers as beauty influencers. She currently has a profoundly artistic phrase pinned, "Farewell, youth." In light of Pei Yuni's protection of her during their school days, she refrained from speaking ill of him. The current circumstances seem to favor Jiang Xi more than they hinder her. Although netizens label her a homewrecker, Pei Yuni has been fervently defending her in interviews, clarifying that his previous relationship with Wenqi was merely a business arrangement devoid of genuine affection. Moreover, since they were not married, the public's acceptance has significantly increased. Originally, Jiang Xi was merely a fledgling star, but due to her association with Pei Yuni, her popularity now rivals that of top-tier celebrities. Shortly thereafter, she stumbled upon a newly released video. In it, Jiang Xi appeared haggard, facing a multitude of reporters' inquiries. Her face, both beautiful and pale, exuded an air of delicate vulnerability. She began by admitting her faults, expressing regret for allowing herself to be swayed by Pei Yuni's pursuit, which inadvertently harmed Miss Wen. She sincerely apologized, stating that no one had ever treated her so kindly throughout her life, and that it was her failure to control her emotions. A perceptive reporter inquired, "It is rumored that Miss Jiang has some connections with the Jiang family, suggesting a respectable background. Why then do you claim that no one has ever treated you well?" Jiang Xi choked back a sob, bravely holding back her tears. With a voice tinged with emotion, she replied, "The Jiang family is not my own. It belongs to my mother and younger brother. I am merely a burden that anyone can disdain and bully. Brother Yuni promised to give me a home. I simply longed for a shelter from the storm, yet I have caused harm to Miss Wen, for which I am deeply sorry." She bent low in a bow, lingering in that position for a while. Her performance was remarkable, imbued with a compelling emotional depth that rendered even the journalists momentarily speechless. The interview video, barely released, soared to trending status. The number of comments beneath it surged alarmingly. "I perceive her as genuinely sincere. Having watched her variety shows, I find her to be a simple and charming young woman." Initially, Wenqi and Pei Xiao were merely engaged, a union born of commercial interests devoid of true affection. Thus, Jiang Xiyu's actions are not entirely unforgivable. Am I the only one who believes that Jiang Siyu has endured considerable hardship in the Jiang household? Observe the glimmer of tears in her eyes when she mentions them. It is utterly natural for a girl who has suffered in her youth to yearn for a home. I feel a sense of empathy towards her. Moreover, Pei Xiao's feelings for her appear to be genuine. I have never witnessed him defending any other partner with such fervor, nor expressing a desire to care for her for a lifetime. Typically, girls from troubled families often grapple with a profound sense of insecurity. My experiences resonate with hers. As my parents divorced and remarried, leaving us to bear the burden of being extra baggage alone. Thus, I wish her well, hoping for her future happiness. Yet, all your discussions cannot disguise the fact that she is, indeed, a mistress. Beneath that statement lies a plethora of rebuttals, asserting that Pei Xiao pursued her first, and that her naive nature rendered her unable to resist such advances. There are even those who ardently support their pairing, arguing that a commercial alliance lacks genuine emotion, and that Miss Wen is not on par with Jiang Siyu and Pei Xiao, the entertainment company's president and a female star. I shall support this pairing out of respect. Liang Chuyue read through the comments, line by line. Although there were some unfavorable remarks about Jiang Si, they were few and far between. Her strategy was quite clever. Firstly, her attitude of admitting fault was commendable. Secondly, she clarified that it was Pei Yani who pursued her first, and thirdly, she made some ambiguous statements that evoked sympathy, implying that she had endured considerable hardship in the past. Can one truly fault her words? Jiang Lanxin had married into her family with a child, and she merely played the role of an additional burden. Yet, the monthly allowance provided to her had never faltered. If it were to be revealed that Jiang Lanxin had ascended as a mistress, what concern would that pose for Jiang Si? The burden? She remained an innocent and pure little white flower. Liang Chuyue lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her mind racing with thoughts. It was imperative for her to ascertain how many points Jiang Si had accrued from this incident. Chapter 100. Eliminating that white lotus. 19. Liang Chuyue effortlessly forwarded Jiang Si's interview video to Jiang Father's phone, intending to show him how Jiang Si was maligning the Jiang family in public. At that moment, Jiang Father was still on a business trip. He felt somewhat perplexed upon receiving calls from both the Pei and Wen families. However, when he saw the video forwarded by his daughter, his brow furrowed in concern. The information he had disseminated while away was that Jiang Si had no ties to the Jiang family. Wen Qi's father sought to leverage this incident to gain an advantage in their collaboration, but could he forsake his interests for someone with no blood relation? That was simply out of the question. The insinuations Jiang Si made about the Jiang family in front of the media had indeed provoked his ire. Their family was substantial, and could they truly afford to mistreat a child? The reputation of a business is of paramount importance to its development. The influence of a young woman could potentially cause fluctuations in the stock price of the Jiang family enterprise. Recently, Jiang Lanxin received news that her father, Jiang, was covertly maintaining a mistress, and shockingly, one of them was pregnant. Initially, she was consumed by anger, but upon reflection, her thoughts turned solely to how to resolve the situation regarding the child in the mistress's womb. Jiang often traveled for work, and she was preoccupied with her own social pursuits, mingling with various ladies over tea, completely unaware of her father's indiscretions. However, upon further contemplation, she realized that she herself had transitioned from being a mistress to a legitimate wife, making her father's actions seem rather commonplace. Feeling distressed, she had previously devoted time to monitoring Jiang Zimo during his tutoring sessions, but now, having confirmed the mistress's pregnancy, she found herself devoid of any motivation. With a facade of grace, she took his suit coat from him as he handed her his phone, instructing her to see for herself what their good daughter had done. Upon reviewing the messages, Jiang Lanxin's expression shifted, and she declared her intention to call him immediately. As the call connected, she barely managed to speak a few words before being interrupted by Jiang Siyu, who coldly stated, "Mom, Please mind your own business regarding my affairs." After the call ended, Jiang Lanxin's expression soured even further. Jiang let out a disdainful snort and left without a glance back. Jiang Lanxin pursued him, asking, "Old Jiang, where are you going?" In her mind, she repeatedly reminded herself that she was now the legitimate Mrs. Jiang, which somewhat eased her frustration. Taking a deep breath, she realized that her immediate priority was to address the situation concerning the unborn child. The affair between Jiang Xiyu and Pei Yunin had sparked a media frenzy online. Rather than facing disdain from netizens due to the scandal, Jiang Xiyu's notoriety seemed only to amplify her popularity. Without explicitly declaring her admiration, it is common knowledge that there exists a figure in the entertainment industry known as Jiang Xi. If utilized wisely, her path would undoubtedly become much smoother. A few days later, as a friend in the circle was hosting a birthday celebration, it was rumored that Pei Yuni would accompany Jiang Xi, prompting Liang Qiuyue to prepare for a glimpse of the event. Upon arriving at the venue with Wen Lan, Liang Qiuyue stepped out of the car only to witness a group of impeccably dressed individuals emerging. Among them, one man stood out with his striking demeanor, broad shoulders, a narrow waist and long legs, his tie perfectly knotted. His very presence exuded an air of calm confidence, characteristic of someone in a position of authority. After a cordial handshake with his counterpart, Fu Yan casually glanced and spotted Liang Qiuyue waiting by the car. With a smile, he turned to the balding executive and said, "I must beg your pardon. My girlfriend has arrived." The executive chuckled heartily and promptly led his entourage away. Wen Lan nudged Liang Qiuyue with her elbow, saying, "I will head inside first." Liang Qiuyue approached, her gaze falling upon the impeccably tailored, smiling man. Drawing closer, she took a whiff of his scent, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. If he bore the fragrance of a woman's perfume, it would be an immediate cause for separation. Fu Yan took her hand, inquiring about her purpose. "I'm here to celebrate a friend's birthday," Liang Qiuyue replied. "I will accompany you." Liang Qiuyue looked up in surprise. The attendees of the birthday celebration were predominantly a group of idle heirs and heiresses seeking amusement, while Fu Yan, a successful individual, was not significantly older than them. His social standing was distinctly elevated. Moreover, his familial lineage was undeniably impressive. She pondered that if she were to bring him into their midst, those individuals would likely be at a loss for how to comport themselves. Their confusion was palpable. They didn't know where to place their hands and feet. As Fu Yan entered, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Each person contemplated whether this was truly a place for the fifth master of the Fu family. Or perhaps today's birthday celebrant had orchestrated this moment, allowing the esteemed fifth master to grace the gathering, which indeed illuminated the occasion.
Come.
"Let us raise a glass to Mr. Fu." Fu Yan graciously exchanged her drink for a glass of juice, which Liang Qiuyue accepted with delight. The sisters around them exchanged glances, a twinge of envy stirring within. With the fifth master accompanying Jiang Huaying to such an event, it would be implausible to claim that it was anything less than genuine affection. Although the tension had dissipated, the previous chaotic revelry had vanished without a trace, replaced by a refined atmosphere where conversations were conducted in hushed tones. No one dared to sit beside Liang Qiuyue and Fu Yan, not even Wen Lan, who kept her distance. Leaning close, Liang Qiuyue playfully remarked, "Look, ever since you arrived, I've been ostracized." Fu Yan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Liang Qiuyue shot him a disapproving glance. "This is a style I meticulously crafted, and you've undone it." Before long, the door to the grand private room swung open again, and Pei Yuni entered with Jiang Xi. Liang Qiuyue lifted her gaze, catching sight of the glaring number 45. A thrill coursed through her. What a remarkable achievement! Pei Yuni immediately spotted Liang Qiuyue and instinctively moved toward her. Having orchestrated Jiang Xi's expulsion from the Jiang family, he felt it was his duty as a man to defend the woman he loved. However, upon noticing the fifth master seated beside her, he hesitated, his feet momentarily rooted to the spot. The crowd, as if nothing had occurred, welcomed the newcomers and many engaged Pei Yuni in conversation.
Certainly.
Most of the greetings came from men. As for the women, they were merely rolling their eyes at Jiang Xiu. A sister sarcastically remarked, "It seems anyone can enter this gathering nowadays." Fu Yan adjusted his suit button, his long fingers grasping her handbag. "Shall we go watch a movie? Don't all girls enjoy films?" The two conversed as if they were the only ones present, their dialogue capturing attention even in the relatively quiet ambience. Hold on. It was Pei Yuni who felt he could not waver. As a man, he had to assert himself for his woman. Jiang Xiu instinctively sensed trouble and tugged at his sleeve. Jiang Huaying had leverage over her. Why provoke her? Fu Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, his deep, enigmatic eyes fixed on him. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Pei Yuni felt immense pressure, but forced himself to speak. "I would like to convey to Miss Jiang that she should not take advantage of her background to bully others." As his words fell, the room became eerily silent, everyone pondering Pei Yuni's state of mind. Surely, if he wanted to defend his woman, he could have waited for Master Fu to be absent. Chapter 101. Eliminating the White Lotus. 20. Liang Qiu scoffed at Pei Yuni, bluntly retorting, "I do not wish to reason with a fool. You, standing beside me, confessed to Fu Yunfan, slept with him, and then entangled yourself with her. I can only say that your heart is remarkably expansive." The young ladies present wore expressions akin to having just heard a scandal. Pei Yuni, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Do not insult Xiu. When she was with him, it was undeniably their first time." Liang Qiuyue took out her phone, enlarged the photo, and brought it closer to his eyes. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed the one she had sent me. A number of people gathered around, and Pei Yuni cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Xi, instinctively clenching his fists, yet stubbornly insisting that it was not true. Jiang Xi burst into tears, lamenting, "Jiang Huaying, why do you have such an aversion to me? You've already driven me out of my home, yet you still won't let me be." Liang Qiuyue felt a slight ache in her teeth, accompanied by an itch in her hands, a desire to strike out at someone. This sudden onset of tears was something she utterly despised. A deep, resonant voice broke the tension. "Miss Jiang, regarding your previous slanderous remarks about my fiancé, I shall leave the matter to my lawyer." Although the news was promptly intercepted and never disseminated, Miss Jiang's actions certainly warranted a lesson. Perhaps a few days in the police station would serve to clear her mind. His dark, brooding gaze shifted back to Pei Yuni. December 18th, Dihao Hotel, room 803. Young Master Pei may wish to check the records. Jiang Xi's lips trembled as she clutched Pei Yuni's arm, insisting, "It's not true." As Liang Qiuyue walked past, she cast a disdainful snort at the defiant duo before offering her apologies to the birthday celebrant. What could the birthday girl say? The presence of Lord Fu at her birthday party was already a significant honor, and she certainly had no objections. Pei Yuni led the pitiful Jiang Xi away, while a cacophony erupted from the lavish private room. They were merely a group of privileged heirs, attending such occasions merely for amusement. However, while Master Fu was present, they had no choice but to behave themselves. Once he departed, they indulged in the spectacle that unfolded, relishing the opportunity to share the gossip. The young ladies, envious of Master Fu's defense of Jiang Huaying, felt a sense of satisfaction at the thought that the White Lotus, Jiang Xi, was finally being dealt with. Meanwhile, a cluster of elite gentlemen regarded Pei Yui with a mixture of sympathy and suppressed laughter. In the car, Liang Qiuyue inquired, "How do you know when and where Jiang Xi and Fu Yunfan rented a room?" Fu Yan's expression remained impassive as he replied, "I am well aware of the movements of everyone in the Fu family." Liang Qiuyue admired him, recognizing that he was the kind of person capable of maintaining control over the various factions within the Fu family and securing his position as its leader. He was indeed a person of great ambition. Is there no reward? He asked, pulling her closer. The spacious back seat of the car was divided by a partition, creating two distinct spaces. Liang Qiuyue kissed him lightly and suggested they go watch a movie. He smiled gently. The charge of attempted defamation would likely be treated leniently, as no significant harm had been caused. Liang Qiuyue did not wish for her to remain in custody for 2 or 3 years, as it would impede her ability to complete her tasks. However, she intended to make good use of the blemish that had been handed to her. Thus, during Jiang Xi's days in confinement, images of her pale face clad in distinctive attire, seated at a table behind bars, circulated wildly online. Pei Yui, the young master, was relentlessly pursued by reporters eager to hear his comments. He steadfastly affirmed his belief in his fiancée Yi, asserting that certain malevolent individuals would ultimately face justice. The identity of this villain was well understood within their circle, and many believed Pei Yui had gone mad over a woman. His actions can be seen as a blatant challenge to Master Fu. With his limited capabilities, confronting Fu is akin to striking a stone with an egg. His demeanor, portraying Jiang Xiyu as a figure of great injustice, has led the onlookers to entertain the possibility that she may indeed be wronged. In the following days, a video revealing artists engaging in drug use caused Weibo to crash under the weight of public interest. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by Liang Qiuyue. Fu Yan further propelled the situation through the public relations team of the entertainment company under the Fu family. Most of the artists featured in the video were affiliated with Tianqing Media. The acquisition of this video was no small feat, as Liang Qiuyue invested a substantial sum to procure it. Although such rumors can eventually be dispelled, they will forever leave a lingering shadow in the hearts of the public. Even if cleared, people will still perceive her as potentially less than pristine. This was precisely the effect she sought to achieve. Tianqing Media, being a major player in the industry, benefits significantly from the lucrative entertainment sector, which serves as vital liquid capital for the Pei family. Currently, over half of the artists implicated are from the company. Those not affected fear being linked due to their shared affiliation, worrying that the public may consider them equally culpable. In a frantic attempt to sever ties, many artists are seeking to terminate their contracts, with some even resorting to legal action against Tianqing Media, citing exploitation and shady contracts. Fu Yan does not engage in losing ventures. He has nearly undermined Tianqing Media while simultaneously assisting artists in their legal battles for contract termination. Pei Fu dealt a harsh slap to Pei Yuni, exclaiming, "Now you are pleased." By the time Jiang Xiyu emerged, reporters had already gathered, alerted by the unfolding drama. Jiang Xiyu, may I inquire if your presence in the police station was due to drug use? Even before her points began to dwindle, Jiang Xiyu harbored an ominous premonition. Yet she received no information and could only speculate aimlessly. Upon her release, she was immediately besieged by reporters. "I did not use drugs." "Then why?" they pressed. "Were you in the police station?" The reporters were relentless, eager to unearth the truth from within the precinct, yet their efforts yielded nothing, only intensifying their curiosity. With the intervention of Master Fu, it was evident that they would uncover nothing. He sought to prevent any information regarding Liang Qiumei from circulating, thus sparing her from the malicious conjectures of the public. Jiang Xiyu was aware that Jiang Huaying was currently in close proximity to Master Fu, and she dared not provoke her further while still vulnerable. Consequently, she could only shed silent tears before the reporters, portraying an image of victimhood, as if she were unjustly wronged yet unable to voice her grievances. This demeanor strikingly mirrored the statements previously made by Pei Yui when confronted by the press. Remarkably, some viewers of the video genuinely believed she was a victim of injustice. Chapter 102, Eliminating the White Lotus, 21. Only after evading the reporters did Jiang Xiyu realize that Pei Yui had not come to fetch her, and more critically, her manager was also absent. The reporters had oddly queried her about whether she would steadfastly remain with Pei Yui if the Pei family faced bankruptcy. As if such a situation were plausible. It was utterly perplexing. How could the Pei family simply declare bankruptcy after merely half a month? Upon powering on her device, she was inundated with a plethora of entertainment gossip that had been brewing for days, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. It was truly a bolt from the blue. The Pei family's enterprise was a colossal entity within the entertainment realm. How could it possibly collapse so swiftly? She promptly dialed Pei Uni, and the call was swiftly answered. On the other end was a middle-aged woman whose tone, though gentle, exuded an air of superiority that was palpably humiliating. Upon arriving at her destination, she discovered that the original access code could no longer unlock the door. She could hardly believe that Pei Uni, who had seemingly become her devoted subordinate, would abandon her. The only explanation she could conceive was that his parents disapproved of their relationship, effectively confining Pei Uni. Fortunately, she had some savings and opted to stay at a hotel. After contacting her agent and learning that her previously completed dramas and variety shows were now unable to air, her expression darkened to an extreme. It seemed she could no longer rely on Pei Uni and would need to urgently seek an alternative path. Liang Xiaomei had recently traveled abroad to visit Zhang's mother, who now led a life of comfort with a stable partner, enjoying each day at her leisure. She also made a point to check on Jiang Si, who had only a mere 18 points left. Crafting a deeply emotional persona, she garnered a mixed bag of comments on her video, with praise outweighing criticism, thereby boosting Jiang Si's popularity. Rumors swirled within the industry that the Pei family's financial chain was on the brink of collapse, and several families were eyeing the Pei family, eager to carve out a substantial piece of the pie. As far as she knew, Zhang's father and Jiang Huayan had been exceedingly busy lately, while Master Fu had been so occupied that he hadn't found the time to meet with her. In the marketplace, akin to a battlefield, when one falters, others will seize the opportunity to take a bite. Pei Uni, confined to his home for several days, stumbled upon a video of Jiang Siyu online, which brought tears to his eyes. In the dead of night, he tied a bedsheet to his window on the 3rd floor and leapt into the void. The descent was far from short, and a cry of agony escaped his lips as he twisted his ankle, cold sweat instantly beating at his temple. He hastily covered his mouth and, under the serene night sky, limped away from the affluent neighborhood. Jiang Siyu, with unwavering devotion and deep affection, must not be let down. Clinging to this belief, he trudged through the night, nursing his injured body. Upon finally contacting Jiang Siyu, they embraced and wept together. Pei Uni increasingly recognized Jiang Siyu as his true love. Having endured hardships together, her steadfast loyalty once again profoundly moved him. With her head bowed and eyes swollen, she lamented, "I'm so sorry, Uni. It's all my fault that we offended Master Fu, leading to the downfall of Tianqing Media. If you must blame someone, let it be me. How could I ever blame you?" Pei Uni replied. Jiang Siyu appeared somewhat dejected, glistening tears clinging to her lashes. If it weren't for Jiang Huayang's excessive disdain